Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Red Moon in the Mist. Chapter 87, Red Moon in the Mist. Meanwhile in Diana's side. Diana stood alone across the field from two figures that had once seemed untouchable, Kisame Hashigaki, former hidden mist monster of the Seven Swordsmen, and Itachi Uchiha, prodigy of the Uchiha. Yet in this moment, both men braced themselves as though facing a demon. Diana's armor, red and gold Amazonian plate shaped to her form, gleamed even beneath the cold rain. The polished bronze edges caught the faint light, and the eagle-shaped breastplate clung to her with a sculpted, regal strength. Leather straps and fitted greaves hugged her limbs, rainwater tracing down the ridges of her bracers and the angled lines of her armored skirt. Despite the storm soaking every surface, she stood steady. Her sword hung loosely at her side, the blade dripping water. Her eyes, calm but ruthlessly focused, watched them without a tremor of doubt. Wind whispered through the valley. Kisame shifted uneasily. Itachi stood perfectly still. Diana moved first. She burst forward, a streak of gold and motion, her acceleration so sudden that the rain seemed frozen behind her. Even Itachi, prepared, felt his eyes widen. His Mangekyo flared instinctively, Tomo spinning into the pinwheel pattern of his awakened power. He vanished from her strike a split second before her blade reached him. A clean, cutting arc sliced the space where his neck had been. The swing hummed through the mist before the shockwave rippled outward, carving a shallow trench in the wet earth. Diana stopped abruptly, turning with a sharp pivot. Rainwater sheeted off her armor as her heel slid through the mud, droplets scattering with the motion. Itachi had already retreated several meters, breath steady but eyes sharp. Kisame moved to his side immediately. That woman. Kisame muttered, grip tightening on Samahata. She's too fast. That almost killed you too. Itachi didn't answer. His Mangekyo remained active, rain sliding down the red glow of his eyes. He stared at Diana quietly. Who are they? These armored warriors and this woman, their strength shouldn't exist in the shinobi world. No chakra, no technique, no hand signs, and yet the power they displayed dwarfed most he had ever faced. At first, he had thought Naruto, and these people were in danger. But now, he and Kisame were the ones in danger. Diana lifted her sword, flicking droplets of rain from the blade. That was surprising, she said calmly. You managed to dodge that. She felt a flicker of surprise, he actually dodged, in time. That strike had been intended to end him in a single strike, and yet he had evaded it. Her mind noted it quickly, analyzing the precision and speed required, already adjusting her approach for the next exchange. Her voice carried unshaken confidence, masking the quick assessment running through her mind. She raised the sword fully and leveled it at both Akatsuki members. But it won't help you. Kisame grit his teeth. Itachi kept his breathing level. He understood the truth, escape was impossible. Diana was faster than any opponent he had encountered since Shursui. He doubted even retreating into the forest would save them. He couldn't rely on movement. So he relied on his eyes. The Mangekyo spun. Tsukuyomi. The world around Diana changed instantly. Color bled away. Rain froze midair. The sky turned a cold, oppressive crimson. Diana felt it, a shift, a wrongness. In an instant, her surroundings warped, and she found herself suspended on a cross, high above the valley, bound by invisible forces. The sky had bled into a hellish crimson, rain frozen midair, the world sharp and still like a painting carved in blood. For the briefest moment, a flicker of surprise passed through her. But only for a moment. Her brow furrowed. An illusion, she muttered. Her heartbeat didn't spike. Her breathing didn't shift. There was no panic, only annoyance. Diana straightened her shoulders. She closed her eyes. And with a small shake of her head, the red world shattered like glass. Reality snapped back. The rain fell again. Mist rolled. The earth beneath her boots was real once more. And on the opposite side of the field, Itachi staggered. He coughed sharply, dropping to one knee. Blood trailed down the corner of his mouth. Thin streams leaked from the corners of his eyes, mixing with the falling rain. Kisame's expression twisted with shock. Itachi. What happened? Are you okay? Your eyes are bleeding. Itachi wiped the blood with the back of his hand, breathing a bit heavier than before. She broke my illusion. Kisame blinked. Itachi was many things, cold, quiet, frighteningly calm. But rarely surprised. Now he was. Diana tilted her head at him. So that's your ability. Illusions, she said. And your fire control. But, it's quite weak. Both Itachi and Kisame froze for a second. It wasn't anger. It was disbelief. No one had ever called Itachi's Mangekyo abilities weak. Not even the others Akatsuki members. Itachi himself was momentarily speechless. He had used Tsukuyomi on some of the most capable minds in the shinobi world, ANBU captains, jonin with decades of experience, hardened killers who had survived horrors. No one had broken it by simply shaking their head. He composed himself quickly, but the truth rang in his thoughts. She's stronger than expected. Much stronger. Kisame exhaled slowly, gripping his sword tighter. Itachi stood, adjusting his breathing, Mangekyo still glowing despite the strain. He couldn't die here. His mission wasn't complete. He hadn't met with Sasuke. He hadn't set the stage for the future he desperately carved from the ruins of his clan. So he endured the pain. He kept fighting. A swirling ripple distorted the air atop a distant slope. Obito gazed down at the battlefield, Mangekyo spinning slowly as he watched Kakuzu's limp body and Haiden's torn remains. Haiden and Kakuzu are defeated. He muttered. His voice held disappointment more than surprise. Beside him, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, lifting itself out of the soil like a ghost. Obit. Obito raised a hand. Call me Madara. Zetsu blinked. Then shrugged. Madara-sama, Danzo, and his root shinobi are approaching this direction. Obito's eyes narrowed. He considered intervening. These armored warriors rely only on strength and weapons. They can't really threaten me. Confidence stirred. But Zetsu's words stopped him. Not yet. He would wait. Kisame and Itachi were too valuable to risk losing now, so he will watch closely. To Obito, they seemed manageable. So he waited. He wanted the full picture before revealing himself. Gaius looked toward Diana's direction. He could not see the exact exchange, but he could sense the shifting momentum. Meanwhile, Naruto, soaked and having dispelled his shadow clones, stumbled closer to Gaius, eyes lowered. Sorry, Gaius. I didn't seem to be any help, he mumbled, shoulders slumping under the weight of his disappointment. Gaius studied Naruto's clenched fists for a moment, then placed a heavy gauntlet hand gently on the boy's head. Then train harder, he said simply. Naruto's breath hitched. He looked up slowly, surprise flickering across his face, and for the first time in a long moment, a spark of determination returned to his eyes. Gaius removed his hand and faced the fog again. Then he turned to Titus and the blade guard. You stay here and assist with any variables that may come. Titus straightened immediately. Roger that, Captain Gaius. Gaius then looked back at Naruto. You will stay with them. Naruto nodded, determined now. He looked at Titus and the three blade guard veterans and offered a small smile, one that made them pause. Inside their helmets, the Ultramarines exchanged subtle glances, unspoken questions passing between them. Why has Captain Gaius left this child with us? Though Naruto was no longer a small child, to them he still seemed young, inexperienced, and fragile, even if he was capable of using sorcery. Gaius sensed their uncertainty but did not comment. He took a step forward, toward Diana's battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Edge of the Red Moon. Chapter 88, Edge of the Red Moon. Itachi's Mangekyo spun slowly, the red glare cutting through the rain. Kisame kept his distance, fingers tightening on Semihata. Their breaths were steady, but tense. Diana shifted her stance, her foot sliding slightly in the mud. Her calm eyes stayed on Itachi. He raised his hand. A surge of chakra sparked around him. The ribcage of Susanoo burst outward in a blue glow, wrapping around him like a guardian of flame. The ribs expanded, then grew into the armored upper body. The spectral warrior towered over the field, raising its own massive blade. Kisame immediately moved behind Itachi. Diana took one step forward. Itachi barely had time to tighten his stance. She rushed him again, cutting through the rain like a golden streak. Susanoo's sword came down. Diana's own sword met it. The impact sent a shockwave through the water-soaked ground, pushing the mud aside in a circular ripple. The clash echoed across the valley. Itachi felt the weight of her strength even through Susanoo, his arm trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder, but Diana stepped back and swung again. Their blades collided. Then again. And again. The sound was like metal on metal, crisp and sharp even with the storm. Kisame stayed far behind Itachi, throwing water sharks one after another. Each shark twisted through the rain, jaws snapping as they rushed Diana. She didn't even look at them. A quick swing of her sword cut one cleanly in half. Another shark burst apart when she moved aside at the last second. One slipped past her, but she turned her body barely enough that it grazed nothing but air. She didn't waste strength. She didn't rush. She controlled every movement. Kisame frowned. He could feel his instinct screaming not to get close to her. Even holding Samahata, even as a former monster of the mist, he was no match in raw strength. Samahata couldn't even drain her, as she had no chakra at all according to Itachi, and he believes Itachi. He gritted his teeth. This woman is too powerful. Itachi parried Diana's next strike, but he felt the drain building. Susanoo wasn't a technique he could use lightly. His breath grew uneven. He could feel the heat rising inside his eyes. He still hadn't used Amaterasu. But every time he considered it, Diana moved too fast. The slightest wrong timing, she would dodge it and it wouldn't work anymore as she will be on guard then. He had to wait. Had to find a clear moment. But every second spent keeping Susanoo active was another second closer to collapse. He felt a tightness in his chest. His vision blurred for a fraction of a moment. At this rate, I might die before I ever get the chance. And yet, he couldn't drop Susanoo. If he did, Diana's blade would reach him before he could take a breath. Diana stepped forward, pushing him back again. Her movements never faltered. Just as she lifted her sword for another blow, a heavy shock rolled across the field. Diana paused. Itachi's eyes widened. Kisame turned instantly. A massive figure approached through the thick mist. Gaius. Armor unscathed and gleaming with gold even under the rain, Warhammer resting on his shoulder, blue optics glowing through his helmet. The pressure he carried with him felt heavier than the rain. Itachi and Kisame exchanged a single look. Both realized the same thing. Kakuzu and Haiden were defeated. Which meant, they were next. Diana stepped back from the fight and looked at Gaius calmly. Are you done? She asked. Gaius nodded once. He looked at Itachi's bleeding eyes, the shaking Susanoo, and at Kisame. It seems you are also close, he said. We should finish this as well. He lifted his warhammer, tightening his grip. But then he froze. His helmet turned slightly toward the distant path, where Naruto and Titus were stationed. He sensed something. He saw something. Heat signatures, many of them, moving fast through the trees. They weren't heading for Titus and the others. They were aiming straight at their direction. His helmet's built-in sensors highlighted each moving shape, even through the rain, he can see it. But he didn't care. He turned back to Itachi and Kisame. Diana frowned slightly. What happened? Gaius answered simply, some enemy is coming here. But they will meet Titus and the others on their way here. They will stop them. She nodded, trusting him instantly. Then she lifted her sword again, pointing it toward Itachi and Kisame. Sorry for the wait, she said with a small smile. It's been a long time since I fought someone like you. Itachi didn't smile. Kisame didn't smile either. They were not enjoying this. From far above on the cliff, Obito watched silently. His Mangekyo spun as he took in the scene, Kakuzu and Haiden gone, Itachi and Kisame barely holding on, Danzo's men should be stopped by those in metal armors. He clenched his teeth. Losing too many Akatsuki at once would make capturing the remaining Jinchuriki harder, and if he stepped in personally, he risked exposing information he couldn't afford to leak. In the shinobi world, information was everything. And Itachi and Kisame were the ones who followed his orders the most. He couldn't afford to lose them. Obito vanished into Kamui. Diana stepped forward, sword raised. I'll handle the bleeding one, she said lightly. You handle the shark. Gaius didn't respond with words. He simply charged straight toward Kisame. Kisame raised a hand. Time out. Gaius did not stop. Kisame yelped and leapt aside as the warhammer slammed into the ground, breaking the mud in a wide crater. Diana dashed toward Itachi at the same moment. Itachi felt his breath tighten again. He forced his Mangekyo to flare. Susanoo's armor thickened around him. Diana's sword swung at him once more. The entire valley shook. Away from the battle, Naruto sat with Titus and 3 Blade Guard veterans. Rain dripped from Naruto's clothes, but he didn't seem to notice. Matora sat nearby with his helmet off, letting the cold air touch his scarred face. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes. Whoa, you look old. How old are you? Titus, standing near him, paused mid-turn. The 2 Blade Guard looked at each other. Titus let out a small chuckle through his helmet. Matoris looked at Naruto, calm and patient. I am more than 4 centuries old. Naruto's mouth dropped open. 4 centuries. That's crazy. Doesn't that mean Gaius is younger than you? Matoris stiffened for a moment. Naruto spoke Captain Gaius's name so casually. But since they had been assigned to guard the area and stay with Naruto, that meant the boy was considered an ally. He forced himself to accept it. Matoris nodded. Yes. Captain Gaius is younger. But he has made enemies shed more blood than I. He is the blade of the Primarch. He emphasized the last part with deep respect. Guilliman wasn't just a leader, he was their gene-father, the Lord Commander of the Imperium, the Lord of Ultramar. Naruto's eyes shined with amazement. That's incredible. Before he could ask another question, Matoris suddenly stood up straight. He turned sharply toward the woods. Titus and the other blade guard did the same. Naruto blinked, confused, then he saw them. Dozens of dark figures moving through the rain. Silent. Precise. Dressed in black gear. Masks covering their faces. Danzo's root. They came out of the trees like shadows come alive. Naruto stepped back instinctively. Titus stepped in front of him and rested his hand on the hilt of his chainsword. Matoris lifted his helmet back onto his head, voice steady. Prepare yourselves. The blade guard formed a wall. End of Chapter 88, Edge of the Red Moon. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, The Quiet Before the Break. Chapter 89, The Quiet Before the Break. Titus stood at the front of the line, one hand gripping his bolter, the other ready to draw his chainsword. Matoris had already locked his helmet back into place, the faint hum of internal servos sounding beneath the rain. Naruto stood behind them. Not knowing what to say, since they seems to be an enemy, and they also look familiar. Root. Masks blank, movements precise, each one stepping out of the tree line in perfect rhythm. Their uniforms darkened by the rain, they formed a line opposite Titus and the blade guard. At the center, walking calmly through the mud, was Danzo. His single eye scanned the group, Titus, Matoris, the three blade guard veterans, and finally Naruto. Danzo froze for a brief moment. Metal armor. Gigantic frames. The sigil on the shoulder pads. His eye twitched. The same mark as the golden armored men, the one who humiliated him publicly. Danzo clenched his jaw, feeling heat flare in his chest. He pointed at Titus. You bastards, he snapped, voice sharp through the rain. Release the Jinchuriki of Konoha immediately. Unless you intend to start a war with the Leaf. Titus didn't move. Matoris didn't move. None of the blade guard took a step backward. Their immobility made the air feel heavier. Naruto stepped forward instinctively and shouted, "Why are you even here, old men?" Grandma Tsunade gave a mission to help Gaius and Diana. I'm with them. Danzo didn't even glance at Naruto. I do not care, he said coldly. You are the property of Konoha. You do not leave the village without permission. Naruto clenched his fists. His breath hitched, ready to yell again. Enough. Titus' voice cut through the air like a blade. Naruto froze and looked up at him. Titus stepped in front of him, forming a shield of ceramite and unshakable presence. Titus raised his bolter slightly toward Danzo. You cannot pass here, he said plainly. If you attempt to force your way through, you will be killed. Danzo narrowed his eye. Behind his mask of calm, he felt insult burning deep. To be threatened by outsiders twice in his life, and both times by men in matching armor. He exhaled through his nose. Humph, attack them. His root moved instantly. They spread out in multiple angles, fanning through the trees to surround the Marines. Danzo smirked slightly. These armored men looked heavy. Their movements earlier, steady, strong, but nowhere near the speed of the Golden One. As long as they aren't as fast as that monster, they can be overwhelmed. Root Shinobi leapt forward. But Titus and the blade guard had already moved. Titus barked a low command. Form wall. The three blade guards spread their stance, stepping in front of Titus and Naruto, shields raised, weapons ready. The root reached mid-range. Titus fired. The bolter roared with a heavy thump, and the round smashed into the first root operative, blowing him backward in a burst of torn cloth and blood. The other blade guard fired a split second after. More root operatives leapt aside, but their timing was imperfect. Two more were shot down before they could form proper seals. The survivors reacted instantly. They hid behind the trees, shifting positions as they realized the bolter's power. Their captain hissed, "Avoid straight lines. These projectiles." The next shot blasted chunks of a tree clean off. Root operatives swallowed hard. They had underestimated them. Jutsu began to fly next, fireballs, wind blades, water dragons. The Marines didn't flinch. Bolter shots tore through some jutsu on impact, exploding them in midair. Others reached too close, forcing the blade guard to cut them down. A fireball hit too low, Matoris stepped forward and split it cleanly with his double-bit axe, embers scattering across the mud. A wind blade curved toward Titus. He raised his chainsword and cut through it, sparks flying. But Root were skilled. A water whip curled around one blade guard's leg, trying to pull him off balance. He planted his boots and yanked hard, dragging the ninja forward before swinging his sword downward in a clean strike. The root operative fell instantly. Danzo didn't approach. He hid behind a cluster of trees, watching. His earlier arrogance faded. They're stronger than expected, physically powerful, and their weapons are dangerous. Still, their movements were slower than Gaius. Slow enough to strike. He waited. Waited for a gap. Then he appeared behind a blade guard, hands already forming a seal. Wind release, vacuum bullet. A compressed, razor-sharp blast of wind shot forward without warning. The blade guard heard the sound at the last second. He raised his sword horizontally. The wind blade smashed into it. Metal screeched. The blade took the attack, but when the blade guard looked down, he saw a small crack carved across the edge. Danzo clicked his tongue. Even his sneak attack hadn't done anything, well, not that he had actually hit the armor at all. He shifted away, slipping back into the shadows, unwilling to risk another direct clash. The battle continued, root hurling jutsu, the Marines firing back, swords and axes breaking apart anything that got too close. Already 8 root shinobi had fallen. Danzo grit his teeth. This wasn't going as he planned. The clash between Diana and Itachi had carved deep trenches into the soaked ground. Each strike of her blade pushed him further back. His vision was hazy, his breath ragged. Even with Mangekyo spinning, his body was reaching its limit. Diana's eyes narrowed slightly. She saw Itachi wobble. He was close to collapse. That was when he made a choice. A risky, desperate one. His Mangekyo flickered. Black flames appeared. Amaterasu. Diana's instinct screamed. She moved on pure reflex, twisting her body aside the moment the flames ignited. The black fire struck the ground, hissing in the rain. She exhaled slowly, not expecting this person still has this trump card. That was quite dangerous. Itachi's Susanoo flickered, then collapsed. He dropped to one knee, gasping. Diana turned just in time to see Gaius approaching. He held Kisame by the neck. The Sharkman's body hung limp in his grip, twitching only faintly. Kisame had already been overwhelmed, crushed by Gaius. Gaius' grip tightened. But suddenly, a hand materialized around Gaius' wrist. A hand that hadn't been there a second ago. Obito. He had appeared silently, slipping out of Kamui without producing even a ripple of chakra or killing intent. Gaius immediately sensed the threat. Without hesitation, he swung his arm sideways, trying to smash the intruder with Kisame's body. His arm passed straight through Obito. No resistance. No impact. Gaius' eyes narrowed behind his helmet. Diana stopped mid-step, sword raised, gaze fixed on the masked man. Obito tilted his head. "You're the one who's been watching us," Gaius said, voice steady. Obito nodded slowly. "Yes. It was I." Madara. He expected fear. Or confusion. Or even hesitation. He got nothing. Diana blinked once. Gaius didn't shift his stance or posture, he only tilted his head slightly. Obito felt a tiny sting of embarrassment, but he kept his composure. He pointed at Gaius and Diana. "Release them," he ordered. "Both of them. If you refuse, you will die here by my hands." Gaius looked down at Kisame in his grip. Then he simply tightened his hand. A dull crunch. Kisame's body went limp, completely still. Obito froze. His single visible eye widened behind the mask. He had been ignored. And Kisame, one of his most loyal agents, was killed without hesitation. End of Chapter 89, The Quiet Before the Break. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, The One Who Slips Through Everything. Chapter 90, The One Who Slips Through Everything. Mud formed under every step, and steam rose from the crushed body limping at Gaius' hand. Kisame's corpse. Gaius released his grip, letting the lifeless body drop with a dull thud. Diana stood a short distance away, sword in hand, her breath controlled even after a long fight with Itachi. She watched the clearing carefully, ready for anything. Itachi knelt on the ground, coughing. His Susanoo had faded moments ago, leaving his body weak. Each breath rattled in his chest. Rain soaked his cloak, sticking it to his skin. A few meters away, Obito stood still, he suppressed his anger first. He just stood in front of them after Kisame is killed in Gaius' hand, his presence uneasy but calm. He was simply watching. Gaius and Diana both are focuses on him. For a moment, no one moved. Then Obito stepped forward. Not rushing. Walking. Slow. Steady. Purposeful. His focus was clear. Not vengeance. Not anger. Not pride. It was Itachi. The moment Obito's eyes landed on the beaten Uchiha kneeling in the mud, his Mangekyo tightened. He inhaled once, a sharp, controlled breath, and then he burst forward. The clearing snapped into motion. Water exploded under his feet as he sprinted, his hand reaching straight for Gaius' chest, fingers stretched like he intended to drag him into Kamui instantly. Gaius reacted at once. His left hand curled into a fist. He stepped forward, no hesitation, meeting Obito head-on, and swung. A direct punch. Simple. Heavy. Meant to break whoever stood in its path. But it hit nothing. Gaius' gauntlet passed straight through Obito's torso, like striking empty space. No impact. No resistance. Not even a ripple, except the wind it made, from the force of the punch, spreading everywhere. Obito didn't slow. He brushed past Gaius in one fluid motion, rain slicing around him as if the world had bent to let him through. Diana was already moving. She cut in from the flank, blade arcing in a clean diagonal meant to carve Obito shoulder to hip. Her strike met no flesh. Only air. Her sword passed straight through him, not even catching his cloak. Obito didn't spare them a glance. Didn't turn his head. Didn't react. His eyes were locked entirely on Itachi. As if nothing else in the battlefield existed. He didn't need to. He reached Itachi. Itachi lifted his head weakly, eyes unfocused, breath short. When he saw the masked figure standing beside him, a small sound escaped him. Madara. Obito knelt down and placed his hand on Itachi's shoulder. Behind him, Gaius and Diana turned at the same time. Obito glanced over his shoulder. His voice was quiet. "I'll kill both of you." There was no shout. No dramatic tone. Just like he said that casually. But even as he said it, he focused back on Itachi. His eye twisted. The Mangekyo spun. And Itachi's body began to dissolve into spiraling patterns of space. Diana's eyes widened. She understood instantly. He's taking him. She rushed forward, raising her sword high and bringing it down in a fast, clean strike. But she was too late. Itachi vanished completely, pulled into Kamui. Only Obito remained. He began phasing his own body out next, ready to follow Itachi. Diana swung her sword. Obito didn't even flinch. His body flickered half-transparent, stopping his escape but keeping him unharmed. Itachi was safe. Primary mission complete. Now Obito looked at Gaius and Diana again, this time without the calm mask he wore earlier. His single eye was colder. Sharper. More serious. Gaius watched him carefully. "He is able to virtualize," Gaius said, voice low. "Similar to how you watched me broadcasting before." Diana nodded. She remembered clearly how their forms could not be touched in that projection. "That means," Gaius continued, "he cannot be damaged in that state. And do not let him touch you. He can absorb us too, just like he did to your opponent." Diana looked at him with surprise. His analysis had come fast, too fast. But she trusted his judgment. Obito heard everything. He froze for half a second. Then anger flashed in his eye. They had seen one technique, just one, and already understood far more than they should. Obito felt something unfamiliar inside his chest. Not fear exactly. But discomfort. He couldn't let this information spread. He couldn't allow these two to become bigger problems. He needed to silence them. His body tensed. Diana moved first. She exploded forward in a burst of speed, boots splashing through the mud as her blade swept low toward Obito's waist. The strike was sharp but controlled, she didn't fully commit. She expected him to slip through the attack again. He did. Her sword sliced through his body like smoke. Obito's arm shot out, fingers reaching for her shoulder, intent on dragging her into Kamui's vortex. But Diana reacted instantly, spinning her sword in a tight, practiced arc. The bronze edge flashed past his arm, forcing him to retreat into intangibility or lose the limb. His hand phased harmlessly through her. Obito slid behind her, feet barely disturbing the mud. He turned fast, trying to catch her back exposed and grab her again. But Diana's instincts were sharper. She shifted her footing and thrust backward without even looking. Her sword shot past her hip, aimed straight for his ribs. Obito's Mangekyo tightened. Again, he became intangible just in time. Her blade passed through him like cutting water. Realizing close range wasn't safe, Obito didn't risk another counter. He retreated quickly, letting the rain cloak his movements as he phased backward, reappearing several meters away with a splash. He raised one hand and flashed through seals, fast and clean. His chest expanded. Fire release. A roaring stream of flames erupted forward, twisting in the air like a living serpent. Then Obito's Mangekyo whirled, pulling the flames upward. The fire spiraled violently, rising into a tornado that screamed across the clearing, melting mud into steaming puddles. Diana didn't move. She planted her feet. She crossed her bracelets. The world detonated. A shockwave ripped outward from her arms, a deep boom shattering the fiery vortex into a burst of sparks. The flames scattered uselessly, dying in the rain. The shockwave continued, rushing straight toward Obito. It passed straight through him. But Diana didn't let the moment lag. She was already chasing the shockwave, sprinting behind it like a bullet. Each step crushed mud into the earth as she closed the distance, her sword lifting again. She brought it down in a clean, decisive arc meant to end the fight. Obito extended his hand toward her, Kamui activating, the space around her shoulder beginning to warp. A shadow appeared behind him. Gaius. He moved like a silent hammer, no killing intent, no pressure, nothing. One heartbeat he wasn't there. The next, he stood right behind Obito. Obito's eye widened, too late. Gaius' punch carved through the air. Obito slipped intangible, but a fraction of a second too slow. The knuckles grazed his shoulder. Even that brush carried force. The ground behind Obito detonated as Gaius' fist struck the earth instead. Mud blasted upward in a geyser, a crater opening beneath them as the shock rattled the clearing. Obito skidded backward, boots sliding through the mud, breath slightly uneven, not from strain, but from realization. These two were actually fast enough to reach him. Even through Kamui. Gaius straightened, warhammer on his back, rain sliding off his golden armor. He should not be able to keep that state forever, he said, voice calm behind the helmet. His tone wasn't mocking. It was simply a fact. Diana nodded, understanding immediately. I see, like the one I fought earlier. All their abilities take a toll on their bodies. Obito froze for a second. They knew. They shouldn't know. And yet, they did. He felt anger rise again, sharper and more personal this time. And beneath it, a thin thread of worry. A problem he didn't expect. They weren't the same as he expected it to be. They weren't predictable. They weren't easy to silence. Obito steadied his breath. His Kamui limit was 5 minutes. His cooldown was only seconds. He could escape anytime. That part didn't worry him. What worried him was something else entirely. The way these two looked at him. Not with fear. Not with doubt. But with understanding. And that made Obito feel something he hadn't felt in years. Pressure. The quiet kind. The dangerous kind. The kind that meant fighting them wasn't going to be simple. And killing them might not be possible. End of Chapter 90, The One Who Slips Through Everything. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, You guys are truly awesome. Chapter 91, You guys are truly awesome. The air shimmered where fire had passed moments ago. Trees stood half-burnt, leaves glowing faintly from heat, their shapes bent by the shockwaves Diana and Gaius had created. Smoke clung to the wet air, refusing to rise. Obito stood alone now. Kisame's crushed body lay behind Gaius. Itachi had been taken. And Obito's single eye glowed brighter than before, the Mangekyo spinning with a sharp, feverish speed. He wasn't angry. Not anymore. What they learned about his power was far worse than wounds or insults. It was dangerous. And he could not allow it to continue. Obito inhaled deeply. Then he formed hand seals, faster than anything he had done so far. Some shinobi used speed to overwhelm. Some used strength. Some used chakra volume. Obito used distortion. Space bent slightly with each seal, a faint warping of the air around him. Even the falling rain bent unnaturally, slipping sideways for a moment before continuing their descent. Gaius tightened his grip on his hammer. Diana steadied her stance. Both sensed it at the same time. Obito's chest expanded. But this was no normal fire release. The space inside his lungs bent, folding and twisting under Kamui's influence. It was as if the fire had no stable shape yet, being pulled apart and reforged inside him. When he exhaled, the world turned orange. A warped spiraling inferno burst outward. The heat was scorching enough to evaporate the rain instantly. The flames didn't aim at Gaius or Diana directly. They swept across the whole battlefield. A giant, distorted arc meant to reduce everything to burning mud. Obito didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted the entire fight erased. Gaius, she called, only to confirm their coordination, not in panic. She didn't wait for an order. Diana sprinted forward, directly into the storm of warped fire. Her boots sank a little in the mud, but she forced her legs through the resistance as if the ground wasn't there. The heat lashed at her armor, burning the air around her. The temperature climbed so fast her armor edges glowed faintly, white from heat. She crossed her bracelets. braced her stance, and slammed them together with all her strength. Boom. A sonic shockwave erupted outward, clean and massive. It cut through the warped flames like a blade, splitting the firestorm down the middle. The parted flames spun off into the trees, burning them into drooping husks. The shockwave didn't stop, it rolled forward toward Obito in a wide, focused arc. The moment Diana created the shockwave, steam burst around them, thick, billowing clouds that blocked sight and reduced angles. But Gaius didn't need perfect vision. He stepped into the steam, his heavy footfalls impossible to track through the dense haze. The weight of his steps was silent, not literally, but deliberately suppressed. He selected each placement of his boots with precision, letting the steam swallow the sound. While Obito braced himself against Diana's shockwave, Gaius emerged silently behind him. He raised his hammer. Not at Obito, but at the ground beneath him. Diana's shockwave pushed Obito back. Gaius struck downward. The hammer hit the ground like a falling star. Crack thump. Earth exploded upward in a violent column. Mud and stone blasted into Obito's legs, knocking him off balance. Even intangible, the sheer displacement of ground forced him to adjust his footing instinctively. That instinct cost him precious seconds of Kamui time. Diana was already there. She blurred forward through the leftover shockwave, sword slicing in a clean arc. She wasn't aiming to cut him, she was aiming to force him intangible longer. Obito phased. But he could feel it now. His time was running out. Inside the mask, sweat mixed with the rain. A sudden throb exploded behind his eye, sharp and white-hot. He dropped one knee into the mud for a brief moment, forced by the strain of maintaining Kamui while dodging two opponents who worked as if they'd trained together for years. His breathing grew uneven. And Gaius stepped forward again, hammer steady. If you stay intangible, you cannot attack us. Diana lowered her sword to her side, ready to move again. And every time you attack, she added calmly, you become solid. Obito froze. They'd figured it out too well. Too fast. A faint bubbling rose from the broken ground. Then another. Then dozens. White hands burst from the mud. Blank faces surfaced next, smiling in that eerie, empty way they always did. White Zetsu clones climbed out in waves, dripping with mud and water, forming a shifting circle around Gaius and Diana. One spoke with a cheerful tone. Obito, you're pushing your limit. Another chimed in. You should retreat. Madara won't like this. Gaius moved first, hammer sweeping through the first Zetsu wave with a single arc. Their bodies snapped like wet branches. Diana carved through the next, sword strokes crisp and controlled, cutting down 3 clones before they even reached her. The Zetsu weren't strong individually, but they were numerous, and their goal wasn't to win. They were buying time. A thick wall of bodies swarmed between Obito and the two warriors. Obito didn't need more than a second. He phased fully, his form dissolving like smoke. His last look at them. Only thought. Pure calculation. Then he vanished into Kamui. Silence. The Kamui dimension stretched endlessly, flat stone, and blackness around. Itachi lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, hair damp with sweat and rain. His skin was pale, his expression calm even in unconsciousness. Obito dropped to one knee beside him. Not from concern. From strain. His breathing rasped through the mask. He removed his hand, and blood poured freely from his eye, dripping steadily onto the stone floor of Kamui. He pressed his palm to the ground, steadying himself. Don't misunderstand. His voice was quiet, steady despite the pain. I didn't save you out of kindness. He forced himself to stand straight, wiping blood from his eye with the back of his glove. I still need you. His breathing slowed. His vision stabilized. He glanced at Itachi. It's not time for you to die. The last white Zetsu fell at Gaius' feet. Diana ended the final one with a clean downward slash. Its half-formed body collapsed into the mud with a soft splash. Silence settled. Rain continued falling, steady and cold. Steam drifted upward from melted earth where Obito's warped fire had struck. Trees were half gone, burned into black, sagging shapes. The clearing looked like it had been struck by a storm and a wildfire at the same time. Gaius scanned the area for any lingering threats. None. If we fight him again, Gaius said, voice firm, we'll win. Diana's lips curved into a small, satisfied smile as she brushed rain from her hair. The exhilaration of the fight still lingered, decades had passed since she'd faced an opponent who pushed her this hard, like Ares. For the first time in years, she felt fully alive, testing her strength and skill to their limits. Agreed, she said, her tone bright and almost laughing, the joy of exertion clear in her voice. They turned toward the forest path where Titus, the blade guard, and Naruto were handling route. Route operatives moved like ghosts through the rainy forest. Silent, disciplined, coordinated. But even ghosts make noise to giants. Titus stood at the front, bolter lowered but ready. Behind him, the blade guard formed a triangle, shields strapped to their backs, heavy swords drawn, pistols holstered at their hips. Rain dripped off their armor in steady streams. Root made the first move. 5 operatives flickered into view around Titus, striking all at once, aiming at weak points that can be seen in the gaps between their thick armor. Underarm. Helmet seam. Knee gap. Ribs. Neck collar. Every strike was perfect. Every strike failed. Kunai snapped like twigs. Poison blades shattered against ceramite. Root didn't even have a second to react. Titus raised his bolter. Thump. A Root shinobi died instantly, chest caving inward. The blade guard stepped in like a wall. One cut down a Root with a clean horizontal slice. Another fired his heavy pistol, one shot blowing through mask, skull, and 3 trees. The last drove his knee into a Root's ribs, broke several on impact, then pinned him to the ground with a downward thrust. Root's morale cracked on the spot. Long-range jutsu. Now. A barrage of ninjutsu filled the forest. Wind blades. Fireballs. Water bullets. Lightning bursts. Earth spikes. They all hit the Marines. They all fizzled or shattered on contact. The armor didn't even flinch. Root operatives stared, stunned. If it had been ordinary metal, it would have been torn apart, but the Space Marine armor was made of ceramite, far stronger than any metal. Nothing they struck could even scratch it. A water dragon surged toward Matoris. A blade guard beside Matoris just shot it down with a bolter. The water splashed uselessly, scattering into the rain. Matoris charged. His axe rose. His axe fell. A Root operative was split cleanly in 2. 3 Root operatives struck almost simultaneously, from behind, above, and the side, their movements like shadows flickering across the rain-soaked clearing with the use of body flicker technique. Titus didn't flinch. A Primaris, stronger and faster than any normal Astartes, he struck with deadly precision and unerring reflexes. The first operative lunged from behind, knife grazing his armor. Titus twisted, grabbed the man's face, and crushed his throat. A wet snap echoed as the operative collapsed into the mud, gurgling cut short. The second dove from above. Titus fired midair, the round striking the chest and sending him tumbling into the mud. The third flanked from the side. Titus pivoted and drove a bolt round into his spine. The body went limp instantly. By the time Titus straightened, the 3 were neutralized. Seconds later, Naruto arrived, spinning a Rasengan into another Root operative, sending him flying into a tree. Titus' gaze remained calm, ready for whatever came next. One blade guard knocked aside a kunai that were thrown at Naruto by a Root. "Good job, boy," he said simply. Naruto grinned a little, despite the chaos. Danzo appeared with precision and urgency, sprinting toward the clearing. The 3 Root operatives lay motionless in the mud. Titus stood among them, calm and unshaken, radiating lethal power. Danzo's eyes narrowed, angry at the scene before him. Humph. As he assessed the gap between them and the survivors. Enough of this, retreat, he barked, and without waiting, he and the surviving Root fled through the trees. Titus and the others didn't move. They let them go. The forest fell silent once more. The blade guard reloaded calmly. Titus scanned the tree line. He said in his steady voice. "Next time, the old one dies." They didn't try to chase them, the enemy's burst speed was far faster. Besides, Gaius's mission was clear, they were to stay in the area and handle any variables that might arise. Naruto swallowed. He had seen it firsthand in Gaius's broadcast before, but seeing it now in his own world, with his own eyes, it was completely different. "You guys are truly awesome." Chapter 93, Chapter 92, The Rain Has Not Ended. Chapter 92, The Rain Has Not Ended. The storm didn't come after the battle. If anything, it grew heavier, droplets striking the ruined clearing with a steady rhythm, like a quiet drumbeat repeating the truth. The fight was not over. Gaius and Diana walked calmly through the steaming field, their heavy steps pushing aside thin layers of mud. The burnt trees around them leaned like broken pillars, their branches still glowing faintly from Obito's warped flames. Neither of them rushed. They walked as if they already understood the next piece of the mission. Diana wiped rain from her cheek, then lifted her mission panel. A panel of their mission current status. She frowned. "Gaius," she said quietly. "Our mission isn't finished yet. The target for avenging Naruto's teacher hasn't been completed." Gaius didn't look surprised. He continued walking, hammer resting against his shoulder. "It should be the puppet controller," he said. "The true one behind the bodies we fought. The one who commanded those corpses." Diana nodded once, understanding immediately. She whispered, "Wouldn't he have taken the chance to escape?" Gaius finally stopped walking. He lifted his head slightly, letting the cold rain hit the surface of his helm. And it seems the one who controls the puppets didn't escape, he said. Diana blinked. The rain still has chakra, Gaius answered. The one who made it is still watching us. Thunder rolled faintly in the distance. Far away, inside the tall metal tower of Amigakure, Nagato sat within his mechanical frame, his thin fingers gripping the controls of his chair. His breathing was heavy, chest rising and falling with effort. The strain of the destruction of all his puppets and the chakra consumed to fight Gaius and Diana took a toll on his already fragile body. But his face didn't show it. His expression remained calm, eyes cold behind the rings of the Rinnegan. Conan stood beside him, soaked from the rain, paper wings folded back. She looked at him with quiet worry, sensing the tension but not the full truth. Nagato kept his sight outward, focusing on the rain falling over the battlefield miles away. With his technique, each droplet carried information. He could feel everything happening. Every death. Every movement. Every surge of chakra. Every step Gaius and Diana took. Conan hesitated, then asked softly. Nagato, is everything okay outside? He didn't answer immediately. His face twitched for the first time, not in fear, but in recognition of reality. The Akatsuki he sent out were gone. His paths were destroyed. And the one he once considered a huge threat had been defeated so easily. He closed his eyes. The Akatsuki is defeated, Nagato said. Conan jerked slightly, shock spreading across her face. What? But, that's impossible. Madara wouldn't allow this. He needs the Akatsuki for his plan. Nagato's eyes lowered. Madara. A pause. Madara is also defeated. Conan's breath caught in her throat. Was he killed? Nagato shook his head faintly. No. He escaped. Conan looked down at the floor. The truth felt unreal, the organization they built, the years of planning, the power they relied on, shattered in a single confrontation. The room fell silent except for the sound of rain striking metal outside. Conan swallowed hard. Then, should we escape, Nagato? Nagato didn't respond right away. He looked down at his hand, thin and shaking slightly. He remembered Yahiko's smile. The original Akatsuki standing together. Their dream of peace. Their vow. Running now would mean abandoning everything. He closed his hand into a fist. Then released it with a slow breath. I will not run, Nagato said quietly. Conan stared at him. His voice held no anger, only resolve and acceptance. He turned to her, eyes softening only slightly. But you, Conan, you will leave. Run from this place. Run far from the war. Live the peaceful life Yahiko once wanted for all of us. Conan shook her head immediately. Tears formed in her eyes, mixing with the rain still dripping from her hair. No, she whispered. I'm not leaving you. Then she steadied her voice. I still have a trump card. Something I prepared to stop Madara if he betrayed us. She clenched her fists. I'll use it on them instead. Nagato looked at her for a long moment. He wanted to insist. To force her to leave. To keep her safe. But through the Rinnegan, he could see everything, her trembling shoulders, her determination, her fear, her loyalty. He saw the same expression she had the day Yahiko died. He exhaled slowly. I see. The rain outside trembled as if responding to his decision. Nagato placed a hand on his chair's controls. Then bring me to them, Conan. His voice was calm, steady. Let's end this. Conan nodded once, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, eyes becoming sharp and resolved. The two prepared to leave. Gaius and Diana stepped out from the ruined clearing and into the forest path where Titus, the Blade Guard, and Naruto stood among the defeated root operatives. The Marines formed a natural defensive line, shields lowered, bolters lowered but prepared to fire if any intruders came. The rain pattered softly against their ceramite armor, rolling off in small streams. Naruto spotted Gaius first and waved. Gaius. Naruto called. The old man you threw back to Konoha showed up again. He came to drag me back, but with Titus and everyone here, we stopped him. Diana smiled warmly at the boy. Is that so? She said, amused by his pride. Gaius' gaze shifted to Titus, who stood in the center of the clearing, bolter held loosely in his hand, 3 root bodies lying at his feet. Report, Gaius said. Titus straightened slightly. We guarded the area, he said. And handled any variables that appeared. Gaius nodded. Good job. The Blade Guard stood silently, forming a wall behind Titus. Their armor was scratched from blades and jutsu but completely intact. Naruto glanced at them with awe, still amazed by what he had seen earlier. Rain continued falling, washing the battlefield clean. But the tension didn't fade. Diana's eyes sharpened. Gaius, she said quietly. He's coming. Gaius turned his head toward the east, the direction where the rain felt the heaviest, almost like extra weight behind the drops. Yes, he said. The controller of the puppets is approaching. Naruto blinked, confused. Who? Gaius looked down at him, tone steady. The one behind your teacher's death. Naruto's breath stopped for a moment. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, The God of Amigakure descends. Chapter 93, The God of Amigakure descends. Titus and the blade guard stood motionless, boots half buried in the softened mud. Diana wiped the rain from her cheek, her breathing steady. Gaius rested his warhammer on his shoulder, watching the field with calm focus. Naruto stood between them, impatience tightening his shoulders. The fight with Obito was over, yet another battle was coming. The one against the men who killed his teacher, Jiraiya. Then the air shifted. Pieces of paper, thin, wet, fluttering, rose from the ground. Some drifted upward, some circled in place. At first, it looked like the wind was simply picking up old scraps from previous fights. But the pieces kept gathering. More and more, spinning into a spiral above the field. Diana frowned. Gaius said nothing, but he braced himself. The loose papers in the air gathered together, folding and spinning in a steady spiral. Bit by bit, they formed a human shape. A woman stepped out of the paper, slowly descending. Her blue hair framed a calm, unreadable expression. Wings of paper folded behind her before melting into her clothes. Conan landed without sound. The forest, the rain, the entire battlefield seemed to hush as her feet touched the ground. Naruto's breath caught. Is she the one who was controlling the puppet? Another Akatsuki, Diana said quietly. Gaius lowered his warhammer and didn't comment. Conan didn't react. Her eyes passed over all of them, Naruto, Diana, Titus, the blade guards, before finally pausing on Gaius. She didn't ask questions or demand explanations. She simply raised her chin slightly, as if acknowledging she'd expected to find them all here. The silence broke again. Heavy, metallic steps echoed from behind. A strange mechanical walker walking toward them. A metal frame, chakra lines pulsing faintly. In its seat, thin, pale, with red hair washed nearly white from exhaustion, sat Nagato. His body trembled each time the walker shifted. His gaze, however, remained sharp. Naruto froze the moment he saw him. That eye. His stomach dropped. He recognized it instantly. This was the one who had been controlling the puppet, not the woman. Nagato's eyes met Naruto's like they had long been waiting to lock. Diana stepped up beside Gaius, shoulders firm. Gaius rested the hammer against the mud and spoke first. So you're the one controlling those puppets. Nagato didn't even look at him. He simply inhaled slowly, then spoke as if addressing the rain itself. You defeated the Six Paths. You defeated the Akatsuki. His voice was calm, almost gentle, though strained with fatigue. But you will not leave this land alive. No anger. No heightening of tone. Just a statement. Conan lowered her eyes slightly, acknowledging the decision without question. Nagato continued, this world must know pain if it wishes to know peace, and that pain will start here. Diana exhaled through her nose, unimpressed. A child, she thought, repeating the scars of past trauma as if they were wisdom. Pain is not peace. Nagato then turned directly toward Naruto. Jiraiya, your master. He paused, letting the moment stretch. He was a man chained to outdated dreams. He failed to grasp the truth. He failed, and fell by my hand. Naruto's eyes widened, shaking with restrained shock. His voice cracked slightly, but not in a dramatic way, just raw emotion struggling to stay steady. You don't know anything about him. Nagato let out a breath that could have been a laugh. I was once a student of Jiraiya. Naruto stopped moving. Naruto's mouth fell open. What? Then why kill him? Because he chose a path opposite mine, Nagato said simply. And he was too stubborn to turn away. Naruto's head lowered, fists trembling. Then, without shouting, without dramatic declarations, he moved. Chakra flared around him. You're wrong about him, he said softly. I don't care what excuses you use. He slammed his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto filled the field. The sudden pressure made even the Marines adjust their footing. Frontline clones charged, kicking up mud and water. Backline clones spread out, forming roiling spheres of chakra, Razengans growing in dozens of hands. Conan took a step forward on instinct. Nagato lifted a hand toward her. Stay. Then he raised his right hand and whispered. Shinra Tensei. The world bent. A violent shockwave exploded outward, flattening every clone in an instant. Clones with half-formed Raisingans vanished like mist. Gaius shouted, "Shields!" The three blade guards surged forward, slamming their tower shields into the ground. The shockwave slammed against them, mud erupting around the barrier. Diana braced behind them, boots sliding slightly in the slick earth, but she held her ground. When the wind settled, Naruto, shielded by the three blade guards, paused for a moment, still shaken from the backslash that had destroyed all his clones. But he was fine. The Marines remained unbroken. Nagato sagged in his chair, breathing loudly. Even using the technique once had drained him heavily. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai hovered above. Only Kakashi could clearly see the events below with his Sharingan. Naruto's shadow clones surged forward, but Nagato's wave tore through them, destroying them one by one. Kakashi watched the four massive warriors fighting alongside Naruto and how they had taken down Danzo. He considered joining the battle, but hesitated. In the end, he neither joined nor tried to stop the fight. And now seeing Naruto in danger, Kakashi turned to Sai. "Fly down." "Now," he ordered. The bird swooped lower. On the ground, Naruto straightened himself again, glaring at Nagato. Nagato stared back. "Nine Tails Jinchuriki, do you know why I do this?" Naruto shook his head once, jaw clenched. Nagato answered, "Because only through great pain will the world learn peace." Before Naruto could speak, Gaius stepped forward. "Enough. We are not here to debate." He lifted his warhammer. Diana moved beside him. Then Gaius charged. Mud flew behind him as he sprinted with speed contradicting his enormous size. Diana ran at his side, faster and lighter, her bracers glinting with rain. Seeing Conan preparing a wall of paper, Nagato forced his frail body upright. This time, he attacked with more force. He knew it would only push Gaius back, and that Conan's jutsu wouldn't affect him. He knew how tough Gaius was, so he struck first, taking the initiative. Shinra Tensei. The second blast was stronger. It struck Gaius head-on. His boots tore deep trenches in the wet ground as he slid backwards, 10 meters, 20, before regaining balance. His armor and body were unharmed, but the power behind the blast cracked the earth beneath him. Nagato bent forward, coughing harshly. He was reaching the limits of his ruined body. Conan rushed to his side. Nagato whispered, "Do it." "Conan." She hesitated only a single breath. "Are you sure?" Nagato nodded once. Conan stepped forward, facing the Marines and Diana. "This technique was meant for Madara, if he ever betrayed us," she said quietly. "But you are a far greater threat." Gaius felt it immediately. The battlefield seemed to shift around him. Grass rustled unnaturally, and the earth trembled. A wave of danger, immense and layered, pressed down on him. It was impossibly dense, yet he felt no immediate threat to himself, only the sense of how dangerous this place had become. He scanned the people behind him. Titus. 3 blade guards. Diana. Naruto. Naruto was the most vulnerable. No time for words. Gaius grabbed Naruto by the shoulder, spun, and launched him upward toward the descending ink bird. He had seen it coming and seized the perfect moment to send Naruto straight into its path. Naruto. Kakashi reacted instinctively, catching him. He had been watching the ground when he noticed Naruto had been thrown here by Gaius. "Go." Gaius bellowed, cold and commanding. "Up." Sai didn't wait for Kakashi's command. He guided the bird upward, its wings beating hard as it rose quickly out of the blast zone. Kakashi held Naruto tightly, still unsure of what the threat even was. Conan spread her arms. The ground peeled open. Paper, endless sheets, rose from beneath the mud, shifting, folding, rearranging. The battlefield transformed into a sea of paper tags. Every sheet glowed faintly at the edges as chakra infused them. Her voice echoed over the storm. Dance of the Shikigami. The Marines took formation instantly. Gaius landed in line beside Titus. Hold the line. Brace for detonations. Titus planted his shield. The blade guards locked theirs into a solid wall. Diana took the central spot behind them, bracing with both arms. Conan's eyes sharpened. Paper person of God technique. The first layer of sheets flickered, igniting with explosive light. And the battlefield vanished into white. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, The Sea of Paper and Fire. Chapter 94, The Sea of Paper and Fire. Conan's paper person of God technique exploded, burning the top layer of mud and water, but it didn't hurt Gaius or the others. White paper floated everywhere, covering the wet ground like a snowstorm. Then the real danger began. The floating sheets of paper did not drift aimlessly. They rose from the mud and soil, coming up from deep layers of the earth. Hundreds, then thousands, then countless sheets spiraled upward, folding, twisting, and arranging themselves. Each one is an explosive tag, meticulously timed, compressed, and positioned. The entire field transformed into a living, breathing ocean of paper, a storm controlled by a calm, blue-haired woman. Gaius' eyes narrowed as he surveyed the shifting battlefield. "Brace yourselves," he ordered, the voice cutting through the patter of rain. Matoris' massive shield slid into position. The other blade guards locked their tower shields edge to edge, forming a nearly impenetrable wall. Diana stepped in behind them, crossing her bracers to protect her upper body, her stance ready for anything. Conan's hands rose in precise movements. Every flick of her wrist sent a cascade of paper sheets flying into new positions. Each sheet's explosive tag hummed faintly with chakra, a promise of destruction if triggered. Without warning, the first wave of detonations began. The outermost layers ignited first. Explosions rolled across the field in staggered bursts rather than a single, overwhelming shockwave. Mud and paper flew in every direction. The Marines' shields bore the brunt. Titus gritted his teeth and roared orders. "Brace. Keep formation. Forward pressure." The three blade guards slammed their shields harder, digging into the mud, creating a dome-like forward defense. Diana's speed became crucial. She darted behind the wall, deflecting sheets of exploding paper with precise blows from her bracelets. Each explosion that would have cut through the formation harmlessly bounced away or detonated safely at the edges. Conan's eyes narrowed. This was more than she expected. The Marines were moving like one organism, a single force capable of absorbing shockwaves designed to destroy. She tilted her head, testing the next level of her technique. The ground itself became a weapon. From below, deep layers of soil, mud, and paper surged upward. Conan triggered the underground detonations, sending geysers of mud, dirt, and paper into the air. The sheer upward force threatened to fling anyone off their feet. Gaius planted his warhammer like a massive anchor, boots digging trenches in the shifting mud. The combined weight of the Astartes kept them grounded. Titus adjusted the angle of his shield to absorb the pressure, while the blade guards mirrored his movements. Diana pushed down with all her strength behind the wall, taking some of the energy of the explosions onto herself to protect the Marines. The blasts were strong enough to have leveled a small forest, but the phalanx held. The formation wavered but did not break. Even Conan was beginning to realize that techniques meant to crush Madara himself were only met with controlled resistance here. Then came the third wave, the collapsing kill zones. Conan's battlefield mind was relentless. Paper layers folded inward, creating vacuum pockets that sucked explosive tags together. Each pocket was designed to detonate in a perfectly timed, patterned grid. The goal was complete annihilation, leaving no gap for escape. Matoris shifted into a forward push. Blade guards angled shields to redirect explosions upward. Gaius struck clusters midair with his hammer, breaking some apart before they could detonate. Diana's reflexes were a blur. She sliced sheets in midair, redirected others with precise strikes, and created openings in the explosion patterns. Her movements left fleeting afterimages that disrupted Conan's targeting entirely. Conan's lips pressed thin. She had expected chaos to overwhelm them. Instead, she was forced to adapt on the fly. They were not just surviving, they were countering. The fourth wave was her most ambitious, mass burial. Thousands of paper sheets fell like collapsing walls, intent on pinning the Astartes and Diana under an unending storm of explosives. The goal was clear: immobilize, isolate, and set up detonations that would leave no survivors. "Hold the line," Titus shouted, lifting his chain's word to meet the falling sheets. The blade guards followed instinctively, forming a solid wall that cut through the paper like a plow. Gaius braced himself, hammer ready, and advanced slowly, anchoring the formation with sheer mass and momentum. Diana acted with unmatched speed. Her sword spun in a near-perfect circle, generating a small wind vortex that pushed back falling paper and explosives. The combination of movement and force prevented burial, keeping gaps open in the relentless storm. Conan's eyes widened in surprise. She had never accounted for such coordination and raw power in a formation like this. Every step, every block, every precise swing of a sword disrupted her plan. Her mouth opened slightly as if to protest, but no words came. Finally, the 10-minute detonation sequence began. Conan had arranged her tags in recursive waves, overlapping blast pockets, timed pressure bursts, and directional shock funnels. If they could survive this, nothing could. The phalanx moved slowly, step by step, shields angled to deflect the force. Their armor absorbed explosions that would have killed ordinary soldiers instantly. Diana leaped to intercept clusters the Astartes could not cover, taking shockwaves directly but keeping her focus steady. As the minutes dragged on, the forest disappeared. The ground was torn into a field of craters, mud and ash mixing with smoke and fire. And yet, through it all, the line of shields held firm. Diana, scorched and breathing heavily, stood unyielding behind them. She could have cut through the sea of paper and escaped on her own, but she stayed, fighting alongside the others. Titus raised his chains word, and Gaius swung his warhammer through the debris. "It seems your final attack has failed you," Gaius said, voice cutting through the haze. Conan froze, stunned. Nagato, too, gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. They had survived what should have been certain death. Nagato whispered, so only Conan could hear, "This is the end, but I'll take all of you with me." Desperation now etched every line of his face. His hands shook as he formed a prayer seal. The ground trembled beneath them, and a black sphere of gravity began to rise, Chibaku Tensei. Blood streamed from his nose and eyes, and his hair bleached even whiter under the strain. Gaius analyzed the situation instantly. The Marines were fatigued and injured, but combat-capable. He could not allow Nagato to finish the technique as that might injure Titus and the others further, or might even be killed. "Fire," he ordered. Bolters cracked, and plasma beams streaked through the air with deadly precision. Nagato reacted instantly, lifting one hand from his prayer pose to deflect the shots with Shinra Tensei. The strain on him was catastrophic, yet the black orb continued to grow. Diana spotted the opening and knew this was a critical moment. She lunged like a spear, sword thrust straight ahead. Rain and smoke blurred her form as she cut through the battlefield. Nagato reinforced the repulsion with Shinra Tensei, stopping her midair, but she pressed forward relentlessly. Conan recognized the threat and leaped in front of Nagato, forming paper barriers, spears, anything to stop Diana. But Diana's determination was unyielding. Her strike hit true, shattering Conan's defenses and driving straight through her, right before Nagato. Conan coughed, blood spilling from her lips, and froze. Diana paused, she hadn't expected this person to sacrifice themselves for an ally. Nagato's technique faltered. The Chibaku Tensei collapsed mid-formation, the black orb losing its shape. Gaius appeared behind him and slammed his hands down, crushing the remnants of the orb, and Nagato's arms, under the force. Nagato did not scream. He merely grunted, shock rippling through him as Conan fell against Diana's blade. "Conan," he whispered. She barely managed a soft breath. "Sorry. Nagato. I couldn't run." Before they had agreed to use her technique, Nagato had told her that if it ever failed, she should escape and live peacefully somewhere far away, letting him stay behind. Conan had agreed. But now, she had broken that promise, sacrificing herself for him. Nagato slumped, exhausted, bloodied, and broken. He looked at Diana and Gaius. "I am defeated," he said, voice faint. "But, she can be saved." Diana withdrew her blade slowly, the storm finally around them beginning to settle. "She is dying." "I struck her heart," Diana said softly, uncertainty and relief mingling in her tone. Nagato nodded, trembling. "I can save her. I will use a Rinnegan technique to bring her back to life in exchange of my life." Diana's eyes widened. "Bring her back." She didn't say yes or no, instead turning to Gaius, leaving the decision in his hands. "Yes," Nagato said, his voice faint but steady. "I will give you my Rinnegan in return." He continued, his words softer this time, "So please, let her go." It was the first time he had ever said please since losing Yahiko. Gaius studied him carefully, weighing the offer. The Rinnegan, the source of this person's power, was formidable, and the Emperor might want to study it for his own purposes. Finally, Gaius spoke. "She lives," he said, voice steady, but under control. "She will harm no one else." Nagato gave a weak exhale. For the first time in the battle, a hint of relief softened his features. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Samsara of Heavenly Life. Chapter 95, Samsara of Heavenly Life. Conan lay still, her chest stained with blood, her eyes closed. Nagato knelt beside her, hands crushed and trembling from the immense strain of his last technique. His body shook with exhaustion, and every breath came with effort. Diana and Gaius moved closer, watching his every move carefully. Nagato might try to use this moment to escape, as many here were capable of unpredictable techniques. Nagato bent over Conan, his red-tinged white hair framing his exhausted face. His lips moved softly, murmuring words only she could hear. "Conan," he whispered. Without his hands, Nagato couldn't normally use the technique without extreme effort. But facing death, he no longer cared. His red-tinged hair bleached fully white as his chakra drained with each passing second, and he completed the technique despite the cost. His voice was weak, almost fading. The immense chakra drain of the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique had left him spent. White energy began to swirl around him and Conan, a gentle, glowing aura that stood in stark contrast to the devastation of the battlefield. Conan's body twitched slightly as the energy reached her. Her eyes opened slowly, and for a moment, she saw nothing but white light. Then, her vision cleared, and she immediately recognized Nagato. Her heart leapt in realization, and she gasped, her voice trembling. Nagato. He looked at her weakly, his voice barely audible but filled with determination. Conan, live peacefully, follow their wills. His gaze shifted toward Gaius and Diana, and she followed it. She understood what he meant. He was entrusting her life to them, asking her to survive, to carry on. Diana gave a slight nod, a silent affirmation that they would honor his wishes. Nagato's voice grew even weaker, almost a whisper. Conan, live, you must live, follow our agreement. And then he was still. The life had left him, leaving only the quiet echo of his final words. He slumped backward, his head resting lightly on the mud-stained ground. Conan blinked, alive but shaken, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she tried to comprehend what had just happened. Gaius stepped forward, approaching Nagato with purpose. His hands extended toward the rinnegan implanted in Nagato's eyes, moving as if he intended to take them forcefully. His golden blue optics glinted through his helm, cold and imposing. Conan, now fully awake, saw the movement and instinctively stepped in front of him, trembling but firm. Wait. She said, her voice weak but determined. Gaius paused, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. He could sense her fear and understanding, the bond between Conan and Nagato. Diana stepped up beside Conan, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She had grown fond of Conan, admiring how she had sacrificed herself to block Diana's blade for her friend. By intervening, Diana offered comfort and protection, otherwise, Gaius might have used harsher measures. Conan turned to Diana, her voice small. Conan, is it? Diana gave a gentle nod. It's part of our deal. We resurrected you and let you go. And you should never hurt Naruto again. Conan's gaze dropped to Nagato's lifeless body. She swallowed hard and nodded slowly. She moved aside, letting Gaius crouch beside Nagato. He worked carefully, hands steady despite the solemnity of the moment, and removed the rinnegan. Every movement was precise. Gaius held the rinnegan in his hands, feeling its faint pulse of energy beneath his fingers. He sensed the power within, but he thought little of it beyond bringing it back to his world and presenting it to the Emperor. He had no use for it himself, though the Emperor might. Thinking about how to contain it, since he had no equipment suitable for storing something like this, an idea came to him. With a thought, he activated the postal system, a system capable of storing and sending items across universes. The rinnegan transformed into white particles and vanished into the system. A private panel appeared before Gaius, visible only to him. Pair of rinnegan, send it to. Or cancel. He scrolled through the list of members but chose to leave the rinnegan in storage, not sending it to anyone. He intended to retrieve it after returning to his own world. Diana watched quietly, understanding the importance of his actions. She spoke softly. Mission accomplished. Gaius opened the mission panel for them both to see. Mission, help Naruto Uzumaki avenge Jiraiya. Objective 1, destroy Nagato's puppets, completed. Objective 2, defeat or kill Nagato, completed. Optional, eliminate any Akatsuki members, 4 eliminated. Gaius confirmed. Completed. Diana had considered pursuing the remaining Akatsuki. They were a threat to Naruto and a danger, but she trusted his judgment and stepped back, letting him finalize the mission. Above them, the sky shifted as a white bird descended gracefully, carrying Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. They landed one by one, their presence bringing a sense of relief and safety to the battlefield. Naruto's eyes first sought Diana and Gaius. Seeing them unharmed, a faint smile appeared on his face. But his gaze soon fell on Nagato's body and Conan, her chest still bearing the marks of the earlier battle. His expression softened, a mix of sadness and understanding. The person who had died was the one who had killed his teacher, his master, his father-like figure, but he held back his grief. Naruto stepped closer to Conan. He looked at her with a warm, understanding expression and said lightly. Are you, pervy sage student too? Conan blinked, a mixture of confusion and sadness on her face. She nodded silently, understanding the connection between them. Naruto smiled, trying to hide his grief and put forward a sense of hope. Then come with me to Konoha. Kakashi hesitated, wanting to say that they couldn't let such a dangerous person stay in Konoha. But when he looked at Naruto, he stayed silent, deciding to leave the judgment to Hokage-sama. Conan hesitated, shaking her head. I cannot. I'll live far away, she said quietly. Naruto tilted his head, his smile unwavering. Why? Don't worry. I'll protect you and ask Granny Tsunade to allow you. Before she could respond, Diana stepped in, her voice firm but kind. You shouldn't refuse. There are still dangers, like Uchiha Madara and other Akatsuki members. With the threats out there, it's safest for you to stay in Konoha. Conan looked at Diana, then down at the ground. After a long pause, she nodded. I understand, she said softly. Naruto's smile widened, a genuine warmth returning to his face. Yeah, he said, relieved. Gaius watched them carefully, ensuring the moment was stable and safe. He then stepped forward, removing his helm to reveal black hair and eyes tinged with gold. Naruto, he said calmly, our mission is now done. We should leave. Naruto's smile softened but remained restrained. I see, he replied simply, accepting the truth of their departure. Diana stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder and hugging him briefly. Don't worry, Naruto. We can always talk. Remember the multiversal chat, she said softly. Naruto nodded, letting a bright, hopeful smile return. Gaius accessed the mission rewards. The first appeared clearly. Warcry of the Emperor, a terrifying vocal ability that channels the sheer authority of the Emperor through the user's voice. When unleashed, it strengthens allies nearby, boosting their reflexes, strength, and resolve, while enemies falter in fear, hesitation, or outright panic. The sheer resonance can rattle bones and shatter morale, making it a weapon as deadly as any blade or gun. The second reward, earned from the optional task of eliminating the Akatsuki, appeared next. Auto-Seal Micro-Repair Layer, a system that slowly repairs small cuts, scratches, and dents in the armor over time. It won't fix major damage, but it keeps the armor in good condition during battles, giving the user a small but steady advantage. While not as powerful as the first reward. Since not all Akatsuki members had been eliminated, it was still understandable, and the abilities remained extremely useful. Gaius glanced at Diana, who had also accepted her reward. He was curious about hers but didn't ask. Above the field, the rain had stopped, leaving only smoke rising from the battle. The sun broke through faintly, casting a soft light on the survivors. Konan, still recovering, stood beside Diana, looking at Naruto. Her face was calm now, resolved. P.S. The reward I chose wasn't meant to make Gaius more overpowered, he's already incredibly strong. Update tongue sticking out. Sorry the chapters were skipped earlier. They didn't upload properly and ended up staying in my drafts, probably because of the internet. I've fixed it now. Thanks so much for your patience, and thanks for reading. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, The Departure. Chapter 96, The Departure. The battlefield was finally quiet. The huge crater left by the 10-minute explosion stretched around them like a scar carved into the earth. Water pooled in the cracks. Chunks of shattered trees and burned soil formed islands in the ruined field. Naruto stood near the edge of the clearing, staring at Gaius and Diana. Rain and sweat soaked into his clothes, making them cling to his skin. Konan stood a few steps behind him, still shaken by everything that had happened. Naruto exhaled softly, then spoke. Are you guys leaving here? His voice was calm, but the sadness in it was impossible to hide. Gaius didn't hesitate. He nodded once, firm and steady. Yes. Our mission is completed. Diana looked at Naruto with gentle eyes. After spending time with him in person, and talking to him through the multiversal chat, she understood what kind of child he was. Naruto was strong, but also deeply emotional. Gaius stepped back, ready to leave. He was about to mentally press the leave button. But before he could disappear, Diana raised her hand. Gaius, she said, stopping him. Before leaving, aren't you curious about my rewards? Gaius froze mid-step. The lights around him flickered and faded. He turned his head slightly, looking at her. I am curious, he said simply. A statement, not a question. Diana smiled. Not smugly, not arrogantly. Just warm and relaxed. My rewards are Aegis of the Mind, and self-regeneration of armor. Gaius' golden-tinted eyes narrowed slightly with interest. The first one strengthens my mind, Diana continued, tapping her temple lightly. And the second makes my armor regenerate small damages on its own. If it ever gets scratched, dented, or cracked, it'll fix itself over time. Gaius considered her words quietly. The rewards given by the multiversal chat. They always match the person. Always filled the gaps. Just like my reward from Saeko's world, mental strengthening, he thought. A reward so powerful it let him resist even the Emperor, stopping him from reading his mind, a feat that had been impossible before. His physical strength had always been unmatched, but his mental defenses had not. He had survived countless near-death encounters caused by sorcery, relying on luck and sheer will, yet his mind had always been a weak point, even if it was stronger than most. Now, that weakness was gone. And for Diana, whose physical strength was overwhelming but her mind might be her weak point, the system had given exactly what she needed. Diana studied Gaius' face, expressionless on the surface but she could tell he was thinking deeply. So she asked lightly. And what about yours? Gaius paused for a moment, debating internally. But there was no reason to hide it. I received 2 rewards as well, he said. One is Warcry of the Emperor. The other grants my armor the ability to self-repair minor damages. Same as yours. Diana nodded and smiled softly. I see. Gaius then turned toward Naruto. He walked forward until he stood right in front of him, towering, armored, and silent. Naruto, he said, his voice steady, I will now leave. And you? He shifted his gaze to Konan. I'll be watching you. His aura flared. It wasn't chakra. It wasn't magic. It wasn't even simple killing intent. It was something heavier. Something older. A crushing weight of a warrior who had survived countless wars, carrying the presence of death with him. A presence that came from facing titans, demons, unknown beings, and entire armies. Conan's knees weakened instantly. She froze where she stood, her breath catching in her throat. Sweat formed on her back as if something monstrous had laid its eyes on her. A creature made of fear and instinct. Something ancient and terrifying. Kakashi felt it too. His single visible eye widened, and a tremor ran down his arm. This aura. Even Orochimaru, the Sannin, the third Hokage, the fourth, the fifth, none of them had an aura like this. This was something else entirely. Something alien and overwhelming. Sakura and Sai were shaking as well, though not as intensely. Sai's expression cracked slightly, his usually calm face tightening. But only Konan carried the full weight. Because she was the target. Gaius did not fear her, but he respected her potential danger. Her paper technique was devastating. If she ever betrayed Naruto or caused trouble, she could destroy an entire area in minutes. Diana sighed softly, then stepped forward and nudged Gaius with her elbow. He paused, then let the aura drop. Konan fell to her knees, gasping quietly, her face pale. Diana spoke gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Konan. He's just concerned about Naruto. Konan nodded shakily. Diana helped her stand. Gaius looked at Naruto one last time. Then his body began to dissolve, light gathering around him until the shape of the towering warrior flickered. He vanished into particles of gold and blue. Even while disappearing, his eyes remained locked on Konan, one final warning. Sakura exhaled shakily. Naruto looked down, a small frown crossing his face, but not too deep. He understood. He always understood. That was who he was. Kakashi stared, stunned, unable to understand what technique he had just witnessed. But Diana only smiled softly. With Gaius gone, she stepped toward Naruto, her expression warm. I'll go now as well, Naruto. And she dissolved into light, just like Gaius, disappearing above the crater and leaving the battlefield quiet once more. Sai blinked, then finally spoke. Should we go back to Konoha now? Kakashi nodded slowly, gathering himself. Yes. Sai, bring out your bird. Sai sighed quietly, emotionless as always. His brush moved, and a white ink bird burst to life, expanding into a large enough size to carry them. Kakashi climbed on first. Sakura followed, Sai jumped on it. Then Naruto. Naruto turned and extended his hand to Konan. Come up. Konan looked at him, still shaky and confused, but she saw his bright, sincere smile, the same smile she had seen on Jiraiya-sensei before. She stepped onto the bird. And the group rose into the sky, flying back toward Konoha. The battlefield was left empty. Only the crater remained. Space folded around him. Then reality shifted. And he was standing in his private chambers aboard the Oath of Rectitude. But before he could breathe a single breath, his vision warped again. The warp itself swallowed him. Colors vanished. Shapes melted. Silence filled the void. And then, a golden sun appeared before him. Massive. Radiant. Endless. Made of pure psychic fire and countless voices. The Emperor. Gaius floated before the celestial presence, and despite there being no floor, he fell to his knees instantly. The sun vibrated, and the countless voices merged into one powerful sound. Rise, my son. Gaius rose. A small portion of the sun separated, a miniature star, glowing like a brilliant shard of divine light. It floated in front of him and spoke with a human-like tone, yet still majestic. Gaius. How was the mission in the other universe? Gaius kept his posture straight. The mission was completed. And I brought something from that world. He opened his system panel, visible only to him. The Rinnegan materialized in his palm, glowing faintly with a purple ripple pattern. The moment the eyes appeared, they floated from his hand automatically, drawn toward the Emperor's presence. The small sun examined them. These eyes use an alien power, it said. A type of energy unfamiliar to this universe. It must be from that world you were in, Gaius. Chakra. Otsutsuki. Alien. The sun expanded. And then transformed. The Emperor appeared in humanoid form, tall and radiant, wearing his golden armor. His gauntlet extended, and the Rinnegan floated into his hand. He infused it with pure psychic power. A wave of repulsion burst through the warp, sharp enough to distort the fabric of space for a brief moment. The Emperor looked at Gaius. "Thank you, Gaius. This may help me further understand the power of life and death." He could already resurrect, command, and restore, but a unique ability was still a unique ability. Even the smallest new knowledge had value in his hands. Gaius placed his fist over his heart, bowing slightly. "For the Emperor." The Emperor nodded once. "Our business is done. I will send you back now. Remember, Gaius. I am always watching over you." Light swallowed him. And then he opened his eyes, standing once more inside the Oath of Rectitude. The mission was over. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, Steel That Breathes. Chapter 97, Steel That Breathes. Days passed aboard the Oath of Rectitude. Gaius spent the time without his armor. It wasn't damaged, his new reward repaired any small cracks or scratches automatically, but he still sent it to maintenance. Not because it needed it, but because he wanted it clean, polished, and checked. Auramite armor deserved proper care. A warrior should respect the tools he fought with. So he trained in the conditioning hall. He wasn't alone. 6 figures trained beside him. Titus, Matoris, 2 blade guards, and 1 primaris. Their armor was undergoing repairs, so they trained without it, wearing only their reinforced undersuits. The primaris, whose armor are not damaged or needed maintenance was only here to train, was in the same attire. The huge room felt like a giant metal gym. It wasn't made for comfort. Everything was built for efficiency: weights, racks, pane rigs, reinforced floors, and wide open space for drills. Gaius was lifting metal blocks that no ordinary forge could have produced. Each one was the size of a small ground vehicle, forged from condensed ceramite steel dense enough to withstand orbital weapon tests. One block alone weighed more than a Land Raider battle tank. Dropping one from even a few meters would crush a Bane blade. He lifted 2 of them. One in each hand. Up. Down. Up. Down. The floor beneath him was reinforced adamantium plating, yet it groaned faintly each time he lowered the weights. His arms bulged with corded muscle, every fiber thick as bundled steel cables. His chest expanded with each breath, plates of muscle shifting under skin that glistened with sweat that sizzled and vaporized the moment it hit the floor from the sheer heat radiating off his body. He passed his 1,200th rep without slowing. Veins stood out along his forearms like molten lines, pulsing with strength that eclipsed even the most enhanced primaris Astartes. He was blessed by the Emperor, of course he was stronger. It was as natural to him as breathing. His grip crushed the reinforced alloy handles a little more with every repetition, metal groaning softly between his fingers. The air around him trembled from the force he generated, each smooth rise and fall of the massive weight sending out a steady pulse of pressure. Loose tools rattled on nearby benches. Dust shook free from the ceiling in faint drifts. Gaius didn't notice. He simply kept lifting, body moving with the calm rhythm of someone performing an ordinary morning exercise, even as the facility strained to withstand the power he released with each rep. Gaius did not strain. He did not grunt. He did not even pause. He moved with the calm, smooth rhythm of a man lifting nothing more than weighted sandbags. Twin hearts pounded. His reinforced veins carried oxygen faster. His enhanced metabolism burned through energy like a furnace. Yet he kept going. Across from him, Titus trained with calm discipline, pushing through a strength cycle of his own. Matoris practiced heavy striking drills, fists bruising dents into training pillars that normal humans would break their bones on. The 2 Blade Guard veterans worked on controlled power swings, adjusting their stance without their heavy armor. Only the Primaris rookie trained differently. He sat cross-legged inside an open-pane stimulator rig, exposed metal arms latched to his shoulders and back, pumping controlled shocks into his nerves. It wasn't torture. It was training. The pain was so intense even a trained soldier would scream instantly. But the rookie didn't move. He didn't shout. He didn't even clench his jaw. He only breathed slowly, eyes closed in meditation. The pain increased again, levels rising slowly until the metal around him hummed. A low groan escaped his throat, but his posture didn't break. The others didn't need pain tolerance training anymore, they had surpassed this long ago. But rookies had to master pain, until pain became nothing more than another signal to ignore. Gaius finished his 2000th lift. He lowered the huge block gently onto the ground. He sat on a heavy metal chair, breathing out, steam rising faintly from his body. His skin glowed with heat, his breath came out in warm clouds. Titus gave him a short nod. Matoris continued his striking drills without pausing. The blade guards switched positions. The rookie held strong in the pain rig, unmoving. Gaius watched for a moment, letting his heart rate slow. He stood up, pushed the sweat from his forehead, and left the conditioning hall. The corridor outside was busy. Serfs moved quickly and respectfully aside when they saw him. Some bowed. Others pressed themselves against the wall to give him space. Gaius didn't mind them, he simply walked through. As he moved, he opened the multiversal chat interface only he could see. Lines of casual conversation appeared. Saeko, the zombies in Tokunosa City are almost cleared. Only a few are left in locked rooms or outside the city. But the streets are safe now. Tony, that's good. How many survivors are there now? I need the number before I send supplies. Saeko, over 600. We're stable. Food is fine, we've started farming and we cleared them all. We only need weapons. Thank you, Tony. Tony, perfect. Hey, Naruto, how are things on your side? A new message popped up. Naruto, I'm training at Mount Mayaboku. I'm getting stronger. But the food, it's insects. Mindy jumped in immediately. Mindy, ha ha ha. Why is the food insects anyway? Naruto, because the people here are frogs. Gaius stared at the chat. He blinked once. Then closed it without a word. He walked toward his private chambers. The door opened automatically, and he stepped inside. Another room led further in, his bedroom. His room wasn't luxurious, it wasn't meant to be. It was functional. Metal walls, organized shelves, a prayer alcove, and a heavy-duty bunk designed for a warrior much larger than any human. Ceramite reinforced frame. Rigid, layered padding. Fire-resistant sheets. Temperature panels inside the frame to stabilize heat or cold. It wasn't soft, but it supported his enhanced body perfectly. Despite having the catalepsian node, which meant he barely needed sleep, Gaius found himself liking the bed. It was simple. Quiet. A place to sit and think without noise. He lay down, letting the frame adjust to his weight. He closed his eyes and breathed steadily. These quiet days continued. Training. Routine. Maintenance. Silence. Until the door chimed. A serf entered, bowing low. Captain Gaius. We have received an encrypted Vox transmission. It seems to be a mission request. Gaius sat up instantly. Then bring me there. Yes, my lord. The serf led him through the ship's corridors toward the command section. Gaius walked with long, calm strides, still in his undersuit, not in armor. When he entered the command room, Matoris was already there, armored and prepared. Beside him stood the Tech Marine, the red-armored Ultramarine, clusters of mechadendrites hovering behind him. Both turned and bowed slightly when Gaius approached. Gaius nodded back, then spoke. Show me the encrypted Vox. The Tech Marine extended a data slate with mechanical precision. This is the message, Captain. I have decrypted it. Gaius took the slate. The mission details unfolded before him. System, Oryx Primaris Planet, Vexellaris, Forge World. A world full of manufactoria, giant production lines, orbital defense hubs, and a warlord titan. Planet Vexellaris is under full Tyranid assault. A splinter fleet from the Hive Fleet Kraken has breached industrial zones and urban areas. Defenses are failing. Casualties rising. A note flashed. Warlord-class Titan Reaper. Currently unmanned, operating on servitor control only. At risk of being overrun. Primary objective. Deploy to Vexellaris immediately and secure the Warlord Titan Reaper until the Princeps arrives with the reinforcements. Secondary objectives. Stabilize Manufactoria. Secure relay points. Slow Tyranid advance for reinforcements. Threat level, high. Gaius lowered the slate. He didn't hesitate. Mission accepted. Matoris straightened immediately. The Tech Marine prepared to issue commands. Gaius turned toward them. Prepare for deployment, he ordered, voice firm and steady. He looked directly at Matoris. Arm your squad. Then to the Tech Marine. Coordinate the ship. We leave as soon as possible. Understood, the Tech Marine replied, metal tendrils clicking as he turned to activate the ship's command systems. Gaius held the data slate for another moment. A Forge world under attack. A Warlord Titan at risk. A splinter fleet from the Hive Fleet Kraken pushing through industrial zones. He handed the slate back and walked toward the arming deck. A new war was waiting. And he would meet it head-on. End of chapter. P.S. Finally, the exams are done. I think I did well. Now, I just need to finish the remaining requirements. Updated, school is now done. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Mindy's Upload. Chapter 98, Mindy's Upload. Mindy was lying on the couch in her room back on her Earth. Her legs hung over the armrest, a bowl of chips beside her, while the screen in front of her showed one of Gaius's old mission broadcasts. She wasn't even watching seriously. It was background noise. She enjoyed the heavy metal stomps, the bolter fire, the way the giant space marines moved like living tanks. It felt like watching action movies, except it was all real. She watched one moment in particular where Gaius and his squad launched from a drop pod and smashed straight into an Iron Warriors-held vessel. Every time she saw the clip, she grinned. That part's so cool. The drop pod punched through a whole plate like it was paper. Then the hatch blew off, smoke rushed out, and the Ultramarine stormed forward with perfect timing, bolters raised, firing in short controlled bursts, blue armor gleaming against the dark metal of the warship. Mindy paused the video. Then a mischievous idea surfaced in her mind. What if I upload just this part? She knew it wasn't some huge secret, Gaius had broadcast the mission live at the time. Anyone in the chat group had seen it. But on her Earth, nobody knew what an Ultramarine was. Nobody knew what a drop pod was. Nobody knew what Astartes meant. It would look like CGI from a movie never released. The thought made her laugh. Without hesitation, she opened her video editor and trimmed the broadcast down. She cut out the parts where people talked, cut out the long tactical exchanges, cut out anything too heavy. She left only the short, 2-minute sequence of the drop pod entering atmosphere. The brutal entry through the enemy warship. The Ultramarines punching through servitors. Gaius smashing an augmented slave's head like a melon. It was clean, fast, and absurdly cool. She exported it, named the file ultramarine_clip. And then created a new YouTube channel. Ultramarine. No profile picture. No banner. No description. She uploaded the video and pressed post. Okay, done. She dusted her hands and stretched. Let's see, maybe 10 views. 50. Whatever. She turned off her PC and went to sleep without thinking about it again. Across her Earth, miles away, a well-known content creator named Zion sat in his studio. 2 monitors lit his face, the LED lights behind him glowing blue. He was scrolling through trending tags, looking for new videos to react to. Baking fails. Comedy. Drama. News. Nothing caught his eye. Then one random video popped up. No title. Just Ultramarine and a thumbnail of blue futuristic armor. What the? Zion leaned closer. This looks like some sci-fi movie trailer. Curiosity won. He clicked. There was no intro. No talking. No text. The video began instantly with a massive drop pod launching from a ship, fire and metal streaking past the camera. What is this quality? Zion said, leaning forward. The pod slammed through a giant armored fortress in space, sparks and debris flying everywhere. The hatch blew open. Ultra-detailed armored giants stormed out like living tanks. Zion's jaw dropped. Bro, there is no way this is fan-made CGI. This looks like a legit Hollywood trailer. One augmented Iron Warrior slave charged at the blue armored figure in front, Gaius, though Zion didn't know the name. The Astartes didn't flinch. He swung one armored fist, meeting the slave midair. The head exploded like a crushed fruit. Zion shouted, "What? The impact. The speed. This looks better than half the movies coming out this year." The bolter shots echoed. Ultramarines moved with flawless discipline. The musicless, raw sound made it twice as intense. Then the clip cut to black. Only 2 minutes and 14 seconds long. Zion stared at the screen. Then he checked the uploader. Ultramarine. No profile picture. No banner. Only one video. 0 other uploads. Wait, what? This is your first video, he said, shocked. Is this from an unreleased film? A game trailer? What studio made this? He immediately commented. What movie is this from? When does it come out? Then he smashed the subscribe button. And he wasn't done. He made a reaction video instantly, him shouting, shocked, analyzing the scene, replaying the punch 10 times. He shared it to his Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Within hours, the clip started spreading. People were asking. Is this Warhammer? No way this is fan-made. Hollywood can't do CGI like this. This is insane. Why does the armor look so real? Is this dude leaking a top-secret movie? By the next morning, the video had gone viral. 3 days later, Mindy returned home after a short mission with her father. She dropped her bag on the floor, turned on her PC, and opened YouTube casually. Then she froze. Eh. Her Ultramarine channel had 40,000 subscribers. Her single video had 5.2 million views. She stared at the screen, mouth open. Huh. She clicked the comments. There were thousands. This has to be from a movie, right? No way this CGI is fan-made. When is this releasing? Uploader about to get sued LMAO. Respect to whoever leaked this. This is the most grimdark trailer ever. Uploader, are you alive? Mindy grabbed her hair with both hands. I didn't think it'd blow up this much. I didn't even edit it that well. It was just a cool clip. Her heart raced. She jumped straight into the multiversal chat. Mindy, guys. Guess what? Mindy, I uploaded a clip of Gaius from his old live broadcast and it reached 5 million views. Diana was sipping tea in her apartment when she saw the message. Diana, what was the reaction? Mindy, they all think it's from a movie, hee. Tony, who had just opened the chat, blinked. Tony, oh, is this okay? Mindy paused. Mindy, okay what? Tony typed slowly. Tony, is it okay to upload Gaius's broadcast to your world, without his permission? Mindy stopped breathing for a moment. Her soul left her body. Mindy, at Gaius, I am sorry I didn't ask for permission, I just thought it was cool, please don't be mad. Inside his private quarters, the multiversal interface blinked open. Gaius read the messages calmly. He responded. Gaius, it is fine. Mindy slumped over her desk in relief. Mindy, thank you Gaius. Gaius didn't mind. He had been broadcasting missions knowing they might be discovered eventually. After learning about the internet in Tony's house, he expected something like this to happen sooner or later. Tony, seeing Gaius finally respond after staying quiet for days, used the moment. Tony, Gaius, are you on a mission right now? Gaius replied simply, yes. Tony grinned behind his screen. Tony, perfect. I made equipment for you. Remember the first time you came here and used me as a flying carrier? I've been thinking about it ever since. Mindy perked up. Tony continued. Tony, it's a flight pack. Connects to your back. Powered by 2 arc reactors. Same flight system as my suit, repulsor thrusters. Tony, 2 main thrusters on the backpack, and 2 to 4 micro nozzles for balance. Tony, high-speed flight for 30 to 40 minutes before heat buildup. I made it to match your weapon loadout perfectly. Gaius read the spec silently. Gaius, thank you. This is far superior to the jump packs we use. Tony smirked. Tony, of course it is. It's made by me, Tony Stark. Then. Tony, Gaius, broadcast it when you use it, okay. I want to see how it performs. I tested it only in simulations. Gaius nodded to himself. Gaius, I will begin a live broadcast before the mission starts. End of chapter. P.S. It's our last day of school tomorrow, so after that I can finally focus on writing. I also need to attend a scholarship orientation at our school, gotta save some money, haha. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Iron Wings of War. Chapter 99, Iron Wings of War. Tony Stark stood alone in his workshop, the warm glow of the arc reactor lights reflecting off the metal surfaces around him. The place was cluttered the way only his lab could be, scattered tools, documents and drawings, holograms hovering in midair. In the center of the room sat the newest creation he had poured his focus into for the last 2 days, a gold and red jetpack, sized for someone far larger than a normal human. It was built for Gaius. Tony wiped a smear of oil from his palm onto a cloth and leaned over the jetpack, tightening one of the reinforced thrusters with a practiced twist. The machine was massive, far too large for any normal human to even lift, let alone wear. Thick armored plating wrapped around heavy internal supports, and wide heat vents lined the back, built to survive temperatures hot enough to melt steel into liquid. He paused for a moment, reaching toward the workbench. 2 arc reactors sat there, both freshly assembled and humming with faint blue light. Tony picked them up carefully and slid them into the protective casing along the jetpack's central spine. The reinforced housing locked them in place with a deep, mechanical click, like a vault ceiling shut. The machine hummed softly. Good sign. Thruster alignment, check, Tony muttered. Power line stable, heat vents okay. Okay-ish. Good enough. He took a sip of his coffee. And immediately regretted it, because. Sir, Jarvis said, voice steady and polite as ever, there is something you may want to see. It concerns the video you instructed me to conceal, I found clips of it circulating on the internet. The live broadcast of Sir Gaius. Tony nearly spit out his drink. How is that possible? Tony muttered. His first thought was Nick Fury. After all, Fury was the only other person who had copies of Gaius's live broadcast missions. Tony had given them a USB containing them. A holographic screen appeared above Tony's workbench. The YouTube interface loaded in a second. The title of the video sat there, glowing almost mockingly. The thumbnail showed Gaius from behind, towering, armored, unmistakable. Tony's eyes widened. Then he saw the view count. 8 million. What, 8 million, are you kidding me? Tony grabbed the screen as if shaking it would change the number. Who uploaded this? Jarvis highlighted the channel. Ultramarine. That was when it hit Tony. He knew that username. Mindy. She was part of the Multiversal Chat. But she was from another world. Everyone in the chat was. Right. He blinked several times. She's not supposed to be in my universe, Tony muttered. Unless. Without another word, he immediately opened the multiversal chart. A bright window opened beside the video. Tony immediately typed. Tony at Mindy. You're from the same world as me. Why didn't you say anything? The message pinged across the chat. A few seconds passed before a small icon popped up, Mindy's avatar, a cartoon version of herself sticking her tongue out. Mindy, winking face with tongue. I didn't want to bother you. And Dad said our problems are different from your superhero problems, so, yeah. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course you would say that. He typed again, fingers tapping quickly. Tony, even then, you should have come to me. Come to Stark Building tomorrow with your father. I'll give you a gift. There was a pause. Then Mindy's reply popped up almost instantly. Mindy, thanks Uncle Tony. Tony stared at the screen. His mouth twitched. Tony, it's Mr. Tony. Not Uncle. Mindy, hee okay Mr. Tony. Tony exhaled slightly and shook his head, genuinely surprised by the discovery. Members of a group chat could exist in the same world, something he had never considered, and therefore never investigated. The realization left him quietly stunned. He knew their goal, to avenge Mindy's mother, who had died because of a ruthless drug lord. The man had framed her father, driving her mother to suicide while she was pregnant with Mindy. Fortunately, Mindy had survived, but her mother had not. Tony decided to help. He would upgrade their equipment, give them every possible advantage, and make sure they could succeed. But now that he knew Mindy and her father were in his world, he could help them. More than they realized. He gave the jetpack one final look. All right, Tony said quietly. Let's send this thing off. He placed his palm on the armored surface. A soft blue glow appeared. Sending package, Iron Jetpack Gaius. A moment later, the system confirmed it. Gaius walked down the long metallic corridor of the Oath of Rectitude. Boots echoing with each step. The ship was preparing for landing soon, and he needed to suit up. He was in his black undersuit, the fabric tight across his massive frame. Ahead, the arming chamber's doors waited. Suddenly, a notification blinked in the corner of his vision. Tony Stark sent you a package, Iron Jetpack. Accept. Yes/no. Gaius didn't accept it yet. Not until he had his armor on. Behind the message, the multiversal chat pinged again. Tony at Gaius, live broadcast now. I want to see you equipping it. Also, did your gold armor change from before? Gaius replied without breaking his pace. Gaius, no, it is still the same. I am not wearing it yet. I am walking to the arming chamber. It was in maintenance. Tony, I see. Another ping. Tony, then will you broadcast now? Diana, do broadcast, Gaius. Saeko, we want to see it live again. Gaius paused a moment. He wasn't planning to stream anything until the mission began. But the requests kept coming. So he answered. Gaius has started live broadcasting. In an instant, holographic projections popped into existence beside him, only visible to him, floating just above the floor. Diana. Saeko. Tony. Mindy. Even Naruto, who appeared bright and cheerful in his orange clothes. They followed beside him like curious spirits. Naruto drifted closer to Tony. Hey Tony. Naruto waved. How are you doing? Tony floated up to him with a grin. How am I doing? How are you doing? Still training with talking toads. Yup. Naruto nodded proudly. I'm in Mount Mayaboka right now. Grandpa Sage says I'm improving fast. Tony gave him a thumbs up. Good. Keep that up. You'll be Hokage one day. Of course I will. Diana smiled at the exchange. Mindy and Saeko waved at each other, and even Tony seemed in a lighter mood than usual, relieved to see that Naruto hadn't been affected by his teacher's death. Gaius continued down the hallway. The heavy doors opened with a hiss. Inside, servitors and serfs stood ready. The room smelled of machine oil and incense mixed together. Gaius stepped onto the central platform. "Shall we begin, Lord Captain?" one of the senior serfs asked respectfully. Gaius nodded. "Proceed." Four serfs lifted the massive left greave using steel hooks mounted on rails. They aligned it to his leg as if handling a sacred artifact. Gaius stepped into it, and heavy clamps locked around his shin and calf. The right greave followed, locking into place with a firm metallic click. Gaius flexed both legs. The servos responded smoothly. Naruto's eyes widened. "That's so cool." Saeko nodded quietly. "Very ceremonial." Tony muttered, "This looks like a holy ritual." 6 serfs and 2 servitors moved forward, pushing the torso piece suspended on a chain system. The golden chest plate gleamed under the chamber lights. They lowered it over Gaius, guiding it with careful hands. The armor sealed with a deep mechanical hiss. Internal systems powered on, glowing faintly through the etched lines of auramite. Diana watched closely. "Is this how all your armor is equipped?" Gaius answered simply, "It is tradition." Indeed, it was a tradition. There were faster ways to equip oneself if needed, but since it wasn't required this time, there was no need to follow them. 2 serfs each carefully slid the arm pieces over Gaius's forearms, locking them into place. Fiber bundles and internal cables connected automatically. Purity seals were added with slow, practiced movements. A senior serf approached, kneeling as he lifted the helmet with both hands. The helm shone like polished gold. Gaius took it gently, placed it over his head, and sealed it. His HUD flashed alive with clean data streams. Mindy whispered, "This feels like watching a hero movie." Saeko nodded at what Mindy said. Gaius's armor didn't need an external backpack like standard Space Marine armor. Its power came from an internal core, closer to a custodian's suit, humming softly with golden light. When the system connected fully, the entire suit felt alive. The ceremony ended. The servitors stepped back. Gaius stood tall, fully armored, every plate perfectly aligned, polished and glows. Tony let out a low whistle. "This looks so holy I feel underdressed." Naruto practically sparkled. "Gaius, you look awesome." Saeko smiled softly. "It's beautiful." Diana nodded. Tony is right. Gaius simply stood in silence, armored and ready. The notification still hovered at the edge of his vision. Package, Iron Jetpack, pending acceptance. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The Fall of Vexillara's Forge World. Chapter 100, The Fall of Vexillara's Forge World. Package from Tony Stark, Iron Jetpack, accept. Gaius stood alone in the arming chamber, golden armor fully sealed and humming with power. The ritual had ended, the serfs knelt in a semicircle around him, awaiting orders. He stared at the notification for a brief moment. Then he accepted it. Package accepted. A burst of light, soft, blue, and clean, flashed in front of him. The serfs gasped. Some flinched. Others dropped to one knee, thinking a hostile warp entity had manifested. In a blink, a massive gold and red jetpack materialized on the arming platform, landing with a heavy metallic thud. Several serfs recoiled, hands going for emergency purity seals. The Emperor Protect. It's an enemy warp artifact. One servitor raised a mechanical arm in defense. Gaius lifted one palm calmly. "This is mine." The room froze instantly. Every serf lowered their head in shame, realizing their mistake. They bowed in unison. "Forgive us, Lord Captain." They weren't truly at fault, far from it. They had just exited the warp, their senses still settling, and none of them had ever seen an object simply appear out of thin air before. Gaius stepped toward the machine. The jetpack gleamed brilliantly, sleek gold frames, reinforced red plates, deep thruster vents, 2 arc reactor cores housed safely in armored casings. Stark's design felt almost like a relic, yet carried a foreign, modern sharpness. Tony Stark floated beside him, positioning himself in front of the jetpack. Tony grinned. "All right, big guy, listen up. You don't need tools. You don't need a servitors. Just," he mind grabbing something heavy, lifting it, and swinging it behind his back. Tony made sure to exaggerate each step. "Pick it up, swing it back, and it'll attach automatically. Your armor will do the rest." Gaius observed the gestures silently. Then he copied them. The jetpack weighed around 240 kilos, but Gaius lifted it as if it were nothing more than a cotton. When he swung it behind him, the pack's armored casing split apart with a clean mechanical hiss, unfolding and reshaping itself into a harness of interlocking plates. Each segment slid into place with precise clicks, wrapping around his back and shoulders like a custom-fitted exoshell. They wrapped over Gaius's auramite chest plate like living metal. Clack clunk lock. The armor recognized the new system instantly. Power streams synchronized. The pack hummed. Pressure locked. Tony floated closer, pointing at a small recessed switch hidden beneath two overlapping plates near Gaius's lower back, a button nearly impossible to press accidentally. This one, Tony said. Emergency release. Press it, and the pack detaches instantly. Drops to the ground. Only you can activate it. Gaius examined the feature quietly. Thank you, Tony. Tony smirked. You're welcome. Mindy crossed her arms, looking at Gaius's back. That jetpack looked insanely heavy. Is quite big but perfect for his size. She let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. Tony gave a small grin, lifting one shoulder in a casual shrug. Well, you know. My work tends to improve people. The serfs bowed again as Gaius stepped past them. Diana, Naruto, Saeko, Mindy, and Tony's forms followed him like a silent escort. Gaius left the arming chamber. He walked through the long hallway, boots heavy and clear against the steel floor. Ahead, the massive blast doors of the drop pod launcher opened, releasing cold air and the echo of engines warming. Inside stood Titus, Matoris, and two Blade Guard veterans, already fully armored. No words were exchanged. They simply nodded, soldiers who understood each other without speaking. Gaius stepped into the drop pod. The others followed. The door sealed. Naruto grinned wide. This is so cool. I'm getting excited already. The ship's machine spirit roared. The clamps released. The drop pod launched like a meteor. It tore out of the Oath of Rectitude's launch bay and into the open void. Bright flames trailed behind it, streaking through space as it plummeted toward the ravaged world below. Vexellaris, a forge world that had once been a towering city-planet of factories and foundries, now lay in ruin. Smoke and fire scarred its surface, and orbit was swarmed with massive Tyranid bioships, moving together like a writhing, living cloud, blotting out the stars. The pod cut through them. The machine spirit controlled every thruster, swerving past falling spore mines and massive shadow organisms large enough to swallow tanks. Naruto leaned forward, eyes wide. Those things are enemies. They're flying. The drop pod screamed toward the surface. Impact alarms blared. The ground rushed up to meet them. The Titan hangar floor, a vast steel canyon built to house war machines the size of skyscrapers. The pod hit. Boom. A crater formed. Shockwaves ripped outward, tearing hundreds of Tyranids apart like they were made of paper. The hatch blew open. Titus and the Blade Guard stormed out first, bolters raised, firing disciplined bursts. Thud thud thud. Alien bodies fell in piles, slick and mangled. Gaius stepped out last. Slow. Unhurried. Warhammer in hand, jetpack glowing faintly behind him. The Tyranids screeched and surged forward. Tony, noticing the creatures, frowned with curiosity and activated the chat's identification ability on the nearest one. A window appeared. Tyranid Gaunt, Biomorph class. Basic description: Gaunts are the most common Tyranid frontline creatures. Fast, numerous, aggressive, and disposable, bred to overwhelm enemies in sheer numbers. Individually weak, but deadly in swarms. Tony squinted. Huh. The most common one. Mindy's eyes widened in horror. Wait, that's basic. They're basically a swarm. Saeko exhaled softly. This swarm, it's like a horde of zombies. So many, and completely overwhelming. Diana's expression tightened. If this is just the most common type, then this enemy is far more dangerous. Tony frowned and spoke up. Yeah. And these aren't even the big ones. They had already seen the Tyranid fleets in orbit. They looked like a massive, writhing living organism, but the creatures had been too far away for the identification system to register. Gaius lifted off the ground. Using the jetpack for the first time, he wasn't entirely sure if he could control it properly. He took a cautious step forward, and then tried it. It wasn't a leap. It was a smooth hover, the thrusters humming with clean, steady power. He rose several meters into the air, then cut the upward thrust. The jets rotated downward. The entire jetpack flipped its output. Boom. Gaius descended like a falling star, both hands gripping his warhammer, the weight of his armor adding to his momentum. He struck the center of the horde. The ground ruptured beneath him. Everything within dozens of meters was vaporized instantly. A shockwave blasted outward, the force driving into the metal floor beneath and sending a deafening roar through the area. Hundreds of Gaunts were flattened in a single impact, a massive portion of the horde wiped out in an instant. Tony raised both eyebrows. As expected. Naruto blinked. Expected of what? Tony smirked. Expected of me, Tony Stark. Everyone else ignored him. Titus and the others advanced. They switched from bolters to melee, chain swords, power swords, and Matoris's double-edged axe. The formation tightened, clearing the sides and rear while Gaius drew the majority of Tyranid aggression. The swarm tried to overwhelm him again. A lone gaunt broke from the horde, charging from behind. Gaius turned slightly. He didn't bother using the hammer. He simply slapped it. The creature's head exploded like rotten fruit. Then Gaius flew again, blasting upward, before slamming down into another dense cluster of Tyranids. A second meteor strike. Another clearing of the battlefield. Titus and the blade guards kept pace from behind, but maintained distance. They knew getting too close meant being caught in the shockwave. Saeko watched quietly. Tony's jetpack, it made Gaius even stronger. Diana nodded. He's far more threatening than before. With the jetpack, his mobility is much higher. Mindy grinned. He's like a flying tank. Tony stretched smugly. You're welcome, world. Naruto shouted, Gaius. That was awesome. Gaunts flooded the hangar from all directions, but Gaius didn't stop. He adjusted the jetpack settings, letting it push him forward just above ground level, gliding, not running, his armor no longer touching the floor. He became a moving battering ram. With each swing, bodies flew. With each strike, shockwaves shattered metal tiles. With each burst from the jetpack, he cut straight lines through the swarm like a golden spear. Once his path cleared, he looked up. A towering steel skyscraper, a Titan temple, stood in the distance. Even from here, he could see it. That was their destination. He raised his warhammer. The others regrouped behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Titan. Chapter 101, Titan. Forward, Gaius ordered, his voice steady. Titus and Matoris formed up at his flanks. The blade guard moved behind them, spreading outward to maintain a protective formation. Their boots clanged against the steel plating of the ruined industrial platform, echoing across the massive, open structure. Sparks flickered from exposed conduits, and the distant screech of Tyranid creatures carried across the open space. The Multiversal Chat members walked with them. Only Gaius could see them, but they stayed close, moving naturally as if occupying the same physical space. Tony walked, Mindy hopped lightly as she followed, Saeko moved calmly, Diana observed every corner, and Naruto scanned ahead with bright, curious eyes. Gunfire cracked in the distance. Gaius paused. The formation stopped just as quickly, following his lead without hesitation. More shots followed, rapid galvanic fire, sharp and crisp against the backdrop of organic screeches. Contact ahead, Titus said. They moved toward the noise. A squad of Skitarii rangers was pinned behind a stack of twisted metal crates and debris, red cloaks torn, armor plates dented or cracked. Several rangers lay dead nearby, bodies ripped open, limbs partially devoured. Smoke and dust swirled in the open air, illuminated by flickering industrial lights and the pale glow of the sky above the platform. A tech priest stood at the rear, firing a lost gun at the gaunts swarming across the open platform. The creatures crawled along steel walls and shattered catwalks, hissing as their claws scraped against the metal. One gaunt lunged straight toward the tech priest. Gaius stepped forward. His warhammer lifted smoothly, then swung down in a single, precise arc. The strike hit the gaunt with perfect force, crushing it instantly. It was so controlled that not a single drop of the Xeno's blood sprayed toward the tech priest. Titus and Matoris fired disciplined bursts, each shot piercing a gaunt's skull or spine, dropping them before they could reach the rangers. The blade guard joined in, their pistols tearing through the Xenos one after another. With the Astartes present, the tide shifted immediately. The Skitarii rallied. They tightened their formation, adjusting to cover Titus' flank. Every galvanic round was precise, each shot landing with machine accuracy. Within moments, the last gaunt fell, twitching briefly before going still. Silence returned. The tech priest straightened slowly, lenses focusing on Gaius with faint clicking sounds. The angels of the Emperor, he said mechanically. Gaius nodded once. Clear the surroundings, he ordered. Titus and the blade guard spread out, sweeping nearby halls. Brief bursts of gunfire echoed as they eliminated the last stragglers hiding in shadowed corners of the ruined platform. The perimeter secured, Gaius approached the tech priest. The Skitarii stepped aside respectfully, their movements stiff but disciplined. The tech priest ordered the Skitarii to bow to the angels of the Emperor, a gesture of respect. The Skitarii lowered their heads obediently, moving in unison. The tech priest then spoke to Gaius. Your assistance is noted, Space Marine. State your purpose in this sector. His voice was precise, mechanical. The armor Gaius wore was crafted from auramite, yet designed in the familiar Space Marine style. The Ultramarine symbol gleamed on his pauldron, but the golden plating was solid auramite rather than standard ceramite. The tech priest paused, confused. He had never seen an Ultramarine like this, and he did not recognize Gaius at all. Gaius ignored the question. Where is the Warlord-class Titan Reaper currently located? For a moment, the tech priest seemed to snap out of his trance, his mechanical lenses focusing intently on Gaius. The Titan remains where it is most needed by the Omnisia. It was not an answer, it was carefully measured, evasive. The choice of words, the subtle hesitation in his movements all indicated avoidance rather than disclosure. He was deliberately withholding the information Gaius sought. Behind Gaius, the multiversal chat reacted. Tony rubbed his chin. Hold on, what is this Titan thing? Is it like a mecha? Mindy's eyes lit up. Mecha. Saeko nodded politely. It might indeed be a mecha, she added, especially given their surroundings of metal structures and the presence of augmented tech priests and Skitarii. Naruto looked confused. What's a mecha? Mindy turned to him seriously. It's like Mr. Tony's armor, but very big. Naruto blinked. That's awesome. Diana watched their interactions with a small smile but said nothing. Gaius returned his attention to the tech priest. Bring us to the Titan. Our mission is to guard it until the Princeps arrives. The tech priest tilted his head. Identify yourself, Space Marine. I am Captain Gaius of the Ultramarines. The tech priest processed this. Ultramarines were known, respected. A captain, especially commanding Blade Guard, held authority even the Mechanicus rarely challenged. But this golden armor, he did not recognize. Still, he bowed slightly. If your mission is to guard the Titan, then assist me. I am heading toward its location. Then follow my command, Gaius replied. And give us the directions. The tech priest accepted silently. He pointed forward, toward a massive structure visible through a broken section of the platform, a tall steel skyscraper with dark smoke rising from its side. The ruined forge world stretched outward, with damaged platforms, scorched spires, twisted metal, and tyrannid bodies scattered across the ground. The Titan currently resides in the Titan hangar. It was undergoing maintenance before the Xenos attack disrupted operations. Gaius looked ahead. Then we move. The path should have been straightforward. Instead, when the group turned down a broken transit corridor, a thick wall of greenish, swirling miasma blocked their way. The floor was littered with Skitarii corpses, some still, others half dissolved, metal fused with corrupted flesh. Titus tapped the side of his helm. Toxin saturation reading high. Matoris added, Astartes can push through it. The tech priest did not argue. The miasma is too thick. We should go around. Gaius considered moving through anyway. He, Titus, and the Blade Guard could cross the miasma without trouble, but the Skitarii could not. The tech priest observed him quietly, reading the situation. You require me to enter the Titan hangar. It is locked. Only I can open it. That ended the thought immediately. I see, Gaius said. We take the long route. The group changed direction, following the tech priest around collapsed bulkheads, scorched platforms, and fallen catwalks. As they advanced, a faint rumble shook the metallic floor. Naruto looked up. Is that an earthquake? Tony's projection frowned. No, that's too rhythmic. Something is moving up there. From cracks in the walls and shattered ceiling, tiny spores drifted down like drifting snow. The tech priest paused. Biosignatures increasing. Multiple. Far ahead, shadows shifted across the broken platforms, small at first, then growing larger with each movement. The hive fleet was reacting, spreading tendrils of influence through the area, adjusting its formations. The hive mind had detected it. Gaius could feel it and sense it, they are coming in countless number. The hive mind knew exactly where he was heading, and it was already marshalling every available force to stop him. It would not allow them to reach the Titan without a fight. They reached a wide platform, open and exposed, sloping downward toward the hangar. The air felt colder here, carrying the metallic scent of scorched steel and burnt machinery. Gaius's instincts tightened. Far in the distance, shapes crawled over collapsed scaffolds and twisted metal walls like spilled ink. Ripper swarms. Hormigons. Termagants. Countless of small bodies surged, scrambling over each other, forming a growing wave that moved with singular purpose. Titus noticed it. Captain. Movement ahead. Gaius looked toward the forming swarm. The hive mind already knew their objective. If they reached the Titan and held it until the Princeps arrived, the efficiency of the Tyrannid's planet-consuming operation would be slowed. And it was gathering everything nearby to stop their march. Gaius lowered his warhammer into his hand, grip firm. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, The Ramp, the Swarm, and the Warcry. Chapter 102, The Ramp, the Swarm, and the Warcry. The tech priest was the first to stop moving. His optical lenses widened and focused ahead as he saw it, the countless Tyrannids converging toward their position. His metallic feet scraped against the balcony as his lenses zoomed to maximum range. 1 click, 2 clicks, 3. Every lens snapped wider. Then he raised his voice, sharp and mechanical, loud enough that even the Skitarii stiffened. Proceed with haste. Incoming swarm. He turned and ran without hesitation, robes flapping wildly behind him as his mechadendrites pointed in the same direction, toward a rising industrial ramp connected to a higher platform. The Skitarii obeyed immediately, forming disciplined ranks as they followed the tech priest. Titus frowned but did not follow after them. He remained in place, waiting for Gaius' command. Gaius didn't speak at first. He simply stared at the swarm for a few long seconds. A wave. No. An ocean. Countless Tyranids crawled, sprinted, and hurled themselves over broken metal and twisted piping. Hormagaunts skittered in the front ranks, gaunts and ripper swarms filling every gap between their claws. Behind them, larger silhouettes forced their way through the press of bodies, driving the mass forward. All of them were converging on this single tower. Naruto swallowed. Is that all of them? Mindy stared with wide eyes. This looks like a zombie movie, but alien. And a lot worse. Tony Stark's eyes widening. Oh, no. That's not a swarm, that's a biological tsunami. Why are there that many? Saeko focused on the sight below, unable to stop a flicker of worry for Gaius, though she kept silent. Gaius turned and strode after the fleeing tech priest. Move. Titus, Matoris, and the blade guard followed right behind them, boots thundering on the metal path. Naruto kept close to Gaius's side. Diana sprinted with smooth steps, no hesitation in her movements. The tech priest waited until they reached the ramp, then slammed his metal palm onto the control box. A deep mechanical rumble shook the structure. Massive pistons activated. The entire ramp began to rise, lifting the squad higher and higher above the ground. At first, Gaius thought they were being taken to a sealed safe zone. But as they rose, he saw the truth. This wasn't a bunker. It was a defensive platform, exposed on all sides, attached to the outer wall of the Titan hangar like a fortified balcony. The tech priest hadn't led them to safety. He had led them to high ground for a more defendable place. Gaius said nothing. The tech priest was doing his best. That was enough. At full height, the ramp locked into place with a heavy metallic clang. They now stood 15 to 20 meters above the ground. The platform was built from dark, oil-stained ferrometal, reinforced by thick support beams and scaffolding beneath them. The grated floor clanged loudly with every step, echoing through the structure. But from here, they had the perfect view of the swarm. Naruto's face showed worry for Gaius's safety. That's a lot. Mindy whispered quietly, don't worry. Gaius is strong. He can handle this. Diana nodded slightly. Indeed. There's no need to worry about Gaius. Below, the Tyranids finally reached the hangar supports. Hormagaunts leaped first, jumping high, claws digging into metal beams. Others ran up the scaffolding, bodies shifting in unnatural ways. A few gaunts fired living projectiles upward. Titus stepped to the edge. Ready weapons. Bolt rifles raised. Fire. A storm of heavy rounds blasted downwards, tearing apart the first climbers. Matoris joined in with loud bursts of his plasma gun, shredding anything that tried to leap over the railing. The blade guard fired disciplined volleys, then switched to melee as the first claws began reaching the edge. Skitarii lined the far side of the platform, firing non-stop, each shot cold and mechanical. But more Tyranids kept coming. Too many. A Ravener vaulted upward and landed with a heavy crash. Titus brought his boot down, crushing the gaunt's head before it could rise. 3 more gaunts climbed over the railing behind him. The blade guard met them with swift, precise strikes, cutting them down instantly. Matoris seized another by the tail and hurled it back to the floor. Still, the swarm didn't stop. It only got thicker. And thicker. Titus sent a full-force kick into a leaping Tyranid, launching it over the edge. Gaius hadn't moved. He wasn't shooting. He wasn't striking. He was watching. Calculating. The supports were filling with Tyranids. The ground below swarmed with reinforcements. The entire horizon crawled with living bodies. This wasn't just a wave. It was a flood. Normal firepower wouldn't last. He breathed in slowly. It was time. Gaius finally stepped forward. Titus saw the movement and immediately widened their defensive line. Make space. The blade guard shifted. The Skitarii instinctively straightened. Even the tech priest sensed something change. Gaius planted his feet. Lifted his warhammer. And inhaled. Brace yourselves, he said calmly. Then he roared. A single, thunderous war cry. It wasn't just loud, it felt like the sky tore open. A blast of force exploded outward, rattling the platforms and shaking every beam. The sound carried weight, divine authority, like a command that living things were not meant to resist. Tyranids froze everywhere. Those on the scaffolding lost their grip and fell in waves. Those climbing the walls collapsed instantly. Ripper swarms curled up, stunned. Gaunts shrieked as their instincts overloaded. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of Tyranids dropped like a collapsing tide. Only the strongest bioforms remained standing below, and even they stopped moving, trembling. The war cry of the Emperor was a reward from the Naruto world. Gaius used it for the first time, testing its full power against the enemy. The Multiversal Chat members exploded. Tony's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible, he stammered, staring at the display of raw power and the deafening roar. Naruto stared at Gaius, his eyes sparkling. The worry that had clouded his expression vanished in the wake of that roar. That was so cool. Mindy followed immediately. Yes. That was awesome. Saeko gave a small, approving nod, silently agreeing with Naruto and Mindy. Diana stepped beside Gaius. This is the reward he earned from helping Naruto avenge his teacher. Tony blinked, taking a steadying breath. I see, that explains it. Still terrifying, though. With that ability, Gaius could not be defeated, even if the enemy outnumbered him countless times. Numbers were meaningless against him. And with his allies, the Tech Priest, the Scitarii, Titus, and the others, seemingly unaffected, the power of the warcry became even more overwhelming. Titus and the Blade Guard nearly knelt, feeling as if the Emperor himself had descended, awed by the roar of Gaius. The platform was quiet except for the distant echoes of falling Tyranids. Below, only the strongest remained. Carnifex-sized forms, warrior strains, and a few large beasts. Gaius stepped onto the edge. Activated his jetpack. Then he launched downward like a comet. With the assistance of the jetpack, his momentum grew even more powerful. The air cracked from the force of his descent. He hit the ground with a hammer strike so powerful the shockwave flattened the remaining Tyranids, cracking the earth beneath them and sending bodies tumbling in all directions. Dust. Silence. Stillness. The last of the swarm in this area was gone. On the platform, the Tech Priest's lenses stopped moving completely. He had expected a brutal siege. He had expected half of them to die. He had expected hours of fighting. He had expected a war of attrition. Instead, the Ultramarine captain in golden armor had destroyed the swarm almost alone. The Tech Priest's entire understanding of Astartes' power shifted. This unit underestimated your combat capability. Gaius looked up from the ground, calm as ever. We move. The Tech Priest snapped out of it and lowered the ramp immediately. This time, he followed with absolute obedience. They descended and regrouped around Gaius. But the battle wasn't over. From the far horizon, more Tyranids moved in, bigger shapes, heavier footsteps. Carnifex. Warriors. A brood of Genestealers moving like shadows. The hive mind had adapted. The next wave would be harder. They reached the massive gate, an armored plate thick enough to survive orbital fire. Deep scratches and acid burns covered the metal, proof that the Tyranids had tried countless times to break through. The Tech Priest rushed to the side panel. Stand by, verifying machine rights. The gate required Mechanicus biometrics. New sphere verification. Cogitator imprint. A full right of entry. No outsider could open it, only a Tech Priest with proper authority had the access. Gaius stepped beside him. Open it. The Tech Priest complied instantly. Massive locks disengaged. The gate rumbled open. They stepped into the Titan hangar. The gate slammed shut behind them. The swarm remained outside. For now. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, IT watches only Gaius. Chapter 103, IT watches only Gaius. The gate slammed shut behind them with a metallic boom that echoed deep into the chamber. The sound rolled through the massive space like distant thunder, slowly fading until only a low hum remained, the heavy vibration of dormant reactors buried beneath the metal floor. Outside, muffled screeches and dull impacts shook the walls, but here inside, it felt like they had stepped into another world. A world of steel, faith, and silence. The Titan hangar was enormous, far larger than anything they had entered before. The ceiling rose so high it disappeared into darkness, crisscrossed with scaffolding, chains, and hanging cranes. Red lumen strips flickered weakly along the walls as the Tech Priest walked deeper inside, their dim glow stretching into long streaks of crimson across the metal surfaces. Servo skulls drifted overhead, each carrying small parchment rolls and tiny incense burners. Thin trails of scented smoke followed them as they moved, circling the hangar in slow, steady patterns. Mindy watched the floating servo skulls and shivered. She knew they weren't ghosts, but real skulls augmented with machines. Even someone like her, who fought and killed gangsters, couldn't help getting goosebumps. The Scitarii followed the Tech Priest, then moved aside to join the other Scitarii already on standby inside the hangar. The tech priest leading Gaius and the others turned to him. Captain Gaius, I will now remove myself and attend to my duties. Gaius nodded in acknowledgement. The tech priest then moved on, leaving them to continue. The other tech priests inside the hangar were numerous, but all busy, muttering diagnostics, updating internal cogitators, and inspecting the holy seals of the facility. Only one tech priest appeared to rank higher than the others. Most of his flesh was gone, replaced entirely by machinery, marking him as something far more augmented and authoritative than the rest. He approached Gaius slowly, his footsteps metallic and uneven, like gears grinding inside his legs. His voice crackled through a vox grill mounted on his throat. Identify, designation. Ultramarines. State your purpose in this sanctum. The word Ultramarines came out with a hint of hesitation, his optics lingering on Gaius's auramite armor. Only the insignia on his pauldron confirmed his identity. Gaius stepped forward, reached up, and removed his helm with a soft hiss of decompressed air. My name is Captain Gaius of the Ultramarines, he answered calmly. We are here to guard the Titan and secure this hangar until the Princeps arrives with reinforcements. The tech priest paused. His optical lenses rotated 3 times, click click click, processing the statement. Then his head dipped slightly. Then, you are here to stay. The Titan resides deeper within the inner sanctum. It is stable and sealed, and maintenance has been completed. No xeno life form has breached this far. Gaius nodded once. I see. Then we hold here. Their primary objective had always been the Titan. Everything else was secondary. Even if the Forge world outside was falling apart, even if the Tyranids devoured everything they could reach, none of that mattered more than keeping the Titan from being lost. Naruto floated a bit higher, his projection shimmering slightly as he gazed around with childlike wonder. This place is huge, like a temple made of metals. Mindy drifted beside him. And creepy, but cool. Mostly creepy though. Tony rotated in midair, arms crossed, watching servoskulls drift above them. This tech, it's advanced, but also old. High-tech but primitive at the same time. How does that even work? Saeko stayed close to Gaius, her voice quiet and observant. It feels religious. Like a place of worship, but for machines. She glanced at the countless parchments, the drifting incense, and the tech priests who seemed praying. Diana nodded. That is a fair description. They could not stray more than 10 meters from Gaius, but even within that range they marveled at their surroundings. The hangar felt sacred. And heavy. And alive. But the moment of calm didn't last. Outside the massive gate, the Tyranids continued their assault. The metal buckled slightly under constant blows. Acid hissed where it struck the reinforced plating. Ripper swarms tried to squeeze through gaps that didn't exist. Larger creatures slammed their bodies against the wall, testing its strength. But the gate held. An hour passed outside, though inside only minutes seemed to move. The assault outside didn't stop, not for a breath. The Tyranids battered the metal relentlessly. Yet the hive mind was not foolish. After trying the same pattern over and over, the swarm shifted. The thundering impact stopped. Everything grew quiet. Too quiet. And then the smaller creatures below moved aside in an organized retreat, leaving space. 2 enormous shapes stepped forward. A pyrovore. A carnifex. These were not part of the initial push. This was a test. A probe. A measurement. The hive mind was studying the gate, calculating, deciding how to break it. It knew the Titan lay inside. It knew that if a Titan rose against the swarm, the loss of biomass would be far beyond the value gained. This fleet may have been a splinter of Kraken, but it was still intelligent. And now it calculated. The Titan must not be allowed to awaken. Inside the hangar, a sudden alarm blared, loud, shrill, urgent. Warning. Impact stress level rising. Breach risk elevated. Servoskulls scattered like startled birds. A tech priest turned sharply, his vox crackling with shock. Gate integrity, compromised. Impossible. Another tech priest rushed across the platform, robes whipping like torn banners. The primary gate should withstand orbital bombardment. How can this be? The one who spoke with Gaius earlier spun toward him, mechadendrites twitching frantically. Captain Gaius, he said, his voice glitching from sudden data overload, it appears your assistance is required sooner than this unit had calculated. Gaius didn't look surprised. He had fought the Tyranids many times. If you face the Tyranids for the first time, they might seem mindless, creatures that overwhelm with sheer numbers, leaving behind only a consumed planet, stripped of all life, organisms, and resources. But they are not truly mindless. They adapt, evolve, and even strategize. He turned to Titus, Matoris, and the Blade Guard. Prepare for battle. Titus pressed his fist to his chest plate. For the Emperor. Matoris followed, as did the Blade Guard. Naruto copied them with excitement and seriousness mixed together. For the Emperor. Mindy copied him. For the Emperor. Tony hesitated, then shrugged. Well, when in Rome. He placed a hand on his chest. For the Emperor. Diana and Saeko exchanged glances, small smiles forming. They stepped forward and joined in the gesture. For the Emperor, they said together. Only Gaius truly heard their voices. Only he saw them. The tech priest stepped back, giving space. Scitarii filled the front line by the gate, raising their weapons. Captain. The leading tech priest pointed upward. The automated bolters. I will activate them. Their holy machine spirits shall aid us. Above, in the ceiling supports, Gaius saw the mounted bolter turrets, massive, ancient, and still blessed with active targeting lenses. The tech priest continued. You and your squad must move deeper, toward the heart of the hangar. There the corridors are narrower. We can thin the Xenos here while you engage the stronger forms inside the choke points. If we fail to stop them at the gate, the Titan is your last line. Gaius nodded. That is sound. And yes, we need to get closer to the Titan. The Tyranids already know it is here. They may breach from another direction. The tech priest froze for a moment. Another direction. Gaius raised a hand and pointed upward toward the ceiling. They can dig through the ceiling. The tech priest's lenses clicked in alarm. Dig through this ceiling. Yes. If they can melt a gate meant for orbital defense, they can carve a path from above. The tech priest said nothing for several seconds. Then he bowed his head slightly. I see. Then we will prepare accordingly. He turned and activated a console. Red lights flared to life, and the sound of heavy weapons arming echoed through the chamber. Gaius placed his helmet back on, sealing it with a hiss. As the bolters overhead came online, something small shifted in the shadows near the corner of the chamber. Unseen. Unheard. A tiny creature the size of a grain of sand. So small no human eye could detect it. Its body barely visible, skin refracting light around it. Two tiny green lenses focused on Gaius. It didn't watch the tech priests. It didn't watch the Scitarii. It didn't watch the Titan. It watched only Gaius. Silently. Patiently. Studying him. Evaluating him. Reporting to something far beyond the swarm. Something ancient. Something mechanical. But for now, it simply watched. The gate behind them shook again, harder this time. A roar sounded from outside, deep and primal. The battle was coming. Gaius tightened his grip on his warhammer. Form up, he said, calm as ever. We hold. End of chapter. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Bulwark against the Xenos. Chapter 104, Bulwark against the Xenos. The hangar's deep hum was punctuated by distant crashes and the occasional groan of stressed metal. Gaius moved forward, his boots echoing across the polished steel floor. Behind him, Titus, Matoris, and the Blade Guard formed a tight formation, covering the retreat of the remaining Scitarii squads. The automated bolters above whirred and hissed, tracking the movements outside, ready to fire at the first Tyranid to break through. Fall back carefully, Gaius ordered, his voice steady through the vox. Give space to the automated units and the Scitarii. Let them thin the enemy first. It wasn't strictly necessary, but it didn't matter. The Tyranids' numbers were still countless, and Gaius and his team needed to push deeper to guard the Titan. The Scitarii would handle the front, regardless of the cost, but that was of little concern. The team obeyed, stepping backward in synchronized precision. The corridor ahead narrowed, forming a natural choke point, which would limit how many Tyranids could attack at once. It was not the ideal place for a Gaius to fully use a warhammer and his jetpack, but it would allow them to control the flow of enemies. From the back, a tech priest approached. His robes brushed the floor as he walked, cogitators whirring and mechadendrites twitching. He carried a small, reinforced box, clutched carefully in his mechanical arms. He stopped in front of Gaius and placed it on the floor with a soft metallic clang. Captain Gaius, the tech priest said, voice modulated but firm. I am leaving this to you. Gaius knelt and inspected the box. Its seal bore no insignia other than the markings of its creator. He opened it carefully, revealing 5 sleek devices, compact but glowing faintly with internal energy. Identification confirmed their purpose. Plasma charges, portable plasma-based demolition devices. Each charge contained a stabilized plasma core, capable of unleashing an explosion similar to a compact plasma cannon. Perfect for breaching heavy structures or clearing areas of enemies. Extremely powerful for its size, carefully constructed, and not mass-produced. Gaius looked up as the tech priest adjusted his lenses and spoke again. These were made personally. Their output is high. Use wisely. I understand, Gaius said, nodding. He distributed the plasma charges, one each to Titus and the 3-blade guard, keeping one for himself. He didn't expect he would need it, but always prepared. Tony studied the info that the identification showed, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Gaius, keep one for me. I want to research it. Gaius gave a subtle nod. The tech priest straightened and said, I am tech priest Ferrum-elect, then continued down the hallway, deeper into the hangar, leaving the Marines with their new tools. The sound of impact on the reinforced gate shook the floor beneath them. Tyranids had finally broken through. A massive Carnifex barreled forward, its chitinous armor gleaming under the dim red light. Skitarii opened fire, bolter rounds tearing into its limbs, while the automated turrets above spat out streams of lead. The Carnifex faltered, stumbling as its momentum slowed, before collapsing into the massive gaunts behind it. The Tyranid wave poured in after, unending and relentless. The Skitarii fired as long as they could, but the numbers were overwhelming. Brace yourselves. Gaius barked. He advanced into the narrow corridor, warhammer raised. The first Carnifex he encountered swung its massive claw toward him. Gaius pivoted, letting the strike glance off his auramite armor, and smashed the warhammer into its jaw. The monster's teeth shattered, and it crashed into a cluster of gaunts, sending them flying in every direction like rag dolls. Titus and the blade guard formed a solid wall behind him, their bolters cutting down Tyranids that tried to squeeze past. Each swing of Gaius's hammer sent multiple gaunts flying into the ceiling or into walls. The hallway quickly filled with the corpses of fallen Xenos. Despite the narrow space, Gaius adapted, swinging his hammer like a bat to hit multiple enemies at once, while using his left hand to push or grab those that came too close. Matoris leapt to the side, taking advantage of the small openings to fire his bolter into the swarm, each shot precise, each shot lethal. From the shadows above, a smaller figure moved silently. Its green eyes glowed faintly, observing the Marines. A Genestealer, agile and stealthy, climbed along the walls, waiting for the right moment to strike. Naruto, floating above the fight, shouted, Gaius. Look up. Gaius barely paused in his assault, instinctively pivoting as he saw the Genestealer leap toward him. There was no time for a swing of the hammer. He jabbed it forward like a spear, shoving the Carnifex back. The monster rolled like a ragdoll, clearing a small space. With his free hand, Gaius caught the Genestealer midair, his grip firm around its throat, snapping it cleanly. Genestealer, prepare, he said calmly, a warning to his squad. They all stiffened, now aware of the stealth threat. Genestealers were dangerous, fast, and could tear through armor, but they were not invincible. Titus, fighting a Tyranid wielding twin blades, hearing Gaius's warning. He adjusted his stance, using his chain's word to push the enemy back before firing point blank with his bolter. The blade guard followed suit, wary of sudden attacks from hidden enemies. Hours passed in the narrow corridor. The Marines were covered in Xenos blood, their armor scratched and scorched from corrosive fluids. Titus's gauntlets bore acid marks, and the blade guard's pauldrons had small dents from close-range attacks. But none of them were seriously wounded. Gaius's auramite remained pristine, though streaked with the red stains of Tyranid blood. The Tyranids kept coming, yet they could not break the bulwark formed by the 5 Space Marines. Every enemy that tried to pass was smashed, shot, or pushed back into the growing pile of corpses. Gaunts, larger creatures, and even smaller Carnifexes were funneled into this narrow hallway, where the veteran skill of Gaius and his team turned the swarm into a steady, manageable flow of destruction. A crackling voice came through the wall, it was Tech Priest Ferrum-elect. The Tyranid onslaught made it difficult to hear. Captain Gaius, we have detected cruisers and ships entering the system. Estimated arrival, 1 hour. Communication is blocked by the Tyranids, we cannot transmit or receive further messages. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Hold until then. Tony, observing from above, smiled and said, finally, the reinforcements are arriving. Mindy nodded, watching the Marines hold their line, impressed. Saeko whispered, they've been fighting for hours. The enemy never ends. Naruto's voice cracked with excitement and concern, just hold on, Gaius. Diana, observing silently, thought to herself, I've seen many battles, but to endure like this, to fight enemies that seem endless, their courage and will, it truly inspires. Gaius turned to Titus and the blade guard, his voice strong and commanding. We defend this hallway. We hold until reinforcements arrive. Defend the Titan. Defend this until victory. Titus and the blade guard shouted in unison, until victory. The hallway became a river of Tyranid corpses. Each swing of Gaius's hammer sent enemies flying into walls, each bolter round from Titus and the blade guard found its mark. They were the immovable wall in the middle of chaos. Above them, the automated bolters continued to rain fire into the advancing Tyranids, assisting them. Despite the hours of fighting, their movements were fluid, disciplined, and precise. There was no panic, no hesitation, just controlled, deadly efficiency. The Tyranids might have been endless, but the Marines were unbreakable. Gaius adjusted his grip on his hammer, glancing down the corridor. A new wave of Tyranids surged forward, but the narrow space ensured that none could bypass the bulwark. For each enemy that fell, another took its place, but it made no difference. Gaius, Titus, Matoris, and the Blade Guard were the shield of the hangar. And above all, they were the shield of the Titan. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, The Titan Stirs. Chapter 105, The Titan Stirs. The shift was instant. No warning. No sound. No build-up. One moment the Tyranid swarm outside the Titan hangar was the same relentless tide they had been fighting for hours, predictable, coordinated, endless. The next moment. Every Tyranid in orbit and on the surface screamed. A raw psychic spike tore through the atmosphere, sharp enough that even the untrained could feel it. A pressure, like invisible claws scraping across the inside of the skull. Titus flinched. Matoris growled. The Blade Guards stiffened, helmets tilting as they felt that haunting mental shiver. Gaius didn't move. But he felt it too, the Hive fleet, vast and hungry, shifting its will. Above the planet, something massive repositioned itself. The psychic weight thickened. The hive mind of the splinter fleet of the Kraken Hive fleet had become desperate. It had sensed what was coming. Reinforcements. And now. It demanded the Titan's destruction at any cost, otherwise, the biomass the Tyranids were using to consume the planet would far exceed what they could gain. As if responding to a silent command, the Tyranids outside the hangar turned feral. They slammed into the sealed gate with reckless force, claws shrieking against ceramite. Another wave hurled themselves at the side walls. Another toward the ventilation shafts. Another toward the ceilings far above. Every angle. Every weak point. Every possible breach. The swarm would force its way in, even if it broke itself trying. The Marines tightened formation. Titus raised his chainsword. Matoris lowered himself into a deeper stance, gripping his double-bit axe and readying for the fight. The Blade Guard raised their swords and bolters, preparing to fight once more. The air itself vibrated from the sheer number of creatures throwing themselves at the hangar structure. And then. A new sound joined the chaos. A sizzling hiss. Soft at first. Then louder. Hotter. Gaius looked up. The ceiling glowed red. Ceiling breach. Titus barked. It wasn't just cracking, it was melting. The steel overhead sagged, glowing bright like molten glass. The temperature rose sharply. Beads of liquefied metal dripped down, splattering across the floor in smoking droplets. Then. The ceiling gave way in 3 places at once. A roar of heat and dust exploded downward as massive holes tore open. Through them. The Tyranids fell. Dozens at first. Then hundreds. Gaunts poured down like a living waterfall, screeching as they hit the ground and scrambled forward. Warriors crashed down next, their heavier frames bending metal grates on impact. Then the shadow blotted out the lights. A carnifex dropped from the ceiling like a meteor, smashing into the floor so hard the entire hangar shook. Dust blasted outward. Its massive roar shook the air. And the swarm didn't stop coming. Form on me. Gaius commanded. The Marines closed in around him instantly. But the Tyranids were already surrounding them, front, flanks, and now the entire upper levels. Fall back. Gaius ordered. Titus and the Blade Guard began the retreat, shields up and overlapping, pushing backward toward the massive inner gate that sealed off the Titan's sanctum. The swarm closed the distance fast. A gaunt leapt from above, landing on a Blade Guard's shield and clawing wildly. Matoris smashed it off with a clean shoulder strike. Warriors charged in, siding blades slicing sparks off ceramite. Titus blocked one blow, then another, but he grunted as acid splashed against his pauldron, eating through the paint. Armor cracked. Shields shook. The line staggered. The Carnifex barreled forward, too large to slip between the Marines, but strong enough to shove them off balance just by sheer mass. As they moved deeper into the hangar, the area above them widened, making it easier for Tyranids to drop directly on top of them. The situation was degrading fast. Gaius saw what the others didn't say aloud. The squad would break before the swarm did. A gaunt dropped straight toward him. He didn't even look. His fist shot up and hit the creature midair. It exploded like a rotten fruit, splattering against the wall. Another leapt. He turned his shoulder and shattered it with the impact. Then he planted his feet. And slammed his warhammer into the floor. The shockwave blasted outward. Gaunts flew like dolls, warriors toppled, the Carnifex staggered and scraped its claws against the ground to keep himself from flying away from the shockwave. Titus exhaled in relief. Good hit, Captain. Gaius didn't respond, as he wasn't finished yet. A pressure inside his chest. Heat building in his limbs. A resonance deep behind his eyes. The fight had reached the point where he could no longer hold back. He drew breath. The air around him seemed to quiver with each breath he drew. Even through his blue optics, his eyes seemed to glow gold. And then, Gaius roared. The sound thundered across the hangar like a shockwave detonating at point-blank range. Tyranids froze mid-leap. Others dropped like stones. Several warriors crashed into each other. The Carnifex staggered, roaring in confusion. Titus and the others, overwhelmed by the Tyranids, felt Gaius's roar. Strength surged through them. Their minds sharpened. Their muscles steadied. War cry. A blessing carried not through words but through raw will. Tony clutched his ears instinctively, even though he wasn't hurt. Even though I've seen it before, his roar is truly inhuman. The other members of the group nodded in agreement with Tony's words. Gaius's roar, carrying the sheer authority of the Emperor, expanded far wider than before. It shattered the psychic link between the Tyranids and their hive mind. For miles around, the lower Tyranids broke completely. Gaunts scratched at each other, disoriented. Rippers chewed their own limbs. Some creatures simply froze in place, quivering. Higher-level Tyranids staggered, whining in discomfort, but didn't collapse. The hive mind reeled. Then recoiled. Then began to stitch its control back together. But something else heard the roar. Something old. Something massive. Something made to wage war on the scale of continents. Behind the Marines, the sealed gate to the Titan sanctum shuddered. A deep vibration rumbled through the floor, like the growl of a colossal engine waking from an ancient sleep. The roar, carrying the sheer authority of the Emperor, echoed through the hangar, rousing the Titan from its long slumber. Inside the gate near the Titan, Scutarii collapsed or clutched their heads. Tech priests shouted warnings as their augmentics began to overload from the Titan's roar. A low hum filled the atmosphere. The Titan was waking early. Then, with a sound like mountains grinding against each other, the Titan turned its head. Just a few degrees. Enough to show that something titanic, ancient, and powerful was aware. Aware of the battle. Aware of Gaius. Tony's jaw dropped as the sound of massive metal moving reached him, like 1,000 engines powering on at once. That sound, could that be the Titan Gaius and the others are defending? Mindy, having heard it as well, thought the same as Tony. Diana said, it's likely, that was the Titan, responding to Gaius' roar. Saeko and Naruto nodded in agreement, sensing the incredible power of Gaius's roar. The hangar vibrated again. This time, from above. Titus looked up first. The sky, visible through the newly opened ceiling, flashed with streaks of fire. Then, Thunderhawks. Dozens of them. Descending like falling stars, engines roaring, formation tight and deadly. Their silhouettes darkened the clouds as they punched through the atmosphere. Reinforcements. Titus exhaled and finally removed his damaged helmet. Captain, reinforcements have arrived. Gaius nodded calmly. Indeed. For the first time in hours, the swarm faltered. Tyranid bodies lay scattered across the floor. Dust settled. The roar of battle faded to a low crackle of distant gunfire and the hiss of cooling metal. A stillness took the hangar. Temporary. Fragile. But real. It lasted only a minute before the Thunderhawk touched down outside the Titan's gate. Tech priests hurried forward, servitors wheeling behind them, while guardsmen moved alongside, keeping watch. Then a tall figure stepped out. Wrapped in metal. Augmented spine glowing. Wires coiling around his arms like living serpents. Servo skulls drifted around him. Naruto looked at the new figure, it didn't seem like a regular tech priest. Curious, he activated his identification ability. A window appeared. Princeps Vardek Halion, Warlord-class Reaver Titan Princeps. Princeps Halion is the human mind linked directly to a Warlord-class Reaper Titan. Through a deep neural interface, he controls the Titan's movements, weapons, and battlefield decisions as if they were his own. Trained by the Collegia Titanica, he works alongside the Moderatiae and tech adepts of his crew, maintaining absolute focus to prevent mistakes. His duty is clear: direct the Titan's massive firepower with precision, keeping the engine of war unstoppable and loyal to the Imperium. Princeps Vardek Halion. Tony nodded. So that's the pilot, the one who will actually control the Titan. Mindy read the description aloud. Keeping the engine of war unstoppable and loyal to the Imperium. What does that mean? Does it mean the Titan could betray them or something? Saeko replied to Mindy, it might be like an AI, something that could be corrupted by chaos. Like Gaius mentioned to Tony, the Titan's machine spirit could be compromised. Halion walked straight toward Gaius, each step calm, measured, and dignified. When he reached the captain, he bowed his head slightly. Captain Gaius. Your stand has ensured the Titan remains safe. You have my gratitude. Gaius returned a nod. Princeps Halion. The honor is mutual. Before more could be said, the ground rumbled. Not softly. Not subtly. Heavy. Slow. Thunderous. Footsteps. Metal scraping. Hydraulics hissing. It emerged from the thunderhawk that had transported the Princeps. Squat, massive, and box-shaped. A thick, armored torso like a fortress wall. Bulky legs composed of overlapping adamantium plates. Arms ending in giant weapons and crushing power fist. Exhaust stacks on its back venting heat and smoke. Purity seals fluttered from old battle honors, worn but intact. Seeing such a massive, imposing armor, Tony activated identification. A window appeared. Dreadnought Valerius, Ultramarines, 2,000-year veteran. Valerius is a revered Ultramarines dreadnought, interred for 2 millennia within an adamantium sarcophagus that preserves what remains of his mortal form. Like all dreadnoughts, he is a mortally wounded hero granted a second life through fusion with a walking battle tomb, armed with heavy weaponry, armored in ceramite and adamantium, and linked directly to the machine spirit that sustains him. Though he endures constant unimaginable pain, Valerius remains calm, disciplined, and unshakably loyal. His long service has made him a well of battlefield wisdom. When awakened, he brings the weight of centuries to war, an immovable pillar of ultramarine honor and strength. Most of the time, he rests within his battle tomb in darkness, awakened only to fight. Dreadnought Valerius. Tony nearly lost his balance even while floating. That is a 2,000-year-old space marine. Naruto's jaw hung open. No way. Naruto was already in awe of Gaius, who had lived for over 3 centuries. The idea of someone surviving for more than 2,000 years was beyond his comprehension. Diana, far older than Valerius, was still equally shocked. A mortal, not god, and yet had lived for over 2,000 years. This person, mortally wounded, was fused to a machine, able to keep fighting even while bearing such injuries. The sheer heroism and unyielding will it took to endure left her in awe. Saeko whispered, voice reverent. To fight for 2 millennia. Valerius stopped before Gaius. Gaius stepped forward and removed his helm, revealing his face to the dreadnought. Redemptor, honored brother Valerius. The dreadnought's ancient head tilted toward him. Then a voice came, deep, metallic, echoing with centuries of war. Brother Gaius, you have grown since we first stood together against the servants of chaos. Gaius allowed himself a small, real smile. Valerius continued. I was awakened to secure the Titan, only to find you already holding the line. The chapter would be proud. Guilliman would be proud. Gaius said respectfully. You honor me, brother. Gaius was now far stronger than before, he could likely defeat the dreadnought before him, and with the assistance of his jetpack, it would be even easier. Yet he still respected this warrior. Despite enduring unimaginable pain, the dreadnought remained calm and wise, a stark contrast to others whose tempers flared violently. It was understandable, though, inside a dreadnought, one feels nothing but immense, unrelenting pain. Valerius's massive frame shifted as he stepped beside him. Behind them, the Titan gate, still trembling, finally opened fully. Princeps Halion walked inside without hesitation, ready to commune with the machine spirit. Tech priests followed in ritual procession. Scutarii lined up along the walls, forming a perimeter. Leaving the guardsmen outside, watching the dreadnought communicate with the Ultramarines, they were filled with awe and respect, feeling honored to be in their presence. Thunderhawks continued descending, their engines thundering like a second heartbeat to the world. The hangar was a graveyard of tyranids and broken metal. Smoke twisted upward through the holes in the ceiling. Ash drifted like snow. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, Reaper Awakes. Chapter 106, Reaper Awakes. The massive gate creaked and groaned as it began to open. Tech priests and Scutarii stepped out first, their servitors and mechanized augmentics moving in precise formation. The air itself seemed to hum as the machine god inside the Titan stirred, sensing the presence of its allies and the enemy beyond the walls. But the gate alone wasn't enough. It had never been designed for a Titan. Slowly, deliberately, the massive metal walls to either side began to part, grinding with the weight of centuries of solid adamantium. Sparks flew as massive hinges groaned, and the air vibrated with the raw, anticipatory energy of something immense about to awaken. Then, slowly, the Titan emerged. Gaius, Titus, the Blade Guard, and the others froze, taking in the enormous form before them. It was staggering. 35 meters tall. Broad-shouldered. Barrel-chested. Heavily armored. Piston-driven legs ending in massive, fortress-like feet that crushed the floor with each deliberate step. It moved with the deliberate weight of a small mountain, every motion sending tremors through the hangar. Its head was recessed into its torso, armored like a helm, with a narrow, visor-like sensor slit. Glowing optics stared out at them, unblinking. Its cathedral-like torso was layered with adamantium plates, mechanicus runes, purity seals, chains, and honor scrolls. Towering weapon housings and exhaust stacks vented reactor heat with controlled bursts. Two colossal arm mounts, each capable of unleashing apocalyptic firepower, swung slightly as the Titan tested its balance. Kill markings and campaign sigils etched across its legs told of centuries of combat. The sheer presence of it was oppressive, a living fortress. And then it roared. A deep, resonant sound, not from the princeps inside, but from the machine spirit itself, echoed through the hangar. It was as if the very walls vibrated with recognition, acknowledging Gaius and the Marines, especially Gaius. Tony stammered, his voice barely audible. Is that, the Titan? He quickly activated his identification ability, scanning the machine in disbelief. Warlord-class Titan Reaper. Reaper is a 35-meter-tall Warlord-class battle Titan of the Collegia Titanica, armed with volcano cannons, plasma annihilators, and macro-Gatling blasters capable of flattening cities, armies, and fortresses. Its adamantium frame is protected by layered void shields, allowing it to endure extreme fire while advancing relentlessly. At its core resides a machine spirit, a semi-sentient entity bound to the Titan and linked to the princeps, guiding its systems with precision. Together, they act as a single war mind, turning Reaper into an unstoppable engine of destruction on the battlefield. Tony's jaw tightened. Weapons that can flatten entire cities. He swallowed hard. I knew it was big, but seeing it bigger than I ever imagined, it's insane. He hadn't imagined the Titan would be this massive. After seeing the dreadnought, he had prepared himself for the Titan would be larger, maybe 10 meters, but this Titan towered 35 meters tall. Even his 10-meter exaggeration expectation now seemed laughably small. Naruto's mouth hung open, wide-eyed. Then, as if breaking the stunned silence, he shouted. Woa. His voice carried through the hangar, pulling Mindy, Diana, and Saeko out of their own shock. Mindy's excitement made her float closer, struggling against the 10-meter limit imposed by Multiversal Chat. Naruto followed suit. Saeko only shook her head slightly, speechless, her eyes scanning the Titan's massive form. This. She murmured, not knowing what else to say. Diana stepped back, eyes wide. It's huge. She had spent her life on Themyscira, strong and trained, but never had she seen anything like this. Her voice was calm, but the awe was unmistakable. The Titan began to move. Each step sent vibrations through the ground, making dust and debris shift around their boots. As it walked past Gaius, it roared again, a sound that clearly recognized him, the one whose roar carried the Emperor's authority. Even the princeps inside, feeling the excitement of the machine spirit, had to calm it slightly. Then he spoke to his crew. Bring us to the densest Xenos for cleansing. Yes, my princeps, the crew responded, showing a map of the Tyranid positions. The Titan moved. Seeing the Titan move on, Gaius, with his mission largely complete, began to consider leaving. The victory was all but certain. The reinforcement fleets should be fighting the Kraken Splinter Hive fleet. Since the Splinter fleet had sent most of its forces to invade this planet, it was now weaker and easier to defeat. Then the dreadnought beside him spoke, each word mechanically amplified with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to echo from within its armored hull. Despite the metallic undertone, there was a trace of curiosity. Then, Brother Gaius, you are to leave now. Why not let me bring you back, and tell me what happened to you? The dreadnought's head focused on Gaius. The golden radiance of his armor, streaked with the red of fallen Xenos, caught his attention. His jaw tightened in silent astonishment. Gaius's armor was no longer standard ceramite, it was auramite, a material only worn by custodians. The transformation was startling, even to a dreadnought who had lived for thousands of years. Gaius, after a moment of silent contemplation, nodded to his respected brother. Sure, honored brother. The dreadnought stepped back toward the Thunderhawk, and Gaius turned to Titus and the others. Without hesitation, they followed and boarded the massive craft. Above them, the Thunderhawk lifted off, catching up with the Titan and hovering above it as it marched forward. Below, the landscape swarmed with Tyranids, a dense mass that they had not yet encountered. The Thunderhawk stayed above to the Titan, watching the battlefield. The Titan every step crushed the ground beneath, and the remaining Tyranid swarms scattered or were flattened under its immense weight. High-level Xenos, Exocrines, and Zoanthropes fired at the Titan, only to be stopped instantly by the void shields. Then it fired its Bellicosa volcano cannon. The arm's coils glowed white-hot. A split-second hum charged the air. A blinding lance of light shot forward, ionizing the atmosphere along its path. The Tyranid swarms vaporized. Flying creatures disintegrated before they could even reach the ground. Tony's eyes widened, jaw tightening. He swallowed hard, almost inaudibly muttering, that's insane. He instinctively stepped back, as if the heat and energy of the blast could reach him even from here. It just wiped everything out. All at once. Naruto's fists clenched. Whoa, what the heck was that? He practically bounced in place, heart racing. It's huge, and insanely strong. Diana's eyes widened slightly as the beam tore through the Tyranid swarm, vaporizing countless creatures in an instant. She felt a faint thrill of awe, her hand brushing her chest as if to steady herself. That is incredible, she said quietly, her voice calm but filled with respect. Such power, so precise, yet utterly unstoppable. Mindy let out a sharp laugh, eyes sparkling. Now that's amazing. Clean, fast, deadly. I love it. Saeko tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. Impressive, efficient. Ruthless. Beautiful, in its own way. She watched as the beam of light cut through the Tyranids, vaporizing them with relentless precision. The Titan continued forward, moving toward the densest Xenos positions, crushing what remained. Any surviving Tyranids were few, scattered, and could easily be cleared by reinforcements. Above, the fleet engaged the Splinter Kraken Hive fleet, now weakened after overcommitting biomass to the invasion. Beside Gaius, Valerius, the 2,000-year-old dreadnought, observed the Titan's power with quiet awe. Then his gaze shifted to Gaius. His metallic voice, deep and resonant, rumbled through the air. Brother Gaius, what happened to you? Gaius looked at him, recalling the power of his shared gate ability, and studied the dreadnought carefully. After a moment, he answered calmly, I have been brought by the Gene Father Guilliman to the Golden Throne. The dreadnought paused, and even through its massive frame, a subtle trembling could be felt. You've been brought to the Golden Throne. He knew the Golden Throne was where the Emperor himself resided. Even though he was aware of Gaius's close relationship with the Gene Father Guilliman, Guilliman would never bring someone before the Emperor, unless... The dreadnought paused, trembling slightly. You've been summoned by the God Emperor, Gaius. Gaius nodded. Hearing the dreadnought's question, he also sensed the helplessness of his Gene Father Guilliman, so many still thought the Emperor was a god. Yet he could understand the dreadnought's perspective. Unlike ordinary marines, a dreadnought's immortality within its sarcophagus fosters deep contemplation. Many come to see their continued existence as both penance and sacred service for the Emperor. Though the Emperor is indeed godlike in power and presence. The dreadnought's deep, metallic voice rumbled again, tinged with awe and curiosity. Why, it asked slowly, each word carrying the weight of centuries. Why has the God Emperor summoned you, Brother Gaius? Gaius didn't mention the multiversal chat system, but he nodded slightly, his expression solemn. I have gained the ability to aid the Emperor and the Gene Father Guilliman, to protect the Imperium, and to save humanity from eternal war. Titus and the others showed no surprise. Tony, having witnessed the Emperor in his own world, only nodded silently. Naruto, Mindy, Diana, and Saeko listened, taking it all in with wide eyes. The dreadnought opened its voice to question him, but seeing Gaius clad in solid Auramite armor, a material reserved for the Emperor's favored, it fell silent. The armor itself was proof enough, Gaius was blessed, a true champion of the Emperor. Though largely convinced, a lingering suspicion still tugged at him. The dreadnought's massive form lowered slightly. One knee bent to the floor, a hand bracing against the metal beneath him. Then, use me, Gaius. Use me to help the God Emperor. Gaius smiled. Get up, brother. You will assist me in completing the Emperor's missions. With that, the dreadnought rose, and Gaius used his gate ability to mark him, forming a bond between the two. Naruto tilted his head. Doesn't this mean this dreadnought will join Gaius in his missions? Tony whistled low. Seeing this as an enemy would be a nightmare. Saeko and Mindy nodded in agreement. Diana's expression was calm but thoughtful. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Quiet After the Storm. Chapter 107, Quiet After the Storm. The broadcast ended without ceremony. Across to other worlds, the members of the Multiversal Chat returned to where they belonged. No lingering echoes. No dramatic farewell. Just a clean separation, like a door closing gently rather than slamming shut. The war continued without them. On the Forge world, victory was no longer in doubt. It had become a matter of time. With the Titan Reaper active and advancing, the Tyranid swarm broke apart. What had once been a coordinated invasion collapsed into scattered pockets of resistance. Skitarii kill teams hunted them through Manufactorum ruins. Imperial Guard armor rolled forward, reclaiming ground inch by inch. Mechanicus forces sealed tunnels and purge zones where bioforms tried to retreat underground. Above the planet, the reinforcement fleets engaged what remained of the Kraken Splinter Hive fleet. The Tyranids had overcommit. Too much biomass had been thrown into the surface assault. Now, weakened and fractured, the Hive ships were hunted down one by one. There would be losses, of course. Forge worlds never emerged unscarred. But the Titan had awakened. And that had decided everything. The Oath of Rectitude moved through the void with steady purpose. Gaius stood alone for a moment in one of the inner corridors, his helm clipped to his side. Without it, his face was fully visible, heroic and solemn. His expression remained calm and composed. The auramite armor he wore remained untouched by damage. Stained, yes, dark streaks of dried Xeno's blood marred its golden surface, but the material itself was flawless. Where ceramite would have pitted or weakened, auramite endured. Days earlier, after their arrival aboard the Oath of Rectitude, Gaius had sent a message. It had gone directly to Macridge. Straight to Marnius Calgar. The message had been brief, precise, and formal. No embellishment. No apologies. He informed the chapter master that the ancient dreadnought, Valerius, had been placed under his authority, that Valerius would operate alongside him and act under his command. He did not ask permission. He did not explain further. And he did not worry about the consequences. He knew the chapter master would understand, whether from the information of Gaius's auramite armor alone, or because Guilliman himself had already spoken of him. Whatever questions remained could wait. They would be answered in person when the time came. For now, there were more immediate matters. The dreadnought vault was silent. Massive support columns lined the chamber, etched with sigils of service and remembrance. The air was cool, carefully controlled. Soft lumen lights illuminated the central platform where Valerius stood, towering even in stillness. Gaius approached slowly. Valerius's massive form loomed over him, armored shell scarred by centuries of war. Ancient heraldry marked his plating. Each symbol told a story, campaigns long forgotten by the Imperium at large, but never by those who had fought them. Gaius stopped a few meters away. Valerius spoke first, his voice deep and measured, carrying the weight of long reflection. Brother Gaius, the dreadnought said, until the Emperor's missions are issued, or until we are in dire straits, I will enter deep sleep. There was no hesitation in his tone. No doubt. It was a statement of duty, not withdrawal. Gaius nodded once. That is wise, brother. As a dreadnought endures constant agony, long periods of dormancy are a mercy. Sleep dulls the pain and preserves what remains of the warrior's mind, which is why dreadnoughts are kept dormant when not needed for war. Servitors moved in silently, guided by precise machine logic. Heavy restraints locked into place around Valerius's frame. Power conduits disengaged from external systems and rerouted into preservation mode. The dreadnought systems dimmed, layer by layer. Before full hibernation took hold, Valerius spoke one final time. I will be ready when called. Gaius inclined his head slightly. I know. With that, Valerius entered deep hibernation. His immense presence became still, watched over by servitors. Gaius lingered for a moment longer. Then he turned and left the vault. The corridors of the Oath of Rectitude were formed of metal walls and lined with Ultramarines banners, with chapter serfs moving through them in quiet, practiced routines. The ship's hum was steady, comforting in its consistency. As Gaius walked, he encountered familiar figures. Titus and the Blade Guard stood ahead, paused mid-step when they saw him. They were not in armor. Instead, they wore their black undersuits, layered with ultramarine robes. Bandages were visible at the joints and along the neck seals. Their armor, scarred by tyrannid blood, repeated impacts, and claws sharp enough to pierce it, was undergoing maintenance and repair. Most wounds had already healed, allowing them to return to combat at a moment's notice. Titus stepped forward slightly. Captain Gaius. The others followed his lead, offering respectful nods. Gaius studied them briefly, his gaze sharp but not unkind. Where are you all going? The question was simple, but it carried weight. They should have been resting. Recovering. Titus exchanged a glance with the others before answering. We are going to train with the other brothers. One of the Blade Guard, his hair streaked black and white with age, added calmly. Lieutenant Titus invited the younger Primaris and other Ultramarines. A battle simulation. Gaius raised an eyebrow slightly. Training, even now. The hollow chambers are invaluable for battle training, offering fully immersive 3D terrain projections, from mountains and forests to urban landscapes and alien worlds, complete with dynamic weather and environmental hazards. They simulate engagements against Xenos, Chaos forces, traitor Imperial units, and even each other, forcing Marines to adapt tactics on the fly. Multi-layered scenarios cover planetary assaults, drop pod insertions, and orbital bombardments. Every action is tracked, monitoring reaction times, coordination, leadership, and marksmanship, with after-action reports for review. Simulated wounds provide haptic feedback, while fog of war, ambushes, and civilian presence test tactical decisions and moral judgment, sharpening strategy, adaptability, and battlefield awareness. He considered it for a moment. Then he nodded. Go on your way. There was no reprimand. No concern voiced aloud. The Blade Guard straightened, clearly relieved. Titus gave a short nod of thanks, and the group moved on down the corridor. The hollow chamber was already active when they arrived. Gaius did not follow them. He turned away, confident they would make good use of it. Elsewhere, in another universe, Diana of Themyscira sat quietly at a small table, her posture calm and composed, eyes focused yet reflective as she considered the matters at hand. Steam rose gently from her tea. She wore simple work clothes, her hair loose around her shoulders. The room was calm, ordinary, human. A screen nearby displayed scrolling headlines. Is Superman good or bad? Images followed, Superman in flight, Superman standing amid wreckage, Superman watching crowds from above. Most of the commentary was fearful. Suspicious. Diana sighed softly. He is extraordinary, she thought, lifting her cup. Yet fragile. Humans feared what they could not control. Always had. Always would. She remembered the battle 2 years ago. The Kryptonian power unleashed in Metropolis. Buildings falling. Lives lost. The fear had been real. But so was the sacrifice. She had been investigating Lex Luthor for some time now. The pieces fit together too well. The pressure, the manipulation, the slow turning of public opinion. Luthor was pushing events toward conflict. Superman and Batman. Sooner or later, they would collide. Diana set her cup down, her expression thoughtful. Then, deliberately, she set those thoughts aside. She opened the multiversal chat. The tone shifted immediately. Naruto's message appeared first. Naruto, I'm close to mastering Sage Mode. I'll leave this place soon enough. Saeko replied calmly. Saeko, good job, Naruto. Mindy chimed in. Mindy, why leave so fast? Aren't the food options good? Naruto paused. Diana smiled faintly. Naruto knew exactly what Mindy meant. He remembered the meals. The insects. The worms. Naruto, humph. Mindy saw the reaction and pushed further. Mindy, you're too picky, Naruto. Aren't you going to be Hokage? Why be scared of bugs? It worked. Naruto, you're right. I'm going to be Hokage. How can insects stop me? Today I'll eat more. Mindy chuckled quietly to herself. Mindy, good luck. Diana laughed softly, the sound light and genuine. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Ultramarine Viral. Chapter 108, Ultramarine Viral. In a seemingly normal suburban house. Mindy in her room adjusted the straps of her new suit, the sleek black and gold armor hugging her frame with precision. She could feel the weightlessness of its design, the careful balance between protection and mobility. Her father's suit had been delivered alongside hers, identical in bulletproof capability, leaving them effectively impervious to pistols, M4s, and most conventional firearms. Only sniper rifles or heavy weapons could pierce the plating, but short of that, they were untouchable. Scattered on the table before her lay the rest of her Stark-gifted tools, compact drones no larger than her palm, designed for surveillance and scouting, tactical glasses that sync to the drones, displaying clear overlays of information without clutter, and untraceable phones and laptops. Each item had a clear purpose, each one capable of assisting them in their fights. But it was the suit, Mindy thought, that was the crown jewel. It guaranteed survival. Satisfied, she moved to her workstation and powered it on. The familiar glow of her custom interface filled the room, and her fingers danced across the keyboard with practiced ease. She opened her channel, Ultramarine. Her subscriber count blinked back at her, 100,000. Only one video had been uploaded, yet it had already racked up 15 million views. Mindy leaned back in her chair, a small smirk tugging at her lips, pride swelling at the sheer numbers. She scrolled through the footage she had downloaded from the multiversal chat, Gaius's mission to rescue Titus and his men. The video opened at the Oath of Rectitude, showing Gaius in his golden oromite armor standing before a formation of Ultramarines. The group dispersed, leaving 2 towering Primaris behind him. The 3 stepped into a drop pod, their restraints locking them in with precise finality. Mindy hit play. The pod launched with a sharp whoosh, slicing through the red clouds that shrouded the planet below. She enhanced the audio, the metallic shriek of the atmosphere tearing past the pod as it descended like a meteorite. The doors burst open, and Gaius emerged, golden armor gleaming against the crimson haze, flanked by the 2 Primaris on his left and right. The land sprawled before them like a charnel pit, a wasteland of dead soil and scattered ash. From the ridges ahead came the cacophony of 100 voices, screaming with maddened zeal. Chaos cultists surged forward, their weapons clashing and rattling as they advanced. Mindy slowed the clip, emphasizing the moment Gaius lifted his hammer. The ground cracked under the force of his swing, and a shockwave tore forward, hurling cultists backward and scattering weapons into the dust. The Primaris Marines followed, moving with deadly precision. Fists struck with bone-crushing accuracy, combat knives slid through defenses with surgical precision. Mindy smiled, manipulating the cut so the viewer's eyes would trace the efficiency and brutality of every motion. Every detail screamed authenticity. Every moment felt real. The trio reached a yawning abyss. Mindy slowed it again. The two Primaris jumped first, pressing their backs against vertical walls to soften the descent. Gaius followed, using the wall to fall faster, landing beside them with two dull thuds. Without a word, the three formed a tight formation and advanced deeper into the darkness. Mindy leaned back, satisfied with the final edit. She stretched her arms and clicked upload. 3 minutes of tightly edited footage, full of action and carefully smoothed transitions, was now out in the wild internet. Almost immediately, the views began climbing. Notifications pinged across her devices. Her grin widened as she leaned closer to the screen. She had expected attention, but not this fast. Zion, the influencer who had discovered Mindy's first upload, got the alert first. He paused mid-reaction to another trending video and tapped the notification. Zion leaned back in his chair, headphones on, eyes locked to the screen. The video began, golden armor gleaming under a crimson sky, the drop pod slicing through the clouds like a meteorite. His jaw dropped instantly. No, no way. He muttered, voice barely above a whisper. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly. This can't be CGI. Look at the lighting, the dust. Are those actual shockwaves? Even though he had watched the first video countless times, still, the quality and realism left him in awe and disbelief. How was this even possible? He leaned forward, squinting at every detail. Gaius swung his hammer, the ground cracking under the force. The Primaris moved in, precise, deadly, flawless. Zion's eyes widened, and he let out a low whistle, amazed at how real it looked, so detailed and high quality. Is this from a movie? He shouted, half to himself, half to the empty room. Why hasn't it been taken down? Why, how is this even online? With the video's astonishing quality, if it were from an unreleased movie, it should have been taken down, and the uploader could even be sued. Yet there was no claim, no statement from anyone asserting ownership. He clicked pause, replayed the landing scene, then rewound. His heart raced as he noticed the smallest details, the way the dirt scattered, the Primaris armor reflecting the ominous red clouds. This is insane, he muttered, leaning back and rubbing his eyes. If this is fake, it's the most realistic fake I've ever seen. And if it's real, holy hell, what the actual hell? After seeing the first video uploaded by Ultramarine before, he had researched everything he could find, any source of the clip, upcoming movies, or related announcements. Yet, despite all his searching, he found nothing. Since he couldn't find any information, he set it aside, but the thought that the video might actually be real lingered in his mind. He quickly recorded a reaction video and uploaded it across all his social media platforms, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and more. Is the uploader, Ultramarine, for real? A second video. This video is insane, look at that detail. The CGI must have cost millions, and it looks completely real. Within minutes, other YouTubers began uploading reaction videos, sharing clips across social media platforms. The spread was exponential. Mindy, watching from her own room, allowed herself a small chuckle. Tony, in his house, noticed Mindy's second YouTube upload and chuckled, though he had no intention of stopping her. In fact, he wanted to help her stay safe. Jarvis, he called quietly from his private office, keep an eye on Ultramarine. Monitor activity, but don't interfere. Make sure her information stays protected. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied with perfect composure. Meanwhile, across town, Agent Phil Coulson sat in his small office at S.H.I.E.L.D., casually browsing YouTube during a rare quiet moment. He noticed a trending video, the thumbnail caught his attention immediately, Gaius in full golden Oromite armor. The cup of coffee in his hand shook, splashing its contents. He watched the video, stunned. It was really Gaius, and it was on YouTube. Immediately, he grabbed his other phone, his work line, and called Fury. Director Fury, Coulson said, coughing slightly, his tone urgent, it's about Gaius. I found a video of him on YouTube. Fury's voice was sharp. Take it down as usual. He assumed it was just leaked footage of Gaius in Harlem, back when he had fought the Hulk and the Abomination. Sir, it's not from Harlem. Not from any known incident. It's different. It's from Gaius's world, the future, Coulson continued, barely pausing for breath. This is not one of the clips Tony provided us. This is something new. Fury stiffened, the weight of the revelation sinking in. What the? Did Tony upload it? No, sir. Definitely not, Coulson replied. Tony wouldn't do something like that. Fury snapped, both furious and bewildered. Send me that video, then abruptly ended the call with Coulson. Coulson sent it immediately. Fury leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the screen. The video loaded. Golden armor. Drop pods. Primaris Marines cutting through crimson skies like a meteorite. What the? Fury muttered under his breath. He watched without blinking as Gaius's hammer struck the ground, shockwaves rippling outward. The Primaris moved with him, flawless and controlled, blades flashing as chaos forces fell apart around them. Is this a leak? Fury growled. How is that even possible? Tony's the only one who should have footage like this. Did Stark upload this? Fury muttered, narrowing his eyes. He shook his head slowly, eyes still locked on the screen. No. Not Stark. Tony wouldn't put something like this online. There was no advantage to it. If he wanted attention, he already had more than enough. Iron Man didn't need anonymous channels or cryptic uploads to stay famous. And if this footage was real, releasing it would only create problems, not solve them. Fury's expression hardened. So if it's not Tony, he muttered, then someone else has access. That thought bothered him far more than the video itself. He reached for the secure comm on his desk, tapping it sharply. Coulson. Now. Trace the uploader. Every server, every IP, every mirror. I don't care how buried it is, I want everything. Now. The video continued to play on its own, looping. Fury leaned closer, fingers flying over the controls as he paused, rewound, and scrubbed through the frames. Then the abyss pit scene appeared. The two Primaris leapt first, and Gaius followed, plunging into the dark abyss. They hit the ground with such force that the floor cracked and shuddered. Fury's jaw tightened as he watched. Motherfucker. He glanced at the channel name. Ultramarine. Fury froze. Recognition hit him instantly. Ultramarine, that's his faction. That's where he's from. He straightened, already moving, the tension in his shoulders coiling. And we have no idea how the hell this got online. His fist came down hard on the desk, making the chair creak beneath him. Find out who uploaded this, Fury continued to order coldly. This isn't a movie. This isn't a game. And I want answers. As the footage continued, Fury muttered, more unsettled than he cared to admit, why would footage of Gaius end up on YouTube? And who exactly is this uploader? Orders were immediate. Investigations began, SHIELD operatives working across networks to track the channel, monitor IPs, and trace any possible leaks. Every available system scoured the web for connections to the mysterious Ultramarine. Mindy stretched, satisfied with her handiwork. The channel notifications continued pinging. Views were skyrocketing. Comments were relentless. Some speculated about CGI. And a few, bold or reckless, speculated it was real, from another world entirely. Mindy allowed herself a faint smile. She had expected curiosity, but this level of chaos surpassed even her wildest expectations. Coulson and Fury stayed fixed on the videos, their shock slowly shifting into tense calculation. Fury's finger drummed on the desk. We need to find out who Ultramarine is, and how they got access to Gaius, from the future, no less. Coulson nodded, watching the analytics climb in real time. Comments poured in at a rate he had never seen. Shares, reposts, reactions, viral in a way no ordinary video could ever be. Tony glanced back at the video, then to Jarvis. Keep her safe. Keep her hidden. And for the love of everything, don't let Fury or Coulson find out about her, at least, not yet. Jarvis replied, confirmed, sir. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, The Emperor's Hand. Chapter 109, The Emperor's Hand. The Oath of Rectitude moved through space in calm silence. Its engines burned steady and low, keeping a smooth course along the edge of the sector. There were no alarms, no warning lights, no sign of battle or pursuit. This was not a time of war, but of waiting. In his private chamber, Gaius sat alone. He remained fully armored, back straight, hands resting on his knees. His golden auramite armor, along with the jetpack Tony had gifted him, caught the soft light of the chamber, now polished and free of Xeno's blood, untouched by damage. His helmet rested quietly on the desk beside him. His eyes were closed. Gaius was not sleeping. He was listening, to the hum of the ship, to the steady beat of his own breath, and to the calm focus that came with long years of discipline. This was how he waited. Not with restlessness, but with readiness. Time passed. Then, a knock came at the door. It was light. Respectful. Careful. Gaius opened his eyes and rose in one smooth motion. He crossed the chamber and opened the door. A chapter serf stood outside, head lowered, hands clasped together. The men did not look up. Lord Captain Gaius, the serf said quietly. A Vox transmission is being prepared for you. It is from an honored custodian. That caught Gaius's attention. A custodian did not call without reason, and the message came over Vox. That meant the custodian was nearby, though it could still be a few light years away. I see, Gaius replied. He turned back into the room and reached for his helmet. Instead of placing it on, he clipped it to his belt, where it locked in place with a soft sound. He returned to the doorway. "You may return to your duties," he said. The serf bowed deeply and left at once. Gaius made his way to the control room. As he entered, the crew straightened, movements sharp and respectful. A tech marine stepped forward, holding a prepared Vox unit. "It is ready, Lord Captain," the tech marine said. Gaius took the unit and activated it. "Custodian," he said. "Why have you called me?" There was a brief pause. Then a voice answered, calm, firm, and clear. "I am within your sector," the custodian said. "I act under the authority of Lord Primarch Guilliman. I have been ordered to deliver an item to you. I am also to retrieve an item from you." Gaius raised one eyebrow slightly. "That is unexpected," he said. "Why would Lord Guilliman send something to me?" "I do not know," the custodian replied. "I only carry out my orders." The voice was steady, but familiar. Gaius listened more closely. Then he spoke again. "So it is you," Gaius said. "Aurelius Kalian Thryx." There was a pause on the other end. "It is," the custodian replied. "I did not expect to be recognized." "You were my escort to Guilliman," Gaius said calmly. "We fought side by side in many campaigns." "I remember." Thryx accepted this without comment. "I require your location," the custodian said. "You will have it," Gaius replied at once. Guilliman's authority was not questioned. "Transmit the data." The coordinates were sent. After a moment, Thryx spoke again. "Our arrival will be within 2 to 3 days. Then we will be ready," Gaius said. The Vox went silent. Gaius handed the unit back to the tech marine and turned away. There was no tension in his steps, no rush. Only quiet awareness. Something had been set into motion. Far from this grimdark universe, in another world that moved at a much gentler pace. Diana stood near a window, holding a folded newspaper in her hands. Outside, the city was loud with traffic and voices, life moving on as it always did. Inside, her thoughts were still. The headline was clear. "Superman to stand trial." She exhaled slowly. The words did not surprise her, but they still weighed on her. She had seen this before, many times, across many ages. When people faced something stronger than themselves, they did not ask how to understand it. They asked how to control it. Diana folded the paper and set it aside. "This is not my battle," she said quietly. For now, she would watch. And wait. 2 days later, the sensors aboard the Oath of Rectitude detected an approaching vessel. The ship was smaller than a strike cruiser, but its presence was unmistakable. Its hull was shaped with purpose, its power readings clean and precise. Auramite and adamantium reflected distant starlight. A custodian ship. The Vox came alive again. "We are preparing to board," Thryx said. Void shields lowered, Gaius ordered. A shuttle detached from the custodian vessel and moved toward the hangar. It docked smoothly, without sound or delay. The ramp lowered. 3 custodians stepped onto the deck. They were taller than Astartes, broader, and wrapped in gold armor that bore no marks of damage or age. The air itself seemed to shift around them. Servitors halted. Serfs bowed without being told. At their center stood Aurelius Kalian Thryx. He carried a sealed box under one arm and a letter in the other hand, marked with the seal of Robot Guilliman. They were guided through the ship and into the control room, where Gaius waited alone. The 2 warriors faced one another. They were nearly the same height. Both stood straight, without challenge or tension. Thryx stepped forward and placed the box on the table between them. Then he offered the letter. "From Lord Guilliman," he said. Gaius took the letter but did not open it yet. Thryx continued. "Captain Gaius," he said, "we are here to retrieve your Warhammer." Gaius's brow lifted slightly. He did not argue. Without a word, he turned and reached for the weapon leaning against the wall. The Auramite hammer was heavy, showing only faint signs of use, meticulously maintained. He returned it to Thryx and carefully placed it in his hands. Thryx accepted it with care. "Our task is complete," the custodian said. "We will depart at once." "You have my thanks," Gaius replied. Aurelius Kalian Thryx. Thryx paused for a moment, then inclined his head. "The Emperor's will finds worthy hands," he said. The custodians turned and left. Only after their ship departed did Gaius open the letter. Guilliman's words were direct and clear. "Gaius. This letter carries both a message and a gift. The Warhammer I once entrusted to you, though forged of Auramite, was only roughly made. Beyond its weight and strength, it bears no additional effect. It will be returned for proper enhancement, and when perfected, it shall be placed once more in your hands. In the meantime, I have commissioned Belisarius Call to craft a power fist for you, also made of Auramite, which now accompanies this letter. Use it wisely, and know that it carries my confidence in your skill and the Emperor's judgment. Gaius folded the letter and set it aside. Then he turned to the box. He opened it. Inside, resting on dark velvet, were 2 Auramite power fists. They were gold-plated, finely shaped, and set with small, focused gems that caught the light without shine or flare. He lifted one and fitted it over his gauntlet. The armor synced seamlessly with the hammer, and Gaius could feel its power field come alive, ready to respond to his command. Gaius studied the power fist in his hand, activating his identification skill. A translucent panel came into view. The Auramite power fists, call pattern, Guilliman commission. A matched pair of golden gauntlets, forged by Archmagos Belisarius Call at the behest of Robot Guilliman. Each fist is embedded with a focused energy gem within the knuckles, amplifying the power field to destabilize molecular structures upon impact. Unlike standard power fists, which are typically so heavy that only one can be wielded at a time, this pair is engineered to be significantly lighter without sacrificing durability or striking force. The Auramite construction ensures exceptional resilience, allowing the wielder to deliver devastating blows with both hands while maintaining agility, precision, and lethal efficiency. The fist felt lighter than expected. Balanced. Controlled. Gaius flexed his fingers. The movement was smooth, precise. He fitted the second fist and activated both. A faint golden hue spread across the power fist, subtle along its surface but concentrated on the knuckles where the gem was embedded. There, the glow thickened, clearly showing how the gem amplified the surrounding power field. Gaius stood still for a moment. Gaius knew these weapons limited his choices, only customized arms could accommodate the size of his hands. Yet, the sheer power they granted was undeniable. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight and energy of the weapon. You shall be named, the Emperor's hand, he said, his voice steady as he stared at it. The power was there. Waiting. Gaius relaxed his hand and looked out toward the stars. Whatever came next, he would be ready. P.S. Next stop is Diana's world. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, The Mission. Chapter 110, The Mission. The strike cruiser moved steadily through space, its course unchanged. Inside it, far from the bridge and command decks, there was a chamber built for one purpose only, training. The gym was massive, reinforced with thick adamantium walls, floor plating, and many equipments that aren't meant for any normal humans. The air carried a faint metallic smell, mixed with heat from hours of repeated impact. At the far end of the chamber stood several adamantium plates mounted upright. They were bolted directly into the deck and reinforced from behind. These were not targets meant to break easily. They no longer looked new. Gaius stood before them. He wore his full armor, the golden Auramite catching the chamber's light in muted reflections. Both of his hands were encased in the new power fists, but the energy fields were inactive. There was no glow, no hum of power. These were not powered strikes. This was raw strength. Gaius drew back his arm and struck the plate again. The sound was deep and heavy, not sharp. Metal slammed into metal with crushing force. The plate bent inward another fraction, cracks spreading wider across its surface. Small fragments broke free and clattered to the floor. Gaius did not stop. He struck again. And again. His movements were controlled, steady, without anger. Each punch followed the last with careful balance. He was learning the weight of the fists, how they shifted his center of gravity, how much force his body produced even without the power field. Hours had passed. Sweat ran down the side of his neck, disappearing beneath his armor. His breathing remained even. No rush. No wasted motion. He had been training for days to grow accustomed to the power fist. Though he was already highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he pushed himself further, conditioning his movements and strength to fully master the weapon. The adamantium plate was no longer flat. It looked brutalized, bent and cracked, its surface scarred by repeated blows. It was a testament of his training. Gaius pulled his fist back and finally paused. At that moment, a familiar presence made itself known. A system window appeared in his vision. Mission available. Mission, help Wonder Woman, kill Doomsday. Objective 1, kill Doomsday. Objective 2, acquire 1 to 3 mother boxes. Participants, 0/5 accepted. Gaius stared at the words. The phrasing was unmistakable. There was no room for doubt. Kill. Not stop. Not contain. Not defeat. This was an enemy meant to be ended. Unlike his previous missions, where defeat or kill had been an option, this one allowed no alternatives. This time, the objective was simple. Kill. Before Gaius could think further, the multiversal chat came alive all at once. Naruto. Doomsday. Like Saeko. Seeing the word doomsday, Naruto's mind immediately drifted to the apocalypse that had struck Saeko's world. Mindy's reply came almost instantly. Mindy. Naruto, read it properly. It says kill doomsday. Not stop. Not survive. That means it's something that can be killed. A pause followed. Diana. I do not recognize that name. It was clear that Diana had never heard the name Doomsday before. Tony replied next, slower and more cautious. Tony. Just the name alone sounds bad. Whatever this thing is, it's probably very strong. Saeko's message followed. Saeko. 5 participants can accept. Does that mean all of us can finally meet? Naruto responded almost immediately. Naruto. So that's Mindy, Gaius, Diana, Tony, Saeko, and me. There was a delay. Naruto. Wait. That's 6. Mindy's reply came sharp and annoyed. Mindy. Diana doesn't need to accept, idiot. It's her world. A few seconds passed. Naruto. Oh. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Saeko spoke again, more thoughtful this time. Saeko, then this is our chance to truly strengthen ourselves, not just rely on Tony's gadgets. She already knew from Diana that accepting the mission would come with a reward. Mindy agreed. Mindy. Yeah. We're not just watching anymore. Ordinary people don't have to stay ordinary. Gaius closed the notification window. He accepted the mission. But he didn't interact with the second panel that appeared, the one asking if he was ready to proceed. Preparation came first. Gaius activated his Vox. Titus, he said. Prepare yourself. Assemble the blade guard. Acknowledgements came one by one. Gaius turned and left the training chamber. His steps carried him deep into the ship, past sealed bulkheads and reinforced corridors, until he reached the dreadnought vault. The massive doors opened at his approach. Inside, the chamber was quiet and cold. At its center stood the dreadnought Valerius, locked in place by thick clamps and power restraints. A tech priest stood nearby, adjusting instruments, whispering quiet prayers in machine cant. The tech priest heard the doors and turned. Lord Captain Gaius, he said, bowing slightly. His voice carried a faint mechanical tone. Wake the dreadnought, Gaius said. The tech priest froze. Only for a moment. Then he moved at once. Restraints disengaged. Systems powered on. Deep machinery came alive, filling the chamber with sound. The clamps released. A heavy voice echoed through the vault. I am awakened. Valerius straightened, his massive frame shifting into full readiness. Gaius stepped forward. The Emperor's mission is here, Brother Valerius. The tech priest bowed again and again, unable to contain himself. Miracle of the Omnisia, he muttered. Praise the Omnisia. Neither Gaius nor Valerius paid him any attention. I am ready, Valerius said, his voice steady. Ready to purge the Emperor's foes. In another world. The Takagi estate stood quiet under the night sky. Lights glowed softly from windows. Beyond the main grounds, houses were occupied again. People lived there now. Families. Survivors. The apocalypse was over. Well, at least for them. The estate had become self-sufficient, growing food, generating power, supporting a growing community. A laboratory stood within the grounds, filled with scientists working day and night on a vaccine. Progress was slow, but real. Saeko stood by a window, looking out at the stars. When the mission appeared, she did not hesitate. She accepted. This is my chance, she thought. To become extraordinary, not just ordinary. In another world, under a bright midday sun, Mindy moved quickly. She accepted the mission without a second thought. The first thing she did was wake her father. Daemon groaned as she shook his shoulder. What is it? He muttered. I'm going to Stark, Mindy said. That woke him up instantly. Do you need me to come? He asked. No, she replied. I'll be fine. Daemon nodded and lay back down. He trusted Tony. He trusted Mindy. Since he knew Tony Stark was part of the same multiversal chat that Mindy was in. Mindy suited up, packing her weapons carefully. Guns. Ammo. Katanas. And the suit that Tony gifted her. Outside, a black car waited. Tony and Mindy had communicated beforehand. Before leaving, she needed his permission, especially if the mission would take days and she'd be gone. Tony agreed and arranged for Happy to take Mindy to his place while she was away. Happy Hogan stepped out and opened the door with a grin. Lunch trip, right, he joked. Mindy smiled and got in. In Konoha, Naruto was laying on his bed when the mission appeared. He jumped up at once, springing into action. He swung his legs off the bed and headed to the small bathroom. After toweling off, he dressed in clean clothes and laced up his shinobi sandals, ready to move. Within minutes, he was moving through the village, heading straight for the Hokage Tower. He entered through the window, as usual. Anbu sensed him but did nothing. Inside, Tsunade sat with her feet resting on the desk, a cup of sake in hand, while stacks of documents cluttered the surface before her. Naruto pointed at her. "Granny Tsunade. Why are you drinking again?" She woke up and punched him immediately. "What do you know?" she snapped. Then she hid the bottle under the desk. "Why are you here?" she asked, clearly changing the subjects. Naruto explained everything. Her expression changed. "No," she said. "That's too dangerous." "I already accepted," Naruto said firmly. She punched him again, sending him flying. Then Tsunade called out for an Anbu. In an instant, the Anbu appeared before her and knelt respectfully. "Bring a scroll of ninja tools," she instructed, "and gather plenty of military ration pills." The Anbu nodded and vanished as quickly as he had arrived. Naruto stood, rubbing the back of his head, and spoke quietly to himself, aware that Tsunade had given her approval after hearing her request the supplies. "I want to help Sister Diana this time." Tsunade stepped in front of Naruto and raised her hands. For a moment, he tensed, expecting another punch, but he didn't dodge. Instead, her hands glowed with green medical chakra as she gently healed the lump on his head. "Just be careful," she said with concern. Naruto grinned, lifting his head toward Tsunade. "Of course. I'll be okay. I will be Hokage, Databeo. P.S. Hey guys, I just want to say, currently, there are 6 members in the chat group: Gaius, Naruto, Tony, Mindy, Saeko, and Diana. I don't think I'll be adding anyone new for a long time, at least not for now. However, I'm planning to add a feature in the multiversal chat that will allow members to travel to another universe even if there's no one from that universe in the chat, so it can truly be called a multiversal chat. A quick warning, I'm quite busy, and while the chat might go to various worlds, like, say, the Avatar universe or Demon Slayer, I won't have time to analyze the movies or anime in full detail. I'll mostly be researching, so please forgive any discrepancies. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, The World Watches. Chapter 111, The World Watches. Diana stood near the couch, arms crossed, her attention fixed on the screen. The house around her was modest and calm. Wooden shelves lined the walls, filled with books collected over many years. The furniture was simple, chosen for comfort rather than style. It was a home she had bought long ago in Metropolis, a place where she could live quietly, unnoticed. For now, she stayed here, cleaning the house after attending Lex Luthor's gala. She had gone there to gather information, sensing that he might be the source of the chaos unfolding around them. On the television, the world was not quiet at all. The broadcast showed a large chamber inside the United States Capitol. Every seat was filled. Senators sat in long rows, their faces serious. Aides stood behind them, whispering into ears or passing documents. Military officers in uniform stood along the walls, stiff and alert. Journalists filled the upper gallery, cameras raised, fingers ready on shutter buttons. Security personnel were everywhere. Television cameras pointed in every direction, sending the image across the world. Outside the Capitol, the view shifted briefly. Crowds filled the streets. Some people held banners with Superman's symbol, waving them high. Others carried signs with angry words painted in bold colors, warning about aliens and power beyond control. Police lines separated groups, but the tension was clear even through the screen. Diana watched without moving. She understood what this was. When people faced something stronger than themselves, something they could not fully understand, they tried to place rules around it. If rules failed, they reached for chains. "This is not my place," Diana said quietly to herself, and it was for this very reason that she had lived in secrecy for so long. At least, it wasn't supposed to be. She had no plans to interfere. This was a human decision, made by human leaders, about one of their own defenders. Superman had chosen to come here. He had chosen to stand before them peacefully. The camera returned to the chamber. The large doors opened. Superman entered. He walked slowly, calmly, without guards or restraints. His posture was straight. His hands were relaxed at his sides. He did not look angry or afraid. He looked composed, as if he were stepping into a formal meeting rather than a trial broadcast to the entire world. The room fell silent. Even through the television, Diana could feel the weight of that moment. One being, standing alone, surrounded by power that was uncertain of itself. A senator leaned toward the microphone. "Let me say at the outset," the woman began, "that I am grateful." Diana's attention shifted. A ping echoed softly. Someone had messaged her in the multiversal chat. Her vision shifted as a system message appeared, unseen by anyone else. The multiversal chat activated. Tony's message appeared first. Tony. At Diana, we are about to go there. Diana did not reply right away. For a moment, she stood still, weighing the situation. Once this began, there would be no turning back. The mission meant action. It meant exposure. It meant standing openly, not just as Diana Prince, but as Wonder Woman. She exhaled slowly. She was Diana of Themyscira, daughter of Hippolyta and Zeus, princess of the Amazons. Whatever challenges awaited, she would face them head-on. Then she stood up and walked through the house, moving with calm purpose. She opened the back door and stepped into the yard. The sky above Metropolis was clear and blue. The first distortion in the air appeared a few steps away. Naruto Uzumaki appeared in a flash, landing lightly on the grass. He looked around for a second, then spotted Diana. His face lit up immediately. "Sister Diana," he said, grinning wide. "This time I'll really be helping you." Diana smiled, warm and genuine. "Indeed, Naruto," she replied. "I'm glad you're here." Another ripple appeared. Mindy materialized next, adjusting her stance as she arrived. She gave Diana a friendly smile, relaxed but attentive, since it was her first time traveling to another world and meeting someone from it. Right after her came Saeko. She looked around calmly, her eyes taking in the space, the sky, the city beyond the fence. She met Diana's gaze and nodded politely. It felt natural. Familiar. They had spoken so often through the chat that being together in one place did not feel strange. Then came a louder arrival. Metal plates folded and locked into place as Tony Stark appeared in his Mark 7 armor. The faceplate slid open, revealing his face and an easy smile. "Looks like I wasn't the last one," Tony said. Before anyone could answer, the air shifted again. This time, the presence was heavy. Gaius appeared last. His auramite armor caught the sunlight, gold and solid. The iron jetpack Tony had given him rested against his back. The power fist on his arm was large, quiet, and intimidating even without being active. He stood taller than everyone else by far, easily reaching 10 feet. The mood shifted slightly. Naruto stared. Mindy swallowed nervously. Seiko's posture straightened. Tony whistled softly. "Wow," Tony said, a hint of pride in his voice. "You look even better with the jetpack I gave you." Gaius inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the group. Tony's eyes flicked to Gaius's hands. They had grown, almost like massive armored gauntlets. "Hey," Tony said, pointing. "No hammer this time." Gaius replied calmly, his voice steady. "It has gone for further enhancement." Naruto looked like he was about to burst with excitement, seeing Gaius again. Mindy hesitated, then stepped forward slightly. You look really cool, Mr. Gaius," she said, her voice a mix of nerves and awe. Gaius looked down at her and gave a single, slow nod. Diana stepped forward then, standing before Gaius. "Thank you for coming to assist me," she said sincerely. Gaius met her gaze and nodded, acknowledging her thanks. Diana glanced around the yard, then toward the house. "Why don't we go inside first?" she suggested. Naruto nodded eagerly. Mindy and Saeko followed. Tony looked at the door, then at Gaius. "Well," Tony said carefully, "looks like Gaius might be left out here." Everyone followed his gaze. The door was normal-sized. Very normal-sized. Diana paused, then sighed softly. "I'm sorry, Gaius," she said. "It seems we'll have to stay out here for now." Gaius did not react negatively. He simply accepted it. "This is acceptable," he said. As Diana turned back toward the house to bring things outside, her eyes caught the television through the window. The image had changed. Smoke filled the screen. Flames rose near familiar marble walls. The capital was burning. Diana froze. The others noticed her reaction and turned toward the screen. Naruto tilted his head, noticing a building engulfed in flames, unsure of what it was. "Is that place important?" he asked. Tony's tone shifted instantly, hardening with seriousness as he recognized the building engulfed in flames. "That's the U.S. Capitol," he said. "Looks like this is the start of our mission." Even Gaius turned his head slightly. Diana moved quickly. She brought chairs outside and set them up in a loose circle. She placed a small table in the center and returned with drinks and snacks. Juice for Naruto and Mindy. Coffee for Saeko. Coffee for Tony. For Gaius, she brought a large jug with coffee as well. No cups she owned could fit his hands. Even the jug's handle was too small, so he held it carefully in one hand. They sat together, watching the screen as emergency broadcasts continued. Diana spoke first. There are two things you should know, she said. First, I have never heard of anyone named Doomsday. Second, I don't know what mother boxes are. Tony took a sip of coffee, thinking. If mother boxes are part of the mission, he said, then they're important. Powerful items usually don't stay unknown. People in high places might know about them. Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko stayed quiet. They knew this kind of planning wasn't their strength. Diana nodded. There is one thing I do know, she continued. I know someone capable of causing a doomsday, if he ever truly gave up his humanity. Tony looked up. Oh. Diana's gaze returned to the burning image on the screen. His name is Superman. There was a moment of silence. Superman? Tony asked. Yes, Diana replied. Very strong. Very fast. He can fly. His body is nearly unbreakable. Tony leaned back slightly, processing. That explains a lot, he said. If he lost control, he could be the threat we're looking for. He paused. And that still leaves the mother boxes. Tony considered his options. We could investigate quietly, he suggested. Find records. Follow leads. Diana was about to agree. Then Gaius spoke. That will take too much time, he said. Go to those with power. Interrogate them. Tony frowned slightly. That makes us look like the bad guys, he said. He thought for another moment, then sighed. But you're not wrong. Time matters. Subtly nodding in quiet agreement with Gaius. Diana stood. Then we proceed as Gaius suggests, she said. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, First Moves. Chapter 112, First Moves. Gaius shifted slightly, his massive golden auramite armor catching the sunlight as he rose. His voice was calm, measured, carrying no emotion but a sense of inevitability. Then let us go to eliminate Superman, he said, as it was the primary objective, and the mother boxes could be secured later. The words hung in the air. They were not dramatic, nor angry. They were simply a statement of fact. Diana's hands tightened slightly. She took a deep breath, keeping her voice calm as she spoke. That I cannot agree to, not so quickly, she said softly. From what I see, Superman hasn't become Doomsday. It's only speculation, it might not even be him. Her eyes flicked toward the burning images on the screen, then back to Gaius. To kill someone who may still be innocent, it is not the way. We cannot act without certainty. The group remained silent, letting her words sink in. Even Gaius paused slightly, though only in consideration, not disagreement. Tony shifted in his seat, leaning forward slightly. He had not met Superman before. He did not know him personally. But he understood the danger of raw power when left unchecked. I understand what you're saying, Tony said carefully, but from what I can see, Superman is incredibly strong. If he ever turns hostile, the threat would be immense. I agree with Gaius, in principle, but not without caution. He straightened, raising a finger to command attention, his gaze sweeping over the others. We can't be sure he's Doomsday. Jumping straight to eliminating him would be reckless. But this mission, it also involves mother boxes. Even if it's a secondary objective, it's still an objective. We can't leave here without securing at least one. Since the mission defined it, as an objective rather than an optional task. Failure to secure even a single mother box would result in a mission failure, effectively preventing their return to their respective worlds. Gaius remained silent for a moment, considering Tony's words. Then, with the same calm decisiveness he had shown before, he nodded. Then let us find the mother boxes first, he said. Diana exhaled quietly, a hint of relief in her expression. Gaius' acceptance showed discipline and respect for strategy, not stubbornness. Tony raised a finger, stopping Gaius from standing fully. Wait, Gaius. Let me try something first, he said. He reached up and closed the faceplate of his Mark 7 armor, the subtle hiss of hydraulics filling the brief silence. Jarvis, search for items labeled Mother Box, alien technology, or unidentified artifacts tied to military or scientific research. A soft mechanical voice replied inside the helmet, calm and efficient. Connecting to the internet, Sir Tony. Accessing databases, both classified and public. Compiling results. Tony's visor flickered, displaying images and documents. A metal cube appeared on the screen, strange patterns etched across its surface. Research notes scrolled beside it, describing energy readings and unknown properties. He narrowed the search, scanning through years of classified files, leaks, and academic research. He could not get the current location immediately, but a name appeared repeatedly, Silas Stone. Tony lifted his faceplate again. Everyone looked at him expectantly. I found who has the mother box, he announced, a small hint of smug satisfaction in his voice. His name is Silas Stone. Naruto blinked, a wide grin spreading across his face. Wow. Tony, that's amazing. He jumped slightly in excitement. Mindy and Saeko nodded, impressed by Tony's quick work. Diana's gaze remained calm but focused. Can you find where he is now? She asked. Tony tapped the side of his helmet. Jarvis is locating it as we speak, he said, leaving the faceplate open. The mechanical voice now filled the yard for all to hear. Sir Tony, Jarvis spoke, calm and precise. Silas Stone is the head researcher at STAR Labs. His current location is confirmed, the STAR Labs facility in Metropolis. Diana's lips pressed into a thin line. Oh, she said softly, then looked at the group. This is Metropolis. A quiet realization passed among the others. Tony leaned back slightly and muttered, what a coincidence. Gaius shifted slightly, rising to his full height. Even standing still, his presence seemed to push the air around him. He looked down at the group and said, calm but firm. Then let us retrieve the mother box. Tony recognized the seriousness in Gaius' posture. He knew there would likely be resistance. Whoever had the mother box would not give it up easily. But looking at Gaius, Tony saw that he did not hesitate or worry about confrontation. Diana stepped into her house and retrieved the armor she had brought with her. This was the moment she had been preparing for, leaving her quiet, hidden life behind and stepping into the world openly once more. Naruto sprang to his feet. Let's go, he called, excitement bright in his voice. This was his first mission in another world, and now it was his turn to aid Diana. Mindy and Saeko fell in step behind him, ready and alert. Far away, the military command room was tense. Lieutenant General Calvin Swanwick stood rigid in his uniform, eyes sharp and focused on the screens displaying the unfolding events at the U.S. Capitol. A soldier knocked urgently at the door. Come in, Swanwick said, his voice firm but measured. The young soldier stepped forward, trembling slightly. Sir, there are strange individuals in Metropolis, he said. The soldier held up a tablet, showing images of Gaius, Tony, Wonder Woman, Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko. The young soldier trembled, haunted by memories of the devastation caused by the Kryptonians and Superman. The thought of aliens striking again sent shivers down his spine. Swanwick studied the images intently. He recognized Wonder Woman immediately, aware of her history and the years she had lived in secrecy, hidden within a museum. He had deliberately kept her information classified to protect her, but seeing this now, he realized that she had stepped out of hiding. But his eyes widened slightly at Gaius. Over 10 feet tall, massive armored hands, a stature far beyond human. As a Martian in disguise, Swanwick, John Johns, could sense things others could not. He immediately assumed Gaius was an alien. He controlled his reaction, not showing on the surface, speaking with authority. Find out where they are going. The soldier snapped a salute and hurried off to relay the order, still trembling. Outside, the group began moving through the streets of Metropolis. Tony and Diana led the way, with Gaius walking behind them. Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko followed closely, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Naruto glanced at the tall buildings and moving traffic, clearly fascinated. Saeko and Mindy quietly explained the basics, what cars were, how traffic worked, and how the city was laid out. Gaius, Tony, and Diana didn't rush. Among them were Saeko and Mindy, powerful by ordinary standards but still within human limits, so they kept a steady pace. The Star Labs were close enough that there was no need to hurry. Civilians, however, moved quickly, panic etched across their faces. Only 2 years had passed since the alien invasion that devastated Metropolis, and the memories of destruction were still fresh. Seeing the unusual figures, especially the one in golden armor, easily 10 feet tall, clearly not normal, people panicked, scattering to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the perceived threat. Bags and small belongings were dropped in the rush. Trash cans rattled as they toppled, spilling paper and wrappers onto the sidewalks. Cars swerved to avoid pedestrians, horns blaring in short bursts, while cyclists rang bells and weaved cautiously through the chaos. A few office workers froze in doorways, clutching coats or coffee cups, eyes wide at Gaius and the others. Children tugged at their parents' hands, whimpering or pointing at the armored figures, while parents hurried them along. From open windows above, a few residents peeked out, murmuring anxiously to one another, the faint smell of coffee and baked goods mixing with exhaust fumes. A delivery truck horn blared as it tried to navigate the panicked streets, narrowly missing a pedestrian who darted across the road. The city buzzed with noise, a mixture of tires screeching, voices shouting, and distant sirens, heightening the sense of urgency. Civilians ran, cars swerved sharply, and police vehicles moved alongside, giving wide clearance. They weren't pursuing the group, only ensuring the citizens could evacuate safely. Gaius observed the police. Noticing that they were merely assisting and posed no obstruction, he remained silent and continued forward. The streets grew less crowded as they approached the STAR Labs building. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Convergence. Chapter 113, Convergence. The streets around STAR Labs were quieter than the ones they had passed through earlier. Not empty, but different. The panic that had spread through Metropolis had already done its work. People had fled indoors, locked doors behind them, and pulled curtains closed. Shops were shuttered. Traffic lights blinked over nearly empty roads. The noise of the city had thinned out, leaving behind something heavier and more tense. Gaius noticed the change first. It was not the lack of people that caught his attention, but the sounds beneath it. Engines. Many of them. Heavy vehicles moving in formation. Above, faint but growing louder, the steady beat of helicopter blades cutting through the air. He did not stop walking, but his pace slowed just enough to signal awareness. Behind him, Tony paused for half a second. "Jarvis," he said quietly. The response came immediately, calm and precise. "Sir, there are multiple military vehicles converging on the STAR Labs facility. Ground units and aerial support are inbound. Estimated arrival time, under 3 minutes." Tony let out a slow breath and touched his armored chin with 2 fingers. "Well," he said, looking ahead toward the distant outline of the STAR Labs building, "it looks like they already know where we're going." Diana glanced at him, then toward the sound of helicopters growing louder. "So they are preparing," she said. Naruto's head snapped up. "Huh," he said, looking around. "You mean the soldiers?" Tony nodded. "Yeah. A lot of them." Naruto frowned, concern flickering across his face. "Then shouldn't we hurry? If they know we're going to STAR Labs, the one holding the mother box might escape." Tony shook his head gently. "No. We don't need to rush." Naruto blinked. "Why not?" "They don't know what we want," Tony explained. "From the number of vehicles coming in, they think we're a threat. They're setting up to stop us, not to protect the mother box." Naruto thought about that for a moment. "Oh," he said. "Okay." He relaxed again and continued walking, eyes drifting back up to the tall buildings around them. Ahead of the group, Gaius increased his pace. Not running, just longer, steady strides that carried him forward faster than the others. With each step, the heavy weight of his armor pressed into the pavement, leaving faint cracks behind. The STAR Labs complex came fully into view. The wide building was surrounded. Armored vehicles blocked every street leading toward it. Soldiers moved with practiced speed, taking positions behind barriers and trucks. Helicopters hovered above, their spotlights sweeping slowly across the empty streets. One soldier, clearly higher in rank, stepped forward. He raised a megaphone, his posture tense but controlled. "Unknown individuals," his voice echoed through the street. "State your identities and your purpose." Tony and Diana reacted at the same time. They looked at each other, a silent exchange of understanding. Gaius walked ahead of them, his presence heavy and unyielding. They both understood what might happen next. Gaius was not cruel, he did not kill without cause. But if anyone stood in his way, if they tried to interfere with the mission or even simply obstruct him, he would act. Quickly. Without hesitation. Diana broke into a run. Tony lifted off the ground in a burst of controlled thrust, flying low and fast. They reached the front line before Gaius could take another step. Behind them, Gaius stopped. He watched them go, understanding immediately what they were doing. They were giving the soldiers a chance. He had already decided what he would say when the megaphone called out. He would tell them the truth. They were here for the mother box. If they attempted to stop him, he would remove the obstacle. Tony and Diana's actions changed that path. So he waited. Tony landed beside Diana, the hum of his armor fading as he shut down the thrusters. Diana stood tall, calm and steady, hands relaxed at her sides. She spoke first. "We are here for Dr. Silas Stone," she said clearly. "Take us to him." The soldier holding the megaphone hesitated. He lowered it slightly, eyes flicking toward the soldiers around him, then back to Diana and Tony. "Wait here," he said. "I need to report this." He turned away and raised his communicator. "Sir," he said, voice tight. "They say they're here for Dr. Silas Stone." The voice that answered was calm and familiar. "Ask them their intentions regarding Dr. Stone," General Swanwick said. The soldier raised the megaphone again. "What are your intentions regarding Dr. Silas Stone?" he asked. Tony and Diana exchanged another look. Diana gave Tony a subtle nod. This was his call. Tony stepped forward, hands open, voice steady. "We're here for the mother box," he said. "We need to retrieve it." There was a long pause. In the command center, Calvin Swanwick listened carefully. Of all the things they could have said, this confirmed what he already feared. The mother box. Of all the technology stored within STAR Labs, it was the most dangerous. Dr. Silas Stone had warned him many times. The energy output alone was beyond anything humanity could safely control. Used carelessly, it could destroy more than it powered. As John Johns, Swanwick felt the weight of the situation deeply. Wonder Woman stood there openly now. That alone was significant. The others with her, especially the massive armored being, were unknowns. Powerful ones. A fight here would devastate the city, and engaging them would only lead to senseless casualties among the soldiers. He made a decision. Tell them, Swanwick said into the communicator, that the mother box can be given. The soldier froze for half a second, surprised. Yes, sir, he said. He raised the megaphone. The mother box will be handed over, he announced. Tony blinked. Diana stiffened slightly. They had expected resistance. Arguments. Maybe even violence. This was too easy. Behind them, Gaius resumed walking. Moments later, the mother box was brought out, secured and sealed. The mission objective was complete. As the group regrouped, Tony let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well, he muttered, that went smoother than expected. With one mother box secured, the mission would not fail. Even if they could not find the others, they could return home. Now, only Doomsday remained. Elsewhere, Bruce Wayne trained like a man possessed. He had been training relentlessly, pushing his body to its absolute limits, preparing for the possibility of facing Superman. Bruce knew the destruction he had witnessed in Metropolis showed just how unstoppable Superman could be. It wasn't hatred that drove him, but caution, a need to be ready for someone nearly godlike. He honed his mind and body, crafting strategies, gadgets, and specialized suits designed to exploit any weakness. Every training session, every calculated move, was fueled by both logic and the fear of unchecked power. This was his way of ensuring that if Superman, or anyone like him, ever became a real threat, he would be ready. His fist struck the heavy bag again and again, sweat dripping down his face. Every movement was sharp, controlled, and relentless. Alfred entered quietly. Master Bruce, he said. You may want to see this. Bruce stopped, breathing hard. He took the towel Alfred offered and wiped his face before taking the tablet. Images filled the screen. Armored figures. A woman he did not recognize in public records. A towering golden warrior. Who are they? Bruce asked. I've found nothing, Alfred replied. No records. No history. They appeared suddenly. Only one matches any data at all. He handed Bruce a file. Diana prints. Museum work. Artifacts. Bruce frowned. That doesn't explain this, he said. No, sir, Alfred agreed. Bruce stared at the images again, remembering Metropolis 2 years ago. Find out what they want, he said quietly. In another place, Lex Luthor was furious. What do you mean you can't find anything, he shouted. The assistant trembled. There's no data, sir. It's as if they appeared from nowhere. Lex slammed his fist onto the desk. He had already decided to acquire the mother box, but someone had taken it before him. The mother box, he snarled. And the military just gave it to them. The assistant wanted to protest, pointing out that this wasn't a good idea. The military had been hesitant before, when they'd requested the mother box, it had been denied outright. Now, someone asked again, and it had been handed over with ease. It suggested that the other person must be extremely powerful. But seeing the anger radiating from Lex Luthor, the assistant stayed silent. He simply complied, voice firm yet careful, yes, sir. Lex's eyes burned with anger. Find them, he ordered. We're taking it back. The world was watching. And the pieces were moving. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Lines Drawn. Chapter 114, Lines Drawn. The area outside STAR Labs did not return to normal after the mother box was handed over. The soldiers stayed where they were. Vehicles remained in position. Guns were still held tight in trembling hands. No one truly relaxed, the threat hadn't disappeared, and until it did, they were to remain on alert. Tony stood a short distance from the soldiers, the sealed container holding the mother box secured behind him. He looked around once, then stepped forward again. He raised his voice, not loud, not sharp. Just clear. Where is Superman? He needed to find Superman first, to begin planning how to capture him. Or eliminate him, depending on whether he truly was Doomsday or not. The question cut through the tense street. Several soldiers blinked, clearly caught off guard. One of them frowned, then looked at his squad leader. The leader hesitated, then spoke. Superman. The word sounded uncertain, like it was not something they were ready to deal with. The soldier reached for his communicator, thumb hovering for a second before pressing it. Sir, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. The unknown individuals are asking for the location of Superman. In the command center, General Calvin Swanwick listened without changing his expression. Superman. His thoughts immediately went to the aftermath of the Capitol bombing, which had claimed many lives. Superman, the main suspect in the public eye, had vanished after helping the survivors. They had searched satellites, signals, witness reports. Nothing. Swanwick answered calmly. Tell them we do not have information on Superman's current location. There was a pause. Swanwick leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing as he thought. These people had come openly. They had not attacked. They had taken the mother box without forcing a fight. Dangerous, yes, but controlled. He made another decision. Tell them to wait, he said. I'll speak to them in person. Back on the street, the soldier froze when he heard the order. In person, sir. Yes, Swanwick replied. That's an order. The soldier swallowed, wanting to warn that it was dangerous for him to come here, but the words stuck in his throat. He pushed them down and replied instead, understood. He turned back toward Tony. General Swanwick says he does not know Superman's location, the soldier said. Then, more carefully, he's coming here to speak with you. Tony lifted an eyebrow. Well, he muttered, that's unexpected. He glanced back at the others. Diana met his eyes and gave a slow nod. If this general was willing to come himself, they could get answers. Maybe not about Superman, but about Doomsday. Tony turned back to the soldier. We'll wait, he said. Waiting turned into something strange. The soldiers, clearly unsure what to do, began bringing out folding tables and chairs from nearby trucks. Someone dragged out a long couch meant for indoor use and set it awkwardly in the street. For Gaius. Naruto dropped into a chair like he was settling down for a meal. Mindy followed right after him, stretching her legs out. Saeko hesitated. They sat in the middle of a military lockdown zone. Soldiers with rifles surrounded them at a distance. She glanced at Tony, relaxed. Diana, calm. Gaius, already seated like this was nothing. Her mouth twitched. Well, she muttered under her breath, and sat down too. Despite everything, the group began talking like they were alone. Naruto leaned forward, hands on his knees, eyes bright. Hey, he said, unable to hold it in, a grin spreading across his face. I've gotten way stronger, I finally mastered Sage Mode. Diana smiled softly at him. Is that so? She asked. Naruto nodded proudly. Mindy, hearing Naruto, seized the chance to tease him. She turned to him with a playful grin. Then, where's our souvenir from Mount Myaboku? Naruto blinked. Souvenir? Yeah, Mindy said. Didn't you bring us anything? Naruto scratched his head. There's nothing there but toads. Mindy leaned closer. What about food? Naruto froze. His face twisted as memories hit him. Slime. Legs. Crunch. He gagged a little. Everyone laughed. Tony laughed openly. Diana smiled wider. Saeko shook her head. Only Gaius remained silently watching them. After a moment, Gaius reached up and removed his helmet. He placed it carefully on the table in front of him. His face was calm. Human. Stern. No anger, no tension. The soldiers watching stiffened even more. To them, this figure looked like another Kryptonian, only far bigger. Zod had appeared in armor as well, and the memory was still fresh. Seeing the towering, armored presence before them, they couldn't help but draw the comparison, fear tightening their grips on their weapons. The sound of a helicopter grew louder. Wind kicked up dust and loose paper as it descended nearby. The aircraft touched down, and 3 figures stepped out. General Swanwick walked forward, flanked by 2 guards. As he approached, Swanwick studied them carefully. Wonder Woman. The armored men. The others. And then his eyes fixed on Gaius. Tall. Heavy armor. Calm presence. John Johns reached out with his mind. The moment his telepathy touched Gaius, it was torn away. Not blocked. Thrown out. Pain flashed through John's head. And suddenly, he was lifted off the ground. Gaius had him by the neck, his hand so large it swallowed more than just the throat. His grip locked around the man's neck and upper shoulder at once, fingers digging in with crushing certainty, lifting him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The moment he tried to enter Gaius's mind, Gaius had already moved, rising from his seat and gripping him by the neck in a blur of speed. In an instant, the street erupted into motion. Guns snapped up. Soldiers shouted orders. Panic rippled through the line. Tony shot into the air, armor humming, weapons locking onto targets. Diana drew her sword. Saeko and Mindy both drew their weapons. Naruto felt chakra rise without thinking, preparing to fight. John raised one hand despite being held. Stand down, he forced out. The soldiers hesitated. Slowly, they lowered their weapons, but did not release them. John looked at Gaius, eyes steady. Forgive me, he said. I did not mean to intrude. I only wanted to understand your origins. Tony stared. You can read minds. He snapped, weapons raised and aimed on the person Gaius was holding, ready to fire at the slightest threat. Gaius considered crushing the man's neck in his grip. The strength was there, the outcome certain. But the men still had value. Killing him now would serve no purpose. Instead, Gaius punished him, hurling him aside with brutal force. John slammed into the pavement hard enough to crack it. The guards rushed to him. Gaius stepped forward. Don't move, a soldier shouted, voice shaking. Gaius kept walking. They fired. Bullets slammed against his armor, flattening on impact. A few whizzed past his head, missing by mere centimeters as he tilted just enough to avoid them. Blood sprayed as Gaius reached the guards. One punch. A sickening crack. The first guard's head burst. Blood and bone sprayed across the street. The same blow crushed the second guard. Both fell, dead before they hit the ground. Silence followed. Gaius turned back to John, who lay still. Stop pretending, Gaius said calmly. Get up. P.S. I hope you all had a beautiful Christmas and New Year. Thank you all so much for reading. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Unmasked Truths. Chapter 115, Unmasked Truths. Gaius did not raise his voice. He simply looked at the men lying in the broken pavement and said, calm and certain. Stop pretending. Get up. The words carried no anger. Only certainty. The soldiers around them did not understand why he said it that way. To them, the men should have been dead. When Gaius had grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, the force alone should have crushed bone. When he threw him across the street, the impact should have shattered every rib. But Gaius already knew. When his hand had closed around the man's throat, he had felt it. Not skin and muscle the way a human body felt. There had been resistance beneath it, dense and wrong. Like stone wrapped in flesh. When he threw him, the body had pushed back, just slightly, in a way no human body ever could. The man was not a normal human. The wind moved through the street, carrying dust and the heavy smell of blood. Two guards lay nearby, their bodies still and broken. One was missing his head entirely. The other lay twisted, helmet split open, dark red pooling beneath him. Then the man on the ground moved. Slowly, he pushed himself up. There was no groan. No sharp breath of pain. No shaking limbs. He rose as if the ground had simply inconvenienced him. Dust slid from his coat. He stood straight, adjusted his posture, and looked around calmly. A murmur passed through the soldiers. Several of them stiffened. Rifles came up again without orders. Fingers tightened on triggers. Wide eyes tracked the men as if he might change at any second. Any normal human would have been broken by that throw. This one stood unharmed. The man turned his attention to Gaius and bowed his head slightly. I apologize, he said. His voice was steady. Clear. I truly did not mean it that way. There was no fear in his tone. No attempt to defend himself. Only sincerity. Soldiers rushed toward him at once. Even though what was shown was far from normal, he was still their lieutenant general. Sir, are you okay? Sir, don't move dash. He raised a hand. I am fine, he said firmly. Lower your weapons. They hesitated. Training screamed at them to keep their guns up. Everything they had just seen told them this man in armor was dangerous. Unnatural. The speed on display was terrifying, far too fast for someone of his size, almost like watching Superman in combat. But his voice carried authority. Slowly, rifles lowered. Not fully. Not slung. But no longer aimed. The man's eyes moved past them. To the bodies. He looked at the dead guards, their blood dark against the pavement. The clean cut of the neck. The head being crushed. His expression did not change much, but something heavy passed behind his eyes. Regret and sadness. He walked closer to Gaius and the others, steps measured, hands visible. You didn't have to kill them, he said quietly, his gaze lingering on the bodies of the guards who had tried to protect him. Diana stepped forward before anyone else could speak. You should not have tried to enter another's mind, she replied. Her voice was calm, but firm. You crossed a line. The men, refuted by Diana, said nothing. For a moment, the street was silent. Then metal moved above them. Tony descended from the air, repulsors flaring as he made a controlled landing. The situation had de-escalated, and he immediately powered down his weapons. The faceplate of his helmet slid open smoothly, revealing his eyes, sharp, alert, and focused. "We need information," Tony said plainly. The men looked around again. Soldiers. Police. Blood on the ground. Too many eyes. Too much tension. "This is not the place to talk," he said. He turned, raising a hand to signal a nearby soldier. The soldier understood immediately and radioed in, requesting a helicopter. A helicopter moved into view moments later, descending behind a nearby building. Its rotors cut through the air, loud and steady. The men walked to it and addressed the pilot briefly. The pilot exited without argument, moving away quickly. "I will fly," the men said, taking the controls. He looked back at the group. "Follow me, we'll talk to a more private place." Gaius and the others exchanged glances, each offering a subtle nod of agreement. Tony and Diana, in particular, were keen to move to a more private location. Lingering here any longer risked drawing attention from other forces in Diana's world, who might seize the chance to interfere. Though they felt no fear, it would be far too troublesome. Diana stepped aboard first, composed and steady. Naruto followed, carrying the sealed mother box, casting a quick glance back at the street. Saeko hesitated at the doorway, her gaze lingering on the blood before moving inside. Mindy entered last, quietly closing the door behind her. The helicopter lifted off. Gaius first walked back to the table and lifted his helmet, settling it onto his head. The helm hissed softly as it sealed into place, locking perfectly around him. Seeing Gaius ready, Tony lifted into the air and followed the helicopter. Flames roared from Gaius' jetpack as he activated it, surging forward effortlessly and keeping pace with the chopper without strain. They flew for nearly 20 minutes. The city faded beneath them. Buildings thinned. Roads became narrow lines. Fields opened up, wide and empty. At last, the helicopter descended near a lone farmhouse, sitting quiet in open land. No nearby homes. Northwest roads close enough for traffic. The helicopter settled in the backyard. Everyone disembarked. Tony opened his faceplate the moment his boots touched the ground. "You'd better have information worth our time," he said. Not angry. Just direct. After all, they flew for more than 20 minutes, then landed in this desolate place. The men nodded once. "I will tell you everything I know," he said. "But I will ask something in return." His gaze lingered on Gaius. When he had tried to enter Gaius' mind earlier, he had not found thoughts. He had felt something else instead. Cold. Vast. Heavy. Like staring into a deep void that pressed back. It had unsettled him. Gaius met his gaze. "Do not attempt to enter my mind again," Gaius said. His voice was low, even. "I will not allow it." Diana nodded in agreement. "He is not wrong." The man inclined his head. "I understand," he said. Tony folded his arms. "Let's start simple. Where is Superman?" The man exhaled slowly. "After the explosion at the Capitol," he said, "he helped the survivors. Pulled people from the rubble. Saved as many as he could. And then?" Tony asked. "And then he disappeared," the men replied. "There have been no confirmed sightings since." Tony nodded. "I see." He paused, then continued. "Tell us what you know about Doomsday." The men frowned slightly. "Doomsday? An apocalyptic event," he added, seeking clarification. Tony gestured vaguely. "A person, or something like one," he said, uncertain himself. After all, the only information they had was the directive, "Kill Doomsday." The man shook his head. "I know no one by that name." Tony watched him closely. "If the name exists," the man continued, "some might use it to describe Superman." He stopped himself immediately. "But that would be wrong," he said firmly. "I know him. He has compassion. He protects life. He cannot become something like that." Silence followed. Then the men shifted. "There was something," he said slowly, 2 years ago. "Something that could have ended this world." Tony leaned forward slightly. "Go on." "Kryptonians," the men said. "The same race as Superman. They invaded Earth." He glanced at Diana, puzzled. Her companions showed no sign of having heard of, or knowing about, the catastrophic events that had occurred 2 years ago, though he was certain she would be aware. Diana paused slightly. "They brought a machine," he continued. "A world engine. It was designed to change this planet. To make it like their own world. And that would have killed everyone here," Tony said. "Yes," the men replied. "Extinction. Superman stopped it," Tony said, as he connects the puzzled. "Yes." Tony took a breath. "What happened to the Kryptonians?" The man's answer was simple. "They are all dead." The words hung in the air. Tony, Diana, and Gaius absorbed it in silence. Kryptonians were gone. Superman was missing. Something called Doomsday was still expected. Gaius spoke next. If it is called Doomsday, he said, it will appear eventually. Tony leaned back slightly. Looks like we're staying in this world longer than planned. Diana nodded once. Saeko glanced between them. So, we're really staying. For now, Tony said. The men stepped forward again. I can offer protection, he said. Shelter. Resources. You can stay here. Tony shook his head immediately. No, he said. This place is too quiet. Too isolated. Metropolis makes more sense, Diana added. Gaius said calmly, we don't need protection. The men considered this, then nodded. Tony glanced at Naruto and said, get the mother box, Naruto. Naruto, who had been standing off to the side in a quiet trance, unable to offer any words during their exchange, stirred when Tony called to him. He stepped forward, climbed into the helicopter, and handed the sealed mother box over to Tony. Tony reached out and took the mother box from Naruto's hands, securing it carefully. Then let's finish our second objective. He opened it. Inside sat a cube, its surface alive with faint light. The mother box. Tony activated the sensors in his helmet visor, scanning the mother box. Streams of data flowed across his HUD, revealing massive energy signatures pulsing from the artifact. He used the identification skill on the mother box. The information displayed. Mother box. A mother box is a sentient, hyper-advanced alien supercomputer created by the beings of Apocalypse. Possessing vast processing power and its own form of consciousness, it can manipulate energy, matter, and technology on a fundamental level. Mother boxes are capable of opening boom tubes for interstellar travel, healing or reconstructing organic and mechanical life, interfacing with any technology, and reshaping environments through immense energy output. Responsive to its users' will and emotions, a mother box is not merely a tool but a living machine, one of the most powerful and dangerous artifacts in the universe. Tony's eyes widened as he studied the mother box, astonished by the sheer magnitude of its power. He wants to analyze and understand it fully before handing it over to the multiversal chat. Diana's eyes widened slightly, her breath catching. Though she had recognized the mother box once it was unsealed, she hadn't been entirely certain. Seeing the identification panel now confirmed her suspicions. The box of the new gods, she said softly. Tony looked up. The box of what? Diana said quietly, the mother box. We also have one in Amazons, in my homeland. On the other side of Tony, Gaius's eyes fell on the mother box and the floating information panel hovering above it. The artifact seemed almost alive, its subtle tremors suggesting awareness, as if it recognized the presence of someone far beyond ordinary power. The mother box seemed to tremble as Gaius's gaze fell upon it, as if sensing the immense presence before it. He spoke then, his voice low but resolute. Then let us secure the second mother box while we wait for Doomsday. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Shadows of Authority. Chapter 116, Shadows of Authority. The room beneath the White House was quiet in a way that felt heavy. Large screens lined the walls of the Situation Room, each frozen on different images. One showed a giant in gold armor standing among soldiers. Another showed a man in red and gold flying. Another showed blood staining the street, bodies lying motionless, one decapitated, another crushed under something too heavy to recognize at a glance. At the center of the room stood the President of the United States. His hands were planted on the table. His shoulders were tight. His jaw was clenched so hard it ached. The briefing had ended moments ago. The words still echoed in his head. The mother box was handed over. No resistance. Lieutenant General Swanwick allowed it. Then disappeared with those unknown individuals. The president dragged a slow breath through his nose and let it out sharply, the sound echoing against the walls. Does that bastard have any idea how dangerous that mother box is? He snapped, voice tight with barely contained fury. According to Dr. Silas Stone, the mother box was far too unstable to be used with the world's current technology. It was not only dangerous, but also rumored to be the key to unlocking unlimited energy. And yet, despite all that, it had been handed over to unknown individuals. And he hadn't even been asked. Swanwick had simply handed the mother box over without permission. No one answered. He turned toward his secretary, his voice rising, anger finally breaking through his usually controlled expression. Giving it to unknown individuals, he continued, and then disappearing. His fist came down on the table, not hard enough to damage it, but loud enough to make the screens vibrate. He froze for half a second, the sound of his own heartbeat filling his ears, then pulled his hand back with practiced composure, face a mask of calm. Inside, however, his knuckles were screaming. The secretary stepped forward cautiously, holding a thick folder and several printed photos. Her hands trembled slightly, betraying her fear and uncertainty. Mr. President, she said carefully, there's something else. She placed the photos on the table. Images spread out. The golden-armored giant towering over soldiers. Iron Man hovering in the air. Wonder Woman standing firm. The others beside them. The secretary swallowed. They may not be human, she said. Especially the giant one in golden armor. The room went silent. The president stared at the image. His anger faded, replaced by memory. Burning cities. A sky torn open. Machines that changed the ground itself. Kryptonians. He closed his eyes for a moment. Where is Superman? He asked quietly. The secretary froze. She knew what that question meant. She also knew the answer would not be welcome. She hesitated, then spoke. Superman disappeared after the explosion at the U.S. Capitol. The president opened his eyes slowly. His lips pressed into a thin line. Everyone in the room knew the truth behind that silence. It had been with his permission that Superman was persecuted. With his approval that fear had turned into blame. Now Superman was gone. These damn aliens, he muttered, rubbing his face with one hand, fingertips pressing hard against his temples. Superman was missing. The Kryptonians were dead. And now something new had arrived. Something unknown. He straightened. His voice hardened again. Find them, he said. Find those bastards first. He pointed at the screen. And take back the mother box. The secretary nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. President. She turned and moved out, already relaying orders. Forces were being gathered. Plans were being made. Far away, Gaius and the others had no idea. The farmhouse was quiet. The land around it stretched wide and empty, broken only by grass and distant trees. The helicopter sat still in the yard, rotors cooling. Diana stepped forward, her movements fluid, her posture calm yet commanding. I will take responsibility for the second mother box, she said calmly. It belongs in my homeland. No one argued. It was her homeland, and they had no wish to intrude. They respected her decision, and her. John watched them for a moment, then stepped forward. Now it is my turn to ask questions, he said. No one stopped him. This had always been part of the exchange. He turned toward Gaius. Who are you? Gaius looked at him steadily. I am Gaius Maximer Thasser, he said. Captain of the Ultramarines. The name lingered in the air. John tilted his head slightly. The name had a Roman style to it. He focused on the unfamiliar word. Ultramarines, he asked. What is that? Gaius answered without hesitation. I am an Ultramarine, he said. We are Space Marines. Sons of Gilliman. Defenders of humanity. John frowned. Defenders of humanity, he repeated, skepticism tinting his words. The image of Gaius before him did not match the title. Gaius did not explain further. He turned away. John turned to Tony, ready to ask questions. Tony noticed and shook his head once, subtly. If Gaius would not speak more, neither would he. John understood. He said nothing else. Then Gaius's head snapped upward, fast and sharp, following a movement in the sky. The other's attention followed instinctively. A black shape cut through the clouds, descending smoothly, controlled. A jet, silent in its glide, its panels shifting seamlessly. Weapons slid outward, guns aimed, calculated. Diana recognized it at once. So did John. Batman, Diana said quietly. The jet landed smoothly. The ramp opened. Batman stepped out. His presence was heavy. Still. Watching. Naruto's eyes lit up. That's so cool, he whispered. Mindy nodded. Saeko did the same. Gaius did not react. Tony squinted. Ah, who are you supposed to be, he said. Bat guy. Halloween came early this year. Batman ignored him. His eyes stayed on the group. Who are you? Batman asked. Tony smirked. Tony Stark, he said. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Iron Man. Batman's focus shifted only slightly. Still mostly on Gaius. John stepped forward. Do not fight, he said quickly. This is Batman. A hero. He keeps order. Then he turned to Batman. Do not fight them, John added. They are dangerous. And unknown. Batman turned to him. You, he said. Lieutenant General Swanwick. His voice was calm, but sharp. Who are you really? Batman had seen the footage. He had seen Gaius move faster than human. He had seen John stand up after a throw that should have killed him. John met his gaze. "I am Lieutenant General Swanwick," he said. Batman did not believe him. Not even a flicker of trust. He turned back to the group. "I can't find any record of you," he said. "You don't exist in this world." Silence followed. Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko stayed quiet. They looked to Tony. To Gaius. The choice was theirs. Whether to speak. Or stay silent. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Watchers and Truths. Chapter 117, Watchers and Truths. Silence settled over the open land like a heavy blanket. Batman's words still hung in the air. "You don't exist in this world." Naruto shifted on his feet first. He looked from Batman to Tony, then to Gaius. Mindy and Saeko did the same, their eyes moving without a word. None of them wanted to speak first. This was not their choice to make. Tony noticed. He turned his head slowly toward Gaius. Gaius met his eyes. For a brief moment, nothing passed between them. No words. No signal that anyone else could see. Then Gaius turned away. It was a simple motion. Come. Clear. Tony understood at once. Your choice. Gaius did not care if Batman knew the truth. This was not his world. It did not change his mission. If they were exposed, so be it. Tony let out a quiet breath through his nose. A small smile appeared on his face, light and casual, like he was about to make a joke. "Well," he said, lifting his hands a little, "guess there's no point dancing around it." Batman watched him closely, eyes sharp, body still. Tony tilted his head slightly. "We're from other universes." The words landed softly, without force. For half a second, Tony's smile stayed. Then it faded. His posture straightened. His voice became steady. "We are defenders of humanity." Batman did not react right away. He stared at Tony, then slowly shifted his gaze to Gaius. "You don't seem like it," Batman said. His voice was calm, but firm. Images flashed through his mind. Footage he had watched again and again. Gaius moving faster than any human. 2 soldiers dying in seconds. Blood on the ground. No hesitation. No mercy. Defenders of humanity. Behind Tony, Diana let out a soft breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Mindy smiled, pressing her lips together, and Saeko looked away with a quiet chuckle. They understood. They were good people, but they were not enough to be called the defenders of humanity. But the title Tony used carried weight. Only one of them truly fitted. Naruto scratched the back of his head, not saying anything. He was slow sometimes, but not blind. He could feel Tony is fooling the bat guy. Gaius did not turn back. He only raised one eyebrow slightly. No denial. No agreement. Tony glanced at his companions, with a smile, then back to Batman. "For we have come to this universe," Tony continued, "because this world called for help." Batman's jaw tightened. He did not believe the first part. Other universes sounded like an excuse. A story. But the second part. That part made him pause. He studied Tony's armor. Smooth. Advanced. Nothing like what the military had. Far beyond it. A hidden organization, he thought. One that erases its tracks with their high technology. Then his eyes moved to Gaius again. 10 feet tall. 10 feet tall in golden armor, he looked like something out of legend, clearly advanced technology at work, yet shaped in the style of a medieval knight. Batman did not like unknowns. He stepped forward once, boots pressing into the dirt. "What did the world call for help for?" he asked. Tony answered without thinking. "Something called doomsday." The word felt heavy the moment it was spoken. "We have to kill it." There was no drama in Tony's voice. No fear. Just fact. Tony didn't hide his thoughts, after all, they needed it destroyed, not kept as something precious. And this bat guy might just help them track it down. Batman's eyes narrowed. "Doomsday," he repeated. His thoughts went straight to one person. Superman. The Capitol bombing. The anger. The silence that followed. Superman had vanished, and no one knew where he was or what he was doing. Batman's fingers curled slightly at his side. If this thing exists, he thought, then the world really is in danger. He turned away from the group, already striding toward the Batwing. "I'll be watching you," he said. His voice was low, steady, final. Batman had work to do. He was already deep into studying the kryptonite he had stolen from LexCorp, testing it, learning its limits. He was preparing for the day Superman might turn, if that day ever came. After the Capitol bombing, Superman had vanished without a trace. No sightings. No signals. No answers. Bruce didn't know where he was or what he was doing. That uncertainty was enough. Batman reached the edge of the Batwing ramp. "Hey," Tony called out. Batman stopped. He turned his head just enough to see Tony pointing toward the mother box resting nearby. "You're clearly high-tech," Tony said. "Why don't you help me study this?" Batman turned fully now, eyes locking onto the object. The mother box. His concern flared immediately. These unknown individuals had taken the mother box, he had seen it earlier. He wanted to confront them at once, knowing how dangerous the artifact was, but he wasn't prepared. Without sufficient information or planning, he couldn't risk facing them. "Why would I do that?" Batman asked, his voice calm, betraying nothing of the tension he felt inside. Tony shrugged. "I'll trade." Batman did not move. "Information," Tony added. "About where some of us came from." That made Batman pause. It was a risk. A big one. Letting strangers near his base. But knowledge had its value and it's worth the risk. He only have Alfred left anyway. He nodded once. "Follow me." Batman stepped into the Batwing. Tony moved after him without hesitation. Batman stopped again. He turned and looked back. "What about them?" Tony turned to the others. "Naruto, Mindy, Saeko," he said, "come with me first." They nodded. Tony then turned to Gaius. "What about you, Gaius?" As Gaius came to his world then completing his mission, the Emperor residing within him issued a new task. He couldn't help but wonder, would this be just like the last time? Even though the mission is still unfinished. Gaius stood still. Inside, he considered everything calmly. The Emperor had not come with him this time, so there was no task beyond Doomsday and the mother box. But Doomsday had yet to appear, they didn't even know who or what he was. As for the mother box, that objective was essentially complete, with Diana set to acquire the second one. At this moment, nothing else demanded his attention. Tony waited, already understanding the silence. "Why don't you come with us?" Tony said. "Relax a bit. At this guy's place." He pointed at Batman. Batman said nothing. It was better this way. Better to watch them closely. Gaius considered it for a moment. Then he nodded once. General Swanwick, who had stayed quiet through all of this, let out a slow breath. Relief. They would not scatter. They would not roam around. They would be in one place. Diana stepped forward. "Then I will return home," she said calmly. "I will acquire the second mother box." Swanwick turned to her. "I can take you back to Metropolis. This place is remote." Diana nodded. They boarded the helicopter together. The rotors spun up, wind kicking dust into the air. Within moments, it lifted off and flew away. The remaining group watched it go. Batman looked at the Batwing, then at the people gathered. It was clear. It could not carry all of them. He raised his hand and tapped his comm. He said, "Send a private plane to my current location." A pause. "Understood, sir," a old voice replied. Batman turned back. "Wait here," he said. "A vehicle will take you to my place." The Batwing lifted into the sky and vanished. The field grew quiet again. Naruto looked around. "So, we are just gonna wait here?" Tony smiled. "Yes, we'll wait." He felt that Batman was much like himself, just far darker. Gaius said nothing. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, The Batcave. Chapter 118, The Batcave. The Batcave was deep beneath the earth, hidden below layers of stone and steel. It was quiet in a way few places ever were. Not peaceful, but controlled. Water dripped from the cave ceiling in slow, steady beats. Each drop echoed faintly before fading into the low hum of machines. Soft blue and white lights washed across the cave. Screens lined the walls, each displaying different areas of Gotham, numbers and data shifting every few seconds. Cables ran along the floor and climbed the rock walls, neat and orderly. Everything here served a purpose. One side of the cave was filled with scientific equipment. The table in it sat the cube, surrounded by various instruments analyzing the mother box. The cube seated in the surface of the table, glowing with a soft, steady light. Symbols moved across its surface. It did not make a sound, but it felt present, like something watching without eyes. Tony Stark stood a few steps away from it, arms loosely at his sides. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, but his eyes were sharp. He studied the box the way a mechanic studied an engine, looking for patterns, weak points, and answers. Batman stood beside him, taller in the shadows. His cape fell straight down his back, unmoving. His arms were crossed, his stance firm. He was not looking at the mother box alone. His attention moved between the cube and Tony, watching both with equal care. There was no small talk. No jokes. No greetings. Only focus. Tony finally broke the silence. He raised one hand and gestured toward the cube. "This thing," he said simply, "is a supercomputer." Batman did not respond. Thin red laser lines swept from his gauntlet, scanning the mother box inch by inch. Numbers flickered across a nearby screen, appearing and vanishing in seconds. A three-dimensional model formed beside them, but it showed only the outer shell. The interior remained unreadable. Tony continued, keeping his voice calm and clear. "It controls energy," he said. "Not just power like electricity. Deeper than that. Heat, force, movement. It shapes it." He took a slow step closer, careful not to touch it. "It can change matter too. Take something broken and rebuild it. Take raw material and turn it into something else." Batman's eyes stayed on his scans. "It can talk to technology," Tony added. "At a level we don't have words for yet. It doesn't hack. It doesn't break in. It just tells machines what they are now." Batman finally spoke, his voice low and steady. "How do you know this?" Tony shrugged lightly. "I have my ways." Tony didn't want to reveal the ability granted to them by the multiversal chat, identification. Batman paused his scan for half a second. "You've had this for less than a day," he said. "No one on this planet understands alien tech like you do." Bruce was uneasy. They had only obtained the mother box today, yet the information they were sharing went far beyond what he had uncovered at STAR Labs. There, the box had been labeled only as dangerous. Silas Stone had called it volatile and the chance of unlocking unlimited energy through it. Now these strangers, who had possessed it for less than a day, were speaking with certainty about its capabilities. Tony smiled, but it wasn't smug. It was honest. "True," he said. Batman resumed scanning. He didn't argue. He didn't accept it either. He stored the information away, filing it for later. Tony glanced around the cave, his eyes moving over the machines, the suits on display, the tools laid out with care. "Your tech is good," Tony said. "Really good." Batman said nothing. "For this world," Tony added. "It's the best I've seen." Batman's hands moved faster, adjusting settings. "But," Tony continued, holding up a finger, "this thing. It's way past what Earth tech can handle right now." He looked back at the mother box. "Not your fault," he said. "If this were 20 years later, maybe. But right now. Even your systems are working blind." The technology in the Batcave was impressive, far beyond anything Tony had seen in his own world, but it was broad and generalized. Compared to his personal equipment, it was still less refined and precise. That made sense. After all, he was Tony Stark, and this world was 2015, while his own timeline was 2012. The slight gap in technological development explained why, even here, his own tech still outmatched much of what Batman had built. Batman stopped again. This time, he looked at Tony directly. "You're saying my tools aren't enough?" Tony nodded once. "I'm saying they're impressive," he replied. "But mine's just better." "No need to be sad, that's normal. After all, I am Tony Stark." Batman turned back to his work. He didn't say a word, merely continuing to study the mother box. But in his mind, he was already thinking about upgrading his equipment once all of this was over. Time passed. The lights in the cave shifted as hours passed. Some screens went dark, while others flickered to life with new data. A cup of coffee, given to Bruce earlier by Alfred, sat untouched on a nearby metal table, its steam long gone. Finally, Batman spoke again. "Your friends are already settled in my mansion," he said. Tony didn't look up. "Good," he replied. "I think Alfred will entertain them." Tony said this, knowing Alfred well enough. After all, they had been greeted by him when they arrived at Wayne Manor. Curious about Batman's identity, Tony had done a little investigating. With their arrival at the manor, it didn't take long for him to figure out who Batman really was. Batman ignored the comment. He turned, fully facing Tony now. "Now tell me," he said. "Who are you?" Tony straightened and met his gaze. "Didn't I say?" Tony replied. "Defenders of humanity." Batman let out a short, sharp scoff. "That's not an answer." He stepped closer. His voice dropped, not loud, but heavy. "Tell me the truth," he said. "Who are you?" Tony raised both hands slowly, palms open. "No need to get angry," he said. He reached into the air with his ironclad hand, and with a flick, a USB appeared in his palm. "This," Tony said, "is the truth." Tony used the parcel system of the multiversal chat to store items and supplies he might need, and that USB was one of them. Batman took it, but did not plug it in. He scanned it first. Then scanned it again. He ran checks through isolated systems, looking for traps, hidden signals, anything that could turn against him. Only after several long minutes did he connect it to a secondary screen. The video began. The Batcave filled with light. The view showed a sky torn open by fire. Objects fell from above, burning bright as they cut through the air. Drop pods. They hit the ground with force that shook the camera. Dirt and debris flew in all directions. The pods opened. Giants stepped out. They were armored, massive, moving with purpose. Their weapons roared, sending rounds that exploded on impact. Enemies fell in pieces, bodies torn apart by force far beyond normal guns. Batman leaned closer to the screen. This was not Earth. The next image showed civilians. Thin. Scarred. Chained. Slaves. Their eyes were wide with fear. Machines were bolted into their bodies. Overseers shouted orders. Then the giants moved again. The overseers fell. One by one. Clean. Fast. Chains shattered. The slaves fell to their knees, crying and trembling, their hands brushing the ground as if they couldn't believe it was real. Some made the imperial eagle sign toward the armored warriors. Their voices rose, raw and awed. The Emperor's angels, salvation, deliverance. Angels. Angels of death. Batman's pupils narrowed at the sight of the humans, augmented and treated like slaves. He caught their words, Emperor's angels. Emperor. The ruler there. Angels. Were they referring to the armored warriors? The video shifted. A new battlefield. A wide metal platform stretched across open space. Endless creatures surged forward, screaming, clawing. The armored warriors held them back on a high platform of dark, oil-stained metal that loomed over the battlefield. Their fire never stopped. Blades flashed. Blood sprayed across the platform, dark and thick. Batman watched closely. Their movements were clean. Disciplined. No wasted motion. Then the camera shook. As the armored warriors began to be overwhelmed. Someone familiar appeared. Gold armor. Tall. Massive. A warhammer rested in his grip. Gaius. Then he roared, a sound so fierce it shook the Batcave speakers. Batman felt it reverberate in his chest. The enemies they had been fighting dropped like flies. Those still on the ground fell as well. Gaius charged forward. The hammer slammed into the metal floor. The shockwave obliterated everything still standing. Silence. The video ended. The cave was quiet again. Batman didn't move for a long time. Finally, he spoke. Are you truly from another universe? Tony nodded. That battlefield isn't Earth, Batman continued. That power isn't human. That army doesn't belong to this world, and those aliens. Tony smiled faintly. Told you. Batman turned away, his mind racing. Gaius could go toe-to-toe with Superman, at least judging from the video. The strength Gaius displayed suggested they were evenly matched. Superman's advantage lay in his speed, able to fly at incredible velocity and move with unmatched agility. But Gaius wasn't alone. They were trained. Organized. A full army. Why this world? How did they arrive? His thoughts turned to Diana. The timing. The connection. He showed none of it. Do your work, Batman said. As he walked, he added, I have other things to study. He disappeared into the shadows. Tony watched him go and chuckled softly. Very on brand, he muttered. He looked around the cave. Definitely a bat. He turned back to the mother box, fully focused on analyzing and studying it. Tony was particularly fascinated by its ability to control matter. At the wreckage site of the Kryptonian ship, far from the Batcave, Lex Luthor stood inside the remains of the vessel. Zod's body floated in a chamber filled with thick fluid. Tubes and wires connected to it. Lex cut his hand. Blood dripped into the chamber. The ship spoke, calm and cold. Foreign genetic material detected. Lex winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Proceed. The ship warned him. Spoke of forbidden acts. Lex said softly. Where is the council? He asked. Destroyed, the ship replied. Then Lex said. Then proceed. The chamber began to change. The chrysalis formed. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, A Spar. Chapter 119, A Spar. The lawn of Wayne Manor stretched wide and clean beneath the late afternoon sky. The grass was trimmed evenly, soft underfoot, and the air carried a gentle breeze that rustled the tall trees surrounding the estate. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting slow-moving shadows across the open ground. It was peaceful. Too peaceful, some might say, considering what the world was moving toward. At the center of the lawn stood two figures facing one another, one big and small. Gaius stood tall and still, his golden armor catching the light in dull reflections. His helmet was off, resting nearby, revealing a calm face that showed no tension at all. His posture was straight, balanced, and relaxed, as if he were simply waiting for the day to pass rather than standing before a fight. Across from him stood Naruto. Naruto rolled his shoulders once and bounced lightly on his feet. His expression was bright, confident, and alive with energy. His hands were loose at his sides, but his eyes were sharp. He was focused now, not joking, not distracted. Off to the side of the lawn, a small group watched. Mindy stood with her arms crossed, her weight leaning onto one hip. Saeko stood beside her, hands relaxed, eyes fixed on the two figures in the center. Alfred stood a short distance away, holding a jug in one hand, calm and composed as always. They had been at Wayne Manor for 3 days now. For most of them, the days had been relaxed. They explored the manor, talked, laughed, watched television, and rested. Naruto was loud as usual, always moving, always hungry. Mindy and Saeko spent time together, asking questions about this world and learning how things worked here. Gaius was different. He rarely joined the others unless asked. Most of his time was spent in the library, reading books with quiet focus. Other times, Alfred would see him watching television, studying the screen rather than enjoying it. And sometimes, Gaius would meditate alone, sitting in complete stillness for long stretches of time. Alfred found him interesting. At first glance, Gaius looked like a walking weapon. Tall, armored, imposing. Anyone without context would assume violence followed wherever he went. But in these past few days, Alfred had seen something else. Discipline. Curiosity. A calm mind. A scholar inside a warrior's body. Now, that same warrior stood across from a blonde young man who barely looked serious enough to fight. Mindy tilted her head slightly as she watched them. "Who do you think will win?" she asked casually. Saeko didn't hesitate. "Why ask?" she replied. "Gaius will definitely win." Mindy laughed softly. "You're right," she said. "I just wanted to ask." Neither of them lowered their voices. Naruto heard them clearly. "Hey!" Naruto shouted, turning his head. "I can hear you." Mindy grinned and cupped her hands around her mouth. "So what?" she shouted back. "You can't win anyway." Saeko chuckled quietly beside her. Naruto turned back toward Gaius with a small scowl. "Humph," he muttered. Alfred said nothing. He simply watched. Naruto took a breath and faced Gaius fully now. "Gaius," Naruto said, his tone serious but friendly, "watch out." Gaius nodded once. No words. Naruto smiled. He brought his hands together and moved them quickly through familiar shapes. Multiple shadow clone technique. A rush of air burst outward. In an instant, the lawn filled with Naruto clones. Dozens of them appeared, all moving at once. They rushed Gaius from every direction, their footsteps pounding against the grass. Punches flew. Kicks followed. Some clones attacked high, others low, working together with speed and energy. Gaius moved. Despite his massive size, he was fast. He shifted his weight smoothly, blocking strikes with his forearms and shoulders. Each punch he threw was controlled, precise. Every time his fist connected, a clone burst apart into smoke. He didn't rush. He didn't struggle. He simply worked through them. Clone after clone disappeared. But not all of them were attacking. Several clones stayed back, hands glowing as spinning balls of energy formed in their palms. Rasengan. They charged forward together. Gaius noticed. He raised one eyebrow slightly. As one clone came close, Gaius grabbed it by the arm and turned, using his strength to hurl the clone forward. The thrown clone smashed into the other's mid-charge. The Rasengan attacks collapsed instantly, the energy bursting apart harmlessly as the clones vanished. On the sidelines, Alfred froze. His eyes widened, and his grip on the jug tightened. Even though he had spent 3 days with Naruto and the others, and Naruto had casually mentioned that he was a ninja and very strong, Alfred had never truly taken it at face value. Naruto hadn't shown off much, and he was nothing like the ninjas Alfred knew of, such as the League of Assassins. Those people were cold, disciplined, and silent. Naruto, by contrast, was lively, energetic, loud, and openly emotional. Alfred had never once thought of him as a ninja. But seeing Naruto fight changed that perception. Alfred reevaluated his assumptions. Still, he didn't think of Naruto as an assassin, not in the traditional sense. If anything, Naruto felt more like a magician, creating clones of himself, shaping glowing spheres of energy in his hands. Powerful, yes, but not an assassin. Mindy and Saeko stared as well. They were less shocked than Alfred, but still impressed. Damn, Mindy said, eyes wide. I really want to learn ninjutsu. Saeko sighed. Unfortunately, we can't. Mindy's shoulders drooped slightly. Yeah. They had tried before. Naruto had taught them what he could, explaining chakra and control, guiding them step by step. But it never worked. Their bodies simply couldn't do it. They weren't from Naruto's world. Back on the lawn, Naruto gritted his teeth. Okay, he said to himself. Time to get serious. He formed seals again. Multiple shadow clone technique. Even more clones appeared, filling the lawn once more. This time, Naruto didn't stay back. He rushed forward himself. 2 clones stayed at his sides as he formed a Rasengan in his hand. The spinning energy grew larger as the clones helped feed it chakra. Around them, the other clones attacked Gaius, keeping him busy. Punches and kicks came from all sides. Gaius continued to disperse them with ease, his movements smooth and experienced. Naruto jumped. Hi. Clones leapt up with him. He stepped off one clone in midair, then another, using them like stepping stones. Each clone vanished as he pushed off, giving him more height and speed. The Rasengan grew massive. Bigger than Naruto himself. He dove downward, shouting as he brought the attack down with all his force. Below, Gaius looked up. The clones around him were gone now. Naruto had cleared the space himself. There was no one left to block the path. For a brief moment, Gaius considered simply taking the hit. He could. But he chose not to. Gaius drew in a breath. And roared. It was not the war cry of the Emperor. It was simply his voice. But it was enough. The sound tore through the air like a physical force. The grass beneath them rippled outward. Nearby windows in the manor cracked with sharp sounds. Naruto was hit head-on. The Rasengan shattered instantly, the energy blowing apart. Naruto's eyes went wide as the sound rattled through his head. His senses went dark. He fell. Gaius stepped forward and caught him easily, lowering him to the ground with care. Naruto groaned and blinked his eyes open a moment later. That was unfair, he shouted weakly. Mindy covered her ears, wincing. Saeko did the same. They weren't the target, but it still hurt. Humph, Mindy said once the ringing eased. That wasn't unfair. You just lost. Saeko nodded in agreement. Alfred covered his ears as well, then slowly lowered his hands. He took out a handkerchief and wiped sweat from his forehead. Naruto sat up, rubbing his head. He sighed. Yeah, he admitted. I lost. He looked up at Gaius. Sorry about that, Naruto said. Gaius nodded once. No words. The tension faded. Alfred stepped forward, clearing his throat. Since your sparring is done, Sir Gaius and Sir Naruto, he said politely, would you care to rest and eat something? Naruto's stomach growled loudly. He grinned. Yes. Gaius nodded again. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, Threads in Motion. Chapter 120, Threads in Motion. Deep beneath Wayne Manor lay the Batcave. At its heart stood a massive computer wall. Dozens of screens formed a wide arc, each alive with data, graphs, and live feeds, maps of Gotham, scrolling numbers, shifting charts. At the center, the largest screen displayed the wide green lawn of Wayne Manor. Batman and Tony Stark sat side by side before it. Neither spoke. On the screen, a sparring match played out in real time. Gaius moved through Naruto's clones with smooth, controlled precision. Every strike was clean. Every step measured. Each clone vanished in a burst of smoke as it was struck down. Smaller windows showed different angles, wide shots, close-ups, overhead views, captured by hidden cameras placed around the grounds. They are watching it live. Tony leaned back slightly in his chair. He was not wearing his armor. Instead, his red and gold armor stood nearby on a sturdy metal stand. Mechanical arms extended from the stand, folded neatly now, quiet and still. Batman sat forward, elbows resting lightly on the table, his eyes fixed on the screen. His face was calm, unreadable. Tony glanced at the screen as Naruto rushed forward, clones forming around him. Kid's got spirit, Tony said lightly. Batman did not reply. Tony didn't seem to mind. Tony's armor stand shifted slightly as the mechanical arms adjusted themselves, responding to a quiet command from his wrist device. Tony glanced at them and smiled. I built those 3 days ago, he said casually. Used your tools. Hope you don't mind. Batman's eyes flicked toward the stand for half a second. As long as they don't interfere with my systems, Batman said, though he already knew that. Good, Tony replied. Because pulling the armor on and off by hand gets old fast. Especially when you're stuck somewhere for days. Batman remained silent. Tony went on anyway. I mean, I love my suit, he said. But it's not meant to be lived in. No offense to my golden friend upstairs, but my armor doesn't recycle waste or clean itself. You try wearing it non-stop and see how fast it becomes a problem. Batman did not comment on Tony Stark's antics. On the screen, Gaius moved through Naruto's clones with smooth, controlled steps. Every strike was precise, every motion measured, each clone dispersing into a cloud of smoke as it was struck down. Batman watched closely. The system quietly recorded everything. Every sound. Every motion. Every change in air pressure when Gaius moved. A small icon on the screen confirmed the footage was being saved and tagged for later study. Tony leaned forward slightly as Gaius caught Naruto mid-fall. Oof, Tony muttered. That roar still gives me chills. Batman said nothing. But his mind was working. He had already accepted the truth. These beings were not from his world. The way Naruto moved didn't match any known fighting style on Earth. The energy he wielded didn't align with any power source Batman had ever studied or catalogued. Batman glanced at another screen, one not visible to Tony. On it were wireframe scans of Tony's armor. While Tony watched the fight, his armor sitting unused on the stand, Batman took the opportunity to run his own quiet analysis of it. Only the surface. Materials. Shape. Structure. He could not see inside the suit. Tony had protected it well. Still, Batman learned enough. The armor's design was elegant. Smart. Efficient. Given enough time and effort, Batman knew he could recreate the outer shell, shape the plates, match the joints, build the frame. He could even imitate the weapons, the thrusters, or modify it by adding his own enhancements. But it would mean nothing. Batman's eyes shifted briefly to Tony's chest. The arc reactor. That was the heart of it all. Without it, the armor was just metal. Heavy. Limited. Weak. Batman understood then that even if he copied the suit perfectly, it would never truly work without the power source that made it alive. The video reached the final moment. Gaius roared. The sound filled the Batcave, even on replay. The speakers vibrated slightly. The fight ended. The screen paused. Silence returned to the cave. Batman stood. I have work to do. I'm leaving, he said simply. Tony nodded. No argument here. They did not shake hands. They did not exchange thanks. There was no dramatic farewell. They simply went their separate ways. Batman turned and walked deeper into the cave, his cape flowing behind him, blending into the shadows. Tony watched him go for a moment, then turned back to his work. Deeper within the Batcave, behind sealed doors and restricted access, Batman entered his private lab. The lights here were dimmer. The air felt colder. This was where plans became weapons. Several large frames stood upright, half-built, supported by metal arms. Dark armor plates lay on tables nearby. Tools were arranged with perfect order. This armor wasn't meant for Gotham's criminals. This was armor meant for Superman. Batman moved between the tables in silence. He checked measurements. Adjusted parts. Made notes on a digital display. There was no anger in his movements. Only purpose. Only preparation. He knew Superman was powerful. Stronger than anything this world had ever seen. That was exactly why Batman was here. Back in the main Batcave, Tony stood before the mother box. It hovered slightly above its platform, glowing faintly, reacting to his presence. Symbols moved across its surface, slow and fluid. Tony's eyes shone with interest. Okay, he said quietly. Let's try that again. He adjusted a device connected to the platform. A soft hum filled the air. The mother box responded. A block of stone beside it began to shift. Slowly, carefully, its surface changed. Edges softened. Shapes formed. Tony watched closely. The stone reshaped itself into a smooth curve. Tony smiled. Still limited, he muttered. But not bad. He stopped the process before it went too far. Tony leaned back, rubbing his chin. He could build a machine to control the mother box. He knew that now. But that wasn't what he wanted. The box was too dangerous, too unknown, and it needed to be turned into the multiversal chat to complete the objective. Instead, he focused on what it had shown him. Matter could be shaped. Controlled. By rules. By systems. Tony felt a spark of excitement. If I can do this, he said softly, then it's only a matter of time. The mother box pulsed once, almost as if listening. High above ground, far from the Batcave, Lex Luthor stood in his office. The room was clean. Sharp. White and glass. Documents covered his desk. Photos. Screens. None of the evidence was perfect. None of it was complete. But Lex did not need perfection. He needed certainty. And he had it. Bruce Wayne was Batman. Lex leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, eyes calm. He had already been guiding Batman. Feeding him ideas. Pushing him toward the truth about Superman. Now, he knew exactly who stood behind the mask. Lex stood and walked to another table. At the center lay a photograph. Clark Kent. Reporter. Beside it were other photos. A farmhouse. An older woman. Martha Kent. Lex smiled slowly. Then came a knock at the door. Lex's smile vanished. Come in, he said. A secretary entered, holding a small folder. Sir, she said, nervous but maintaining her professionalism, we've located the individuals who took the mother box. She handed him the folder. Lex took it without looking at her. Get out, he said calmly. She left at once. Lex opened the folder. Inside were photos of a remote farmhouse. Reports. Flight records. He read quickly. General Swanwick. An unknown group. Another aircraft. Ownership confirmed. Bruce Wayne. Lex laughed softly. So that's where you're hiding, he said. He closed the folder and looked out the window. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, The Decision. Chapter 121, The Decision. The Batcave was quiet in a way that felt heavier than usual. Not the calm kind of quiet. Not the peaceful kind. This was the kind of silence that pressed down on the chest and stayed there. Bruce Wayne sat alone in front of the main computer, his body still, his hands resting on the edge of the metal table. The glow from the large screens painted his face in pale light, sharp lines and deep shadows cutting across his features. He looked older like this. Not weak, not tired, but worn. Like stone that had taken too many hits over too many years. On one of the screens, a news broadcast played. A woman sat behind a desk, her voice calm, practiced, and serious. The world continues to ask questions in the aftermath of the tragedy, the anchor said. Many are wondering where Superman has been since that day. If Superman was not involved, the woman continued, then why has he not appeared to defend himself? And if he has nothing to hide, she said, why hasn't he been seen since the day of the tragedy? Bruce did not move. He did not change expression. His face remained calm, controlled, almost empty. But his mind was anything but still. He had gone over this again and again. Every report. Every rumor. Every piece of evidences that he had been getting, both directly and indirectly. Bruce was not blind. He knew how manipulation worked. He knew how fear was planted and fed, how doubt was shaped until it felt like reason. Nothing that had been shown to him was complete proof. Bruce admitted that to himself. There were gaps. Assumptions. Leaps that required belief instead of fact. And yet. Bruce leaned back slightly in his chair, eyes never leaving the screen. Even a small chance was too much. If there was even a 10% chance that Superman could turn against humanity, just 10, then that was already unacceptable. Superman was not a threat because of his intent. He was a threat because of what he could do. Power like that did not need evil to become dangerous. It only needed to change its mind. Or lose control. Or decide, even for a moment, that humanity was in the way. Bruce's thoughts shifted, sliding into another shape as they always did lately. Gaius. Tony. And Naruto. The others who had come from another world. They claimed their reason for coming to this world was to kill Doomsday. Doomsday. Bruce had taken that word seriously. He had researched everything tied to it. Myths. Legends. Ancient warnings. Modern theories. Weapons hidden in the dark. Aliens whispered about in classified files. Nothing fit. No device. No army. No monster. Nothing on Earth matched the name Doomsday. Nothing except one thing. Bruce's eyes flicked to another screen. An old satellite image of Superman hovering above the planet, small against the curve of the world, yet somehow larger than everything beneath him. Superman. A being who could fly across the world. A being who seemed almost omnipresent. A being no force on Earth could stop. If a Doomsday existed, and they said it had to be killed, then it meant the being capable of creating such a Doomsday. Bruce could not ignore the possibility that it was already here. That it was already watching. That it already wore a friendly face. The decision had been forming for a long time. Now it settled into place. Bruce reached forward and turned off the screen. The news anchor vanished mid-sentence. The images disappeared. The Batcave sank deeper into darkness, lit only by distant monitors and soft blue system lights. Bruce stood. His joints protested faintly as he rose, a reminder he did not ignore. He was strong. Still fast. Still sharper than most men half his age. But he was not young. He knew his body. He tracked every change. Every fraction of a second lost. Every recovery that took just a little longer than it used to. This was his peak. Not because he was at his strongest, but because this was the last moment where his strength, experience, and preparation still lined up. It would not get better. Time would only take from him. Bruce walked deeper into the cave. The ground beneath his boots shifted from stone to reinforced metal as he approached a massive structure standing in the shadows. Slowly, as he drew closer, lights activated along its surface. A suit of armor stood there. Huge. Heavy. Built not for speed, but for survival. This was not a symbol. Not a display piece. This was a weapon. Designed for one purpose. To fight Superman. Bruce stopped in front of it, looking up at the armored frame. Thick plates layered over dense systems. Reinforced joints. Power units built to take punishment no normal machine could survive. He raised a hand and pressed a control. The armor came to life. A deep hum rolled through the cave as systems powered on. Servos whined softly as they tested movement. Lights flickered across the suit's surface, running checks and syncing components. Bruce stepped onto the platform. Mechanical arms moved with slow precision, locking pieces into place around him. The weight settled over his shoulders, his chest, his arms. It was heavy. Even for him. Bruce welcomed that. This armor would keep him alive long enough to do what needed to be done. As the helmet sealed shut, the world narrowed to data and sound. Bruce's breathing echoed softly inside the suit. He turned his thoughts to the next step. He knew Superman was capable of seeing and hearing from far away, almost like a form of omnipresence. So he would do something to draw his attention. And Superman would see the bat signal. The signal was more than a call. It was a challenge. A warning. A declaration of war. Powering it would force Superman to make a choice. Come and face him. Or stay away, and prove the doubts right. Either way, Bruce would have his answer. Footsteps echoed behind him. Light ones. Familiar ones. Alfred Pennyworth stood at the edge of the platform, his posture straight, his expression tight with understanding. He had seen the signs. Bruce had been gone too long. Even Tony had left the cave earlier. Alfred knew this moment before he fully saw it. His eyes moved over the armor, the systems, the preparations already in motion. No, Alfred said quietly, but firmly. Bruce did not turn. Master Bruce, Alfred continued, stepping closer. You know you cannot win this. Bruce's voice came through the armor, deep and altered. I don't need to win, he said. Alfred shook his head. This isn't strategy. It's suicide. Bruce paused. Just for a moment. I am older now than my father ever was, Bruce said. Every day after this is borrowed time. Alfred's hands clenched at his sides. This may be the only thing I do, Bruce continued, that truly matters. Alfred tried again, his voice softer but no less urgent. You don't have to do this alone. Let Mr. Stark help. Let Sir Gaius help. The name hung in the air. Bruce was silent for a longer moment this time. Then he answered. I don't trust them, Alfred. The words landed hard. Alfred opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came. He had no argument left. He had known Bruce his entire life, and he recognized that tone. The decision was already made. Alfred turned away slowly, seemingly aged, his back looking weary. Above, in the manor, Tony Stark noticed Alfred leaving the hidden entrance. Tony frowned slightly. He did not follow immediately. Instead, he headed toward another part of the Wayne Manor, where Gaius stood near a window, looking out at the night. They exchanged a glance. Nothing needed to be said. They both understood. Tony broke the silence first. He's going to fight him, Tony said. Gaius nodded once. Even without full proof, Gaius replied. They had studied this world carefully. Its history. Its patterns. Tony had shared everything he knew, comparing this world to his own. Batman's past was thoroughly investigated, and knowing his identity as Bruce Wayne made the investigation even more complete. When faced with uncertainty and extreme risk, Batman did not wait. He acted. Tony exhaled slowly. Should we step in, he asked. They had been in this world for a long time, and Gaius and the others were probably feeling cooped up. Gaius could certainly endure it, but staying put served no purpose. Even Tony himself felt confined, having spent the entire time studying the mother box. He wanted action. They had already tried to find Doomsday but couldn't locate him, only discovering evidence pointing to Superman, an evil force capable of catastrophic damage to the world. So Tony turned to Gaius, asking if they should act now and confront Superman directly, since there was nothing else that matched the power and threat of Doomsday but him. Gaius considered it. Then he changed the image on the tablet Tony had given him earlier, the device with all the investigation results. Tony had given it to Gaius so he could stay informed. Gaius handed the tablet back to Tony. Tony took it, turned it, and saw Lex Luthor's face on the screen. Yes, Gaius said. But we'll deal with him first. Tony raised his eyebrows slightly, not really surprised. From his investigation, he already knew most of it. Lex Luthor had caused the Capitol bombing, stirred up hatred toward Superman, and made it look like Superman was responsible for the deaths. Tony nodded. He was behind the Capitol bombing, Tony said. He's been pushing this narrative from the start. And he's been watching us, Gaius added. Tony sighed. Of course he does. Jarvis had investigated and discovered that Lex had already looked into them, and now Lex knew they were in Wayne Manor. They both knew what had to be done. Tony glanced toward the hallway. Should we bring Naruto and the others? Gaius shook his head. They stay here, he said. Naruto protects them. Tony accepted it without argument. After all, Mindy and Saeko weren't powerful enough, and neither was Alfred. Knowing that Lex now knew they were here, they might send someone to attack the manor. Before moving, Tony tapped the tablet again. The screen shifted to a live feed. Batman, clad in the armor, moved through the Batcave, testing balance, adjusting systems, preparing himself. Tony used the Iron Man armor left behind, its eyes serving as cameras. Tony watched silently. Jarvis had noticed the scans Batman ran before. Tony did not mention it. Call it even, after all, they had used Batman's equipment to study the mother box and stayed in his manor. High above the city, night settled over LexCorp Tower. The lights of Metropolis stretched out below like a field of stars. On the helipad, Lex Luthor stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, coat fluttering slightly in the wind. A helicopter approached. Its blades cut through the air as it landed. The door opened. Lois Lane stepped out. A gunman stood behind her. Lex turned and smiled. Plane low in the morning, he said lightly. Lola in slacks. He walked closer. Lois Lane. Lois met his gaze without fear. I proved what you've done, she said. Lex chuckled. Wow. You're feisty. He began to walk around her slowly, talking as he moved, and pull her closer to the edge. You knew something about LexCorp Metals, HM, Mississippi. Lois Lane. Lois said nothing. Lex continued, voice calm and measured. Next category. Circles. Round and round. He stopped. No. Wrong. It's Euclid. He smiled wider. Triangles. He stepped behind her. The shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight path. He leaned close. And I believe the straight path to Superman. His hand touched her shoulder. Is a pretty little road called Lois Lane. Then he shoved her. Lois fell. The night swallowed her scream. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, The Interruption. Chapter 122, The Interruption. Wayne Manor. Tony Stark, clad in his Mark 7 armor, stood near the wide windows of the manor's lower hall, arms crossed as he looked out over the dark grounds. The city lights were distant. Out here, the night felt thick and heavy. A few steps behind him stood Gaius, silent as ever, his golden armor catching faint reflections from the room's soft light. Behind them, Naruto paced back and forth. You're really not taking me? Naruto said, stopping in front of Tony. I can fight. You've seen that. Tony turned slowly, meeting Naruto's eyes. He didn't joke this time. Didn't smile. I know you can, Tony said. That's not the problem. Naruto frowned. Then what is? Tony gestured around the room. This place, he said. These people. Naruto followed his gaze. Saeko stood near the wall, arms relaxed but her posture alert. Mindy sat on the couch, legs pulled up, watching everything with narrowed eyes. Alfred stood near the doorway, hands folded behind his back, calm but clearly tense. Lex knows about us now, Tony continued. He knows where we are. That means this manor isn't safe anymore. Naruto's expression shifted. Someone will attack here, I think so, Tony said. That's why I want you to stay here. Naruto clenched his fists. Okay. I'll stay. He looked down slightly, disappointed that he had to remain behind. Gaius stepped forward, noticing Naruto's disappointment. Naruto turned to him. For a moment, Gaius said nothing. Then he spoke, his voice calm and steady. Stay here, Gaius said. Protect Saeko. Protect Mindy. Protect the others. Naruto blinked. You are needed here. The words landed differently than Tony's had. Naruto stood still. His shoulders slowly straightened. His eyes widened, then lit up. Yeah, Naruto said, a grin spreading across his face. Yeah, you're right. He turned toward Saeko and Mindy. Don't worry, he said confidently. I've got this. Mindy puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms. Still boring, she muttered. Saeko didn't speak, but she nodded once toward Naruto. Trust. Quiet and real. Alfred watched the exchange closely. He said nothing, but something eased in his expression. Gaius nodded once at Naruto. Tony saw Naruto's reaction and sighed. Gaius's words had worked better than his. He pouted, not even trying to hide it. Tony took a breath, then glanced at Gaius. Ready? Yes, Gaius said. Tony activated his armor. His helmet closed with a soft hiss. Gaius powered up the jump pack on his back. Tony looked back once more. Keep them safe, he said. Naruto gave a sharp nod. Always. A moment later, fire and light filled the manor grounds as Tony and Gaius launched into the sky, streaking away toward Metropolis. The night swallowed them. High above Metropolis, Lois Lane screamed. The wind tore past her, stealing her breath, her thoughts, everything except fear. The city light spun beneath her, distant and sharp. She was falling. Then. A sudden rush of air. Strong arms wrapped around her, firm and steady. The fall stopped so fast it made her gasp. Lois opened her eyes. Superman held her. For a second, she just stared, trying to make sure it was real. You came back, she whispered. Superman didn't answer. He only looked at her, relief clear in his eyes. He lowered them gently to the ground below. Lois's legs shook as she stood, and she reached out, gripping his arm. They kissed. It was quick. Simple. Honest. Superman pulled back first. His gaze lifted toward LexCorp Tower. I'll be right back, he said softly. Then he was gone, flying upward in a blur of red and blue. Leaving Lois looking at him from below. Lex Luthor stood calmly on the helipad atop LexCorp Tower, hands clasped behind his back. Wind tore across the open platform, whipping his coat as Metropolis stretched endlessly below, glass, steel, and light packed tightly together. The city glowed beneath them, alive and unaware, separated only by height and cold air. In one hand, Lex held a small device. A timer. Superman dropped from the sky and struck the helipad with a thunderous crack. The reinforced surface groaned beneath his boots, metal flexing under the force. This is between you and me, Superman said, his voice low but controlled. Let her go. Lex smiled, perfectly at ease this high above the city. Oh, I wouldn't do that again, he said lightly. Now I know you're always listening. Superman stepped closer, the wind swirling around them. Lex turned and began to walk across the helipad, unhurried, shoes tapping against the metal. The problem of evil, Lex said. If God is all-powerful, he can't be all good. And if he's all good, then he can't be all-powerful. I'm not a god, Superman replied. Lex chuckled. Wrong again. Gods don't bleed. He stopped near the edge, Metropolis yawning far below. Clark Kent, Lex said softly. Son of Martha. Superman froze. Where is she? Superman demanded. Lex reached into his coat and pulled out several pictures, flipping them toward Superman like a deck of cards. With his super speed, Superman caught all the pictures midair. Each one showed Martha Kent, tied to a chair, fear etched clearly across her face. If she dies, Lex said calmly, the wind carrying his voice, the world sees what you really are. Superman's fists clenched around the pictures, crumpling them all with his immense strength. You have 1 hour, Lex continued. Kill the bat, or your mother dies. Superman stood still, caught between rage and fear. Then. He felt it. He turned around and saw two fast-moving forces tearing through the sky, coming straight at them. Lex turned to it too. His smile faltered. What's this? The air split. Gaius struck the helipad first. The impact shook the tower itself, metal screaming as shock rippled across the platform. A heartbeat later, Tony landed beside him, repulsors flaring briefly as he stabilized. Tony's faceplate slid open. Wow, Tony said, glancing between them. This is awkward. Lex stiffened. Who are you? Seeing them more clearly, he knew at once who they were, the ones who had taken the mother box. Still, he pretended not to know them. Tony tilted his head. Didn't you try to investigate us? Lex's eyes flicked to Gaius. Fear crept into his expression. I don't know what you're talking about, Lex said quickly. He knew the Golden One was ruthless, nothing like Superman, who could be manipulated. After watching Gaius kill 2 soldiers without hesitation, Lex realized they couldn't be the same as Superman. Gaius stepped forward. Let me kill him now, Gaius said. Tony stepped aside without comment. Lex backed away. Wait. He turned toward the helicopter. Gaius moved. In one motion, he grabbed Lex by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The helicopter pilot panicked, drawing a gun. Gaius kicked the helicopter. The impact sent the helicopter spinning sideways. It flipped violently, the rotor slamming into the helipad and shredding part of the metal surface. The aircraft crashed hard against the platform, skidding and twisting as it landed, the pilot slumping unconscious inside the crumpled cockpit. Gaius raised his hand. Superman reacted instantly, grabbing Gaius' arm. You can't kill him, Superman said. Tony frowned. You know he did this to you, right? Superman hesitated. Gaius looked at Superman and activated identification. This was one of their plans, to determine whether Superman was truly Doomsday. Superman, Clark Kent/Kal-El. The last son of Krypton, Clark Kent is a Kryptonian born as Kal-El and raised on Earth, where the yellow sun grants him extraordinary powers. Possessing immense strength, near invulnerability, flight, super speed, enhanced senses, and heat vision, he stands as one of the most powerful beings on the planet. Despite his power, Clark lives as a human journalist, guided by compassion, restraint, and a deep moral code. As Superman, he serves as Earth's greatest protector, a symbol of hope, justice, and the belief that immense power can be wielded with kindness. Superman was not Doomsday. Gaius loosened his grip. Lex collapsed to the ground, coughing. Tony exhaled in relief as he watched the panel. He didn't want Superman to be Doomsday. After investigating him, Tony had seen that Superman was a hero, there were no crimes on his record, no evidence of wrongdoing, aside from being framed by Lex Luthor and feared by officials who had painted him as the villain. Now, with the panel clearly confirming that Superman couldn't be Doomsday, Tony finally relaxed. Gaius looked at Superman. Why, he asked. We leave him to the law, Superman said. Hearing this, Gaius felt a hint of disappointment. He knew how strong Superman was. After all, he had planned to lure him into the shared gate, but it seemed that would no longer be possible. Superman didn't appear suitable for his world. I am the law, Gaius replied. He slammed his fist into Superman's torso. The force sent him hurtling backward, skidding perilously near the edge. Gaius grabbed Lex again. Superman recovered instantly, standing between them, completely unharmed by the punch Gaius had delivered to his chest. Stop! Superman shouted. Tony raised his hands, repulsors trained on Superman. Why are you still protecting him? He asked, slight irritation in his voice. He couldn't understand it, Superman was too kind. Even after the men had framed him and caused deaths in the process, Superman was still defending him. Superman's voice broke slightly. He has my mother, he said. If he dies, she dies. Tony hearing this lowered his hands. Gaius also released Lex. Lex collapsed again, breathing hard. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. That's right, Lex said. If I die, his mother dies too. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Intervention. Chapter 123, Intervention. Lex Luthor sat on the cold metal of the helipad, his back against the low barrier near the edge. His breathing was rough, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Pain still ran through his body from where Gaius had grabbed him, but the fear that had ruled him moments ago was slowly fading. Superman stood between him and death. Lex lifted his head slightly. The city lights far below reflected in his eyes. He understood the situation now. As long as Superman was here, as long as Superman believed his mother's life depended on Lex staying alive, no one would kill him. A thin smile spread across Lex's face. That's right, Lex said softly. If I die, his mother dies too. There was no panic in his voice now. No shaking. Just calm confidence. He believed himself untouchable. Tony Stark stood a few steps away, his armor quiet, his face unreadable behind the open faceplate. He did not answer Lex. He did not threaten him. He did not even look angry. Instead, Tony's mind moved quickly, sorting through the situation piece by piece. Lex had planned this carefully. Killing him now would solve nothing. It would only end one life and doom another. Tony spoke without raising his voice, lowering it instead. Jarvis, he said calmly. Find Martha Kent. There was no drama in the command. No hesitation. Just action. Gaius and Superman heard the words. The moment Tony gave the order, Gaius's thoughts shifted. Their original purpose had been simple, kill Lex Luthor. But now they had encountered Superman, confirmed he was not Doomsday, and learned that his mother was being threatened. The new objective was clear. Lex Luthor was still the enemy. But killing him now would mean the death of an innocent woman. If she had nothing to do with them, Gaius would have killed Lex Luthor without hesitation, regardless of the outcome. But she was Superman's mother. That changed everything. Gaius would help Superman this once. Only this once. He stepped forward. Lex felt it before he saw it. The air seemed to grow heavier. The sound of the wind faded into the background. Gaius stood directly in front of him, towering, silent, unmoving. Where is his mother? Gaius said. The voice was not loud. It was not angry. It carried no emotion at all. It sounded different from before, inhuman, utterly emotionless, deep, and absolute in its authority. That was what terrified Lex. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. His hands shook. His throat tightened. I don't know, Lex stammered. Tony turned sharply toward him. How is that possible? He asked. You kidnapped her. Lex swallowed hard. I ordered it, he said quickly. But I didn't handle it myself. I made sure I wouldn't know where she was taken. Superman listened, his face tight with growing worry. Every second that passed felt like time slipping through his fingers. This was going nowhere. We're wasting time, Superman said suddenly. Tony looked at him. What? I'm going to Batman, Superman said. Tony frowned. Why Batman? Superman turned to face them fully. His voice was steady, but the strain beneath it was clear. Lex gave me 1 hour, he said. If I fail, my mother dies. Batman death is the price they're demanding. Gaius watched him closely. Superman continued. I have to make him understand, Superman said. Because if I can't convince him, I'll have no choice but to kill him. The words weren't spoken with pride. They carried fear, guilt, and a quiet, crushing resolve. Lex spoke again, his confidence returning as he watched Superman struggle. My people are already in position, Lex said calmly. If nothing changes in 1 hour, they kill Martha. And if I die, she dies as well. No, I still don't know where she is. Superman clenched his fists. His jaw tightened, but he did not strike. Gaius tilted his head slightly. Something about Lex still felt wrong. Too calm. Too certain. If all of this was part of Lex's plan, then Lex himself was in danger. There was nothing here that could truly stop them if they chose to act. And yet, how could Lex be so confident? How could he be sure that his death would still mean Martha's? He moved suddenly. Before Lex could react, Gaius grabbed him and tore his clothes open with one strong pull. Fabric ripped apart. Lex cried out as he was dragged forward. Beneath the torn shirt, a small device was visible, pressed against Lex's chest. Lex laughed weakly, pain twisting his smile as his robe and shirt were torn apart by the force. Bruises were already forming across his body, with raw abrasions where fabric had scraped his skin. As you can see, he said, breathing hard, my heart is connected to a machine. If my heartbeat stops, Martha dies as well. Tony let out a low whistle. That's bold, he said. I'll give you that. Superman stared at the device. His eyes flicked from it to Lex's face, then back again. Fear rose in his chest. Don't kill him, Superman said. It wasn't an order. Gaius and Tony looked at his face and saw it clearly, pleading written across it. Tony answered first. Don't worry, he said. We won't. Gaius did not speak, but he stepped back. That was enough. Superman nodded once. Then he launched himself into the air, the force of his takeoff rattling the helipad. In seconds, he was gone, flying straight toward Gotham, toward the bat signal. Lex watched him disappear. The moment Superman vanished from sight, Lex's confidence cracked. He was alone now. Alone with Tony. Alone with Gaius. The wind howled across the helipad. For a moment, no one spoke. Tony looked in the direction Superman had flown. Do you think they'll fight? He asked quietly. Yes, Gaius replied without hesitation. Tony nodded. Batman will lose, he said. Not with pride. Just fact. Tony frowned slightly. If Superman isn't Doomsday, then where is Doomsday? He spoke the question aloud, but no answer came. Lex sat still, silent, his head lowered. Inside, his thoughts raced. He remembered the ship. Zod's body. The Genesis chamber. His final plan. If all else failed, that plan would still kill Superman. Was that what they were referring to, his plan? A flicker of fear crept back into his heart. Gaius noticed. He turned slowly toward Lex. Lex looked up and froze. "Why you can't kill me," Lex said, his voice shaking again. "I will not kill you," Gaius replied calmly. "But you will suffer." Lex tried to crawl backward, desperation in his movements. Gaius's hand shot out, gripping his arm. The hold was absolute, exact, precise. Pressure built slowly, deliberate, methodical. A sharp crack echoed across the helipad. Lex's face twisted in pain. Gaius did not raise his voice. "Resistance is meaningless," he said calmly. "I can maintain this state indefinitely." Pressure increased further. Bones groaned, joints strained beyond their limits. Lex's screams tore through the night air, raw and ragged, echoing against the city around them. Tendons screamed as his arm bent unnaturally, and every second felt like an eternity. His voice faltered, breaking under the intensity of the agony, but Gaius's grip never wavered, unwavering and inexorable. 3 minutes passed. Then Gaius released him. Lex collapsed in a broken heap, silent, barely conscious. Tony stared for a moment. "You didn't kill him, right?" "No," Gaius said. "I am very skilled." Tony shuddered. "Right. Good." Gaius straightened. "We go to Gotham." Tony's face hardened. "Yes," he said. "Someone might die." They launched into the night sky. Halfway to Gotham, 5 fighter jets appeared in the sky, closing in fast. Missiles fired without warning. Tony reacted instantly. Thanks to Jarvis's warning, he detonated the incoming missiles midair. Explosions lit the sky, shock waves rippling through the air, but Tony's armor absorbed the turbulence as he darted forward. Gaius moved with precision. He deployed his heavy bolter from the parcel system, its massive frame appearing in his hand. His optics tracked the jets in real time, calculating velocity, trajectory, and environmental factors in an instant. He took aim at the closest fighter. Many, self-propelled rounds tore from the barrel, streaking like guided missiles toward the jet. They struck with surgical precision, tearing through the fuselage. The aircraft erupted in a violent bloom of fire and shrapnel, metal twisting and peeling under the force. The other jets veered sharply, engines screaming, and disappeared into the distance, forced to retreat. The shredded fighter jet tumbled through the air and crashed into the ocean between Metropolis and Gotham, sending a towering plume of water skyward. The sky smelled of smoke and ozone, but Tony and Gaius landed smoothly on a nearby rooftop, crouched and ready. Tony's repulsors hummed faintly, scanning for further threats, while Gaius's heavy bolter gleamed in the moonlight. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Escalation. Chapter 124, Escalation. Keyboards clicked in steady rhythm. Voices stayed low, sharp, and professional. Large screens lined the walls, each one showing a different feed, satellite images, radar maps, live data streams, and scrolling numbers that never stopped moving. Rows of people stood or sat in front of computers. Some wore headsets. Others leaned forward, eyes locked on their screens. No one joked. No one wasted motion. Every person in the room knew this was not a drill. At the center of it all stood General Jonathan M. Reeves. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his uniform clean and pressed. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stared at the main display. He did not belong to this base. Everyone in the room knew that. Reeves had been called in, pulled from wherever he had been, because something serious had happened. And he already knew what it was. One of the satellite officers cleared his throat, the sound small but deliberate in the tense room. "General," he said carefully, "we've detected unknown objects in flight. We've identified them." Reeves didn't turn around. His back was rigid, shoulders squared. "Say it clearly," he demanded. "The same individuals who took the mother box earlier," the officer replied. Reeves closed his eyes for a brief moment, a slow exhale betraying the tension coiled inside him. He muttered under his breath, almost to himself, "That damn Calvin Swanwick." His voice grew heavier with each word. How dare that bastard hand the mother box over to others? No one spoke. No one disagreed. Reeves finally turned, facing the room. "I read the report," he continued. 2 soldiers dead. The artifact gone. Swanwick claims it was a controlled handover. A few officers exchanged uneasy glances. The message was clear: lives were lost, and the artifact, priceless and dangerous, was no longer in their hands. Reeves' gaze sharpened, voice hardening slightly. He disappears for hours, he said, letting the words sink in, each syllable deliberate. Comes back. Walks into the White House. And somehow convinces the president not to imprison him. His voice stayed level, but the anger was there, heavy and restrained. I don't know how he did it, Reeves admitted, his eyes narrowing slightly, lips pressing into a thin line. But it doesn't change what happened. Before anyone could respond, a voice called out from one of the stations. Sir, a satellite controller said, sitting up straight in his chair, we've located where the two flying individuals landed earlier. Reeves turned and walked over to the station, his steps measured. Where? He asked. The controller's fingers moved quickly over the keyboard. The screen shifted from raw data to a city map, and a tall building lit up in red. They landed on a helipad, the controller said. LexCorp Tower. Reeves leaned closer to the screen. LexCorp Tower, he repeated. Yes, sir. Reeves straightened. Get me visual, he ordered. Satellite feed. The controller hesitated. I'm afraid we can't, General. Cloud cover blocked visual access at the time. So all we know, Reeves said slowly, is that they landed there. Yes, sir, the controller replied. We weren't prepared. We only predicted the landing based on radar and movement patterns. He paused for a moment, fingers hovering over the keyboard. We confirmed their identity earlier, when they flew above the cloud layer. We briefly captured their appearance. The screen changed again. A still image appeared. Two figures hovered side by side, suspended in the air above the city. One was in red and gold armor, sleek and precise. The other was massive, heavily armored, with a presence that was immediately recognizable. Reeves studied the image carefully, his gaze steady. That's them, he said finally. The ones who took the mother box. A voice from a nearby radar station spoke up, calm but clear. General, the radar operator said, we've detected two unidentified airborne objects departing from LexCorp Tower. Their speed and flight patterns match the previous targets. Reeves didn't hesitate. Send 5 fighter jets to intercept them. The operator hesitated slightly, glancing at the data. Sir, visibility is poor. We don't have clear identification. Send them, Reeves said again, his tone even, leaving no room for argument. The order went out. The order went out. Within moments, new signals appeared on the radar screens, 5 small blips moving quickly toward 2 faster, larger blips partially obscured by cloud cover. Command, a voice reported over the speakers, calm but precise, 5 jets inbound to intercept unknown contacts. Altitude 7,000 feet. Targets moving fast. No visual confirmation. Engage immediately, Reeves said. Static crackled briefly as the pilots responded, voices clear but clipped. Bandits in sight. Locking weapons. Missiles away. On the radar, bright lines streaked toward the targets. The operators watched quietly, tracking every movement, noting speed, trajectory, and distance. Then the line stopped. One of the pilots' voices came through again, slightly puzzled. Missile were intercepted. Target evaded. A second later, one of the jet icons spun wildly. One loss, a pilot shouted. One jet destroyed. Sensors detected a massive splash far below, in the ocean between Metropolis and Gotham. But the clouds swallowed everything. No one could see what happened. Reeves clenched his jaw. Retreat, he ordered. All units retreat. The remaining 4 jets veered away. The radar showed the 2 targets turning back toward Metropolis. Then, suddenly, they stopped. They've disappeared from radar, the operator said, eyes glued to the screens. Reeves stepped forward, his gaze sharp. Where did they stop? The operator's fingers moved quickly over the keyboard, running calculations and tracing the last known movements. Slowly, a building was highlighted on the map. Sir, the operator said, voice tight with focus, based on their last recorded position and descent speed, they landed here. A location marker blinked clearly on the display. Reeves leaned closer, studying it. The building was near the Metropolis shoreline, its roof rising above the surrounding structures. Reeves folded his arms, expression hard. It appears they're waiting for us, he said, voice calm but firm. Without hesitation, he issued the next order. Initiate Superman Containment Protocol. The protocol had been designed for one purpose alone, Superman. If he ever had to be stopped, but now, it would be used for something else. A military base had been established near Metropolis for that exact reason. Fast response. No delay. The room shifted instantly. Commands flew out. National Guard units, establish a 3-block perimeter. Armor forward. Infantry dismount. Deploy mobile SAM teams to elevated positions. Weapons hot. Hold fire unless targets attempt liftoff. Apache flight, lift now. Low altitude approach only. Maintain distance. AWACS, maintain full radar lock. Feed data to all units. Special operations, stand by for capture attempt. Expect extreme resistance. Reeves paused. If targets break containment, he said firmly, lethal force is authorized. The room was silent for a second. Do not pursue independently, Reeves added. Do not engage without command clearance. The rooftop was quiet. Tony Stark stood near the edge, hands on his hips, looking out over the city. Far below, lights flickered. Sirens echoed faintly. He could feel it, the tension settling over Metropolis like a heavy blanket. Well, Tony said, breaking the silence, it seems the US military attacked us just now. Gaius stood nearby, still as a statue. Yes, he said. Tony glanced sideways. They'll probably keep doing it. Likely, Gaius replied. Tony turned fully toward him. So what's the plan? We continue to Gotham, Gaius said. We must confirm Batman's status. Tony raised an eyebrow. Not Superman. Batman, Gaius said. We have ties to him. Tony nodded slowly. Fair. After all, Batman had taken them in, let them stay in his manor, and even provided his equipment for studying the mother box. He looked out again. And the military? Gaius turned his head slightly. I will summon my brothers. Tony blinked. Your brothers. Valerius, Gaius said, his voice calm but firm. And Titus. He will bring his squad. Tony let out a low whistle, the sound half surprise, half admiration. That's quite a move. It is necessary, Gaius replied, his gaze steady. He paused, then continued. I will also take the opportunity to take supplies from this world. Tony raised an eyebrow. Supplies. His tone was curious now, more intrigued than cautious. Grain, Gaius said. Food. Meat. For your crew, Tony said, a hint of a smirk on his face. He had known what they were being fed, slop, nutrient gruel, barely edible for a human. Yes, Gaius confirmed, almost as if reading Tony's thoughts. They will be rewarded for their loyalty. For their service. Tony smiled slightly. Yeah, he said. Their food situation is pretty bad. He looked back at the city, eyes thoughtful. All right, he said. Let's move. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, The Gate Opens. Chapter 125, The Gate Opens. Tony Stark stood near the edge of the building, hands resting on the railing as he looked down at the street below. The city lights of Metropolis stretched far into the distance, bright and alive. Sirens echoed faintly. Helicopters moved far away, barely visible. Behind him, Gaius stood still. He did not pace. He did not speak. He simply looked forward, his posture straight, his golden armor reflecting the city lights in muted tones. His mind was already set. Without warning, Gaius stepped forward. Tony turned just in time to see him walk off the edge of the rooftop. Well, damn, Tony muttered under his breath. Gaius dropped straight down. There was no attempt to slow his fall. No visible burst of power, no hesitation, no adjustment. He simply let gravity take him, his armored form cutting cleanly through the air as he fell toward the street below. The impact was thunderous. Concrete burst outward in a wide circle as he struck the ground. Cracks spread across the road, branching through the pavement. Dust and debris were thrown into the air, nearby windows rattling in their frames as parked cars shifted slightly from the force before settling again. It was a good thing the area was sparsely populated. Gaius stood immediately, unharmed, at the center of the broken concrete as the dust slowly settled around him. He took a brief look around, confirming his position and surroundings. Then he raised one hand. The air in front of him began to distort. At first it was barely noticeable, like heat rising off sun-warmed asphalt. Then the space itself seemed to draw inward. Light bent and stretched, pulled toward a single point. A low, steady hum filled the street, subtle but strong enough to be felt in the chest. The space split open. A vertical tier formed, tall and wide, glowing faintly. It held its shape, solid and stable. The shared gate had opened. The first figure stepped through. Titus emerged from the gate, his heavy boots striking the ground with solid weight. He wore thick, battle-scarred armor, worn from long service and built for close combat. A massive shield was braced on one arm. In his other hand, he carried a chainsword, its teeth motionless and silent as he took in the surroundings. He took one step forward. Then he knelt. Titus brought his shield down with a solid thud against the ground and bowed his head. The motion was practiced, deliberate. Captain Gaius, Titus said clearly. 3 more figures followed him through the gate. Blade Guard veterans. They emerged in tight formation, armor marked by use, movements controlled and precise. Each carried a shield held close to the body. One bore a double-bit axe, its broad blade heavy and functional. The other two carried swords, simple designs, well-maintained, clearly used and trusted. They did not look around in confusion. They did not question where they were. They knelt together and saluted. The ground trembled again. This time, the arrival was far heavier. Something large descended through the gate, metal grinding softly as immense mass passed from one space into another. The street gave way further as the form landed, cracks spreading deeper through the pavement under the sheer weight. A dreadnought. Its towering frame dominated the street, thick armor plates layered and reinforced, joints locking into place as it settled. Weapon systems were mounted along its arms and hull, powered but silent. Even at rest, its presence carried weight, not just physical, but structural, something built for war, standing where it did not belong. Its voice boomed, deep and mechanical. "Brother," it said, "where is the Emperor's enemy?" The sound echoed off buildings, rolling down the street. Gaius looked up at the machine without urgency or concern. He met its gaze through the narrow slit calmly, as if it were any other warrior under his command. "There are enemies," he said. "But first, understand where we are." He paused, then spoke clearly. "We are on Terra," Gaius continued, voice clear and even. "But not our Terra. This is another universe." He added after a beat, precise and deliberate, "Terra 2K. The response was immediate. Titus froze slightly. The Blade Guard paused. Titus turned his head toward Gaius. "Terra 2K, Captain." The dreadnought lowered one massive arm. Its power fist pressed into the ground, the pavement giving way beneath the weight, concrete breaking and crumbling into dust. "Is this Terra?" the dreadnought asked. Its voice was slower now, the mechanical tone carrying something close to reverence. "Yes," Gaius replied. "But this world has no warp. No Emperor. No Imperium." Silence followed. Not confusion. Not anger. Acceptance. Then Gaius continued. "Your mission is simple," he said. "You will take control of this city. This country will provide supplies." He listed them clearly. Grain. Food. Meat. His gaze moved from one warrior to the next, measured and deliberate. "You are not to kill civilians without cause. Engage only if attacked or if your advance is blocked." Titus rose to his feet and brought his shield up in salute once more. "Affirmative, Captain Gaius." The Blade Guard echoed the salute. The dreadnought spoke again, its voice carrying easily through the empty street. "I shall complete the mission for the Emperor's champion." The sound of its voice, combined with the earlier impacts, had drawn attention. From the surrounding buildings, people began to emerge, their faces illuminated by streetlights and the faint glow of the city at night. Residents, shopkeepers, and late-night pedestrians had stopped to see what had caused the commotion. They saw them immediately. Armored figures stood in the open street, their forms catching the light in flashes against the dark. The dreadnought loomed above them, metal plates reflecting lamplight, while Titus and the Blade Guard glinted in the dim glow. A few people screamed. Others stumbled backward, not out of terror so much as confusion over which way to run this time. A handful bolted, their feet pounding the asphalt like they'd been training for alien invasions their whole lives. One man, pointing at the armored figures with a mix of awe and irritation, shouted, "Aliens. Again. Seriously. Metropolis, can we get a break?" He sprinted like a man who had clearly practiced this exact maneuver more than once. Others followed. Cars sped away. Doors slammed. Windows closed. Gaius ignored them. "This country's army will arrive," he said calmly. "Destroy it." The dreadnought's response was immediate. "Understood." Gaius turned away without another glance. "I have another mission," he said. He rose into the air, flying toward Gotham without another word. Above, Tony watched the scene unfold, eyes wide beneath his helmet. He was genuinely shocked by Gaius's ability to summon people from his world. Tony also was thinking of its limits, surely Gaius couldn't summon endlessly. Otherwise, he would have brought an entire army. He whistled softly. "You really don't do things halfway, do you?" He launched after Gaius, armor flaring as he caught up. They reached Gotham fast. The moment they arrived, the sound of combat filled the air. Batman and Superman were already engaged, locked in combat amid the city streets below, each move precise, controlled, and dangerous. The ground was torn up. Smoke drifted through the air. Debris lay scattered across the area. Tony slowed in midair, hovering a short distance above the street, eyes scanning. Batman was winning. Superman staggered, movements sluggish and heavy. Each step seemed to require more effort than the last, his posture uneven, his strikes slower. Tony was shocked. Batman seemed to be gaining the upper hand, but Superman looked significantly weaker than when he and Gaius had confronted each other at LexCorp Tower. Batman and Superman separated when they sensed the arrivals. Batman turned first, his expression tight but controlled. "Gaius," he said. "Tony. Why are you here?" Tony touched down, boots hitting the cracked pavement. He stepped forward carefully, hands relaxed but ready. "You need to stop fighting," he said evenly. "Superman isn't the bad guy." Superman looked at him, surprised. Tony continued, voice steady. "Lex Luthor took his mother. Forced him into this." Superman's expression shifted. Relief mixed with guilt. Before anyone could say more, Tony paused. "Jarvis," he said. The reply came instantly. "Search complete, sir. Martha Kent located. Gotham City. Abandoned warehouse. Dockside Avenue, Warehouse 17. Tony opened his faceplate, looking at Superman with a calm, reassuring expression. "You should have waited," he said gently. "We found her." Superman bent forward slightly, breathing hard. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't think." Tony waved him off with a small, understanding gesture. "Fear does that," he said. "It's fine." Batman stood a short distance away, silent, taking it all in. His eyes narrowed slightly, processing the situation carefully. "I was used," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. He stepped forward. "I'm sorry." Superman looked at him. "Where is my mother?" He said her name. "Martha." Batman froze. Tony broke the moment. "Dockside Avenue. Warehouse 17. Then he paused. Jarvis spoke softly in Tony's ear. "Sir, the scout ship over Metropolis appears to be drawing power from the city." Guys," Tony said. "The scout ship is pulling power from the city." Batman turned sharply. "Clark. Go." Superman shook his head. "My mother." "I promise," Batman said firmly, his tone steady and unwavering. "She won't die tonight." Superman studied his face, reading the determination and resolve there. After a long moment, he nodded, trusting the promise. Without another word, Batman took off, running toward his objective. Tony sighed. "Guess we're heading back." Superman took off. Tony and Gaius followed. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Alien. Chapter 126, Alien. The wind rushed past as Gaius, Tony Stark, and Superman flew over Gotham, the city below a blur of lights and shadow. The night sky was raining heavily, the streets quiet beneath them. Gaius moved with effortless precision, his golden armor slicing through the air. Flames trailed from his jetpack like streaks of molten sunlight. Tony, on the other hand, couldn't help but glance at Superman, whose face had grown serious in a way that Tony had rarely seen. Then Superman's eyes shifted, scanning the distance, and his expression changed sharply. His gaze focused far below, on the streets of Metropolis. Tony followed his line of sight and saw nothing at first, but Superman didn't hesitate. "Something's happening," Superman muttered. His voice was quiet, tense, full of urgency. He didn't wait for explanation. Without warning, he surged forward, moving faster than either Tony or Gaius could keep pace with. The sudden speed left them both behind. Tony's eyes widened. "Wait. Clark," he shouted. Gaius didn't move immediately. He watched Superman streak away, then calmly raised an eyebrow. His movements were deliberate, unhurried, unaffected by the sudden shift in pace. Tony's expression hardened. He clenched his fists. "Gaius. Did Superman see Titus and the others fighting the military?" Gaius nodded subtly. His voice was calm, almost measured. "He did. It changes nothing." Tony swallowed hard, worry tightening his chest. He knew what Superman was capable of, and he knew Gaius did too. Yet, seeing Gaius remain perfectly calm, his composure unshaken, Tony felt some of his own tension ease. If Gaius wasn't worried, maybe there was no reason for him to be either. Moments ago, on the ground in Metropolis, the city's military response snapped into action. Within seconds of General Reeves' authorization, traffic barriers deployed automatically across streets, blocking civilian movement. Infantry squads moved with precision, taking cover behind armored vehicles and concrete barriers. SAM teams swung into position atop buildings, radar dishes swiveling to track any airborne targets. This wasn't a panic, it was efficiency, a machine-like precision bred from years of training and preparation. From the Joint Operations Center, General Reeves and the newly arrived president observed the chaos through live feeds from on-site soldiers. Reeves' eyes narrowed at the screens, taking in the four massive armored figures moving through the streets. "They're synchronized," he muttered, disbelief in his voice. His fingers drummed nervously on the console. The president leaned forward, seeing the dreadnought. "That's not a vehicle," he whispered. "That's a person inside a machine." His hand pressed lightly against the edge of the console as if bracing himself. On the streets below, Titus adjusted the positions of the Blade Guard veterans subtly, shields angling, weapons shifting, all without a word. The dreadnought stepped forward, each movement deliberate, every step cracking the pavement beneath its immense weight. No radio chatter, no hand signals. They moved as one, instinctively coordinated, every action anticipated. Reeves and the president shared a look, understanding immediately the scale of what they were facing. This wasn't a rogue machine. This was someone, trained, disciplined, and unyielding. Back in the JOC, sensors tracked the weapon systems mounted on the dreadnought's arms. Reeves' brow furrowed as he took in the sight, weaponry unlike anything Earth had produced, technology clearly not from this world. These weren't machines alone. These were soldiers. Soldiers in armor beyond human limits. The secretary beside them spoke cautiously. "Do we engage, or attempt diplomacy first?" Reeves shook his head slightly. "We don't repeat what happened last time. If we attack now, we could trigger a disaster we're not prepared for." If it were just the giant golden armored figure in the sleek suit, he might have attempted to strike, maybe even capture their technology. But now, with Titus, the dreadnought, and the 3 Blade Guard veterans present, it was clear, these were trained soldiers from an advanced alien civilization. The president's gaze remained steady, resolute. "We try diplomacy. First contact has to be measured. Otherwise, we risk escalating into something far worse." He didn't want to provoke a higher civilization capable of producing soldiers like these. Meanwhile, Titus and the Blade Guard made adjustments of their own. Chains, words, and regular swords were replaced by bolters, weapons designed for ranged engagement. One Blade Guard swapped his melee weapons for a plasma gun, the soft hum of its reactor audible even over the distance. The dreadnought stayed behind, servos humming steadily, prepared for further movements. Every move was precise. Every shift in position carried weight, strategy, and coordination. The soldiers nearby froze, watching the strange figures move with almost mechanical perfection. A man in a formal suit approached the armored units from a distance. He walked slowly, deliberately, his hands relaxed at his sides. Daniel Reeveson, a diplomatic representative for the United States, carried himself with the confidence of someone trained in negotiations, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Inside, he wondered if trying diplomacy with beings like this was even possible. His mind ticked over contingencies: capture, interrogation, technology retrieval. Outwardly, however, he kept a calm smile. He stopped a few meters away, taking a deep breath, and addressed the group. "Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Reeveson. I am a diplomatic representative of the United States, speaking on behalf of this nation and others. We acknowledge your arrival and restraint so far. This situation is tense, but it does not need to become violent." Titus regarded him quietly, considering Captain Gaius' orders. He took a deliberate step forward, the ground faintly cracking beneath his armored boots. His voice carried easily, deep and resonant. "I am Titus. We have come to replenish supplies." The Blade Guard followed, shields adjusting slightly, ready. Titus continued, his tone measured and formal. "We require foodstuffs. Grain. Preserved meat. Livestock, if available. In exchange, we will depart this area and avoid further conflict." His words were calm, clear, and carefully chosen. On the surface, it was a simple request, reasonable, almost diplomatic. But beneath it lay purpose. The objective was not negotiation for its own sake, but control. Gaius' orders were clear: the city was to be taken, and its resources secured. If those resources could be obtained without open battle, then resistance could be avoided and the mission achieved with minimal loss. Titus did not voice that truth. He did not need to. If compliance came willingly, it would save time, effort, and lives. If it did not, the outcome would be the same. Reeveson blinked, genuinely taken aback. It wasn't a demand. Not a threat. Just a request. "That sounds reasonable," he said after a moment, relief softening his features. "I'm sure arrangements can be discussed." A small smile tugged at his lips. Beneath the professional composure, he felt a spark of happiness. This was a success. If it went through, he would be the first diplomat able to establish formal relations with an alien force. The thought filled him with cautious pride, even as he reminded himself to stay focused. He added carefully, after all, establishing diplomacy with alien forces is always preferable to dash. The word alien left his lips, and the effect was immediate. The Blade Guard stiffened, gripping their bolters tighter. The dreadnought servos surged, a low hum rising into a roar. Alien. The word rolled out of its speaker-like mouth with centuries of anger, betrayal, and rage embedded into the tone. The ground trembled beneath its massive frame as it stepped forward, each movement deliberate, crushing the pavement beneath its feet. Revizon's calm facade faltered. His hands shot up reflexively, almost as if to shield himself. I meant extraterrestrial. No offense intended. The words tumbled out quickly, his voice tight with nervousness. He realized almost immediately that the term alien might have been taken the wrong way, and he wanted to correct it before the situation escalated. Too late. The dreadnought's arm swung, massive and inexorable, moving with the deliberate weight of a falling skyscraper. The air itself seemed to compress under its force. Revson had no chance. The punch landed with a sound that tore through the night, a thunderous crack, followed by a sickening crunch. Bones splintered instantly, his chest caving inward as ribs shattered like brittle sticks. The impact threw him back with brutal force, fragments of concrete and asphalt exploded beneath him. Blood sprayed like a crimson fountain, spattering the dreadnought's gleaming armor. His limbs flailed briefly, twitching as nerves and muscles were severed in the blink of an eye. Clothing shredded, torn apart by the sheer violence, and shards of bone and tissue were scattered across the street. Eyes wide in shock and pain, Revson didn't have a moment to scream, his body was obliterated before his vocal cords could even register terror. The nearby building's walls trembled from the force, fragments of debris rattling down to the pavement below. Where Revson had stood, there was nothing left but a crater of shattered concrete and red-streaked remnants, a grim testament to the unstoppable power of the dreadnought. The soldiers in the perimeter froze, Sam's sights locked, infantry gripping weapons tightly, every eye fixed on the devastation. The chaos was immediate, tension snapping through the ranks like live wires. Titus and the blade guard held their positions, bolters ready, the plasma gun humming steadily. The dreadnought's reactor thrummed louder, scanning the environment, prepared for further resistance. Every soldier on the street could see the scale of the threat, the raw power, precise coordination, and overwhelming presence of these figures. On the screen in the Joint Operations Center, the feed shook violently. Reeves stared at the spot where Daniel had been standing. The president closed his eyes. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Point of No Return. Chapter 127, Point of No Return. Where moments ago a diplomat had walked, calm and confident, there was now only a crater. Smoke drifted lazily upward, curling against the night sky. The smell of scorched asphalt and blood filled the air. Shattered concrete and torn pieces of clothing littered the ground. Human soldiers froze where they stood. Fingers rested on triggers, but no one dared fire. Some stared at the crater, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Others kept their eyes on the dreadnought, the massive armored figure that now dominated the street. Training and instinct warred with shock. Their minds struggled to process the impossible. A single strike, deliberate and controlled, had erased a man before they could even comprehend it. Across the street, Titus remained still, the armored form almost statuesque. His boots pressed into the pavement with subtle pressure, as if aware of every crack and shard beneath him. The three-blade guard behind him held their positions, bolters raised but silent. The dreadnought towered over them, its systems humming with a calm, steady rhythm. Every servo, every joint moved with controlled precision. The soldiers' attack elicited no panic. There was only readiness, measured, deliberate, and deadly. At the Joint Operations Center, everyone reeled at the feed. The monitors displayed the devastation, the crater, the blood, the shattered remains of Daniel Revson scattered across the street. The shaking feeds mirrored the aftershocks of the dreadnought's overwhelming power. General Reeves leaned forward, teeth gritted, eyes locked on the screens. The president closed his eyes briefly, fingers resting on the edge of the console, struggling to suppress both shock and grief. This was not a misunderstanding. Diplomacy had failed. A U.S. diplomat was dead. And the man who had been struck down was more than a representative, he was Daniel Revson, the president's nephew. The personal loss pressed against the president's chest like a weight, but he did not flinch. Decisions needed to be made, and grief could not dictate strategy. Killing a diplomat was legally considered an act of war. Every expert in the room knew this. But there was more to consider. Engaging this force could provoke something far greater. A civilization capable of producing soldiers like the dreadnought and the blade guard. At the same time, not responding could signal weakness, inviting further attacks, and perhaps even endangering the rest of the country. The memory of the Kryptonian incident hung over every decision, countless casualties, buildings reduced to rubble across Metropolis, the near extinction of life on a global scale. No one in that room wanted history to repeat itself. Every officer, every soldier, every political leader understood the stakes. General Reeves' voice was low, careful, as if speaking aloud might make the situation worse. We don't know their intentions beyond this street. But diplomacy has failed. We need to think carefully. Orders were sent, all units were to hold fire. Defensive posture only. No one was to act without explicit authorization. The decision weighed on everyone, but it was measured, cautious. The alternative, reckless engagement, could destroy the city before anyone could react. On the street, the armored units began subtle movement. Titus gave no verbal commands. His presence alone guided the blade guard, who shifted automatically into a tighter formation. Shields interlocked, bolters raised, firing lanes established. Their formation tightened like a single organism preparing for the next step. The dreadnought halted its advance. Its reactor energy output increased slowly, a deep hum vibrating through the street. Weapon systems remained idle but fully active. The sheer power it projected demanded attention. This was not panic or aggression yet. This was readiness. Titus stepped forward, voice calm and deliberate. Negotiation has failed. The original plan resumes. This city will be conquered. The country will be forced to provide supplies. Each word carried authority, a reminder of the orders behind him. It was clear, professional, and terrifyingly controlled. Inside a SAM control room, Lieutenant Aaron Keller stood frozen for a moment, the images replaying on the main monitor. 12 years of military experience had taught him to react to threats quickly and decisively, desert deployments, counter-terror exercises, missile defense drills. Yet nothing in those years had prepared him for this. He watched the feed of Daniel Reefson stepping forward, speaking in calm authority, and then disappearing under the dreadnought's blow. The men had no chance. No warning. No time for defense. Only a flicker of panic before death claimed him. Keller's eyes flicked to the radar. A spike appeared, registering from the dreadnought. The energy output was climbing steadily, a controlled escalation. Unknown weapon signatures appeared on the screen, energy levels that did not match any database the military had. Nothing was familiar. The blade guard shifted formation again, bolters ready, shields interlocked. This was not confusion. This was preparation. Keller keyed the radio to command, reporting the escalating power output and the activation of weapons. His voice was steady, but tension threaded through every word. The response came slowly, strained. Hold fire. Authorization pending. He exhaled slowly. Pending meant lawyers and diplomats reviewing protocols. Pending meant political hesitation. Pending meant fear. And yet, he knew the threat was real. Every second of delay could cost lives. Doctrine review ran automatically in his mind. The threat was imminent. Hostile intent had already been demonstrated. A heavy weapons platform was in the engagement zone. The calculations were clear: if the dreadnought fired first, control of the street would be lost. Then the block. Then the city. Waiting meant civilians in nearby buildings could die. Waiting meant soldiers could be slaughtered before they had a chance to respond. He did not hesitate. Keller invoked the imminent threat clause. Authorization could not wait. There was no time, and he did not believe these aliens, encased in their walking tank armor, could survive a missile anyway. Missile away, he commanded. The missile launched from the SAM mobile, streaking downward like a line of fire against the dark night. Impact followed almost instantly. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar, engulfing the dreadnought in fire and smoke. Windows shattered from the shockwave, cameras toppled, and debris rained across the street. For a fleeting second, hope sparked in the Joint Operations Center. Perhaps this had worked. Perhaps the city could be defended. Perhaps Earth had a chance. Then the smoke began to clear. A shape emerged. Dark at first, outlined against flickering flames. Slowly, the full figure became visible. The dreadnought stood exactly where it had been. Its armor was scorched, plates glowing faintly, fragments of debris sliding off as it straightened. Servos whined softly, then settled into a steady hum. Aside from some surface scorching from the missile, it showed no damage at all. Its energy output is stable, a technician whispered, eyes fixed on the scanners constantly monitoring Titus and the others, voice hollow. No drop. Nothing. The room fell silent, the weight of reality settling in. Conventional weapons were irrelevant. Human soldiers on the street instinctively lowered their weapons. Not surrender, disbelief. The mind-seeking rules that no longer applied. One infantry officer whispered into an open channel, voice tight with fear, "What the hell are we supposed to do now?" And the answer was clear. Whatever these things were, Earth was not ready. In the street of Metropolis, Titus and the Blade Guard attacked after the missile fired. Their formation broke into an assault pattern. Bolters fired with deadly precision. Infantry soldiers visible on the street were eliminated almost instantly. Rifle rounds, bullets, even heavier firearms bounced off the Ultramarines' armor harmlessly. Their shields deflected attacks without effort, their coordinated aim cleaned the street with efficiency. The dreadnought, focused now on the mobile SAM launcher that had fired at him, raised its heavy onslaught Gatling cannon. The barrel spun, the hum of its energy resonating through the street. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, The Sky Strikes Back. Chapter 128, The Sky Strikes Back. The first round struck the SAM vehicle, shredding it in an instant. Metal fragments mixed with the remains of the crew inside the SAM vehicle. The remaining rounds tore through the unit, and the missile payload exploded in a secondary blast that destroyed the remaining structure entirely. Debris and blood flew through the air, a grim testament to the overwhelming power arrayed against the humans. The Ultramarines advanced. Their movements were deliberate, coordinated, almost elegant in their deadly precision. Bolters fired in rapid succession, the Dreadnought's Gatling cannon spun relentlessly, and the street became a battlefield dominated by forces far beyond anything Earth had prepared for. Military resistance collapsed locally. The city itself seemed to tremble under the presence of these armored figures. Back in the Joint Operations Center, the President and General Reeves watched helplessly. The screens showed devastation beyond imagination. Every plan, every calculation, every defensive measure was irrelevant in the face of this force. They had underestimated the power, the coordination, and the resilience of the Dreadnought and its companions. And yet, through the fear, one truth emerged: the attack was unstoppable. The human brain sought order, tried to find patterns, but there were none. Conventional weaponry had no effect on these individuals. The Dreadnought stood amidst the ruined street, surveying the aftermath of its strike. The SAM vehicle lay in twisted metal across the pavement, black smoke rising from its remains. Concrete and debris littered the ground, and small fires flickered in the craters left by the missile's impact. The battlefield was quiet now, but the Dreadnought's sensors were far from idle. Every movement, every disturbance in the air, was detected. Above, the Dreadnought's optics caught something new. A rotary-winged aircraft moved across the sky. Its shape was unfamiliar, its speed steady, its intentions hostile. The Dreadnought did not need to identify it. Recognition was unnecessary. All enemies were threats, and threats were to be eliminated. The massive armored figure turned toward a parked civilian car nearby. With a single, controlled motion, it gripped the vehicle with its power fist. The car creaked and groaned under the enormous pressure but remained intact, held securely. The Dreadnought's sensors calculated trajectory, distance, and speed in milliseconds, tracking the airborne threat as if reading a map in its mind. Then, with a grunt that reverberated through the street, it hurled the car skyward. The vehicle rotated perfectly, aligning with the Apache's path. The Dreadnought shouted in a booming, metallic voice that echoed off the nearby walls. For the Emperor. The car struck its target midair. The Apache exploded in a violent eruption of fire and shrapnel. Twisting metal, black smoke, and flames rained down on the street below. The crew inside was gone in an instant. Windows rattled, and debris scattered across the pavement. The shockwave knocked soldiers and rubble alike off their feet. The Dreadnought did not pause to admire the destruction. Its optics swept across nearby buildings. Shadows shifted behind crumbling walls, soldiers attempting to hide among the concrete ruins. They thought themselves safe. They were wrong. It lifted one of its ranged weapons and aimed carefully at a reinforced building. A single burst struck the structure, and concrete exploded, sending chunks flying in every direction. Soldiers behind it were crushed, eliminated before they could fire again. A faint hum of satisfaction ran through the Dreadnought's systems. Luckily, no civilians had been harmed, the area had been forcibly cleared by the army. Then, from above, the air itself seemed to split. A blur of blue and red descended with incredible speed. Superman hit the Dreadnought mid-flight, slamming into its chest with enough force to send the giant staggering backward. The armored giant's legs braced against the street as it stabilized, halting its assault temporarily. Titus and the Blade Guard froze. Bolters rose, aimed directly at the newcomer, who hovered just above the battlefield. Superman's eyes glowed red, his body tense with anger. He scanned the destruction below, the craters, the ruined SAM launcher, the shattered vehicles, and the bodies of soldiers. His fists clenched. This devastation will not go unchallenged. Who are you? Superman shouted, voice cutting across the street. Titus and the Blade Guard remained silent, unwavering. The Dreadnought reoriented itself slightly, its spinning Gatling cannon preparing for action. Without hesitation, the Dreadnought opened fire. The spinning barrels sent rounds toward Superman, bullets tearing through the air with deadly speed. He moved with equal swiftness, dodging each round with super speed. The bullets struck nothing, harmlessly embedding themselves in the street or nearby debris. Superman accelerated, closing the distance with the Blade Guard. He swung a fist at Titus, who barely raised his shield in time. The shield absorbed the full force of the blow, and Titus was sent flying, sliding across the street before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the Dreadnought advanced. Its steps shook the ground. Swinging its power fist, it struck Superman square in the torso. Superman, expecting little, did not dodge. The blow sent him flying backward several meters. Minor blood ran from a small cut in his chest. The skin had cracked slightly, but he was otherwise unharmed. Titus and the Blade Guards looked on, shock evident even through their visors. The power fist, though devastating, had caused only a minor wound to the men of steel. Before the fight could escalate further, reinforcements arrived. Gaius landed gracefully on the street, boots making a muted impact on the pavement. Behind him, Tony hovered, weapons deploying from his armor, scanning the battlefield. Superman, they are my warriors, Gaius said calmly, his voice carrying over the chaos. Superman, furious, hovered and glared. Why are they killing here? Gaius gestured toward the destroyed vehicles and buildings. The military attacked from the air. I also summoned my forces to conquer this city and secure supplies. Their presence left me no choice. His tone was indifferent, almost cold. Superman's eyes glowed brighter, his body tensed. He scanned Titus and the Blade Guard, noticing something strange, 2 hearts, 3 lungs in each of them. Their physiology was different. Barely human. He suspected Gaius might be an alien as well, he couldn't see through Gaius's armor. He had wondered about this the first time they met, especially given Gaius's towering 10-foot height. You're mistaken if you think we're not human, Gaius said, sensing the suspicion. His power fist glowed golden, energy radiating from his knuckles. We are genetically modified super soldiers for the Imperium of Men. We are space marines, foremost among the defenders of humanity. Superman's gaze swept over the battlefield again, as if questioning, is this how a defender of humanity acts? Gaius gestured to the dead soldiers, the destroyed SAM launcher, and the broken streets. Those soldiers are dead because they were in the way. They drew weapons. They opposed me. That is all. Nothing more, nothing less. Then why did these soldiers oppose you? Superman asked, eyes narrowing. They did not comply with the orders I gave. That is all, Gaius replied evenly, unshaken. Superman's fists clenched, red light intensifying in his eyes. He floated closer, anger and disbelief rising. Yet Gaius did not flinch. The power fist in his hand glowed, golden energy radiating across his armored arm, a clear warning. Tony interjected, attempting to de-escalate. Superman, you don't have time for this. We still have to go to the ship. Superman paused. The internal struggle was clear, he wanted to stop the bloodshed, but time was critical. With a final, tense exhale, he decided. He flew straight toward the scout ship, leaving the battlefield behind. Small groups of surviving soldiers watched him depart, hope fading instantly. Those who had thought the arrival of Superman might save them now understood the reality, they were entirely at the mercy of the Ultramarines. On the street, the Dreadnought and Blade Guard remained poised. Their formation was perfect, weapons raised, every movement deliberate. The streets were littered with debris, fires flickered in damaged vehicles, and the concrete was scarred and broken. Conventional military resistance had been mostly destroyed, leaving only a few scattered groups in hiding. Fear and shock rippled through the remaining humans. They understood, in some part of their minds, that they faced an enemy far beyond their preparedness. Superman's temporary withdrawal offered them no relief, the Dreadnought and its warriors were more than capable of continuing the assault. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Genesis of Ruin. Chapter 129, Genesis of Ruin. The street still burned. Fires crackled inside overturned vehicles. Smoke rolled low along the ground, thick and dark, carrying the smell of fuel, blood, and broken concrete. What had once been a wide city road was now scarred beyond recognition, craters torn into the asphalt, buildings cracked open like broken ribs, bodies scattered where soldiers had fallen. At the center of it all stood the Ultramarines. Gaius remained still for a moment, watching the battlefield with calm, steady eyes. His posture was relaxed, as if the destruction before him was not chaos but progress. The Dreadnought stood several steps ahead, its massive frame towering over the ruined street. Titus and the 3 Blade Guard were already repositioning, moving with smooth, trained precision. Gaius turned his head slightly, looking toward them. His voice was even. Clear. Final. Continue with the mission. There was no need to raise his voice. No need for threat or urgency. His authority was absolute. Titus did not hesitate. He and the 3 Blade Guard answered at the same time, their voices steady and unified. Affirmative. The Dreadnought's Vox system activated next, its voice deep and metallic, layered with machine resonance. Yes, my captain. That was all that needed to be said. The Ultramarines moved. Their formation tightened as they advanced down the street. Bolters were raised. Shields locked into position. Every step was measured, every angle covered. They did not rush, and they did not slow. They advanced with purpose, like a tide that could not be stopped. Behind their helmets, there was no fear. No anger. Only focus. The assault resumed. Bolter fire echoed through the street, sharp and controlled. Each shot was placed with intent, not wasted. Buildings already damaged by earlier strikes were reduced further, walls breaking apart as explosive rounds punched through concrete and steel. Any remaining resistance was crushed almost immediately. The city was being dismantled piece by piece, and they were closing in on civilians the army hadn't forcibly evacuated. Titus walked at the front of the formation, his mind already working far beyond the street they stood on. This was not random destruction. It never was. He had already planned the next phase. Government offices would be the priority. Not civilian centers. Not random targets. Power structures. Military headquarters would fall first, command centers, communication hubs, intelligence buildings, anything that enabled organized resistance. Once those were neutralized, political structures would follow. High-ranking officials, those who held authority or influence, would be seized. Leaders would be taken alive whenever possible. Alive meant useful. Hostages would force compliance faster than destruction ever could. The sight of captured officials, generals, ministers, advisors, would spread fear faster than any explosion. Broadcasts would be arranged. Proof of control would be shown openly. Execution was not preferred. But it was prepared. Fear was a tool. Order was the goal. The city would fall quickly. Cleanly. Efficiently. Titus felt no doubt in his plan. The course was set. This was how compliance would be achieved. And it would work. Gaius watched the Ultramarines move ahead, their armored forms shrinking slightly as they advanced down the street. The dreadnought followed, its heavy steps shaking the ground beneath it. The mission was underway. No further orders were required. Gaius turned away from the battlefield. Tony hovered nearby, his armor still humming softly, weapons retracting now that the immediate threat had passed. The two exchanged no words, but the decision was clear. They took to the air. Below them, the sounds of battle continued, bolter fire, collapsing structures, distant screams cut short. Gaius did not look back. Their focus was elsewhere now. Ahead of them, far above the city, Superman flew toward the scout ship. Superman flew fast. The wind tore past him, rushing around his body as the city blurred below. His jaw was tight, his thoughts heavy. Anger still burned beneath the surface, sharp and restless. He heard it before he saw it. Movement behind him. He glanced back over his shoulder. Gaius. Tony. Following him. Superman let out a short, irritated breath. A quiet huff, barely audible over the rushing air. He turned forward again and pushed harder, accelerating. If they wanted to follow, they would have to keep up. Tony noticed the change immediately. Of course he speeds up, he muttered inside his helmet, letting out a tired sigh. Gaius showed no reaction at all. He simply increased speed. The distance closed quickly. The scout ship loomed ahead, massive and alien against the dark sky. Lightning crawled along the energy dome surrounding it, bright arcs snapping and rolling across its surface. Within half a minute, Superman reached it. He slipped through the open roof of the dome without slowing. Gaius and Tony followed moments later. Inside the dome, the air felt heavy. Power surged everywhere. Lightning arced along the curved surface of the shield, feeding energy inward. Below, the city lights flickered and dimmed across entire districts as the scout ship drew power from the grid. Superman landed inside first, boots touching down on smooth metal. He stood still, shoulders tense. Gaius and Tony descended behind him. Superman knew they were there. He did not turn. He did not speak. They moved deeper into the ship. The Genesis chamber waited. The door opened with a low, organic sound, not metal sliding, but something closer to flesh parting. Inside, the room felt alive. The walls were not smooth. They curved and pulsed faintly, like muscle beneath skin. Thick tubes and cables ran across every surface, some metallic, others disturbingly organic. Fluids flowed through transparent veins along the walls, glowing faintly as energy passed through them. At the center of the chamber stood the structure. Large. Round. Like an egg without a shell. It floated partially submerged in thick fluid, held in place by clamps and tendrils that wrapped around it like living restraints. The surface of the mass pulsed slowly, expanding and contracting in a steady rhythm. Inside it, a shape moved. Vague. Humanoid. Alive. The chamber hummed softly, a deep, constant sound that could be felt in the chest more than heard. Superman stared at it, unease creeping into his thoughts. Tony and Gaius exchanged a brief look. No words were needed. Tony raised his hand slightly. The identification activated, projecting a panel visible only to him and Gaius. The scan completed. The name appeared. Doomsday. Doomsday is a genetically engineered abomination created by Lex Luthor using Kryptonian technology, his genetic material and the corpse of General Zod. Born within the Genesis chamber, he rapidly evolves through combat, adapting to damage by developing stronger, more lethal forms. Possessing immense strength, durability, and regenerative abilities, Doomsday is capable of overpowering Superman and withstanding extreme force. His body generates devastating shockwaves, energy discharges, and bone-like protrusions used as weapons. Driven purely by destruction, Doomsday exists as a living weapon, an uncontrolled force whose evolution only accelerates the more he is fought. Tony's pupils dilated as he continued to read. A genetically engineered weapon. Created by Lex Luthor. Built using Kryptonian technology, and the corpse of General Zod. Tony felt a chill run through him. General Zod, like Superman, was a Kryptonian. He had seen the video of Zod during his investigation, and now, it had turned into a monster. Regeneration. Immense strength. Extreme durability. Rapid evolution through combat. Adapts to injuries by developing stronger, more lethal forms. Capable of overpowering Superman. Generates devastating shockwaves. Emits destructive energy discharges. Bone-like protrusions used as natural weapons. Driven purely by destruction. Uncontrolled, living weapon. Evolution accelerates the more he is engaged in combat. Tony lowered his hand slowly. He looked at Gaius. This is it, Tony said quietly. First objective. Gaius nodded once. Doomsday, he said. Then this is where it ends. Once it was destroyed, the primary mission would be complete. A screen flickered to life along the side of the chamber. All three turned. Lex Luthor appeared. He sat in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in casts. Bruises darkened his face. One arm lay stiff at his side, barely moving. He looked like a man who had been broken and forced to stand anyway. Lex's eyes moved across the room. Superman. Tony. Then Gaius. His body stiffened. His breath caught for just a moment. Pain flashed across his face, not physical, but memory. The torture Gaius had inflicted less than an hour earlier burned fresh in his mind. Lex forced himself to breathe. Forced himself to speak. Superman, he said. Then, looking directly at Gaius, his voice trembling despite his effort to hide it. And you. Hatred and fear mixed in his eyes. This, Lex continued, gesturing weakly toward the Genesis chamber, is the doomsday you're looking for. His lips curled slightly. And it will be your doomsday as well. Lex turned his attention back to Superman. It seems, he said calmly, that you failed. No time limit met. No proof delivered. And one bat head short. He looked to the assistant beside him and raised a finger. The assistant understood immediately and handed him a radio. Lex lifted it slowly. Break the bad news, he said into it. Superman stood still, his face calm. But inside, his heart pounded. Only he could feel it. The seconds stretched. Then a voice came through the radio. I'd rather do the breaking in prison. Batman's voice. Superman's breath eased without him realizing it. Martha was safe. Lex's face twisted in anger. So be it, he snapped. Then this thing will finish it. He gestured sharply toward the Genesis chamber. It was made to kill Superman. Then he looked back at Gaius. And it can kill you too, Golden One. Tony finally spoke up, irritation clear in his voice. You bastard. Why are you ignoring me? Lex did not even look at him. To Lex Luthor, Tony, small and sleek compared to Gaius, didn't matter, appearing weaker in comparison. Only Superman. And now. Gaius. Inside the Genesis chamber, the mass pulsed again. Stronger. The city outside continued to dim as power flowed inward. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, The First Blow. Chapter 130, The First Blow. Lex Luthor finished speaking, and for a brief moment, the Genesis chamber was quiet. His last words still hung in the air, sharp and meant to sting. He leaned forward slightly in his wheelchair, hands gripping the armrests, his eyes locked onto Gaius with forced confidence. His voice had sounded sure, but only because he willed it to be. Inside, he was watching carefully, waiting. He expected something. Anger. A response. A threat. A glance, at least. Anything to show that his words still mattered. Gaius gave him nothing. The golden-armored warrior stood tall and unmoving, his broad shoulders relaxed, his helmet angled toward the center of the chamber. His gaze never shifted back to the screen. He did not answer. He did not acknowledge Lex's presence in any way. To Gaius, Lex Luthor was no longer needed. Once the mission was complete, he would be eliminated. The creature inside the Genesis chamber was. Superman and Tony still faced the screen. Lex was still there, still breathing, still talking under his breath, trying to hold on to control. But Gaius had already moved past him. Whatever power Lex believed he had left ended the moment the chamber had been opened. A subtle change passed through Gaius's posture. It was small, almost easy to miss. He shifted his weight and adjusted his stance. The change was subtle, but it altered how he stood and how he faced. Superman felt it. He didn't hear anything. There was no sound, no warning. But his instincts flared, sharp and sudden. His head turned toward Gaius just in time to see the shift fully take form. Tony's systems noticed it first, the subtle shift in movement, the change in balance, the way Gaius's center of gravity dropped. Tony didn't speak. He didn't need to. He already knew what Gaius was about to do. Gaius had made a decision. Without warning, he moved. He launched forward and down in a smooth, controlled motion. It wasn't a leap fueled by anger or haste. It was deliberate, precise, like a calculated descent. His armored form cut through the space between levels in a single motion. His boots slammed into the platform surrounding the Genesis chamber. The impact sent thick fluid splashing outward in wide arcs. The surface beneath his feet rippled like living tissue disturbed by a heavy weight. The organic floor flexed, then settled, as if struggling to accept the force placed upon it. Inside the chamber, the egg-like shell reacted. Its surface pulsed faster now, the rhythm no longer calm. The vague shape inside shifted, pressing against the inner surface, reacting to the shock and the presence beside it. Whatever lay within was not fully awake yet, but it was aware. Gaius did not wait. He drew his right arm back. The power fist remained inactive. There was no glow. No hum. No sign of energy building. Just the raw mass of the gauntlet and the strength behind it. For a single moment, everything felt still. Superman watched closely, his body tense slightly. Tony's sensors spiked, readings jumping as the chamber reacted to the sudden change in force and pressure. Then Gaius punched. His fist drove straight down into the shell. The clear, soft surface offered almost no resistance. It tore apart instantly, splitting and collapsing as if it had never been meant to stop a blow like that. Fluid burst outward in all directions, slamming against walls, splashing across the platform, spraying into the air like a violent wave. The punch did not stop there. It continued through the ruined shell and struck the body inside. The impact sent shockwaves through the entire chamber. The walls trembled. Tubes shook violently, some snapping loose and slapping against the surfaces they were connected to. The hum of the chamber spiked, then wavered, struggling to stabilize. The shell collapsed completely. The creature inside was thrown out onto the platform, landing hard amid the spilled fluid. Doomsday was exposed. A deep dent marked the center of its chest, the flesh crushed inward as if pushed by an overwhelming force. The damage was severe, unnatural. If it had been a human, or anything even close, it would have died instantly. For a brief moment, the creature lay still. Then it roared. The sound was loud, raw, and uncontrolled. It echoed through the chamber, vibrating through the floor and walls, rattling loose debris and making the air itself feel thick. It was not a roar of anger or challenge. It was the cry of something forced awake before it was ready. Gaius pulled his fist back and straightened. He glanced down at his gauntlet, just for a second. The power fist had not been active. That punch had used around 60% of his strength. He looked back at the creature. Doomsday was moving. The chest damage was severe, but already changing. The crushed flesh was slowly pushing outward, reshaping itself, closing the gap. The healing was not fast, but it was steady. Gaius assessed the situation calmly. The creature could take punishment. More than expected. Behind him, Tony turned fully toward the platform. Superman's eyes narrowed as he watched the damage heal in real time. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them objected. There was no question here. No debate. Whatever this thing was, it could not be reasoned with. It had been created for one purpose, and that purpose would only bring more death if it was allowed to act. It had to be destroyed. On the screen above, Lex Luthor froze. For a split second, real fear crossed his face. He truly thought that first punch had nearly ended everything. His creation, his ultimate weapon, had been seconds from being crushed before it ever truly lived, before it could complete his mission. Then he saw it. Doomsday was still standing. Still roaring. Still alive. Relief washed over him, fast and strong. His confidence snapped back into place like a mask being pulled tight. "This will be all your Doomsday," Lex said, forcing his voice to sound sure again. No one answered. Lex was ignored. Doomsday's chest wound began to heal faster now. The flesh thickened, hardened, movements becoming more aggressive, less clumsy. The creature's posture shifted as if it adjusted to the pain and the damage. Gaius raised his arm again. This time, the power fist activated. The gems set into the knuckles began to glow, each one lighting up with a dense, focused brightness. The air around the gauntlet hummed softly. Its energy fields were far denser than those of a normal power fist, the concentration greatest at the gem-set knuckles. The lights were so dense they seemed compressed, heavy, and perfectly controlled. Gaius stepped forward. He punched Doomsday's head. The blow landed cleanly. Half of the creature's head was destroyed in an instant. Flesh and bone tore away under the force, fragments scattering across the platform. The impact drove Doomsday down to one knee, the fluid beneath it splashing outward again. But it did not fall completely. One leg caught its weight. Half its head was gone. One eye remained. That eye burned red, locked directly onto Gaius. The destroyed side of its head began to regrow. Slowly, but clearly. New tissue formed, crawling outward, reshaping itself. Gaius raised an eyebrow slightly. He had expected that strike to end it. Without hesitation, he stepped in again. His fist moved once more. The second punch struck the remaining side of Doomsday's head. This time, there was nothing left. The head was completely removed. The body collapsed backward, hitting the platform with a heavy, wet sound. The chamber went quiet. For a moment, it seemed finished. On the screen, Lex Luthor lost control. "That's cheating," he shouted. He wasn't ready yet. His voice cracked with desperation. His creation hadn't fought back. It hadn't fulfilled its purpose. It hadn't even been given a chance to prove itself. Tony looked up at the screen. "Looks like your Doomsday isn't that special after all," he said calmly. Lex snarled. "Why you?" "What?" Tony cut in. You. Lex fell silent. Gaius looked down at the fallen body. The muscles twitched. Tissue shifted. There was no head, but regeneration continued. Slow. Uneven. But undeniable. Gaius raised his fist again. The glow intensified. He punched straight through Doomsday's torso. His arm passed clean through the body, tearing a massive hole through its chest. The movement stopped. The body went still. For a few seconds. But it did not fully stop regenerating. Tony and Superman descended, hovering above the fluid-covered ground. "Is Doomsday dead?" Tony asked. Superman shook his head slowly. "No. It's still alive. And it's regenerating stronger than before." Tony stared at the body. Head gone. Chest destroyed. And it's still alive. Even knowing its power and regenerative abilities from the identification information, he was still surprised it was alive, with the head gone and a hole through the chest. Lex shouted again, but no one listened. Tony spoke quietly, "Eyes still on the ruined body. Then how do we completely kill this Doomsday?" No one answered him at first. Superman and Gaius continued to study the remains, their attention fixed on Doomsday's body, which was still slowly regenerating, and accelerating with each passing moment. Superman was the one who spoke after a moment, his expression tightening as he thought it through. "Kryptonite," he said at last. "A weapon made from kryptonite should be able to kill it permanently." Tony nodded in agreement. "Yes. That would be consistent." The creature was created using General Zod's corpse. Its biology would still be vulnerable to the same weakness. Tony continued, "Then we contact Batman. I'm sure he has a kryptonite weapon, one that was originally meant for you." He glanced at Superman, lifting his hand slightly in a gesture meant to defuse the moment. No hard feelings. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, Adaptation. Chapter 131, Adaptation. Gaius stood over the body. Doomsday lay on the platform below him, broken and incomplete. Its head was gone. Its chest was torn open. Thick fluid pooled around the remains and slowly spilled over the edges of the platform, dripping down into the lower levels of the Genesis chamber. The air smelled sharp and metallic, mixed with something organic and wrong. For a moment, the regeneration slowed. The flesh twitched, but it did not rush forward like before. Muscles trembled as if unsure. Bone shifted, then paused. It was subtle, but clear to someone like Gaius. The creature sensed danger. Not fear in a human sense, but awareness. Its body understood that it was close to total destruction. The rebuilding hesitated, as if waiting to see what would happen next. Gaius raised both fists. His posture was steady, calm, and precise. This was not rage. This was not reaction. It was a decision already made. He intended to erase the body completely. There would be no need to wait for Batman to bring kryptonite. He would reduce it to nothing with his power fist, leaving no structure intact. No pieces left to heal. No core to rebuild from. He would end it before the creature could adapt again. Behind him, Superman hovered a short distance away, watching closely. His eyes followed every small movement in Doomsday's body. He felt the same tension Gaius did, the sense that something was about to change. Tony floated nearby as well, his repulsors keeping him steady above the fluid-covered ground. His systems tracked dozens of readings at once: heat, pressure, energy flow, tissue movement. Even with all that data, something about the creature made his skin crawl. This thing was learning. Gaius shifted his weight forward, preparing to strike. That was when everything changed. The energy from the earlier blows did not fade. Instead of dispersing into the air or bleeding into the ground, it sank deeper. It spread through Doomsday's cells, moving like a current beneath the skin, threading itself through muscle and bone. The damage Gaius had caused, every punch, every shockwave, the kinetic force and heat, had not weakened the creature. It had fed it. The regeneration surged. Flesh rebuilt itself at a violent pace. Muscle layers grew thick and tight, stacking over one another. Bone pushed outward, reshaping and reinforcing itself. The open chest closed rapidly, sealing over organs that formed almost instantly. The platform shook. A pulse of force burst outward from Doomsday's body. Thick fluid exploded in all directions, slamming into walls and spraying across the chamber like rain caught in a storm. Gaius was forced back a step, his armored boots digging into the surface beneath him. Superman braced himself mid-air, arms raised as the shockwave hit him full on. Even with his strength, the force pushed him back several feet. Tony was thrown sideways, his stabilizers fighting to keep him upright as warning lights flared across his display. The Genesis chamber groaned under the pressure. Tubes rattled violently. Panels cracked, hairline fractures spreading across reinforced glass and metal. The structure itself seemed to strain, protesting against the sudden surge of energy contained within. On the screen, Lex Luthor who stared in disbelief. Anger across his face, and frustration. He had thought Doomsday dead. When he realized it wasn't, when he saw the readings climbing instead of falling, he let out a short, unrestrained laugh. Ha! The feed cut out mid-sound. The screen shattered as the pressure spike surged through the chamber, leaving only static and broken glass behind. Doomsday's body continued to change. The wounds closed faster than before. Bone thickened beyond its original shape. The skin darkened, hardening into a tougher layer that looked denser and less flexible. Muscle packed in tighter, built for power instead of movement alone. This body was different. It was no longer just healing. It was adapting. The new flesh formed specifically to resist blunt force. To resist crushing strength. To resist the kind of power Gaius had used against it. A mouth began to form where the head should have been. It appeared early, before the skull was complete. Teeth pushed through raw tissue. A jaw shaped itself without eyes above it. The creature was blind. But it did not need sight. Doomsday sensed the world through vibration. Through heat. Through energy. It knew exactly where its enemies were. It could feel them through the floor, through the air, through the pressure of their presence. The half-formed mouth opened. The roar that came out was not just sound. It was force. The air compressed around the creature and then burst outward in rings. Shock waves rolled across the chamber, slamming into walls and equipment. The floor buckled slightly under the pressure. One wave hit Gaius directly. It pushed him backward across the platform, his armor scraping as fluid flooded around his boots. He held his ground, but the force was enough to make him adjust his stance. Superman was driven back again, forced to shield his face as the pressure wave hit him head-on. Tony was knocked off balance completely, spinning mid-air before correcting himself. The chamber felt smaller now. Tighter. Unstable. Doomsday rose. It did not struggle. It did not hesitate. It moved instantly. The creature stood upright in one smooth motion, its newly formed muscles flexing with strength far greater than before. There was no sluggish movement now. No delay. It had learned. Tony saw it immediately. The way it moved. The way it balanced itself. This was no longer a test subject waking up. This thing's faster, Tony muttered. Superman didn't respond, but he felt it too. The change was obvious. Gaius took one step forward. Tony reacted first. He did not wait for orders or discussion. His targeting systems locked on, and micro-missiles launched from his shoulders in a rapid burst. They streaked through the air and struck Doomsday with precise accuracy. Explosions tore chunks of flesh away. Bone cracked. The creature staggered under the impacts, its body rocked by the force. For a moment, it looked like the attack had worked. Then the damage filled in. New tissue formed almost instantly, sealing over burns and fractures. Worse, the energy from the explosions did not vanish. It flowed inward, absorbed deep into Doomsday's body. The creature straightened. A faint glow spread across its skin. Its eyes formed. They opened, burning with light. Before Tony could react, Doomsday fired a beam of energy from its eyes. It was wild and unfocused, but powerful enough to tear through the air like a cutting torch. Tony tried to dodge. He almost made it. The beam clipped him mid-air, striking his chestplate dead center. The impact sent him flying across the chamber, metal screaming as his armor took the hit. "Tony!" Gaius shouted. Even someone as ruthless and rational as him reacted like that. The time they had spent together hadn't been for nothing, though Gaius reserved this kind of concern only for those close to him. Most people were irrelevant, or at best, useful. Tony crashed into the far wall, the impact echoing through the chamber. Panels shattered. He fell hard to the floor below. Superman moved instantly. He charged forward and punched Doomsday square in the chest, the blow landing with enough force to stop the beam mid-fire. The creature staggered back a step. But it recovered fast. Doomsday swung its arm in a wide arc and struck Superman with a heavy punch. The impact sent Superman sliding across the platform, his boots carving grooves through the surface as he was driven backward. The floor cracked under him. Tony groaned but forced himself upright. Alarms screamed in his helmet, systems reporting damage across his chest plate. The armor was scorched, cracked, and overheated, but not pierced. "I'm fine," Tony shouted, pushing himself to his feet. His voice sounded steady. Inside, his heart was racing. That beam had nearly gone through. As they regrouped, the truth became clear. Doomsday's cells were not passive. They did not simply heal damage. They reacted. Every attack triggered 3 responses. First, regeneration. Damage was repaired. Second, adaptation. The body changed to resist the same type of attack again. Third, energy conversion. Excess force was turned into strength or new abilities. Blunt force had made its body denser. Explosives had given it energy weapons. Heat forced resistance. Every hit taught it what to become next. Superman saw it happening in real time. His eyes tracked the changes, the way the creature adjusted its stance, the way its skin thickened under stress. He understood it fully now. This fight could not stay contained. Superman's eyes glowed red. He fired his heat vision straight into Doomsday's chest. Doomsday reacted instantly, raising its arms to shield itself from the attack. The beam struck with precision, forcing the creature backward. Flesh melted under the sustained heat. Its arms burned as it held them up, hands breaking down into raw tissue while it struggled to block the assault. But the regeneration kept pace. New flesh formed even as old flesh burned away. The beams became less effective with every second. Superman stopped. He knew what that meant. Doomsday was adapting. The creature had sensed that all nearby threats were being pushed back. Instinctively, it turned. It smashed through the outer wall of the Genesis chamber, tearing open metal and stone with brute force. The structure collapsed outward as Doomsday escaped into the open air. The scout ship continued to drain power from the city above. Lightning arced across the sky. The dome over Metropolis flickered as energy was pulled away. Below, the streets were empty. The nearby citizens had already fled. Doomsday landed hard in the middle of the street, concrete cracking beneath its feet. Its body had finished healing. Its head was fully formed. It stood tall. Complete. It had retreated for a moment, needing time to adapt and repair its injuries. It roared. The sound rolled through the city like thunder. Windows shattered for blocks. Cars shook. The air itself felt heavy with pressure. This was no longer hidden. Gaius burst through the hole in the scout ship. His jetpack ignited, driving him downward like a missile. He struck Doomsday mid-roar, his punch landing with crushing force. The impact shook the street. Doomsday was fully healed now. It saw Gaius. It raised its fist. Both struck at the same time. The blows met. Gaius' power fist was active. The clash sent a shockwave ripping outward, tossing debris into the air. Doomsday's arm shattered under the force, aided by the molecular disruption field surrounding it, and the creature was hurled backward across the street. Gaius landed solidly. Superman and Tony arrived beside him, hovering just above the ground. Smoke rose around them. Tony looked at the monster, then at the damage, then back at his teammates. He let out a slow breath. It seems Doomsday really deserves to be called a Doomsday. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, Collapsing Control. Chapter 132, Collapsing Control. The Joint Operations Center room was quieter than it should have been. Rows of screens covered the walls from floor to ceiling, each one showing a different part of Metropolis. Government buildings. Streets. Security feeds. Live drone footage. Civilian phone videos pulled in from social media and emergency channels. At the center of the room stood the president and General Reeves. Neither spoke. The president's hands were folded behind his back, fingers tight, shoulders stiff. His face looked older than it had that morning, lines deeper, eyes fixed forward. General Reeves stood beside him, arms crossed, jaw locked so tight the muscle in his cheek twitched now and then. On the screens, Titus moved through a federal building with 3 blade guard at his sides. They did not rush. They did not hesitate. They moved with steady steps, boots heavy against polished floors. Civil servants were ordered to their knees. Police commanders were restrained. Military officers who tried to draw weapons were put down before they could fire a second shot. There was no shouting, no threat screamed into the air. Just short commands, clear gestures, and immediate action. Behind them, a dreadnought stayed outside the building. It moved slowly, each step shaking the floor beneath it. Its presence alone was enough to stop most resistance. People froze when they saw it. Some dropped their weapons without being told. High-ranking officials were taken alive. That was clear from the footage. Hands bound. Faces pale. Fear visible, but also confusion. They were being captured, not slaughtered. Soldiers and police who resisted were another matter. Those feeds were harder to watch. The blade guard did not linger. One strike. One shot. One clean motion. Then they moved on. No anger. No pleasure. Just efficiency. Civilian recordings began to appear in a corner of the main screen. Shaky phone footage from office windows. From behind cars. From across the street. In one video, Titus stood still while 2 blade guard restrained a shouting official. His voice came through the phone speaker, calm and flat, giving an order that ended with the men being dragged away. In another, the dreadnought stood at the entrance of a building, massive and silent, like a wall made of iron and fire. There was no chaos from them. Only controlled violence. General Reeves clenched his jaw harder, his teeth grinding for a moment before he stopped himself. The president exhaled slowly through his nose, a long breath meant to steady himself. Neither man looked away. They watched as their authority was stripped piece by piece, live on screen. Then an officer's voice cut through the room. "Sir. The scout ship is drawing all the power of the city." The president turned sharply, frustration flashing across his face. "What is it this time?" The officer straightened, hands shaking slightly as he spoke fast, knowing time mattered. "Power draw is spiking across all sectors. The scout ship is consuming energy at an extreme rate. At this pace." He swallowed. "The entire city will lose power in seconds. A total blackout, sir." The words barely finished before the first screen flickered. Then another. Then 3 more. Live feeds froze. Security cameras went dark. The image of Titus walking down a government hallway vanished in a burst of static. The dreadnought feed cut out completely. One by one, the screens lost signal, replaced by black panels or error messages. The city had gone dark. The blackout was complete. General Reeves slammed his fist down on the console in front of him, the sound echoing through the room. "This is why private companies should never be trusted with this kind of technology," he snapped. "This should have stayed under government control. Since LexCorp had been given control of the scout ship." The president didn't argue. His face hardened, his eyes never leaving the dead screens. "It's already happened," he said quietly. He knew the truth of it. He had approved Lex Luthor's access. He had signed the papers. He had accepted the benefits and ignored the risks. Now the cost was coming due. He turned sharply to his secretary. "Contact Lex Luthor. Now. I want an explanation. If he doesn't answer, he's imprisoned." The secretary nodded quickly and moved to comply. She tried Lex's personal number first. Then the emergency channel reserved for national threats. Only a dull tone answered. She tried again. Nothing. Her shoulders stiffened as she turned back. "Lex Luthor can't be contacted, Mr. President." General Reeves let out a low, bitter breath. "That bastard's done." Before anyone could respond, another officer spoke up, his voice tight with urgency. "Sir, energy readings inside the scout ship are rising again." The room stilled. Moments later, the officer said, eyes locked on his display. "All remaining power is concentrating in one location." His head snapped up. It just exited the scout ship. One of the screens switched on by itself. A live news broadcast filled the display. A Daily Planet helicopter feed. The image shook as the camera tried to focus, city streets below dark and powerless. The reporter's voice came through, strained but steady. "We are witnessing an unidentified creature in the streets of Metropolis." The camera zoomed. Doomsday stood in the middle of the road, roaring into the night. Lightning cracked from the dome above, illuminating its massive frame in flashes of white and blue. Buildings around it were dark, windows dead, streets frozen in fear. The creature was the threat now. Everything else faded into the background. Then the camera shifted again. 3 figures stood behind the monster. Gaius, his golden armor catching the lightning, unmoving and solid. Superman, floating just above the ground, cape stirring in the wind. Tony Stark, repulsors glowing softly as he hovered beside them. From the angle of the news feed, they looked united. A line drawn between the city and destruction. The control room fell silent. The president watched without blinking. General Reeves said nothing. Across the city, inside the Daily Planet newsroom, the atmosphere was tense but focused. Screens showed the same live feed, reporters moving quickly but quietly, voices low. Perry White stood with his hands on his hips, eyes narrowed as he watched Doomsday roar on screen. "I knew it," he muttered. Lex Luthor was hiding something. The connection was clear now. The scout ship. The creature. The timing. All of it traced back to Lex's company. Lois Lane stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the screen. She had been the one who pushed for the helicopter, insisting they get eyes on the streets the moment power began flowing to the scout ship. Perry glanced at her. "Looks like your alien savior has his own monster to fight," he said. "And he's not alone this time." Lois didn't answer right away. She watched Gaius, Superman, and Tony standing together behind the creature. Then she spoke quietly. "It seems so." There was no smile in her voice, only uncertainty, as she didn't know if they were truly allies or enemies. Back on the battlefield, the helicopter hovered at a safe distance. Gaius noticed it. He did not react. Tony saw it too and dismissed it just as quickly. Fame, cameras, public opinion, it all meant nothing right now. Superman glanced at the helicopter for a brief moment, then turned his attention back to Doomsday. The creature moved. Its body shifted, muscles tightening, regeneration already working beneath torn flesh. The fight was not over. "We can't keep hitting it," Superman said calmly. Tony exhaled through his helmet. "Then we do it the hard way." Gaius already understood. Every blow they had landed before had made the creature stronger. Its regeneration was improving. Its reactions were faster. Continuing the same approach would only make things worse. He opened the multiversal chat and typed a message. "Naruto. Diana. Status." The reply from Naruto came almost instantly, "Safe." Intruders did appear, but they were easily defeated. Diana's message followed moments later. She was returning from Themyscira. The second mother box was secured. Negotiations with her mother had delayed her, but she was already on her way. "Come to us," Gaius replied. He hesitated before sending the next order. Naruto was told to stay back at first. Naruto pushed back immediately, insisting he hadn't fought at full strength and wanted to help. Gaius considered it for a moment, then sent a single response. "All right. Come." Naruto's reply came back with a single word. "Yee." While Gaius was chatting in the multiversal chat, Tony glanced sideways. "Hey, is Batman coming yet?" Superman turned his head slightly, listening beyond sight, beyond sound. His expression changed. Tension sharpened in his posture. "Batman has encountered your men, Gaius," he said. Tony groaned. "Oh man." Chapter 134, Chapter 133, The Bat. Chapter 133, The Bat. The Batwing cut through the dark sky above Metropolis, its engines kept low, controlled, steady. Inside the cockpit, the glow of soft blue and white lights reflected across black armor and a masked face that never moved more than it needed to. Batman sat alone, hands firm on the controls. Superman's mother was safe. She had been moved to a secure location earlier, far from the city, far from the growing chaos. That part was done. There was no time to dwell on it. The city below was falling apart piece by piece, and every second mattered. Multiple screens in front of him, each showing a different feed. Satellite views. Traffic cameras. Police body cams that were still online. Civilian phone footage pulled from emergency channels. The blackout had taken most systems down, but not all of them. Batman had prepared for worse. What he saw made his face harden. Armored figures moved through the city with clear purpose. They weren't scattered. They weren't reacting. They were advancing. One group stood out more than the rest. For massive warriors, taller than any normal men, moving through government zones like they owned them. 3 carried shields and heavy weapons. The 4th was larger, slower, encased in a walking war machine that shook the ground with every step. Batman zoomed in. On their shoulders was a symbol. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was the same insignia he had seen on Gaius's shoulder as well. That alone told him enough. These were not mercenaries. Not hired guns. Not aliens invaders. They belonged to something organized. Disciplined. And dangerous. Another alert flashed on one of the side screens. Energy levels across Metropolis were unstable. Not random spikes. Not damage-related surges. Everything was flowing in one direction. Toward the scout ship. Batman didn't know what was inside that ship. But he knew power being drawn on that scale meant one thing. Something was being prepared. Before he could adjust course, a calm voice spoke in his earpiece. "Sir," Alfred said, measured as ever, "I've finished analyzing the movement patterns of the armored units." Batman didn't reply. He didn't need to. Alfred continued. "They are not attempting to occupy territory in the traditional sense. Their focus is on government centers. Police headquarters. Military offices. Administrative buildings." Batman's fingers tightened slightly on the controls. "They are capturing high-ranking individuals alive," Alfred went on. "Others are being neutralized when they resist. The pattern suggests intent rather than impulse." The word neutralized was spoken heavily. In this context, it meant those who resisted were being killed. Batman said nothing. Alfred paused, then added, "They are also allowing themselves to be recorded." That caught Batman's attention. Deliberately, Alfred clarified. "They do not stop civilians from filming. In fact, in several cases, they appear to position themselves clearly within view. Fear as a message." Batman understood immediately. "They want people to see," Alfred said. "This is not panic-based terror. It's controlled fear. A demonstration of power meant to break resistance before it begins." Batman leaned back slightly in his seat. Psychological warfare. He had seen it before. Used it himself, in different ways. Fear, when used correctly, was more effective than force. It made people hesitate. Made them doubt. Made them stop fighting before the battle even started. Batman now faced two problems. The first was the scout ship. Power was still converging there, and whatever was being built or awakened inside it was unknown. Potentially catastrophic. The second problem was here. On the ground. Right now. Titus and his warriors were killing people. Taking control of the city piece by piece. And every moment they were allowed to operate freely, the situation worsened. Batman made his decision. He adjusted the Batwing's course, banking hard toward the coordinates of the armored group. The engines flared quietly as the aircraft accelerated. As he approached the area, Batman slowed slightly. The Batwing's cameras scanned the ground below. What they showed made his chest tighten. The remains of a battlefield stretched across several blocks. Burned-out military vehicles. Craters in the asphalt. Scattered bodies in uniform, some lying near overturned trucks, others near shattered barricades. There were no signs of enemy casualties. None. It wasn't a fight. It had been a slaughter. Batman clenched his teeth and pushed the Batwing faster. Titus Group wasn't hard to find. They weren't hiding. They moved openly through the streets, unconcerned with witnesses or cameras. Batman locked onto their position and zoomed in. Titus walked at the front. In one hand, he dragged a pickup truck as if it weighed nothing. The tires scraped against the road, sparks flying. In the back of the truck were people, men and women in suits and uniforms, hands bound, faces pale with fear. Government officials. Behind Titus walked three Blade Guard, weapons ready, shields on their backs. And behind them all came the Dreadnought. Slow. Massive. Unstoppable. Police and soldiers were scattered across the area, taking cover behind cars, concrete barriers, and damaged buildings. Their morale was broken. Batman could see it in how they moved. In how little ground they held. Bullets sparked off the armored figures and bounced away harmlessly. A rocket launcher fired. The missile was destroyed midair by a precise shot. A sniper fired from a rooftop. The round deflected off armor, and seconds later, return fire tore through the building. A military vehicle rolled into view, its weapon systems activating. The Dreadnought turned toward it. One shot. The vehicle exploded. The message was clear. You cannot win. The soldiers knew it. Batman could see it in the way some of them stopped firing. In the way others hesitated before pulling the trigger. They weren't fighting to win anymore. They were buying time. Behind a shattered wall, a Metropolis police captain pressed his back against the concrete, breathing hard. Sweat ran down his face as he gripped his rifle. He fired a short burst, then dove down just as a bolter round slammed into the spot where he had been standing. The wall behind him exploded outward, leaving a smoking hole the size of a basketball. The captain wiped his face and muttered under his breath, "Those damn politicians, using us to save their own skins." A young patrolman crouched beside him, eyes wide. "Captain. Are you okay?" the patrolman shouted over the noise. "I'm fine," the captain snapped. "Stay down. You stand up, you die." The patrolman hesitated. "Aren't we supposed to stop them?" The captain turned and smacked the back of his helmet. "Are you disobeying orders?" The patrolman flinched and went quiet, sitting down hard against the wall. He muttered to himself, "You could have just said so." Then the sound changed. A deep, cutting rush of air rolled over the battlefield. Everyone looked up. A dark shape descended from the sky. The Batwing. A bright spotlight snapped on, cutting through smoke and dust. It pinned Titus and his group in white light. The sound of gunfire slowed, then stopped. Batman's voice echoed from the aircraft, deep and firm. "Stop." Titus halted. He didn't drop the truck. Didn't raise his weapon. He simply stopped walking and looked up. In one hand, he still held the pickup. In the other, his bolter rested calmly. The blade guard remained still, unfazed. The dreadnought reacted immediately. Its weapon rose, metal joints locking into place. "Death to the champion's enemies," it boomed. The Gatling cannon began to spin. Batman saw the power spike and reacted instantly. The Batwing surged forward, engines roaring as streams of heavy rounds tore through the air where it had been a second earlier. Batman swung around and opened fire. The Batwing's wing-mounted Gatling spat rounds toward the blade guard and the dreadnought. Batman carefully avoided Titus. The hostages were too close. The bullets slammed into armor, sparking and chipping, leaving visible damage but failing to penetrate. The blade guard moved as one. Shields came up, locking together into a solid wall. Behind them, bolters rose and fired in controlled bursts. The dreadnought ignored the incoming fire entirely. For the Emperor, it roared as its cannon thundered. Batman dodged hard, the Batwing twisting through the air as heavy fire tore past him. He returned fire again, but the pressure was too much. A burst of shots grazed the Batwing's wing. Metal screamed. The side wing disintegrated in a flash of sparks and flame. Alarms blared inside the cockpit. Batman steadied the controls, teeth clenched. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, Diana. Chapter 134, Diana. The Batwing shook violently as it cut through the night sky. Inside the cockpit, warning lights flashed red across the control panels. Alarms blared in sharp bursts, each one calling attention to another system failure. One side of the aircraft was damaged badly, part of the wing torn away by heavy fire. Air rushed unevenly around the frame, pulling the Batwing off balance. Batman did not panic. His hands stayed firm on the controls. His breathing remained slow and steady. Panic wasted time, and time was something he could not afford. He switched the Batwing into emergency power mode. Secondary engines came online with a deep hum, pushing against the air with uneven strength. Stabilizers deployed from the underside of the craft, adjusting constantly to keep the Batwing from spinning out of control. The aircraft shuddered again, but this time it held. Batman overrode the automated landing system. Autopilot would try to bring the Batwing down smoothly, slowly, carefully. That would get him killed. The sky was not safe, and the ground was worse. He took manual control. Below him, Metropolis burned in scattered pockets of fire and smoke. Streets were dark from the blackout. Emergency lights flickered in broken lines. The city looked wounded. Batman scanned the rooftops ahead. He needed a place to land. Somewhere high, open, and solid enough to support a damaged aircraft. His eyes locked onto a tall office building several blocks away. Its rooftop was wide, flat, and clear of debris. That would work. He angled the Batwing downward and began a careful descent. At the same moment, something else locked onto him. Far below, the dreadnought turned its massive frame upward. Heavy metal joints whined as its weapon system adjusted. The Gatling cannon rotated slowly at first, then faster, locking onto the Batwing's heat and motion. The targeting was calm. Precise. Relentless. Batman saw the power spike on his sensors. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. The dreadnought opened fire. The sound was not sharp like gunfire. It was deep and crushing, like the sky itself was tearing apart. Massive rounds tore upward, ripping through the air in long, glowing lines. Batman pulled hard on the controls. The Batwing dipped, rolled, and climbed all at once. Rounds passed close enough to rattle the cockpit. One clipped the air beside him, sending shockwaves through the hull. He avoided the direct hits. The building did not. The rooftop he had chosen exploded as the round struck it. Concrete shattered into clouds of dust. Steel supports screamed as they bent and snapped. Large chunks of the roof collapsed inward, falling through the floors below like a waterfall of stone and metal. Batman watched it happen in seconds. Landing there would kill him. The building could not take sustained fire like this. Nothing short of a bunker could. He aborted the landing. The Batwing surged upward as he pulled back hard. Debris scraped along the damaged wing, sparks flashing past the cockpit windows. The aircraft barely cleared the collapsing rooftop. Behind him, the building gave way completely. The rooftop caved in, followed by the floors beneath it. The dreadnought's fire erased the landing zone as if it had never existed. Then, suddenly, the gunfire stopped. No more thunder. No more tearing metal. Only smoke, falling debris, and the echo of destruction drifting through the night. Batman did not relax. He circled carefully, keeping distance while scanning with every sensor he had. Visual confirmation followed. Heat readings dropped. No new targeting lock formed. The dreadnought had stopped firing at him. Batman understood why almost immediately. Ammunition was not endless. Even a machine like that could not waste it. He was moving, evasive, and no longer an immediate threat. The dreadnought had chosen to conserve its firepower. Batman used the moment. He spotted another building farther away, slightly lower, but shielded from a direct line of fire. He brought the Batwing in fast, cutting speed at the last second. The landing was rough. The Batwing slammed onto the rooftop, skidding across concrete before grinding to a halt. Batman shut down the damaged systems and cut power to the failing wing. The aircraft hissed and groaned as it cooled. Batman stepped out onto the rooftop and looked back toward the battlefield. This was not Gotham. These were not criminals hiding in alleys or rooftops. These were soldiers. Disciplined. Trained. Armed for war. They would not hesitate. They would not make mistakes out of fear or anger. If he held back, he would die. If he misjudged even once, he would die. Batman turned back to the Batwing and opened its weapon compartments. He removed a heavy sniper rifle and loaded armor-piercing rounds into the magazine. The weapon was heavier than what he normally carried, built for precision and force rather than speed. He took position near the edge of the rooftop and studied the enemy below. Four armored figures moved with purpose through the streets. Titus walked at the rear, pulling the truck. In front of him, 3 Blade Guard advanced with shields raised and bolters ready. Behind them all came the dreadnought. Batman focused on one of the Blade Guard. Shield in one hand. Bolter in the other. He examined the armor carefully. Thick plates covered most of the body. The neck guard was strong, layered to protect from strikes at ground level. But from above, there was a narrow angle. A possible weak point. Batman steadied his breathing. His finger tightened on the trigger. He fired. The shot cracked through the air. The Blade Guard reacted instantly. He did not look toward Batman. He did not hesitate. He raised his shield on instinct alone. The round slammed into the shield and shattered, spraying fragments harmlessly aside. Batman already knew what that meant. Head-on penetration was impossible. The Blade Guard shifted slightly and raised his bolter. Without seeing his target, he calculated the angle of the shot by sound and timing alone. He fired. Bolter rounds tore into the rooftop Batman had just occupied. Concrete exploded outward. The air filled with dust and fragments. Batman was already moving. He fired his grappling hook and launched himself into the darkness, clearing the edge of the building in one smooth motion. He vanished into the night before the return fire could track him. He repositioned again. And again. Each time he fired, it was not to kill. It was to distract. To slow. To force the Ultramarines to react. He knew the truth. His shots were barely an inconvenience. But he was not trying to win. He was buying time. The Batmobile was on its way, racing through the dark streets below. He needed heavier ground weapons if he was going to make any real difference here. As he moved, Alfred's voice came through his earpiece, urgent but controlled. "Master Bruce," Alfred said, "the energy convergence at the scout ship has completed." Batman did not stop moving. Bolter fire ripped through the spot he had occupied seconds earlier. "What's the result?" Batman asked. Alfred answered immediately. "A creature has emerged, sir. Mr. Superman, Mr. Stark, and Lord Gaius are currently engaged with it. They appear evenly matched. The creature is being suppressed, but not defeated." Batman slowed for half a second. Evenly matched. Those three together. What kind of monster does that? He asked himself quietly. Then the answer came to him. Doomsday, Batman said. He remembered now. Gaius's purpose. The reason they had come to this world. It had never been Superman. This monster was the real target. Batman weighed his options as he moved across the rooftops. Continue fighting the Ultramarines. Slow them down, maybe, at great risk. Or help against Doomsday. A fight that could decide the fate of the city. He knew the truth. He was not prepared for this kind of ground war. His ammunition was dropping fast. One clean hit would end him. Batman clenched the rifle he was carrying. He made his choice. He fired his grappling hook and moved in the direction Alfred guided him. Across the city, the battle with Doomsday raged. Gaius fought the creature head-on, using only his strength. He avoided his power fist on purpose. Every heavy blow made Doomsday stronger. Faster. More dangerous. So he wrestled it instead. Tony Stark fired controlled repulsor blasts, aiming to push, restrain, and disrupt rather than destroy. He adjusted constantly, working with Gaius to avoid repeating attacks. They were buying time. Waiting for the moment that mattered, a critical strike that would disable Doomsday like before, or at least severely injure it instead of making it stronger. Tony looked up as Doomsday roared and slammed against Gaius's grip. Superman. Tony shouted. Go find Batman. Get the Kryptonian blade. And tell him not to fight Gaius's men. Superman nodded and took off, leaving the battlefield in a blur of motion. With him gone, Gaius and Tony adjusted their tactics, keeping Doomsday contained without triggering rapid adaptation. Then a helicopter approached. At first, Tony thought it was another news crew getting too close again. But it was a military helicopter. Then he saw who was inside. General Swanwick was at the controls. Standing beside him was Diana, fully armed, sword, shield, the lasso secured at her side. The door opened. Diana didn't hesitate. She leaped. Her body cut through the air with precision, unerringly aimed at Doomsday. In one fluid motion, she descended and drove her sword down toward the creature. Gaius, already locked in a brutal struggle with Doomsday, caught sight of her midair approach. Instinct and timing collided. With a grunt, he shifted his weight and swung a precise kick against the creature's torso, using Doomsday's own momentum to send it hurtling toward Diana. Doomsday roared, a sound that shook the ground beneath them, and swung an arm in retaliation. Diana's blade met it. Steel bit into flesh, slicing clean through bone and sinew. The arm crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. For a moment, there was silence. Then energy erupted from the wound. The flesh glowed like fire. The arm regenerated in seconds. Doomsday roared again, releasing shockwaves of sound that rippled across the battlefield. Tony, Gaius, and Diana stood side by side now. General Swanwick didn't wait. He yanked the helicopter back, climbing sharply to avoid being within reach of the rampaging monster. Doomsday stood, unbowed, its form crackling with jagged, lightning-like energy that ran along its muscles in chaotic arcs. Its eyes glowed, focused and unrelenting. Then it drew itself inward, almost as if gathering every ounce of fury and energy it had, before exploding outward. The blast radiated in all directions. Buildings trembled, streets fractured, chunks of asphalt and concrete shot into the air like missiles. Metal frames of vehicles twisted, and dust clouds surged in every direction. Tony dove instinctively behind Gaius, who raised his iron halo shields. The energy shimmered outward, pushing the brunt of the debris aside with controlled force. Diana crossed her bracelets, releasing a counter shockwave that protected her. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, The Spear. Chapter 135, The Spear. Superman cut through the night sky like a streak of blue and red, the wind tearing past him as the city burned below. Smoke rose in thick columns from broken streets and shattered buildings. The ground shook with distant impacts. He saw Batman first as a moving shadow between rooftops. Batman was already in motion, grappling from building to building, his cape snapping hard behind him. He was moving fast, but Superman could see the strain. The man was pushing his body and equipment to the edge. Superman adjusted his course and dropped down beside him midair. Batman spotted him. The air shifted as Superman approached. He adjusted his grip, and before the wind could throw him off, Superman reached out, catching him securely around the torso. Batman did not resist. Instead, he shifted slightly, ready to be carried. You picked a bad night to take a walk, Superman said, keeping his voice calm. Batman didn't look at him. His eyes stayed on the battlefield ahead. Why are you here? Even from kilometers away, he could feel the strong vibrations, the ground shook as if a bomb had exploded. Its impact carried faintly through the city. Superman let out a short breath. We need something that can kill it. Batman didn't hesitate. Doomsday. He already suspected that the one they were fighting was Doomsday. Superman paused. Then you already know. Batman gave a single nod. What's left of General Zod, Superman said at last. His body. Whatever they did to him, it turned him into this. Batman absorbed that without comment. That thing isn't just strong, Superman continued. It's learning. Every hit makes it adjust. We can't keep fighting it like this. Batman turned his head slightly. You need a weapon made of kryptonite to kill it. Superman looked at him. Yes. It's on the Batwing, Batman said. Along with something else. Superman didn't waste time asking questions. He tightened his grip and accelerated. The city blurred beneath them as Superman pushed harder, flying straight toward the damaged Batwing resting on a distant rooftop. The wind roared around them, but Superman shielded Batman from the worst of it. They landed hard but controlled beside the aircraft. The Batwing sat silent, scorched and torn, one wing badly damaged. Batman moved immediately. He opened a side panel and keyed in a code. The compartment hissed open. Inside was a reinforced case. Next to it, a compact grenade launcher was mounted into the rack. Batman grabbed both. He flipped the case open. Inside lay the spear. The metal shaft looked simple, almost plain, but the moment the seal broke, a soft green glow spilled out. The light reflected against the Batwing's black hull and painted Superman's face in faint emerald hues. Superman took an involuntary step back. His eyes dilated for a moment, then narrowed, not in anger, but in instinct. Batman, holding the kryptonite spear, said, "This weapon is made of kryptonite. It should be enough." Superman nodded slowly, forcing himself to focus. "It has to be," he said. "There's no other way." Batman locked the case, then secured the spear in his grip. The green light faded but did not vanish completely. Superman looked at the weapon again, his expression mixed. Discomfort. Memory. Resolve. Then he straightened. "Let's end this," he said. Superman lifted Batman again, careful despite the urgency. Batman held the spear tightly, bracing himself as they took off. They returned to the battlefield in seconds. Below them, Gaius stood like a wall between Doomsday and the ruined city. His armor still shone with golden light, with no visible damage aside from scorch marks. His breathing was heavy, but steady. Tony Stark hovered nearby, armor flickering with warning lights as systems adjusted on the fly. Diana stood with them, shield raised, sword ready, eyes locked on the monster. Doomsday floated above the ground now. Its body no longer moved like something bound by weight. Energy pulsed through it in uneven waves, lifting it slowly into the air. Its eyes burned bright. Batman felt it before he saw it. The attention. The pressure. Doomsday noticed them. So did Gaius. Gaius turned his head slightly as Superman landed. Then he saw the spear. Batman felt the gaze hit him. Not anger. Not surprise. Assessment. Judgment. Batman met him without flinching, locking his gaze onto Gaius. His eyes demanded answers, why Gaius men were conquering the city, killing and capturing officials. The intensity in his stare was unmistakable, unhidden. But Batman knew now was not the time. Gaius stepped forward. He extended one massive armored hand. Batman hesitated for half a second, then handed the spear over. The weapon looked small in Gaius's grip. Almost fragile. Gaius turned it once, testing its balance. Kryptonite, he said flatly, seeking confirmation. Batman nodded. Gaius said nothing more. Above them, Doomsday rose higher. Its body tensed. Then its eyes burned white. Twin beams of energy erupted outward. Superman reacted instantly. He flew up, meeting the attack head-on. Heat vision slammed into heat vision. The air between them twisted and screamed. The clash pushed Superman back inches at a time. He strained, muscles locked, teeth clenched. Diana moved. She threw the lasso in one smooth motion. The golden rope wrapped around Doomsday's torso and arms, glowing as it tightened. With a sharp pull, she yanked downward. Doomsday roared as the beam cut off. Its body slammed back toward the ground. Superman surged forward, blasting again. The energy struck Doomsday's chest, but instead of burning through, it fed the creature. Its body glowed brighter. Batman acted. He raised the grenade launcher and fired. The round burst near Doomsday, releasing thick green smoke. Kryptonite. The effect was immediate. Doomsday staggered back, its movements slowing. Its roar turned uneven, broken. Diana held the lasso tight, keeping it inside the green cloud. Tony didn't hesitate. Panels opened along his chest. The tri-beam charged. Then fired. The beam punched through the smoke and slammed into Doomsday's torso, piercing clean through weakened flesh. The monster screamed. Gaius moved. His jetpack ignited. Not upward. Forward. He launched himself across the ground, legs driving hard, jetpack adding raw force. For a brief moment, his speed surpassed even Superman's. He reached Doomsday in an instant. The spear struck true. It pierced straight through the monster's chest. Doomsday convulsed. Gaius ripped the spear free and drove it upward again, straight into its head. Then he let go. The spear remained embedded. Gaius pulled back his power fist. And struck. Once. Twice. Over and over, until the body was thoroughly destroyed, reduced to nothing but minced flesh. The ground trembled as the remains fell apart. They were quiet for a moment after Doomsday's death. Then something else broke it. A whine. High above. A missile streaked toward them. Tony reacted first. Damn government, he muttered. Batman looked up, grim. Bureaucracy. Superman did not speak. His eyes followed the missile, disappointment clear but restrained. Gaius's gaze hardened, his anger hidden beneath stoic composure. Diana's expression was one of, I knew it. Superman flew up and caught it midair. He didn't stop it. He guided it. Redirected it. The missile slammed into the sea and detonated harmlessly. But more appeared. Dozens. Moments earlier, at the White House, the room had been loud. The president and high-ranking officials argued over what to do. One suggested a nuclear strike. Others opposed it, citing the city, economic loss, and the hostages held by the armored invaders. Then one voice shouted angrily, "Are you trying to kill my brother?" His family members were among the captives Titus had taken. Though they weren't near Gaius and the others on the battlefield and would be outside the center of the nuclear explosion, he didn't know if they would survive, but his brother certainly wouldn't. A screen showed the situation from orbit. Doomsday's roars parted the clouds, making the battlefield visible even from space. The president finally slammed his hands together. We'll use missiles. Controlled. No radiation. Range limited. Take down the aliens and the monster without further harm to the city. They agreed. Far from the White House, after getting Gaius' permission, Naruto immediately said goodbye to the solemn Saeko, the disappointed Mindy, and to Alfred. Then he ran. Though his speed was incredible, it would certainly not be enough. By the time he reached Metropolis, the fight might already be over. Before leaving, he created dozens of shadow clones to meditate and prepare for Sage Mode. As he raced across the sea toward Metropolis, the clones completed their meditation. Naruto released one, entering Sage Mode successfully. Naruto himself activated Sage Mode mid-run, enhancing his speed and awareness. He finally entered the city, immediately encountering Titus, his men, and the Dreadnought. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, An Ignorant Response. Chapter 136, An Ignorant Response. The city did not feel like a city anymore. The streets were broken, split by deep cracks that ran like scars across the concrete. Burned vehicles lay scattered everywhere, tanks, trucks, armored carriers, some overturned, others crushed flat as if stepped on by something far too heavy to care. Smoke drifted between buildings, thick and gray, carrying the smell of fire, gunpowder, fuel, and dust. Naruto arrived without a sound. He landed lightly on the broken street, his feet barely making a mark and a sound. Sage Mode was active. The orange markings around his eyes stood out clearly against his skin, his pupils flattened like a frog's. Despite that, his expression remained calm. His breathing was slow and steady. Every sound came to him with clarity, the crackle of distant fires, the creak of damaged buildings, the faint echo of heavy footsteps somewhere ahead. He could feel powerful presences. Not hostile. Not friendly either. Just heavy. Solid. Like mountains that had decided to move. Naruto did not rush forward. Instead, he stopped and looked. Ahead of him, the street stretched wide, cleared in a rough path. On both sides, buildings were damaged, windows blown out, walls torn open. Military vehicles lay in pieces along the road. And there were bodies. Soldiers. Many of them. They lay where they had fallen, some near their vehicles, others in the open street. Their uniforms were torn, weapons scattered nearby. It was clear there had been heavy fighting here. Naruto felt a small tightening in his chest. Not anger. Not shock. Just a quiet sadness. They were soldiers. They had chosen to fight. He understood that. He had lived his whole life as a ninja, trained to kill when needed. Killing was not new to him. But seeing the cost was never easy. He pushed the feeling aside and focused. Ahead, moving slowly but steadily, was a massive figure. Titus. The giant warrior was pulling a large military truck with one arm. The truck's wheels dragged uselessly along the broken road, sparks flying as metal scraped concrete. Inside the truck were people, captured officials, officers, and personnel. Naruto could sense their fear clearly. Walking near Titus were 3 blade guard. They moved in perfect formation, their steps matched, their weapons ready but lowered. They scanned the surroundings constantly, alert but not aggressive. Behind them stood the dreadnought. The massive war machine was silent for now, its towering frame casting a long shadow across the street. Its armor was scarred, marked by battle, but it stood steady, like an unmoving fortress given legs. Naruto's eyes lit up slightly as he saw them, recognizing familiar people. He took a breath and raised his voice. "Hey! Uncle Titus." The sound carried clearly through the street. Titus stopped immediately. The massive truck slid a short distance before coming to a halt. The 3 blade guards stopped at the same time, turning in unison. Their movements were precise, controlled. Weapons stayed lowered. The dreadnought shifted slightly, its sensors focusing on Naruto. For a brief moment, everything was still. Then Titus turned fully. His helmet locked onto Naruto, scanning him. Naruto knew he looked different now. Sage mode always changed how people saw him, his posture calmer, his presence heavier, more focused. But there was no hesitation. "Naruto," Titus said, his deep voice steady. Recognition was immediate. Naruto smiled a little and gave a small wave. "Yeah. It's me." The blade guard relaxed slightly, though they remained alert. They recognized him too. Naruto had been around Gaius. He was not a stranger. The dreadnought finished its scan. No weapons activated. No warning tones. Not an enemy. It detected unknown energy within the boy's body, but since he was not hostile, he classified it as a friendly force. It remained still. Titus watched Naruto closely. Questions formed in his mind. Naruto was from another world. He should not be here. This world was different from Naruto's, so he knew this was not Naruto's world. Could it be because of Captain Gaius? If he had the ability to bring them here, perhaps he also had the power to bring people from other worlds. But Titus did not speak those thoughts. He could feel it too, the massive battle happening kilometers away. Even here, the air trembled faintly from distant impacts. Energy waves rolled through the city like distant thunder. Captain Gaius was fighting something powerful. Titus had already considered moving to assist. But he had orders. And the mission was not yet complete. Naruto's eyes moved over the scene again. The broken vehicles. The fallen soldiers. The captured people in the truck. He did not accuse. He did not judge. But he was curious. "What are you guys doing?" Naruto asked calmly. The question pulled Titus out of his thoughts. Because it was Naruto asking, Titus answered honestly. "We were ordered to capture this city," Titus said. "To force this country to comply with our demands." Naruto listened quietly. "We require resources," Titus continued. "Food. Meat. Supplies." Naruto nodded slowly. He did not say he agreed. But he understood. Gaius people ate very poorly. Naruto had learned something about their diet, and now he realized Gaius was taking this opportunity to gather supplies in this world. He even seemed to approve of it, at least slightly. "I see," Naruto said. Then he looked up, meeting Titus' gaze. Gaius asked for assistance, Naruto said clearly. "So I came." That stopped them all. Titus paused. The blade guard froze for half a second. The dreadnought reacted immediately. Captain Gaius requested assistance, the dreadnought asked, its voice deep and mechanical. Naruto nodded. "Yeah." He turned slightly, already preparing to leave. "I'll go now." The dreadnought did not hesitate. "I will accompany you," it said. "To assist Captain Gaius." It turned its massive head toward Titus and the blade guard. "You will continue the mission," it ordered. "Follow Captain Gaius' orders." "Yes," Titus replied at once. The blade guard answered together, "Understood." Naruto looked up at the dreadnought. He hesitated, then scratched the back of his head slightly. Sir?" Naruto asked. "How fast can you go?" The dreadnought was huge and bulky, and it seemed to move slowly, which made him hesitate. The dreadnought answered without pause. "Running speed, 20 kilometers per hour." Naruto blinked. He did not really understand what that meant. But something about it felt slow. "How can I make you go faster?" Naruto asked. The dreadnought looked down the street toward where Gaius was fighting. The road ahead was clogged with cars, trucks, debris, and wreckage. "If the path is cleared," the dreadnought said, "I can reach full charge speed. Approximately 28 kilometers per hour." Naruto turned toward the street. "Then let's go," he said. He formed hand seals quickly. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared at once, spreading out across the road. They moved fast. Some pushed cars aside like toys. Others lifted and flipped smaller vehicles. When they encountered large trucks or heavy obstacles, several clones worked together, forming Rasengan and smashing the blockage apart. The path cleared rapidly. The dreadnought responded. Its internal systems roared to life. Heavy mechanical sounds echoed as it shifted into a running posture. Then it moved. Each step shook the ground. Concrete cracked deeply under its weight, leaving large pits behind. Buildings rattled as it passed. It looked less like a machine and more like a walking building in motion. Together, Naruto and the dreadnought advanced toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, missiles filled the sky. Gaius, Superman, Tony, Batman, and Diana all looked up at the same time. The missile formation was dense, coming straight toward them. Tony reacted first. More missiles, he said sharply. Micromissiles burst from his shoulders, streaking upward. They detonated enemy missiles mid-air, bright explosions lighting the sky. Superman joined in, firing precise heat vision beams. He was careful, adjusting his angles, making sure no blast would hit them below. Gaius drew his bolter and fired with perfect timing, each shot detonating a missile before it could reach them. Batman moved instantly, diving for cover. He pressed himself behind broken concrete, knowing his body could not survive explosions that close. Diana stood ready but did not act. She had no long-range options, and the others were handling it. Missiles aimed directly at them were destroyed. Those that were not exploded nearby, shaking the ground and tearing apart more of the city. Then, finally, the sky cleared. Silence returned. Missiles, Gaius said calmly. An ignorant response. They will pay for this. Batman stepped forward, clearly disturbed by Gaius' statement. He understood that the government had acted wrongly. But Gaius' retaliation would be catastrophic. He looked up at Gaius. What is your men's purpose? Batman asked. Gaius looked down at him. His blue optics showed no emotion. They follow my orders, Gaius said. Their purpose is to capture the city. To force compliance. To secure supplies. Batman took a breath. Then stop your men, he said. I will supply you instead. He did not know if he truly could. But he was Bruce Wayne. Gaius was silent for a moment. If this were earlier, Gaius said, I might have agreed. Now, he continued, they have attacked. Punishment is required. Batman stared at him. Then he turned away. Diana and Tony remained by Gaius' side. Superman hesitated. He disliked Gaius' methods. The slaughter. He also disliked the government's actions. He felt grateful to Tony for locating his mother. Ultimately, he chose to stand with Batman. So he followed Batman. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Consequences Set in Motion. Chapter 137, Consequences Set in Motion. The air felt heavy, thick with the aftermath of battle. The streets were quiet now that Batman and Superman had departed, leaving only the remnants of chaos behind. Broken buildings, scorched vehicles, and scorched earth painted a picture of devastation. Tony Stark shifted his weight and looked toward Gaius and Diana, the tension in the air palpable. He let out a half-serious, half-mocking laugh, his tone laced with irony. So, it seems we're the bad guys, he asked. Diana let out a small, dry laugh, light and almost amused, though not in a mocking way. She shook her head gently, acknowledging the statement. Indeed. It seems we are, she said, her voice soft yet carrying weight. Her eyes swept over the ruins around them. The laugh faded as quickly as it came, and she fell silent again, letting the reality of their position settle over them. Gaius, as always, said nothing. His silence was not hesitation, nor doubt. It was focus. His mind worked, planning the fastest way to make this country comply with his will. Only results mattered. A sudden vibration ran through the ground, subtle at first, then growing steadily stronger. Dust and small debris trembled loose from the surrounding ruins. The sound of the earth itself moving under something massive echoed faintly, growing louder and more insistent by the second. Gaius turned immediately toward the source, his posture shifting ever so slightly into alertness. There was no panic, only precision and awareness. His optics scanned the distant street, registering the approaching movement. At first, only dust clouds could be seen. Then the forms became clear. Dozens of figures ran in perfect synchronization toward them, Naruto and his shadow clones, moving with coordinated speed. Behind them, the ground itself seemed to move, the dreadnought. Towering, armored, and immense, it ran with the rhythm of a building taking deliberate steps. Each impact shook the ground slightly, each motion a clear statement of unstoppable force. Tony staggered back a step, involuntarily startled. He had already seen the dreadnought, but seeing it charging at them was something else entirely. Its bulk, its speed, the sheer force behind its movement, unlike anything he had encountered. He barely had time to process it before it closed the distance rapidly. The dreadnought slowed as soon as it detected Gaia's presence. Its massive form shifted from a full sprint into controlled movement, settling into an even, measured pace. Tony's attention snapped to the smaller figures in front, the dozens of Naruto clones. They moved with unmatched precision, almost as if each was aware of the other, clearing the path, coordinating their approach with efficiency. Naruto himself accelerated when he saw Gaius and the group. Relief washed over him. His eyes, marked with the orange patterns of Sage Mode, softened as he realized they were unharmed. A slow breath escaped his lips, a small release of tension after the long and tiring journey. Finally, Naruto came to a stop in front of them. His posture was confident, his presence commanding, amplified by Sage Mode. He looked directly at the group, the calm focus of a trained ninja perfectly combined with the innate power of Sage Mode. "Where is the enemy?" he asked clearly. His tone was steady, confident, ready to act. Every word carried intent, and the calm determination in his voice showed that he was far stronger now than the last time he had sparred with Gaius. Tony smirked, a half-amused, half-exasperated expression crossing his face. "What enemy?" "The enemy has already been defeated," he said lightly with a smirk on his face. Naruto froze, a visible flicker of disbelief crossing his features. His eyes widened slightly, mouth twitching as he processed the words. "What?" "I was late," he blurted, a mix of frustration and surprise spilling from him. Diana stepped forward, her smile gentle, almost teasing in tone, though it carried no malice. "You were very much late, Naruto," she said simply, her words confirming what he already suspected. Naruto's shoulders slumped. His face, normally bright with energy, now drooped with disappointment. He had come to help, only to find the battle already decided. There was frustration in his expression, but he accepted it silently, the calm of Sage Mode allowing him to process without anger. Meanwhile, Gaius moved with purpose toward the remains of Doomsday. His eyes focused on the severed arm that Diana had cut earlier. With a smooth motion, he activated the parcel system. The arm disappeared cleanly into the multiversal chat system. The dreadnought reached Gaius, the massive machine coming to a halt just in front of him. Its heavy mechanical frame shifted slightly as it spoke in its deep, formal voice. "My apologies, Captain Gaius. I am late," it stated. Gaius regarded it for a moment, then nodded, voice calm and composed. "It's fine," he said, no blame in his tone, no reprimand. He turned to the group, his decisions clear and precise. "This country will pay for its ignorance," Gaius said, his tone cold and final. "This time, I will attack personally." Tony nodded in acknowledgement. Diana remained silent, her expression neutral. Both understood the reasoning. The missile attack earlier had crossed a line. Gaius' judgment was measured, not emotional, but they recognized its necessity in the moment. Gaius turned to Tony. "Locate the source of the missiles," he commanded. Tony nodded and activated Jarvis. Within moments, the location appeared clearly, a military base, about 40 kilometers away, constructed specifically as a contingency against Superman. "I will take it from here," Gaius said. "I will erase that base from the map." His attention shifted back to the dreadnought. "You will take on another mission," he said firmly. "The hostages Titus is holding will no longer serve any purpose." He then addressed Tony again, instructing him to give Naruto a tablet containing the locations of all key decision-makers. Turning to Naruto, Gaius' voice hardened slightly as he explained Titus and his squad's new mission, to capture all the key decision-makers, president, generals, vice president, and others. "Deliver this tablet to Titus," he said. "Relay my commands clearly. There can be no mistakes." Naruto straightened immediately, his expression serious. "Yes," he responded, determination in his voice mirroring Gaius. Gaius then turned toward the direction of the missile base. He paused for just a moment. "This will end fast," he stated. Jetpack igniting, Gaius accelerated rapidly, vanishing toward the distant military base. The base detected his approach immediately, scrambling 3 fighter jets to intercept. The jets fired missiles and guns. Gaius activated his iron halo, the attacks bouncing harmlessly off his defenses. He predicted their movements precisely, drawing his bolters with ease. The first jet was disabled, its pilot ejecting. Gaius targeted the pilot midair, firing a bolter shot that destroyed the head instantly. The second jet was eliminated similarly, the pilot unable to escape in time. The third jet approached too closely. Gaius struck it with his power fist, piercing the aircraft, which exploded instantly, engulfing him in flames. Emerging unscathed, he continued toward the base. Upon arrival, Gaius crashed through the outer wall, entering directly. Alarms blared and soldiers opened fire immediately. Bullets bounced harmlessly off his armor. Raising his bolter, he began firing with absolute precision. Each shot hit its mark, soldiers fell like grass under a scythe. It was like watching a single custodian wielding unstoppable firepower. The number of armed mortals no longer mattered. Every bolter round was a self-propelled mini-rocket, every shot lethal and accurate, and the magazine seemed endless. When the last rounds in the magazine were spent, Gaius replaced it with another from the parcel system, stocked and ready for moments like this. A jet attempted to take off amidst the chaos. Gaius sensed it and ran to intercept, crashing through another wall to reach the runway. With a single punch from his power fist, he destroyed the aircraft, the pilot inside perishing instantly. Gaius then moved methodically through the base. He grabbed military vehicles and hurled them into surrounding buildings, towers, and signal structures, destroying them utterly. Any soldiers hiding were eliminated. No resistance mattered. Finally, Gaius reached the command room. He forced the door open, entering swiftly. Inside stood a corporal, armed with a pistol, clearly anticipating Gaius' arrival. The corporal fired point blank, but the bullets bounced harmlessly off Gaius' helmet. Gaius looked at the corporal, whose eyes were firm and unflinching. The corporal believed he was facing an alien and was willing to sacrifice himself. With a single punch, Gaius struck, reducing the corporal's upper body to bloody mist instantly. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Retribution Unleashed. Chapter 138, Retribution Unleashed. The base was quiet now, except for the faint hum of alarms that hadn't fully shut off. Smoke lingered in broken hallways, and the air was thick with dust and the sharp tang of blood. Gaius stepped out of the room where he had eliminated the corporal. His movements were calm, precise, completely collected. Behind him, the remnants of destruction stretched down every corridor, soldiers fallen, machines disabled, fires burning in small pockets. He didn't glance back. His mind was already moving to the next objective. There was no rush, no hesitation. Every decision, every step, was methodical. He paused briefly to survey the wreckage. Rubble from walls that had tried to resist his passage lay scattered across the floor. Broken machinery, shattered consoles, and fallen weapon racks marked the scene of a military base utterly defeated. His expression remained unchanged, unflinching. The destruction before him stirred no emotion. In his mind, there was neither sadness nor pride. These enemies were nothing more than ordinary humans. Gaius' optics flickered as he scanned for the missile silos. His systems quickly locked onto their positions, mapping each one with precise accuracy. Though the military base lay in ruins, no soldiers remained, only the personnel in the missile silos. He considered finishing the job, reducing the base to nothing, just as he had said before. It would be wiped from the map. He moved immediately, heading for the silo locations. With a deliberate motion, Gaius approached the first silo. His fist struck the reinforced steel and concrete entrance, the impact echoing through the structure like a heavy drumbeat. The materials gave way as if they were paper, dust and debris filling the air. Alarms blared violently, echoing through the halls as personnel scrambled to respond. The chaos was immediate and complete, but Gaius moved with precision, unhindered and undistracted. His eyes scanned every corner. When personnel got too close, he fired without hesitation, eliminating them instantly. The rest scattered, fleeing instinctively. After all, they were mere personnel, not trained soldiers. He reached the center of the silo, near a missile that hadn't been launched. From his parcel system, he retrieved a melt-a-grenade and placed it carefully at the base of the missile. He set the timer for 1 minute, fully aware of how long he had before detonation. Every second had a purpose. Every movement was calculated. Without hesitation, he retreated toward the exit, moving with measured speed. The alarms continued to wail behind him, and the shouts of personnel rang out, but Gaius did not break stride. He reached the open sky, jetpack activating smoothly, lifting him with precise efficiency away from the imminent detonation. The explosion came exactly 1 minute later. A tremendous blast consumed the silos, igniting the remaining missiles and amplifying the destruction beyond the initial effect. Flames shot into the sky, black smoke rising hundreds of meters, carrying debris, scorched metal, and the sharp scent of destruction. The entire military base vanished in a fiery roar, the force magnified by the remaining ordnance that had yet to launch. Gaius watched calmly from above as the explosion consumed the base, the entire event meticulously calculated and executed with minimal risk to himself. After ensuring the destruction, Gaius flew back to Metropolis. Tony Stark and Diana were discussing the second mother box obtained from the Amazons. Tony said, by the way. Voice casual but tinged with curiosity, it said there are 3 mother boxes. Where is the last one? Diana answered evenly, her tone calm. It's in the kingdom of Atlantis. Tony froze mid-thought, blinking. Atlantis? You mean the civilization that sank beneath the ocean? The one everyone talks about in legends. Diana shook her head. No. Atlantis isn't just a legend, it's millions of years old. According to the records, the 3 mother boxes were split among the 3 races: Amazons, Atlanteans, and humans. Tony's expression softened into thoughtfulness. He stared into the distance for a long moment, almost trance-like. The revelation sank in slowly, the implications vast. Why was it divided? He asked. Diana's voice carried clarity and calm authority as she said, after the new gods failed to invade Earth, the 3 races made a pact to separate the boxes, hide them far apart, and guard them so they could never be used together again. Tony's brow furrowed as the words sank in. The new gods, what exactly are they? He asked. He had heard the term before, back when they were in the rural area Swanwick had brought them to. Diana had mentioned it before, but he hadn't had time to ask. This time, he asked, his curiosity tinged with concern. Before Diana could respond, a sudden sharp whoosh cut through the air, immediately drawing their attention upward. Both of them turned instinctively. Gaius was descending, his approach unmistakable. The air around him shimmered slightly from the speed and precision of his flight. He landed with a heavy thud, the impact cracking the concrete beneath him. Tony raised an eyebrow as Gaius came to a complete stop. How was it? He asked casually, unaware of the full scale of Gaius' actions, expecting a simple answer. I have destroyed that base, Gaius replied evenly. His voice was calm but carried weight. There are no survivors. And I want to ask you one thing. Tony, seemingly unconcerned by the implication, nodded. Sure, what is it? Gaius' expression did not change, his tone firm. I want to broadcast a message to this country. Tony raised his eyebrows, both impressed and slightly curious about what Gaius would do, but he complied. Okay, he said slowly. Gaius considered his limited manpower and the scale of retaliation. He had no time for back and forth. He could bulldoze through the country with ease, nuclear bombs wouldn't touch him, and most modern weapons were ineffective, but he didn't want to waste time. He was here to punish this nation and take the opportunity to gather supplies to reward his crew. Earlier, inside the White House, politicians and military staff were watching satellite projections of the missile attack. Silence filled the room, heavy and tense, as every eye followed the screens. They had hoped the superheroes, perhaps Superman above all, would handle the retaliation. They had believed he wouldn't strike, wouldn't escalate. But now the satellites showed the first signs of action. Gaius was flying straight toward the military bases responsible for launching the missiles. The general's voice cut sharply through the tension. Prepare. There are enemies incoming, he barked into a phone, reaching the military base responsible for the missile attack. The colonel acknowledged quickly. The call ended, leaving a room full of quiet figures clinging to the smallest sliver of hope. They were hoping, just barely, that Gaius might fail. The satellites tracked every movement. Gaius had reached the base. He had entered. The footage showed soldiers scrambling, walls collapsing, fires erupting. And then, as predicted, Gaius emerged, jetpack igniting, leaving the base behind. Moments later, the detonation reached its full effect. The base exploded into a massive, towering fireball, consuming everything. Smoke and debris rose into the sky, spreading a storm of chaos across the surrounding area. The room fell silent. Fear mixed with disbelief, eyes wide, breaths held. Someone whispered softly, almost in hope, is this the end of it? They hoped the retaliation would end here, that he wouldn't take any further action. But no one spoke further. Most dared not, too aware of the scale of what they had just witnessed. The secretary's expression shifted abruptly as she received an emergency report, concern giving way to shock. She rushed to the president and, with a few swift commands, changed the screen to show what the entire country was seeing. PR President, look at the screen. The image flickered to Gaius, helmet removed. His face solemn, serious. Black eyes, devoid of emotion, met the camera directly. A deep, measured voice filled the room. You launched missiles without knowing who you were attacking. That decision was ignorant. The room froze. Politicians, military staff, everyone in the White House watched in silence. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Naruto delivers Gauss orders. Chapter 139, Naruto delivers Gauss orders. Titus and his squad had stopped. There was no need to move further through the ruined city. The original plan, to capture as many high-ranking officials as possible and force compliance, was no longer practical. Most of the city's people had left, and what remained had little value for occupation. Now, they simply waited, hoping someone from the government would come forward to negotiate. Titus sat down near the truck that the hostages were chained to. He rested his arms on his knees, his posture calm and measured. Around him, 3 veteran blade guards stood silently, bolters ready but unmoving. The hostages inside the truck fidgeted nervously, trying to gauge what would happen next. A woman, appearing to be of high rank, raised her voice in a mix of fear and desperation. What are you going to do to us? Her eyes darted to Titus, pleading for an answer. Another hostage, trembling, added, "Are you going to take us hostage for ransom?" Titus did not respond. In his mind, their lives held no immediate value. They were only useful if they could provide resources or bargaining power. Otherwise, they were nothing more than bystanders. Matoris, sitting nearby, had removed his helm, revealing the contours of his face. His skin was dark, aged with experience, and his bald head shone under the sunlight. A white beard framed his jaw, and 4 gold studs glinted along the top of his skull. A long scar ran diagonally across his left cheek, a mark of a life hardened by combat. He leaned forward slightly, watching the hostages with a sharp, calculating gaze. "Titus," Matoris said in a low voice, "I don't think the mission will be completed to Captain Gaius' satisfaction." He paused. The original plan was to capture all high-ranking officials and force compliance, broadcast it to the city, spread fear. But now, the city is in ruins. Most people have evacuated. There is no one left to occupy. Titus nodded slowly. "Yes. It seems that way. But we can still use these hostages to secure resources. It won't fully satisfy Captain Gaius' orders, but it's something." Matoris gave a subtle nod. They sat in silence for a moment, the tension heavy in the air. Then, a shout cut through the quiet. "Uncle Titus." All eyes turned. Naruto was running at incredible speed toward them, his orange and blue outfit blurred by motion. His expression was focused, determined, and entirely free of exhaustion, despite the speed at which he had been moving. Matoris' eyes darkened with thoughtfulness. "People from other worlds, truly remarkable," he muttered under his breath. "The man who can fly and wield incredible power, Naruto who can control energy and create clones, these are abilities unlike anything we've faced before." They had faced powerful enemies before, psyker storms, demons, and other horrors, but even so, Naruto's abilities were impressive in their own way, though not enough to truly shock him. Naruto reached them in moments, skidding to a halt with precision, not even heaving from the effort. Titus rose, his attention fully on the approaching figure. "What is it, Naruto?" "Captain Gaius has new orders," Naruto said clearly, addressing Titus and the Ultramarines with proper formality. The squad straightened immediately, giving full attention to the message. Naruto continued, handing Titus a small tablet. "Orders are to capture the leaders, the president, the vice president, the generals, and others." Titus took the tablet with a serious expression. It activated on its own, the map scanning and highlighting the target locations. Most of the targets were concentrated at the White House, with a few scattered across surrounding government buildings. He nodded, taking in the full scope of the task. Naruto added calmly, "Also, Captain Gaius said the hostages you are holding will no longer serve any purpose." The hostages stiffened. Fear washed over them, written clearly on their faces. Some trembled, their hands pulling at the restraints nervously. They realized, for the first time, that they might be considered expendable. One of the veteran blade guards, holding a bolter and shield magnetically locked to his arm, spoke up. "Shall they be eliminated, so they don't cause future trouble?" The hostages panicked, some crying out. The woman who had spoken earlier shouted, "And no. Don't kill us. We have value. We can help you." The blade guard raised his bolter, pressing the threat further. "What value can you give if you don't even know our goal?" His voice carried cold authority. The hostages shrank back further, faces pale, eyes wide. Titus raised a hand calmly, stopping the blade guard immediately. His voice was low, firm, and steady. "We are Ultramarines. We do not kill people who aren't threats." He turned to the hostages, speaking with measured patience. "You're not useful to us anymore, but that doesn't make you enemies. You will be released. Stay out of our way, and you will remain alive." The blade guard lowered his bolter without hesitation, nodding in acknowledgement. Titus turned to Naruto. "Tell Captain Gaius, these hostages are to be released. We move on to the main targets." Naruto shook his head. "I'll be going with you to assist," he said. Titus gave him a brief, approving glance. He had no objections. Back at the White House, the tension was a different kind of heavy. Gaius' broadcast continued on the large screens installed throughout the briefing room. His eyes, piercing and unyielding, seemed to bore into everyone present. "One of your military bases is gone," his voice cut through the room like steel. 10,000 tons of food, meat, and supplies. Deliver it to these coordinates in 6 hours. Fail, and there will be nothing left to bargain for. The choice is yours. Decide carefully." The screen switched to a location, Metropolis, marked by a broad delivery zone on the map. Then the screen went black. Silence followed. Some in the room erupted into discussion, voices raised in frustration. "Doesn't that bastard know how much 10,000 tons of food is? And in 6 hours? That will cause chaos in logistics," one man shouted. Others spoke more quietly, uncertainty etched across their faces. Then what do we do? Someone asked. If we don't comply, what happens? The Secretary of Defense leaned forward slowly, hands clasped on the table, his eyes fixed on the blackened screen. That's the problem, he said carefully. He didn't tell us. The room went silent again, each person considering the weight of the task. A general cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Sir, with respect, that wasn't a threat. He didn't say what would happen if we failed. He paused, choosing his words carefully. That's what worries me. He expects us to understand the consequences on our own. An intelligence analyst added hesitantly, this individual destroyed a hardened military base in minutes. Fighter jets were ineffective. Conventional deterrence does not apply. So we comply, asked another officer, the question edged with frustration. The Secretary of State responded calmly, we already fired first. And we lost. The room's tension thickened. A FEMA representative leaned forward. We can do partial compliance. Emergency food reserves. Military stockpiles. Cold storage near ports. It won't be perfect, but we can move enough to show effort. 10,000 tons, the angry man shouted. No, the FEMA rep admitted, but enough to demonstrate we are trying. The implications settled over the room. Everyone knew what had happened, one missile base destroyed after their attack, their systems unable to stop it. Gaius had shown what force and speed he could bring. Finally, the president spoke. One sentence, steady and authoritative. We comply. Argument stopped immediately. He continued, voice heavy but clear. We redirect everything we can. Military reserves first. Civilian channels if needed. Prioritize speed over efficiency. And we prepare for the possibility that this doesn't end here. No one in the room objected. They all understood the stakes. The president, however, would bear the weight of the decision himself, they all knew he would take most of the blame if things went wrong. With that unspoken understanding, no one opposed the order. Back in the metropolis city, Naruto, Titus, and the Ultramarines prepared to move. The hostages, now aware that they would be released, shifted in their restraints, faces still pale with fear but understanding they would live. Titus and Matoris observed, ensuring no one caused trouble as the squad ready to move toward the White House. They left them restrained on the road, they wouldn't be killed here. Titus spoke as he led the way. We're heading to the airport. We'll seize an aircraft, our mission targets are roughly 145 miles away. Flying will get us there faster. Matoris nodded and sealed his helm into place. P.S. 4 Primaris Marines, each weighing around 0.8 to 1 ton, weren't an issue for a Boeing 737 cargo plane, which could carry over 16 to 20 tons. The real limitations were things like floor strength, door height, interior space, balance, and restraints. With that in mind, they'd board slightly crouched, stand or sit on load-spreading plates or pallets, be spaced carefully to maintain the center of gravity, and be strapped or locked into reinforced tie-down points to ensure turbulence didn't send a 1-ton soldier flying. And, of course, these were Ultramarines, practically scholars in addition to warriors. They were more than capable of making rough, quick, one-use modifications to a civilian cargo plane to make it work. In short, it wasn't just plausible, it was entirely doable. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Mass Productions. Chapter 140, Mass Productions. The upper levels of LexCorp Tower were occupied by unexpected guests. The tower stood far enough from the missile strike that it had avoided direct damage. Still, the signs were there if one looked closely. Thin cracks ran along several walls. Some windows were spiderwebbed but unbroken. Parts of the ceiling showed signs of strain, and a few lights flickered when the building shifted in the wind. The tower was hurt, but it still stood. Still usable. Still strong enough to serve its purpose. That was why Tony Stark had chosen it. The main control floor had been taken over completely. Screens covered one entire wall, each showing a different feed. Some showed live satellite views. Others displayed maps, scrolling data, or camera angles from inside government buildings. At the center of it all stood Tony, arms folded, eyes sharp, his face serious in a way few people ever saw. Jarvis worked silently in the background, its presence felt through the steady flow of information and the soft hum of machines. LexCorp's systems had fallen faster than Tony expected. Luther had built impressive defenses, but against Jarvis, they were delays at best. Control of the tower had been total within minutes. Across the room, Diana sat on a wide couch that once belonged to Lex Luthor himself. She leaned back slightly, one arm resting along the back, her posture relaxed but alert. She seemed at ease here, among people who did not fear her, people she genuinely liked. Near the tall windows stood Gaius. He did not sit. He did not pace. He simply stood, hands clasped behind his back, looking out over the city below. His massive armored frame was still and silent, like a statue carved for war. The light from outside caught on his auramite armor, dull gold rather than bright, reflecting in hard lines and casting long, heavy shadows across the floor. He watched Metropolis not with anger, but with focus. Tony broke the quiet first. "The White House is a mess," he said, glancing at one of the screens. "They're arguing, running numbers, calling everyone they can. But they've made their choice." Gaius did not turn. Diana shifted slightly on the couch, then spoke, her voice calm and casual. "By the way," she said, "how are Mindy and Saeko?" Tony did not look away from the screens as he answered. "They should be at Wayne Manor," he said. Diana nodded once. "Oh." She said nothing more. The question had been simple concern, nothing else. Knowing they were safe was enough. Tony glanced toward Gaius, then back to the screens. "They're moving now," Tony said. "The government, I mean. Coordinating everyone they have. Military stockpiles, food reserves, port storage. They're trying to move fast with the least chaos possible." He paused, then added, "It's still chaos. Just, controlled chaos." Gaius remained silent for several seconds. His thoughts moved through numbers, timelines, and outcomes with machine-like precision. Supply routes. Human limits. Points of failure. Then he spoke. "Are you able to locate Lex Luthor?" Tony frowned slightly and shook his head. "No," he said. "He vanished the moment we took the tower. Clean break. No signals, no traces I can follow. He knew we'd come for him." That answer did not surprise Gaius. "Expected," Gaius said. "Then leave him to Diana." Diana smiled faintly, pushing herself up a bit on the couch. Yeah, she said lightly. "I can handle it." There was no pride in her voice. No hunger for revenge. Only certainty. She was a warrior, and she was confident she could handle it. Tony turned from the screens and walked toward another workstation. "By the way, Gaius," he said, tapping a command into the console. "Do you remember when I studied the mother box in the Batcave?" Gaius turned his head slightly and nodded. "I remember," he said. A Primaris Ultramarine, blessed by the Emperor, his memory was perfect. Centuries might pass, but nothing will be lost. Tony brought up a new display. Diagrams filled the screen, complex but organized. "When I learned it could control matter," Tony continued, "I tried to copy that idea. At first, I could only build a system that interacted with the mother box itself. Limited control. Very limited." The image shifted. "And then," Tony said, "I found something interesting. Lex had studied it too. Not as deeply, not as cleanly, but enough to help me finish the idea." Another image appeared. This one showed a massive machine. Bulky. Heavy. Clearly an early version of something powerful. "This," Tony said, a hint of pride in his voice, "is the result." Gaius stepped closer, studying the image. Tony continued, explaining each part in simple terms. "The computer in the middle handles the plans," he said. "Blueprints. Calculations. It tells the machine what the end result should look like." He pointed to the rear section. "This back room is where you load materials. Metal. Stone. Whatever you have. Then to the front. And this room is where it comes out. The machine breaks down the materials and puts them back together, following the blueprint exactly." Gaius spoke before Tony could finish. "Mass production," Gaius said. "Complex structures. Limited only by materials and time." Tony paused, then sighed. "Yeah," he said. "That." He looked slightly annoyed, but only for a moment. "It's still a theory," Tony added. "Not built yet. I'd say a 90% chance it works as planned." He smiled. "I'll send everything to you," Tony said. "Back to your world. You can have someone build it." Gaius studied the machine carefully. Its value was obvious, not as a weapon, but as something far more important. Logistics. Supply. Survival. The Mechanicus might not like it, but with his gene father as regent of the Imperium, he could handle whatever objections came. "I am impressed," Gaius said. "And I thank you." Tony blinked, surprised by the sincerity. Gaius returned to the window. "I want to finish this quickly," he said. The airport was tense. What remained of the National Guard had taken up positions near the main runway. They were tired. Nervous. Most of them hadn't slept since the attack began. A few airport staff were still present, unable to evacuate at all. They heard the sound first. Heavy footsteps. Then they saw them. Titus and the Ultramarines emerged from the edge of the runway, massive and unmistakable. Their armor bore the marks of battle, but their movements were steady and controlled. The guards raised their weapons. Stand down, Titus called out. His voice carried easily across the open space. Some hesitated. Others did not. A finger tightened on a trigger. Naruto moved. He did not shout. He did not warn. In a blur, he crossed the distance between them. Strikes landed fast and clean. Weapons were knocked aside. Guards were disarmed and dropped to the ground, stunned but alive. Naruto stood among them, breathing steady. He had acted first so they would not have to die. Titus watched, then nodded once. The remaining guards froze. The airport staff watched in fear as Titus approached a man in a pilot's uniform. You will fly us, Titus said calmly. Judging by his uniform, he knew the man was a pilot. The pilot swallowed hard. After a long moment, he nodded. Yes, he said. I'll fly. Preparation began immediately. Other aircraft were damaged and stripped. Seats were torn free. Metal panels were pulled apart. Everything useful was dragged toward a single Boeing 737. The Ultramarines worked with brutal efficiency. Seats were removed. Space was cleared. The door was too small. So they ripped it open. The metal screamed as it bent. The opening widened enough for a Primaris to enter. It would never fly safely again. That did not matter. Inside, restraints were fixed roughly but evenly. Enough to keep them stable. Titus sealed the opening using parts of other planes, forcing them into place. It would hold. Once. That was all they needed. As they boarded, Naruto looked back at the stunned guards and staff. Stay down, he said. You'll be fine. The engines roared to life. And the plane began to move. Toward Washington. Toward the end of this phase. P.S., guys, this is almost over. The Arc of Doomsday I meant. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, The White House Under Watch. Chapter 141, The White House Under Watch. The White House had never moved like this before. Phones rang without pause. Screens flashed with maps, numbers, and moving icons. Staff hurried through halls with stacks of paper and tablets in their hands. Military officers stood shoulder to shoulder with civilian advisors, all speaking at once, all trying to keep up. It was chaos, but not blind chaos. For the first time in its history, the entire system was working at maximum speed. Orders were not delayed by debate. Approval did not wait for layers of protocol. Decisions were made, sent out, and acted on within seconds. Food reserves were being opened. Military stockpiles were unlocked. Ports were ordered to prioritize a single task. Trains were redirected. Trucks were pulled off civilian routes and placed under emergency command. Aircraft were reassigned in midair. It was inefficient. Messy. Loud. But it was fast. At the center of it all sat the president. He looked nothing like the men who had taken office. His suit was wrinkled, his tie loosened. His eyes were red, not from anger, but from exhaustion and the knowledge that, after this, he might never be president again. Every order passed through him. Every consequence rested on his shoulders. Around the long table, advisors argued in low voices. Military officers spoke into headsets. Civilian officials ran numbers again and again, checking routes, checking timing, checking what could break. They were complying. They were doing exactly what had been demanded. And they were terrified it would not be enough. The doors to the room burst open. A military officer rushed in, breath short, face pale. His boots echoed loudly against the floor, cutting through every conversation at once. Sir, he shouted. All sound stopped. The officer swallowed hard, then spoke fast, words tumbling out. Those armored men. The ones who took hostages in Metropolis. They've seized an aircraft at the airport. They forced a pilot to fly. The plane is airborne. The room froze. The officer continued, voice shaking slightly now. They're coming here. Straight toward Washington. Toward the White House. Every head turned to the president. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he stood up so fast his chair slid backward. Aren't we complying? He demanded, voice rising. We're doing everything they asked. Why are they still coming here? The anger was real, but beneath it was fear. Fear that nothing they did would ever be enough. A young lieutenant stepped forward, stiff with tension. He hesitated, then asked the question no one else wanted to say out loud. Sir, should we shoot it down? The room seemed to hold its breath. The president turned slowly to face him. His expression was not angry anymore. It was sharp. Focused. Almost cold. What do you think will happen? The president asked quietly, if we do that? The lieutenant opened his mouth, then closed it. The president continued, voice steady now. You shoot that plane down. You kill the people inside it. And then what? No one answered. You think this ends there? The president pressed. You think the one who destroyed a military base in minutes will just accept that? The lieutenant's face drained of color. He took an unconscious step back from the table, the realization settling in all at once, how foolish the question had been, how small it sounded now that it was spoken aloud. A politician seated near the far end cleared his throat and spoke up, his voice thin, stretched tight with worry. Then, what are they coming here to do? He asked. Are they going to kill us? A murmur rippled through the room. Another official shook his head quickly, almost reflexively. They already made demands, he said. Killing us doesn't help them now. Then why come at all? Someone else pressed. Why show up like this? The room filled with uneasy whispers, half-formed theories, nervous speculation, fear trying to dress itself up as logic, until one voice cut through it all. They're coming to watch us. All eyes turned. To make sure we don't stop, the speaker continued. To make sure we keep complying. To keep us under their eye. Silence followed. Slowly, one by one, people nodded. It made sense. The president closed his eyes for a brief moment, exhaled, then nodded as well. We do not engage that aircraft, he said, voice firm, leaving no room for debate. No fighters. No missiles. No defenses. He looked around the table, meeting each gaze in turn. We continue exactly what we're doing, he said. Faster if possible. No delays. The room didn't object. Fear remained, but there was no better choice. 20 minutes later, high above the city, the aircraft shook softly as it pushed through the air. The pilot's voice came over the speakers, tight but professional. Sir, we're approaching Washington airspace. Where would you like us to land? Inside the cabin, Titus lifted his head. The nearest location to the White House, he said. The pilot hesitated, then asked carefully, Reagan National Airport. Before Titus could answer, the tablet in his hands activated. A map appeared, highlighting the airport and tracing a clear line all the way to the White House. Distance, 4.5 miles. That is correct, Titus said. Understood, the pilot replied. He began coordinating immediately, contacting the airport, requesting emergency clearance. Other planes were ordered away. Runways were cleared. The pilot knew the truth. The aircraft was barely holding together. The metal had been torn open. Internal supports were damaged. The plane had been built to fly, not to carry armored giants or survive forced modifications. They were lucky the flight was short. Any longer, and it would not have made it. Below, the runway was cleared. The plane came in fast. It hit the ground hard. The wheels slammed down with a violent crunch of hydraulics and tires squealing against asphalt. The cabin shuddered violently, reverberating through the fuselage. Metal groaned, panels creaking and straining under the stress, but the airframe held, as if stubbornly refusing to give way. The aircraft slowed, then finally came to a stop. Airport staff stared in disbelief. One man holding signal lights frowned, staring at the torn metal, the warped frame. That can't be real, he thought. Maybe it's staged. Some kind of display. Then military vehicles appeared. Dozens of them. Soldiers poured out, surrounding the aircraft. Weapons raised. Faces pale. Hands trembling. Fear spread through the line. Nearby sat a massive transport truck, an M1070 HET. Its platform was open, reinforced seats barely attached. Built to carry something heavy. The aircraft above them shuddered, its engines straining as it slowed far below a safe descent profile. The sound deepened into an ugly, uneven roar that set teeth on edge. Then metal screamed. Not an explosion, something worse. A tortured shriek as a section of the aircraft's inner wall was torn outward from within, plating buckling, rivets shearing free. The opening was jagged, edges peeled back like torn flesh, wind howling through the gap. A red helm emerged first. Matoris stepped out into open air as if onto solid ground. His shield was already in his left hand, its surface scarred and dull with age. Behind his head, fixed to his armor's collar, the iron halo rested, dark, inactive, offering no protection. A symbol only. A mark of honor earned, not relied upon. He glanced around, studying the soldiers. None of them were hostile. He struck the earth like a falling monument. The ground fractured outward in a rough circle, concrete splitting and sinking beneath the weight of ceramite and gene-forged mass. Dust and grit blasted up around him as he straightened, completely unmoved by the force of his own landing. They dropped together, shields angled, boots hitting almost in unison. The impact boomed like thunderclaps, cracks racing through the concrete beneath them, fragments skittering across the tarmac. They rose immediately, forming on Matoris without a word, presence heavy and absolute. Then Titus descended, impact heavy, controlled. Last came Naruto. He dropped lightly, feet touching down without a sound. No cracks. No damage. The contrast was clear. Soldiers tightened their grips. No one fired. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Under Escort. Chapter 142, Under Escort. The aircraft sat still on the runway, its engines silent at last. Pieces of the runway were cracked where something heavy had struck earlier, the damage still fresh and sharp against the clean concrete. Around it, soldiers stood in tight lines. Rifles were raised. Barrels were pointed forward. Safety switches were off. And yet, no one fired. No one moved. The soldiers had been trained for chaos, for panic, for sudden violence. This was worse. This was waiting. Every breath felt too loud. Every shift of weight felt like a mistake. They could see the armored figures clearly now, towering, still, impossible to ignore. The tension was thick enough to feel in the chest. Everyone expected something terrible to happen. Nothing did. Radios crackled all at once, the sound cutting through the silence like tearing cloth. Command to all units, a voice said, steady and firm. Hold positions. No engagement. I repeat, no engagement. The order was repeated again, slower this time. Full cooperation. No provocation. Officers echoed it down the line. Squad leaders leaned close to their soldiers, speaking low and clear, making sure every word landed. No one fires unless ordered. Some soldiers swallowed. Some tightened their grips. All of them obeyed. A senior army officer stepped forward from behind the firing line. He was older than most of the others, his face lined, his movements careful but not slow. The insignia on his uniform marked him as someone used to being listened to. He raised his hand slightly as he walked, palms visible, showing he carried no weapons and meant no hostility. Every step toward the armored figures felt longer than it should have. His boots echoed against the runway, each sound too loud in the quiet. He stopped several meters away. Up close, the scale of them was even worse. Their armor was massive, worn, scratched, built for wars far beyond anything this place had seen. One of them, Matoris, stood like a statue carved from steel. His shield rested easily at his side. The iron halo behind his head was dark, inactive, nothing more than a symbol. The officer took a breath. "Sir," he said, voice controlled, professional. "I am acting under direct orders." He chose his words carefully. "The United States military will assist you. We will provide escort to the White House. Roads are being secured now. No bravado. No challenge. Just facts." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Matoris gave a short nod. That was all. No threat. No reassurance. No speech. The meaning was clear. Acceptance. Matoris accepted it. The original mission Gaius had given them was to secure the decision-makers. In his mind, anyone in the same room as them was already effectively captured, restraints or not. The officer let out a breath he did not realize he had been holding. He turned slightly and raised a hand. Vehicles began to move. Armored trucks rolled forward first, engines low and heavy. Military police vehicles followed, lights flashing but sirens silent. A moving perimeter formed around the landing zone. Beyond the runway, the city was already changing. Roads were shut down in real time. Digital signs switched messages. Traffic lights went dark or stayed red longer than they should have. Police cars slid sideways to block entrances. National Guard trucks appeared where civilians had been driving only minutes earlier. Drivers were waved aside. Some protested at first, confused, annoyed. Then they saw the convoy forming. Phones came out. People whispered. No one screamed. No one ran. It did not feel like an attack yet. It felt like something worse, something official, something serious, something no one could argue with. Near the edge of the airport, civilians watched as a massive transport truck rolled forward. An M1070 HET. Its flatbed was open, reinforced seats bolted directly into the frame. The metal looked thicker than normal, darker, recently checked and rechecked by nervous hands. The armored figures were guided toward it. As they climbed onto the platform, the truck groaned. The sound was loud and deep, metal under stress. The suspension dipped visibly. The reinforced seats creaked as they took the weight. But the vehicle held. The Ultramarines mounted without help, movements controlled, practiced. They took their places in silence, armor settling with dull, heavy sounds. The truck looked smaller with them on it. Nearby, a group of civilians stared openly now. One man leaned forward, squinting, phone held up with shaking hands. "Hey," he called out, his voice breaking the silence. "Isn't that the same guy who broadcast a threat to the government, demanding 10,000 tons of supplies?" Heads turned. People looked again, closer this time. The armor was not gold. It was blue, worn, marked by time and battle. The shape was similar, though. The style. The size. The presence. Different helms. Different colors. Same feeling. "They're with him," someone whispered. "They have to be. They're the same group," another said. The realization spread quietly, like a cold wind. This was not a drill. The scale of coordination made that clear. More vehicles arrived. More roads closed. Overpasses were blocked before anyone could reach them. Entire sections of highway were emptied. Even seasoned officers exchanged looks. This was beyond anything normal. The M1070 HET was checked again. Soldiers tightened bolts one last time. Engineers ran their hands along the frame, feeling for cracks, weak points. No one said what they were thinking. That the truck might not survive the trip. Naruto stood off to the side, hands in his pockets, watching. No one told him where to go. There was no seat for him on the transport. No clear order. Soldiers glanced at him, uncertain, their eyes flicking away when he noticed. He did not look dangerous. That somehow made it worse. Eventually, after a brief and quiet discussion among the officers, a decision was made. Naruto would ride with the armored figures, even though there were no seats for him. No one quite knew what to do with him, so they chose distance and caution. He shrugged and went along with it. The convoy began to move. Engines roared to life. Tires rolled over asphalt. The formation stretched out onto the highway, armored vehicles front and back, helicopters overhead. Entrance ramps were blocked before any civilian cars could merge. On a bridge leading toward the city center, traffic was already stopped. Soldiers moved among the cars, guiding drivers aside with hand signals and flashing lights. No shouting. No force beyond what was needed. People complied quickly. Inside the convoy, there was no conversation. The Ultramarines said nothing. They did not move. They did not react to the city passing by around them. Only the sound of engines, rotors, and distant sirens filled the air. The White House perimeter came into view slowly, layers of security already in place. The convoy slowed. Then it stopped. The Ultramarines dismounted in silence, their boots hitting the ground with heavy, solid thuds. They formed up and began to move as one toward the White House, Naruto following a few steps behind. In the LexCorp tower. Diana broke the silence. "After you get the supplies you wanted," she asked, "the mission will be ended then." Gaius did not hesitate. "Yes." Diana nodded, then asked another question. "What about the third mother box that was held by the Atlanteans?" Tony answered before Gaius could. "There's no need for it," he said calmly. "The second objective can be completed with only one mother box. And I think we should at least leave a mother box to this world." Diana considered that. Then she nodded. "That makes sense." She paused, then asked, "Should we now hand the mother boxes to the Multiversal Chat to make it complete and get us rewards?" Tony nodded immediately. "Indeed we should." Gaius looked at them both. "We should call Saeko and Mindy here first," he said. "They should be present." Diana and Tony agreed without hesitation. They all understood what came next. Once the mission was complete, rewards would follow. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, The White House Audience. Chapter 143, The White House Audience. The White House felt smaller than it ever had before. Not because the walls had moved, or the halls had narrowed, but because everyone inside knew something they had never known before. They were not in control. Soldiers lined the main entrance hall, forming clear paths through the space. Their rifles were held low. Not aimed. Not raised. Fingers rested away from triggers, exactly as ordered. Every man and woman stood straight, eyes forward, discipline held together by effort alone. No one spoke unless they had to. The heavy doors opened. Titus entered first. He moved with calm steps that echoed through the hall. Each footfall carried weight, not just from his armor, but from what he represented. Behind him came 3 Blade Guard veterans, shields held with quiet strength. Matoris was among them, his red helm marked and worn, the iron halo behind his head dark and still. Naruto followed a few steps behind. He looked out of place. No armor. No weapon raised. Hands loose at his sides. He looked more like someone who had wandered into the wrong building than someone who belonged with the giant armored soldiers. If anything, that made the soldiers even more uneasy. At the far end of the hall stood the president. He had prepared himself. At least, he thought he had. He stood straight, shoulders back, forcing his breathing to slow. His suit was neat, but the effort showed. Sweat dotted his brow despite the cool air. His hands trembled slightly before he clasped them together, hiding it as best he could. This was not how meetings were supposed to go. He stepped forward. A smile appeared on his face. It was careful. Practiced. Pulled from years of standing in front of cameras and crowds. But it did not hide the fear in his eyes. "Welcome to the White House," he said, his voice steady by force of will. "Esteemed guests. What can we help you with?" The word guests hung in the air. Soldiers along the walls shifted their weight. No one moved their weapon. Every eye stayed locked on the armored figures. Titus stopped several steps away from the president. He raised his hand. The motion was slow. Controlled. Deliberate. The president flinched. It was small, barely noticeable, but it was there. His breath caught. His shoulders tightened. For a split second, his mind raced through images he did not want to imagine. Around them, soldiers tensed as one. Muscles tightened. Spines straightened. Training screamed at them to react. They did not. Titus' hand did not strike. It moved to his own helmet instead. The gesture was calm, measured. Not a threat, not a signal of violence, just certainty. A soft hiss filled the hall. Seals released. Titus lifted his helmet and removed it. The face beneath was not what the president had expected. Rugged. Weathered. Lines carved deep by time and war. A square jaw set in calm certainty. For metal studs embedded in his skull caught the light. Not rage. Not madness. Control. The president found himself studying the face closely, as if trying to understand what kind of man stood before him. Titus spoke. "Our mission," he said, voice clear and even, given by Captain Gaius, "was to capture all of you." The word capture hit the room like a dropped weight. Soldiers stiffened. Advisors froze. A few people inhaled sharply. Fear surged, raw and immediate. Titus did not pause long enough for it to grow. "As long as you remain here," he continued, "do not attempt to escape, and comply with the orders given by Captain Gaius, there will be no problem." Silence followed. The meaning settled in. No cages. No chains. Presence was enough. The president exhaled. It was slow. Shaky. Relief mixed with dread. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, then did it again, trying to steady himself. "No problem," he said quickly. "No problem at all." He nodded, perhaps too fast. "We are already complying with Captain Gaius' orders." He used the title exactly as Titus had. "Captain." Titus gave a small nod. The tension eased. They moved. The group proceeded deeper into the White House, into rooms where power normally lived quietly behind closed doors, generals, politicians, advisors, people accustomed to being obeyed. They all moved faster when the Ultramarines entered. Papers were set down. Voices dropped. Eyes followed every step. The Blade Guard veterans spread slightly, taking positions near walls and doorways. They did not block exits. They did not raise shields. They did not need to. Everyone understood. They were not being protected. They were being watched. The road to Metropolis was quiet. Saeko sat in the back seat, hands folded in her lap, watching the city pass by through the window. Mindy leaned back beside her, arms crossed loosely, eyes sharp and alert. Alfred drove. His hands were steady on the wheel. His posture was perfect, as always. But the route was long, filled with detours and roadblocks. Many roads were closed. Others were damaged. There had been fighting in the city, forcing all civilians to evacuate. No civilian drivers were willing to take them to Metropolis. Alfred stepped in without hesitation. The sky was still dark when they finally arrived. LexCorp Tower rose ahead of them, scarred but standing. Cracks marked its surface. Windows were damaged, but intact. Light still glowed within. The car came to a smooth stop. Alfred stepped out first, his movements precise and controlled. He walked to the back passenger door and opened it with practiced ease, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect. "We have arrived, Miss Saeko and Miss Mindy," he said, his voice calm and measured. Saeko stepped out and nodded. "Thank you." Mindy followed, her smile faint but genuine. "Thanks, Alfred, for driving us." "It is my pleasure," Alfred replied, bowing again before stepping aside. They began to walk toward the entrance. "Miss Saeko. Miss Mindy." They stopped and turned. Alfred's voice remained calm, but there was a weight beneath it now, a subtle tension that made them pause. Please, he said carefully, tell Master Gaius to forgive Master Bruce for any offense. Saeko and Mindy exchanged a quick, questioning look, understanding the gravity behind the request. We'll say it to Gaius, Saeko replied softly, her tone respectful. Thank you, Alfred said, a hint of relief in his posture. He returned to the car. The engine started. The vehicle disappeared down the road. They continued on foot. The entrance loomed ahead. A massive shape shifted. Stop, a deep voice boomed. Identify yourselves. The dreadnought stood guard, towering and imposing. Its weapons remained silent, but the sheer presence radiated authority. Saeko stepped forward without fear. We are friends of Gaius, she said. Mr. Valerius. The dreadnought paused. Processing. No weapons detected. After all, Saeko's and Mindy's weapons were hidden inside the parcel, so the dreadnought was unable to scan them. Its own name spoken. For a long moment, silence filled the space. Then, almost imperceptibly, it stepped aside. They entered. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, The Reward Ceremony. Chapter 144, The Reward Ceremony. Diana was the first to step forward. She moved with her usual grace, but there was warmth in her expression that immediately softened the tension in the room. She extended her hand toward Saeko and Mindy, her smile genuine. I'm glad you both arrived safely, Diana said, her voice even but welcoming. We've been waiting for you. Saeko returned the smile, bowing her head slightly. Diana. Thank you for welcoming us. Mindy, less reserved than Saeko, smiled brightly, her energy sharper in contrast. It's good to be here. Thank you for waiting for us. She glanced around the room, taking in the presence of Tony and Gaius. Tony stepped forward next, moving with casual confidence but carrying an unmistakable authority. We called you here for a reason, he said, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Our mission is now complete. It's time to accept the rewards, together. Saeko's eyes widened slightly at the words. A quiet smile spread across her face. Mindy, however, could not contain herself. She raised her voice in excitement. Finally. I can be extraordinary. Diana and Tony exchanged small smiles at Mindy's enthusiasm, then both turned to Gaius, waiting for his cue. He acknowledged Saeko and Mindy with a subtle nod. The team circled around the center of the room. Tony reached into his parcel system and carefully took out one of the mother boxes. He set it gently on the floor, as if it were a fragile artifact. The box itself seemed to hum faintly, a low vibration that filled the space with anticipation. Diana did the same with her mother box, placing it on the ground next to Tony's. They were positioned side by side, neat, aligned, and perfectly still. The quiet in the room seemed to thrum with energy as everyone stepped back slightly to give the boxes space. Do the honors, Gaius, Tony said, gesturing toward the boxes. Gaius nodded once. His expression was calm, controlled, and deliberate. He moved forward, each step measured. When he reached the boxes, the multiversal chat interface activated with a quiet shimmer of light, hovering in the air above them. Words appeared in simple, clear text. 2 mother boxes have been detected. Do you want to submit them to the system? Yes, no. Gaius paused, focusing his mind. He could feel the energy emanating from the boxes, the faint hum of their ancient and powerful technology. Then, mentally, he pressed yes. Immediately, both mother boxes dissolved into streams of glowing particles, swirling upward before vanishing entirely. Light particles danced briefly in the air before disappearing completely, leaving a subtle glow lingering where the boxes had been. The interface updated automatically. Mission, help Wonder Woman, kill Doomsday. Objective 1, kill Doomsday, completed. Objective 2, acquire 1 to 3 mother boxes, 2 mother boxes acquired, completed. Mission has been completed, accept reward now. All eyes turned to the panel as it appeared in the room, and simultaneously, each member saw the same panel reflected in their vision. For a moment, everyone simply stared at it. Then, almost in unison, they confirmed the acceptance. Tony was the first to feel the changes. A notification panel appeared before him. Reward granted, cognitive processing speed, increased effect details. Thought processing speed significantly enhanced. Parallel reasoning capacity expanded. Decision-making latency greatly reduced. Mental simulations executed in real time. Almost immediately, Tony's mind felt lighter, faster. Thoughts that used to take seconds now flashed through him in milliseconds. He felt as if the world itself had slowed, that every movement, every word, and every detail was being processed with perfect clarity. His heart rate picked up slightly, the initial surge of speed feeling almost overwhelming. He panicked for a moment, imagining a world where everything moved slower than him. His own thoughts raced like a river at flood, unstoppable, uncontrollable. Then, slowly, he realized he could manage it. With a single conscious decision, he slowed his mental speed to normal, breathing out in relief. The control was there. It was powerful, yes, but entirely manageable. He smiled slightly. He could now think faster than ever before, and the world would bend to his rhythm when he chose. Saeko's panel appeared next. Reward, hyper-awareness effect. Notice smallest changes around her, movement, sounds, vibrations, or anything unusual. Track multiple enemies simultaneously. Predict attacks and find weak points immediately. Awareness works with focus and instincts. Hard for enemies to surprise her. The effects hit her immediately. The room expanded around her. She could hear the faintest hum of a light bulb in a corner. The vibrations of footsteps from the hallway felt sharper, each one distinct. Her eyes caught subtle movements, even shadows shifting slightly against the walls. Every little sound, every minor shift in air, every vibration in the floor became information she could process instantly. She breathed in slowly, taking it all in, adjusting her senses like tuning an instrument. The world had sharpened around her. She felt aware of everything, capable of tracking multiple movements at once, prepared for anything. Naruto, who was at the White House, also accepted the reward alongside them. Naruto's panel came. Reward, unyielding will effect. Keep fighting no matter the enemy or danger. Fear, pain, and exhaustion do not stop him. Determination inspires allies and pushes others forward. Naruto felt a warmth spread through his chest. Deep down, inside him, something shifted. The Ninetales' energy surged slightly, subtle but unmistakable. He felt stronger, braver, and more determined. Pain would no longer slow him. Fear would no longer stall him. Exhaustion would no longer cloud his judgment. He glanced around at the Ultramarines encircling the room in the White House. There were no visible changes to his body, yet deep within, an unyielding strength was rising, building with every heartbeat. Mindy's reward activated next. Reward, perfect accuracy effect. Aim and precision greatly enhanced. Rarely misses targets. Works with firearms, thrown weapons, and improvised tools. Mindy instinctively tested her perception. She focused on the edge of the table, a tiny scratch on the floor, the corner of a chair leg. Every detail became clear to her. She could feel how fast a bullet might travel through the air, how a thrown object might spin. Her hands itched to test her precision, to act on the newfound skill she could feel coursing through her. She smiled confidently. No target, no matter how fast or distant, would be safe from her now. Diana's panel appeared next. Reward, lightning edge. Description, her weapons, sword, shield, bracelets, and lasso, glowed with divine lightning. Each strike could pierce defenses, jolt opponents, and leave arcs of energy lingering across the battlefield. The lightning flowed seamlessly with her movements, making her attacks precise, fluid, and impossible to ignore. Lightning surged within Diana herself. She could feel it channeling into her weapons, her sword, shield, bracelets, and lasso, enhancing every strike. Her strength and speed were amplified, each movement more powerful and controlled than ever before. Finally, Gaius reward activated. The panel displayed. Reward, the Emperor's Lightning Claw. Activation, summon at will. Description. Divine claw weapon crackling with lightning. Appears instantly at will. Cuts through reinforced armor, energy shields. Shocks and burns enemies. Can harm or slay gods and demons permanently. Automatically adjusts for optimal strikes. Lightning surged around Gaius' power fist as the Emperor's lightning claw manifested. It was flawless, crackling with energy, sharp enough to slice through any material. Gaius flexed it slightly, testing its weight, speed, and power. Then, with a deliberate motion, he deactivated it. The Emperor's lightning claw vanished, leaving only his power fist in hand. Then a second reward appeared. This time, it wasn't for an individual, it was a new feature for the multiversal chat itself. Feature, Rite of Crossing. Description, grants the group the ability to open a stable gateway to a random universe once every 3 months. The destination cannot be chosen or influenced and is determined only at the moment of activation. In addition, members may open a gateway to the universe of another multiversal chat member at any time, provided that member gives explicit permission. The gateway remains open for a limited time and allows passage only to members of the multiversal chat group. It cannot be used to escape active combat, bypass immediate danger, or force entry into sealed or protected realities. Transit through the gateway is guaranteed to be safe. Arrival is not. Each crossing carries uncertainty, risk, and consequence. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, done. Chapter 145, done. The sky had turned a pale gray blue, the sun climbing carefully above the horizon. Smoke still lingered in the air from the destruction earlier in the night, thin and stretched, carried by a light breeze that did little to hide the smell of burned metal and concrete. 4 hours had passed since Gaius' broadcast. 4 hours since the world had been reminded, very clearly, that power did not always belong to those who thought it did. Now, the city moved again. Convoys rolled in from every direction. Long lines of trucks filled the highways, escorted by military vehicles and flashing lights. Some carried military markings, others were civilian freight trucks repurposed under emergency orders. Drivers followed directions closely, guided by soldiers and officers posted at every intersection. The delivery zones were alive with motion. Forklifts hummed without rest. Cranes swung carefully overhead. Workers shouted instructions, their voices sharp but focused. Pallets were stacked in clean rows. Crates were organized by type, food, meat, and general supplies. Everything was counted. Everything was logged. The numbers mattered. By now, roughly 8,000 tons had been delivered. The ground itself seemed weighed down by it, wide fields of concrete and packed earth filled with towering piles of cargo. Only 2,000 tons remained. The rest was already on the way, confirmed by tracking systems and radio updates. It would arrive within the hour. The 6-hour deadline would be met. Even knowing that, tension remained thick in the air. No one celebrated. No one relaxed. Every worker, soldier, and officer moved with the same quiet urgency, as if slowing down even slightly might invite disaster. Then the mood shifted. Not suddenly. Not loudly. But unmistakably. People nearest the outer edge of the delivery zone felt it first, a pressure, heavy and unseen. Conversations faded. Heads turned. Forklifts slowed. One by one, people stepped aside, creating space without being told to. Gaius had arrived. He walked into the zone in his golden armor, each step steady and controlled. His presence was overwhelming without him doing anything at all. The armor reflected the early light. Heat seemed to ripple faintly around him, not enough to burn, but enough to remind everyone that this was not something ordinary. Workers swallowed hard and moved away. Soldiers straightened instantly. Even those who had been coordinating loudly moments before fell silent. No one wanted to be too close. Not out of disrespect. Out of instinct. A perimeter soldier noticed Gaius approaching and felt his throat tighten. He had been briefed. He knew who this was. He had been told the name, the rank, the importance of getting this right. Taking a steadying breath, the soldier stepped forward. His boots felt heavier with every step. When he stopped a few meters in front of Gaius, he stood straight, hands stiff at his sides. "See Captain Gaius," he said, voice tight but clear. The title felt strange in his mouth. Yet it was the only one he knew to use. Orders had come down from above. The armored giants at the White House had spoken the name, and the military had listened. "We are still transporting supplies to the area," the soldier continued quickly. "The remaining delivery should arrive within 1 hour. We will not miss the 6-hour deadline." Gaius stopped. He looked down at the men in front of him. The soldier felt that gaze-like weight pressing on his chest. For a brief moment, Gaius was surprised, not by the report, but by the title. Captain. His thoughts flicked briefly to Titus and the others inside the White House. That must have been where it came from. The name had spread. He did not correct it. Gaius gave no verbal response. Instead, he stepped past the soldier and continued forward toward the supplies. The soldier hesitated, then hurried after him, walking quickly to keep pace. Even at a normal stride, Gaius covered ground faster than most men. "I'll show you the supplies, sir," the soldier said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Food and meat are staged here. Additional supplies are being unloaded further down." Gaius listened without speaking. They reached the first stack of cargo. Massive crates sat neatly arranged, each labeled and secured. Gaius stopped in front of them. Then he raised his hand. Light flickered. The air shifted, as if space itself had been opened. One by one, the crates began to dissolve, turning into streams of glowing particles. The light flowed upward and vanished, pulled into something unseen. The supplies were gone. Gasps spread through the crowd. Workers froze mid-step. A forklift operator nearly dropped his load. Soldiers stared openly, disbelief written on their faces. Some took instinctive steps back, unsure whether they were witnessing technology, power, or something else entirely. Gaius moved to the next pile. More supplies vanished. Crate after crate disappeared into light, stored away through the Multiversal Chat's parcel system. Gaius worked methodically, never rushing, never stopping. The piles shrank. The ground cleared. Shock gave way to quiet awe. No one spoke. No one interfered. Nearly an hour passed before the remaining 2,000 tons arrived. Gaius collected it as well. By the time he finished, all 10,000 tons had been secured. The delivery zone, once crowded with supplies, now stood nearly empty, save for machinery and stun personnel. Gaius turned and walked back toward the perimeter. The same soldier stepped forward again, this time joined by a higher-ranking officer. Both stood rigid, hearts pounding. "Captain Gaius," the officer said, voice firm despite visible fear. "The 10,000 tons of supplies have been completed." Gaius looked at him. "Tell them," Gaius said calmly, "the demands have been fulfilled. This shall not happen again. Otherwise dash." He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. The officer nodded quickly. "Yes. Yes, sir." Gaius activated his jetpack. With a controlled burst, he lifted into the air, rising straight upward before angling toward the distant skyline. Within seconds, he was gone, leaving behind silence, relief, and fear that would not fade easily. LexCorp Tower stood tall against the morning sky. Inside, the group had gathered once more. Everyone was present now. Gaius returned and landed smoothly, his heavy presence settling into the room. For a moment, no one spoke. Naruto broke the silence with a grin. He had returned as soon as he realized there was nothing for him to do. No one needed saving. Titus forces had done nothing beyond monitoring and securing the operation. So Naruto had simply come back with the soldiers escorting the supply deliveries. "Then let's go back to our world," he said brightly. Mindy nodded eagerly. Saeko smiled softly and agreed. Tony crossed his arms, thoughtful, then nodded as well. "Indeed," Tony said. Gaius gave a single nod. Diana nodded too, though she knew she would remain. This was her world. Saeko stepped forward first. "Goodbye, everyone," she said warmly. Her body turned into light, particles rising and fading until she was gone. "I'll miss you guys," Mindy called out, waving before she too dissolved into light. Naruto grinned wide. "Goodbye, Databeo." He vanished next. Tony stepped forward, looking at Gaius. "I'll follow them." "Goodbye, Gaius." "Goodbye, Diana." "Wait for my news." Gaius nodded. Tony disappeared. Gaius turned to Diana. "We'll also go now." She met his gaze and nodded. He vanished, light fading into nothing. Inside the White House, the tension remained. Titus and the three Blade Guard veterans stood guard, silent and unmoving. The president approached Titus carefully. "We have complied fully with Captain Gaius' orders," the president said. "Everything has been done as instructed." Titus observed the room. The fear. The stillness. The truth was clear. He nodded. Then he felt it. The same sensation as before. Light forming around him. A familiar pull. He looked to the others. They understood. They nodded to one another. Light swallowed them. The Ultramarines vanished. Silence fell. One voice broke it, sharp and loud. Teleportation technology. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, Straight to Terra. Chapter 146, Straight to Terra. Gaius returned to the Oath of Rectitude without ceremony. There was no flash of light and no alarms. One moment the corridor was empty, and the next, he was there. The ship's systems adjusted automatically, lights steady, consoles humming as they always did. Nothing was disturbed. His armor reflected the soft glow of the corridor lights as he stepped forward, his boots echoing quietly on the deck. No officers were called. No announcement was made. He did not stop to look around. He did not pause to rest or reflect. For now, there were matters here that demanded his attention. Gaius turned immediately and began walking toward the control room. The bridge crew noticed him before he spoke a word. One by one, officers straightened. Pilots adjusted their posture. Conversations ended naturally, not from fear, but from habit. Gaius did not need to raise his voice. He stepped into the center of the control room and looked at the main display. Star charts scrolled slowly. System readouts showed stable conditions. Everything was exactly as it should be. "Set course for Terra," Gaius said. His voice was calm. Clear. Final. The words carried meaning beyond the order itself. Terra was not just a destination. It was the heart of the Imperium. It was where decisions were made. It was where his gene father resides. An officer stepped forward at once. "I, Lord Captain." No one asked why. They did not need to. Gaius continued, "There are matters I must discuss with the Imperial Regent." That was enough. Hands moved across controls. Data shifted. The ship's heading began to change. Preparations for long-range travel started immediately, layers of protocol unfolding one after another. 2 serfs were dispatched without being told. They bowed quickly to Gaius as they passed, then hurried down the corridor toward the navigator's chamber. The navigator would need time. Warp travel always demanded respect. Gaius watched none of it for long. His order had been given. It would be carried out. He turned and left the control room. Further inside the ship, Titus and the Blade Guard veterans had already returned. Titus gave Gaius a respectful nod as their paths crossed, the other Blade Guard mirroring the gesture. Our mission was completed, Titus said simply. Good, Gaius replied. That was all that needed to be said. The Blade Guard moved off toward their assigned stations, armor heavy but familiar, their steps steady and assured as they resumed their duties. This was not their first return from battle. It would not be their last. Down another corridor, the dreadnought, who had also just appeared, shifted slightly as its internal systems adjusted to the ship's environment. When Gaius approached, the ancient warrior within stirred and spoke. Are we back, Captain Gaius? We are now, indeed, Gaius replied. Then I shall slumber until you require my assistance once more, the dreadnought said. No commands were exchanged. The dreadnought turned and moved on its own, each step making the deck tremble faintly. It made its way back toward the dreadnought vault. The massive doors opened to receive it, then sealed shut once more, returning the ancient warrior to rest. Everything was falling back into its proper place. Gaius did not return to his quarters. Instead, he changed direction, heading deeper into the ship, away from command decks and armories, toward the lower sections where the hum of engines mixed with the quieter sounds of daily labor. This part of the Oath of Rectitude belonged mostly to the serfs. Men and women in simple robes moved through the corridors carrying tools, data slates, and crates. When they noticed Gaius, they stopped and bowed deeply, pressing themselves aside to give him room. He acknowledged none of them directly, but he did not need to. His presence alone told them enough. Gaius walked with purpose. Food and water. That was where he was going. The main storage control section was quiet compared to the rest of the ship. Here, everything was measured. Counted. Logged. Supplies were life aboard a warship, and nothing was handled casually. The serf in charge of the food stores was reviewing data when he noticed the shadow fall across his station. He looked up. His breath caught. He stood up so fast his chair scraped loudly across the floor. Lord Captain Gaius, he said, bowing deeply. What brings you here today? Gaius looked at him calmly. The serf was older, his hair streaked with gray, his posture straight despite years of service. This was a man who took pride in his duty. I am here to bring supplies, Gaius said. The words were simple. They made no sense. The serf blinked, confused. He glanced past Gaius, looking down the corridor. There were no carts. No escorts. No armed details carrying crates. Supplies, the serf repeated carefully. My lord, have we landed on a world? That would explain it. Sometimes the ship docked near agri-worlds to replenish stock. It was rare, but it happened. We have sufficient stores to last us decades, the serf added quickly. Ration levels are within acceptable limits. Gaius shook his head once. These supplies were acquired from a high agri-world, he said. The serf nodded slowly, accepting that much. I see. Where are they located, my lord? I will have carriers ready at once. Gaius' gaze did not move. I am carrying them now. The serf froze. He looked at Gaius again. At the armor. At the empty hands. He did not question it aloud. He had learned long ago that questions were not always wise. Please, the serf said, gesturing respectfully. This way, my lord. They moved deeper into the ship. The rations hold opened before them like a cathedral built for storage rather than prayer. Long corridors stretched out in both directions, disappearing into shadow. Stacks of adamantium crates lined the walls, sealed and stamped with Aquila symbols, Munitorum codes, and purity seals. Plastic coffers sat beside rusted iron casks that had been in use longer than most of the crew had been alive. Lumen strips flickered overhead, casting pale light across everything. Incense burners hung from chains, their smoke drifting slowly through the cold, dry air. The smell was familiar to anyone who lived aboard the ship: stale grain, preservative, metal. Food here was not meant to be enjoyed. It was meant to last. Hard ration bricks. Protein paste slabs. Concentrated nutrient gruel. Freeze-dried fungus. Grain bricks older than memory. The serf led Gaius toward a wide, empty section at the far end. This area is clear, my lord, he said. Gaius nodded. Here. The serf stepped back. Gaius raised his hand slightly. There was no sound at first. Then the air shimmered. Crates appeared. One. Then another. Then dozens. They materialized in neat stacks, heavy and solid, filling the empty space rapidly. The floor groaned faintly under the growing weight. More crates followed, appearing faster now, row after row, stack after stack. Food. Meat. Packaged goods. 10,000 tons. The serf stared, mouth open, unable to speak. His hands trembled slightly at his sides. He had never seen anything like this before. Supplies were appearing out of thin air, right in front of him. When it finally stopped, the space was transformed. What had once been an empty section of the rations hold now looked like a small city of crates. Gaius stepped forward and opened one. Inside were loaves of bread. Fresh, sealed, soft. Other packages held snacks, preserved meals, foods the serf did not recognize. Gaius reached in and took a small bar wrapped in thin paper. He turned and held it out. The serf looked at it, confused, then at Gaius. Take it, Gaius said. The serf did so carefully, as if afraid it might vanish. He unwrapped it slowly. A sweet smell rose from it, unfamiliar and gentle. He took a small bite. The taste hit him all at once. Sweet. Rich. Warm. Tears welled in his eyes without warning. He had eaten ration bricks his whole life. Hard, tasteless things meant only to keep him alive. This was something else entirely. He covered his mouth, overwhelmed. Gaius watched quietly. He understood. He knew how wide the gap was between this and what the crew normally endured. I want all crew to eat these, Gaius said, breaking the silence. All ranks. No exceptions. These supplies must be finished within 2 years. The serf nodded hard, tears still falling. Yes, my lord, he said hoarsely. I swear it. Gaius turned and left the rations hold. Behind him, the serf was already calling for workers, his voice steady despite his emotion. Plans were forming. Distribution schedules. Fair shares. For the first time in a long while, the crew of the Oath of Rectitude would eat well. Gaius walked back toward the upper decks. Along the way, officers and pilots bowed as he passed. He repeated the order only once more. We go straight to Terra. Every response was immediate. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, I'm Hit Girl. Chapter 147, I'm Hit Girl. After returning from Diana's world, Tony Stark went straight to his workshop. He printed the documents and began preparing them to send to Gaius. Tony reviewed the files one last time, slowly, page by page. Everything was laid out clearly and without room for interpretation. Blueprints, drawn with care. Every component labeled. Every measurement exact. Assembly steps, written in a straightforward sequence. What came first? What had to wait? What could not be rushed? Power requirements, listed with firm limits. No shortcuts. No pushing the system beyond what the frame could safely handle. Safety constraints, clearly marked and impossible to overlook. And finally, the purpose. Inspired by the mother box, the new invention could control matter within carefully defined limits. Tony leaned back and rubbed his eyes. He knew how important this invention was to Gaius. Humanity in that world was fighting on all fronts, against demons, aliens, and rebellion. With this invention, he could help them. He could help Gaius. After all, Gaius stood on the side of humanity. More importantly, Tony trusted him. He opened the Multiversal Chat interface. The parcel system came online at once, smooth and silent. Tony selected the documents and watched them compress into a single sealed data parcel. He marked it clearly. Recipient, Gaius. No message. No note. No explanation. Tony trusted that Gaius would understand what this was the moment he saw it. Some things did not need words. He sent the parcel. The interface blinked once. The package vanished. Delivery confirmed. Tony closed the interface and stood there for a long moment, hands resting on the table. Whatever came next was out of his hands now. A soft tone echoed inside Gaius' vision. A notification. He paused where he stood, alone in the quiet section of the ship, and called up the Multiversal Chat interface. A single parcel waited for him. The sender was clear. Tony Stark. Gaius opened it. The documents unfolded before him in perfect order, page after page aligning as if they had always belonged together. Schematics rotated slowly, showing inner layers and clean lines. Text appeared beside them, simple and direct. There was no waste. No drama. Just logic. Gaius studied it carefully. He did not rush. He did not skim. Each section told him exactly what Tony intended. The value of these documents was immense. Their importance to the Imperium was clear in simple, practical terms. With them, armor and power armor could be produced more reliably, with fewer flaws and less wasted material. Weapons could be standardized, making repairs easier and training more consistent. Vehicles, tanks, and transports could be built in steady numbers instead of relying on slow, uneven production. Even smaller worlds could manufacture parts and equipment without needing rare Forge World expertise. Supply lines would be shorter. Replacements would arrive faster. Units could stay equipped instead of fighting with damaged or mismatched gear. It wouldn't change the nature of the wars the Imperium fought, but it would help humanity endure them far more easily. He accepted the parcel into secure storage. The interface closed. He made no comment. He asked no questions. This matter would wait. It would be discussed later, with Guilliman, when the time was right. For now, it was enough to know it existed. Across the Oath of Rectitude, preparations moved forward. Orders passed quietly from station to station. Lights shifted from standby to active glow. Consoles came alive with steady lines of data. Nothing rushed. Nothing broke rhythm. Deep within the ship, the warp drive began to wake. A low vibration passed through the hull, felt more than heard. It was not violent. It was like a slow breath being taken in. Power levels climbed in clean steps, controlled and measured. Crew members moved through their tasks with practiced calm. No one spoke more than needed. There was no fear here. No excitement. Just discipline earned through years of service. The navigator was informed. The course was clear. Destination, Terra. Calculations were checked. Then checked again. Every path through the warp confirmed and locked in place. When the final signal came, there was no hesitation. The warp drive engaged. Reality itself seemed to stretch ahead of the ship. Space tore open in a controlled line, clean and sharp. The Oath of Rectitude moved forward, its massive form steady and sure. Real space vanished behind them. The immaterium closed in. And then, something changed. The moment the ship fully entered the warp, an unseen force settled around it. A golden presence, vast and quiet, wrapped the vessel from bow to stern. No systems reported it. No sensors reacted. It was not something machines could see. But it was there. The ship's passage became smooth in a way no warp travel ever was. No pressure pressed against the hull. No distant whispers scratched at the edges of thought. No twisting currents tried to pull them off course. Only two beings noticed. The navigator felt it first. Through her third eye, the warp appeared calm. Too calm. A clear path stretched ahead, bright and steady, untouched by the madness that usually lived there. The golden shield brushed against her senses like a steady hand. She trembled. This was not luck. This was not chance. She had felt hints before, moments where the warp seemed to bend away from Lord Captain Gaius. Now there was no doubt left in her heart. This protection had a source. And she knew its name. The God Emperor of mankind. Her breath shook as she accepted the truth fully. Gaius was not merely protected. He was favored. She sent her report at once. Calm words, as trained. Warp travel stable. The Astronomicon exceptionally clear. Terra's direction easier to sense than ever before. A pilot delivered his report next. Course steady. No disturbance. A surf followed, bearing the navigator's message. Gaius listened without expression. 3 weeks to Terra. An impossible time. What should have taken months, even years, reduced to days. Gaius nodded once. He had expected this. With all matters confirmed, he turned away from the bridge and walked toward his private chamber. His steps were unhurried. There was no doubt in him. The ship was under the Emperor's gaze. In another world, Mindy stepped out of the Stark residence. The night air was cool against her face. She adjusted her skirt slightly, feeling the familiar weight hidden beneath it. A pistol rested against her thigh, snug and ready. Small knives were tucked into clean slots, easy to reach. All gifts from Tony Stark. He had not made a big show of it. Just handed them over after learning about her reward. Perfect accuracy. Every shot. Every throw. He had taken it seriously. The suit she wore fit tight and moved with her body. Flexible, strong, built for motion. Stark tech, quiet and clean. Happy offered her a ride. Mindy shook her head. She wanted to walk. She wanted to feel it. To test what she could do now. Happy didn't like it. After all, it was late at night, and a little girl was heading home alone. He knew Tony's friends weren't ordinary, but still, he let her go. Her steps were light as she moved down the street, senses open, body ready. Her earpiece clicked. Mindy, Damon's voice said. You back? Yeah, she replied easily. Just left. There was a short pause. You know the kid in the green suit, right? The one acting like a superhero. Mindy smiled. Yeah. I know him. Daemon confirmed it. Kick-ass. Heading toward Rasul's apartment. Daemon's voice hardened. That kid is going to be in danger. Rasul is a drug dealer, people like him ruthless. There's no need for mercy. Mindy felt a rush of excitement. Send me the spot. The location came through. It was close. Very close. She broke into a run, feet barely touching the ground. She moved fast, quiet, blending into shadow. The building came into view quickly. She climbed it like it was nothing. Hands and feet finding holds without thought. Darkness wrapped around her as she reached an unlocked window. Inside, the scene was bad. Kick-ass was pinned down by two men. Rasul stood in front of him, knife in hand, talking. Another man watched nearby. Kick-ass was scared. It showed in every tight breath. Mindy didn't hesitate. She pulled out a mask from the Multiversal Chat parcel system and put it on, covering her face. She drew a knife. Opened the window just enough. The throw was perfect. The blade struck the back of Rasul's head. He stopped speaking and fell forward, face hitting the floor hard. The knife stayed where it landed. Silence hit the room. Then confusion. A woman in a red, flirty suit screamed, loud and sharp. Mindy stepped through the window. The men rushed her, shouting, knives raised. She moved without hesitation. Blades slid from her belt, flicked from her fingers, and each one found its mark. Not flailing, not guessing, every strike precise. A heart, a head, a neck. Bodies hit the ground with thuds that echoed in the room. One man tried to escape, ducking past her toward the door. Mindy's knife flicked, catching him in the chest before he even reached it. He crumpled, gasping, the knife buried too deep for him to recover. The woman grabbed a knife, hands shaking. Mindy picked up Rasul's blade calmly. The woman panicked and turned to flee. Mindy ended it quickly. Kick-ass ran, panic driving his feet across the floor. A knife thudded into the floor just inches in front of him. He skidded to a stop, heart pounding, staring down the blade. Mindy stepped closer, calm and steady, every movement controlled. Sit, she said, her voice quiet but firm. Running won't help you. He froze for a moment, eyes darting around the room, looking for another escape. But there was none. The smell of blood and sweat hung heavy in the air. Slowly, trembling, he sank to the floor, hands clutching his knees. Who are you? His voice was barely above a whisper, cracking with fear. Mindy's mask hid most of her face, but her eyes glinted as she smiled. I'm Hit Girl. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Audience with a Premarch. Chapter 148, Audience with a Premarch. Time had passed. The Oath of Rectitude had completed its journey. Terra lay behind them now, vast and unchanging, the heart of the Imperium as it had been for 10,000 years. Gaius stood at the foot of the Imperial Palace. Even after all he had seen, the sight still carried weight. The palace was not just a building. It was a city layered upon itself, rising higher and wider than most worlds could imagine. Stone, metal, and ancient construction stretched into the sky, each wall built upon the remains of older walls. Statues watched from every angle, heroes, saints, warriors, and symbols whose names had been lost to time. Banners hung unmoving in the still air, marked with the Aquila and sigils of authority that had endured through endless war. This was Terra. And this was where his gene-father waited. Gaius was not alone. At his side stood Titus, armor maintained to regulation standard, posture formal and disciplined. Behind him, 3 Blade Guard veterans stood silent and composed, shields held in the traditional stance. They were there as guards for Gaius, not to intimidate, not to put on a display. Their presence was purely a matter of formality. Waiting for them was a custodian. Aurelius Calian Thryx. The custodian stood like a statue come to life, armor gleaming gold beneath the palace light. His spear rested lightly in his hand, not raised, not lowered. His helm turned slightly as Gaius approached. Captain Gaius, Thryx said, voice deep and even. You are expected. Gaius nodded once in acknowledgement of the familiar custodian. Thryx turned without another word and began walking. Gaius and his guard followed. No gates barred them. No checkpoints delayed them. Doors opened before they reached them, ancient mechanisms responding to authority older than memory. Servitors and palace officials stepped aside without needing to be told. The path was clear, straight, and deliberate. Gilliman knew he was here. They passed through halls large enough to hold armies, floors polished smooth by centuries of movement. The air felt heavy, not with threat, but with history. Every step echoed softly, carried by stone that had heard far louder sounds than boots on marble. At last, they reached the inner heart of the palace. Guilliman was already there. The Primarch stood tall, broad shoulders framed by blue and gold armor, his presence filling the space without effort. Around him stood dozens of Victrix guard, their spears grounded, their attention sharp but calm. They did not move as Gaius approached, but they watched everything. Gaius stopped several steps away. He reached up and removed his helm. "Gene, father," he said. Behind him, Titus and the three blade guard moved as one. They knelt and spoke together, voices firm and respectful. "Gene, father." Guilliman smiled. It was not a grand gesture. Just a small, genuine expression. "Get up, my sons," he said. Titus and the blade guard rose immediately, returning to their places. Guilliman stepped forward slightly, his gaze resting on Gaius. "You return quickly," he said. "I did not expect to see you again so soon." There was no accusation in his voice. Just curiosity. Gaius met his gaze without hesitation. "I encountered something," he said, "that would greatly benefit the Imperium." The shift was instant. Guilliman's smile faded. His posture straightened, attention sharpening. He knew Gaius well enough to understand what those words meant. Gaius did not exaggerate. He did not dramatize. If he said something mattered, then it mattered. "Then this is not a conversation for open halls," Guilliman said. He turned and gestured. "Come. We will speak privately." They moved together toward the strategium. The Victrix guard did not follow, and neither did Titus or the three blade guard veterans. They remained where they were, silent and watchful. Behind Guilliman and Gaius, the doors to the strategium closed, sealing the room in quiet. The room was wide but controlled. Tactical displays rested dormant along the walls. A large table dominated the center, marked by maps and faint projections that faded as they entered. They sat. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Gaius broke the silence. "My friend," he said carefully, "from another world, gave me his inventions." Guilliman raised an eyebrow. "A friend," he repeated, a hint of amusement touching his tone. "It seems your character has softened." Gaius paused. He coughed once, awkwardly, and shifted slightly in his seat. He did not respond to the remark. Instead, he raised his hand. The multiversal chat parcel system activated. Light shimmered briefly, and a sealed set of documents appeared. Gaius placed them on the table and slid them across to Guilliman. Guilliman took them. Then he read. His eyes moved faster than any mortals could follow. Page after page passed in seconds, data flowing into his mind, patterns forming, implications unfolding. His expression changed as he read, first focus, then surprise, then something deeper. He stopped. Slowly, he looked up. "This invention," Guilliman said carefully, "who is this friend of yours? Is he even human?" "Yes," Gaius replied. "He is human. A very smart human." Guilliman studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "I see." He rose from his seat. "Custodian," he called. The door opened almost instantly, and a custodian stepped inside. "Contact an astropath," Guilliman ordered. "Send word to Belisarius Call. Inform him that a technology of immense value has arrived. One that will greatly benefit the Imperium." The custodian's expression hardened further. He bowed and left at once, moving with purpose. Guilliman turned back to Gaius. "We will not show this to the Mechanicus yet," he said. "First, we build it. We test it." Gaius nodded. They did not waste time. What followed was swift and quiet. Guilliman gathered trusted engineers and specialists, people chosen not for rank, but for competence and discretion. Materials were requested under sealed authority. Orders moved through the palace like a current, unseen but unstoppable. Within a single day, raw materials arrived. Within that same day, most of them were shaped into components. The machine itself took form inside a secured section of the palace. It was large and heavy, built with purpose rather than elegance. 2 distinct chambers formed its body, connected by thick conduits and surrounded by powerful cogitators capable of holding and processing immense data. Guilliman did not delegate oversight. He was present. He watched every step. He asked questions. He assisted when needed. After 3 days, it was complete. The builders were dismissed. Every one of them. The room fell silent. Guilliman stood before the machine, holding a blueprint. "A standard loss gun," he said, feeding the data into the cogitator. Materials were placed into the rear chamber. He looked at Gaius. "Do the honors." Gaius stepped forward and powered the machine. The fusion reactor hummed to life. Cogitators clicked and whirred. Light filled the chambers, steady and controlled. There was no chanting. No ritual. Just process. Minutes passed. Then silence. Gaius opened the front chamber. Inside lay 5 lost guns. Perfect. Gilliman picked one up. He examined it closely, turning it in his hands, feeling its weight, its balance. He did not need tools to know what he was holding. This is flawless, he said quietly. Gaius felt something lift inside his chest. He did not smile, but the feeling was there. This would help humanity. Truly help it. A knock sounded. Enter, Gilliman said. A custodian stepped in. Belisarius' call has arrived. Gilliman nodded. Come, Gaius. They stepped out to meet him. Belisarius' call was impossible to miss. He was vast, a towering mix of flesh and machine, moving on multiple mechanical limbs. Crimson robes hung from his frame, threaded with cables and metal. Insect-like lenses glowed as they focused, adjusting constantly. He carried an omniscient axe, held more as symbol than weapon. He bowed slightly. Lord Gilliman. His gaze shifted to Gaius. It seems you have grown, he said. Gaius did not respond. Gilliman spoke instead. We have brought you here, he said, because a technology has arrived that will benefit the Imperium greatly. Call paused. Internally, systems recalculated. This was not expected. Oh, he said. Gilliman did not answer immediately. Outwardly calm, he measured every risk inwardly. Call was useful. Dangerous. Careful. You will see it, Gilliman said at last. But not yet. The pause was deliberate. Call's lenses adjusted, light levels recalibrating as his internal cogitators spun up. Not shock, assessment. Interesting, he thought. If Gilliman delays, the danger is political, not technical. Not yet. Call said mildly. You summon me urgently, yet ask restraint. That suggests either unprecedented caution or a technology that cannot be unseen. Gilliman stepped slightly, placing himself between Call and the sealed doors behind him. Containment, Call realized. Not secrecy. Only time. This technology, Gilliman continued, did not originate on Mars. It is not an STC. It did not pass through the Mechanicus. It is human, created without their doctrine. Call processed that slowly. Pure human innovation. Half of Mars would rage, the other half would worship it. You will not claim it, Gilliman said. You will not sanctify or distribute it. Not until I decide. Call considered his options. Compliance meant access. Resistance meant exclusion. Reasonable, he said finally. A custodian placed a lost gun on the table. Gilliman handed it to Call. This was made in minutes, Gilliman said. Matter arranged directly. Call took the weapon, scanned it, ran layered aspect sweeps, then deeper molecular analysis. Silence stretched. Impossible, one part of his mind said. Elegant, said another. Dangerous beyond measure, concluded the part that had survived millennia. No internal stress fractures, Call said quietly. Perfect molecular alignment. Not superior manufacture, it is intentional matter placement. He looked up. Consistent. If it isn't, he thought, then this is merely impressive. If it is. With anything, Gilliman replied, given sufficient material and power. That settled it. Forge worlds became optional. Supply chains obsolete. Labor irrelevant. Ritual meaningless. Not tomorrow, but eventually. This does not replace the Mechanicus, Call said slowly. It bypasses us. Gilliman did not deny it. Who made it? Call asked. Gilliman paused. A human beyond stagnation. One who remembers what knowledge was meant to do. Call accepted that. I will need time, he said. Not to dismantle it, but to understand how it destabilizes every power structure we rely upon. Gilliman nodded once. You will observe it here. Under my authority, with custodian oversight. No data leaves this palace. Call inclined his head. Compliance ensures survival. And survival ensures opportunity. Reasonable, he said aloud. Restrictive. But survivable, for now. Gilliman turned to Gaius. You have brought hope. Behind them, Call spoke quietly. The Mechanicus will not like this. Gilliman did not turn. No, he said. But humanity might. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, Rite of Crossing. Chapter 149, Rite of Crossing. The air in the Strategium felt calmer now, the tension that had surrounded them since Belisarius' Call's arrival gone. The discussions had ended. The decisions had been made. The invention was safe, secured, and accounted for. Gaius walked alongside Gilliman, each step measured, echoing softly against the polished floors. The Victrix guard and custodians were not needed here. They had already ensured that all remained in order. Guilliman glanced at Gaius as they walked. The Primarch's eyes were sharp, clear, and always calculating. But now there was something else in his expression, not command, not curiosity, but careful assessment. He wasn't evaluating the invention. He was evaluating Gaius. The young captain had accomplished something significant, with consequences that reached far beyond the strategium. Guilliman considered the wider effects, the invention itself, the mechanicus, and the balance of power across Terra and the Imperium. They reached the main hall of the strategium. Guilliman stopped, resting a hand lightly on the table's edge. He looked at Gaius fully, as if seeing him for the first time since the meeting. "Since all things are done," he said quietly, "where are you going now?" Gaius paused. The question was simple but unexpected. His life was measured in missions, objectives, and outcomes, fighting aliens, suppressing demons, moving from one warfront to the next. There was always a task, a target, a problem to solve. Here, there was none. The campaigns continued elsewhere. The galaxy remained in chaos. But in this room, at this moment, nothing demanded his attention. He ran possibilities through his mind. Continue patrolling, respond to threats as they arose, predictable. Routine. But for a moment, he allowed himself to acknowledge the question Guilliman had asked. Guilliman watched him. He saw the hesitation, the quiet contemplation. There was no scolding in his gaze, only understanding. After all, they were his sons, and he understood them better than anyone else. The Primarch's mind moved faster than anyone's could, but even he allowed a moment for reflection. Then he spoke again, gently but with purpose. "Since you do not seem to have anything pressing to attend to," he said, "perhaps you can ask your friend, the one who gave us that invention, what he would want in return." He could request anything, and it would be granted. Gaius blinked, the thought settling in his mind. Tony, from another world, had provided an invention of immense value. There had to be a way to repay him, a way to recognize the gift beyond simple words or thanks. Guilliman was offering exactly that. "I will talk to him," Gaius said simply, nodding. Guilliman's face softened slightly. There was approval there, but also responsibility. "Then go and do your business," he said. "I have a great many things to attend to now. You have made my tasks far bigger than before. Just give me the list of what your friend wants, and I will approve it. That is all I ask." Gaius nodded and turned, walking down the strategium corridor. His steps were steady, deliberate. The halls were quiet. Servitors moved along their routines, custodians patrolled methodically, and no one interfered with his path. Then he felt it, a brief discomfort, almost like a tug at the edge of his mind. It was subtle but insistent, and it made him pause. His eyes scanned the corridor, and there she was, a sister of silence. Gaius's first thought was straightforward, he hadn't seen her before, surely. Or perhaps they were just crossing paths. He nodded politely, expecting nothing more than a brief glance of acknowledgement as she passed. But the sister of silence did not move on. She stopped directly in front of him. For a moment, she simply stood, still and deliberate, before lowering herself to a kneel. Each movement was controlled, measured, exactly as trained, precise in intent and execution. Gaius watched, taken aback. The sister's hands moved at incredible speed, signaling something with gestures far too fast for any normal human to follow. And yet, the message was clear, she would follow him, even to death. "From Lord Guilliman?" Gaius asked, his voice calm but full of curiosity. After all, the Primarch commanded many, and perhaps this was an order. The sister shook her head gently. Her hands moved again, faster than before, spelling out a single, undeniable truth: she had come not by command but by certainty. She had felt, deep in herself, that following Gaius was her purpose. That certainty had guided her to him. Gaius felt his chest tighten, understanding dawning. "The Emperor?" he asked softly, almost as if seeking confirmation of the larger design. The sister said nothing. She simply rose and moved to his side, standing there with a silent authority. Her presence alone was confirmation enough. Gaius nodded, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. This was new, unexpected, but he understood. He activated his shared gate ability. A connection registered, 6 out of 10 possible spaces were filled. 4 remained. The Sister of Silence was now part of his inner circle, and the bond was instant, silent, and firm. Gaius led the way to his private chambers, a space within the Imperial Palace reserved for guests of honor. The Sister of Silence positioned herself at the door, guarding it without a word. Inside, Gaius settled at a workstation, allowing himself a rare moment of stillness. He opened the Multiversal Chat interface, expecting a few messages but finding it alive with activity. Naruto, Mindy, and Saeko were already active. Mindy's message blinked first. Mindy, guys, my abilities are too powerful. I can hit everything so accurately. Saeko responded immediately. Saeko, your ability, perfect accuracy, is indeed powerful. Mindy replied almost instantly. Mindy, yours is powerful too. Your perception is scary, most sneak attacks are meaningless to you, and you can dodge easily and strike weak points. Naruto chimed in with a laugh. Naruto, I also told Granny my reward, and she tested it. She was extremely jealous. Ha ha ha. Gaius smiled faintly, joining in. Gaius at Tony, my Gene father has wanted to reward you for your invention. The ping was immediate. Tony responded without hesitation. Tony, oh, no need. I gave it for you. Gaius pressed, carefully, encouraging yet firm. Gaius, Tony, take this opportunity to ask for something that will benefit you. Tony considered it for a moment. He was practical, intelligent, and aware of the stakes. Then he sent his request. Tony, then give me some rare metals from your world. Gaius accepted immediately, replying with confirmation. Gaius, then wait for my news. I will send the materials after I speak to my Gene father. For a month, Gaius and his small team remained in the Imperial Palace. They did little beyond their routines, though Gaius could not allow himself complete idleness. He returned frequently to the machine that had produced the lost guns. Using its capabilities, he began mass production on a grand scale, creating melta-guns, their ammunition, and melta-bombs in enormous quantities. The hum of machinery and the meticulous organization of production filled his days. In parallel, he ensured that Tony's request was fulfilled. He presented the list of materials to Guilliman: adamantium, ceramite, adamantine, precious metals in quantities that would have impressed even the most generous forge world. Guilliman approved without hesitation, understanding the scale of the exchange. To the pre-March, the amount was insignificant compared to what Tony had contributed, but the gesture mattered. Months passed. Days blurred together as Gaius worked, tested, and coordinated. Yet the multiversal chat remained active, providing a touch of connection to the worlds beyond. Each message was a reminder that the work they were doing had purpose, beyond even the vastness of the Imperium. Finally, 3 months after returning from Diana's world, the system pinged. A notification appeared simultaneously to all members of the chat. Feature unlocked, Rite of Crossing. Can now be used. Reminder, time now passes equally across all worlds. No more time dilation as before. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, One Piece. Chapter 150, One Piece. The message lingered on the screen for a few seconds before fading. Feature unlocked, Rite of Crossing. Time now passes equally across all worlds. For a moment, no one spoke. Naruto was the first to break the quiet. Naruto, guys, are you going to use the Rite of Crossing? Let's use it and go on an adventure together. His message carried his usual energy, the same excitement he always had when something new appeared. To him, this was an opportunity, not a risk. Saeko replied a few seconds later. Saeko, we should be careful. The world we arrive in will be random. It could be dangerous. Her words were calm and steady. She was not trying to stop anyone, only reminding them that danger was a real possibility. Diana answered next. Diana, indeed. We don't know where we'll end up, or what kind of conflict might already be happening. Her agreement gave Saeko's warning more weight. Like Gaius's world, that place was far too dangerous for them. Mindy and Saeko were not meant for it, and even Naruto, for all his strength, was still too naive to fully grasp the risks. If they were sent to a world like that without any preparation, they could be in serious danger. Mindy, however, did not hesitate. Mindy, let's accept it, guys. Her excitement was clear. With her new ability, fear barely crossed her mind. Tony joined soon after. Tony, let us prepare. He was smiling as he typed, already thinking ahead. A new world meant new ideas, new systems, and new things to learn. Then Saeko turned her attention to the one person who hadn't spoken. Saeko, Gaius, will you also join? Gaius read the message in silence. He leaned back slightly in his chair within the Imperial Palace, the low hum of distant machinery steady and familiar. The Rite of Crossing was not like the missions issued by the Multiversal Chat. Time would move evenly across worlds now. Gaius considered his current responsibilities. There were no urgent matters demanding his attention. Wars still raged across the galaxy, as they always did, but nothing required his immediate presence. He had already begun planning for the 3rd month after learning about the feature. He intended to take part. Still, there was one thing he needed to do first. Time spent on the other side would pass the same here. Guilliman needed to be informed. That conversation could not be delayed. With that decided, Gaius did not hesitate. Gaius, yes. I will. That settled it. One by one, each of them accepted the option. There was no dramatic countdown, no warning lights. The system simply acknowledged their choice. After speaking with Gilliman about his departure to the other world, Gaius confirmed his choice. With the decision made, he activated the feature, and in an instant, he was gone. Across multiple worlds, their forms vanished. Elsewhere, in a world ruled by the sea and pirates, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. P.S. That's right, One Piece is the world we'll be exploring next. Port Gasti, Ace had been captured. Blackbeard had turned him over to the Marines without hesitation. During his imprisonment, the world government confirmed what they had long suspected. Ace was the son of Gold Roger. The decision was immediate. His execution would serve several purposes. It would erase Roger's legacy. It would break the spirit of pirates across the seas. And most importantly, it would force Whitebeard to come. The execution site was Marineford, the headquarters of the Marines. Marineford was on high alert. 100,000 Marines were stationed across the fortress, their eyes fixed on the bay. Pacifistas lined the walls, their weapons trained on the water. The execution platform stood elevated and heavily guarded. Sengoku watched from the execution platform, giving silent orders, while the three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, took their seats, ready to respond to any threat. Garp sat beside Ace on the platform. His face was calm, but inside, he was torn. He glanced at Ace, then at the preparations surrounding them. "Ace, you fool," Garp said, his voice steady but tight. "Why couldn't you just do what I asked?" Even as his words were measured, tears welled in his eyes. Seeing Garp like that, Ace trembled, sadness washing over him. Sengoku, standing on the platform, watched Garp closely, ready in case he acted rashly. "If you have any doubts about what must be done," Sengoku said, his voice firm, "I'm afraid I cannot show you pity, Garp." Garp lowered his head, letting the words settle. Calm returned to his face. "If I had any doubts," he said quietly, "I would have acted already." Bay walls and trap mechanisms were activated, designed to trap Whitebeard the moment he arrived. They were ready. Then the water moved. The Moby Dick cut through the waves, massive and deliberate. Behind it, Whitebeard's fleet spread across the bay. Whitebeard stood at the bow, his presence alone making the Marines tense. He spoke to his crew, calm and commanding. "Stay sharp. Nothing happens until I say so." The sea around him trembled as he flexed the power of the Gura Gura Nomi wave shivered, the air snapped with energy, and tsunamis began to swell, moving toward Marineford. Akiji stepped forward, his expression calm and unreadable. Before the sea cracked and before the air split, 6 figures appeared within Marineford. They stood in the residential district, far from the execution platform. The area looked nothing like a modern city. Stone walls surrounded compact houses. Sloped tile roofs lined narrow streets. Chimneys rose quietly into the air. The buildings were layered tightly together, forming a town tucked inside a fortress. Cobblestone streets wound slightly, uneven but well-worn. Large wooden gates reinforced with iron bands marked entrances and exits. Everything about the place felt practical and defensive. Tony was the first to speak. "This place doesn't look very advanced," he said, looking around. "Definitely not a modern world." He turned and pointed toward the massive structure rising behind the residential area. Marine headquarters loomed over everything, like a castle keep towering above a town. "That place," Tony continued, "might be where we get information." Naruto frowned slightly, glancing around. "Where is everyone?" he asked. The question settled over the group. The streets were empty. Doors were closed. Windows were dark. Yet nothing looked abandoned. There were signs of recent life everywhere. Then they heard it. Faint shouts. The sounds came from the direction of the fortress. Gaius and Diana heard it more clearly than the others. Their expressions shifted simultaneously as the sound reached them, countless shouts carried on the wind. "There's a war," Diana said. Gaius nodded. "Yes." They agreed without further discussion. Whatever was happening, it was centered there. They were about to move when the ground shook. The tremor was sudden and violent. The stone beneath their feet cracked slightly. Buildings rattled. Loose debris fell. "Earthquake!" Mindy shouted. The shaking didn't stop. It grew stronger. Gaius reacted instantly. He saw Saeko and Mindy struggling to keep their balance. Without hesitation, he grabbed them both, lifting one in each arm. Tony activated his flight and rose into the air. Diana swung her lasso upward, looping it around Tony, and used it to pull herself into the air, lifting him with her. Naruto stayed on the ground. He planted his feet firmly, moving easily despite the shaking, his balance steady, as if his feet were anchored to the earth. Gaius activated his jetpack and lifted off, holding Mindy and Saeko carefully as they hovered above the ground. P.S. I know I said it would be next week, but my obsessive-compulsive side saw that the number was 149 and couldn't handle it, so I went ahead and made it 150. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, The War Below. Chapter 151, The War Below. The shaking did not stop. At first, it had felt like a strong tremor, the kind that rattled walls and made loose stone fall from rooftops. But now it grew worse, far worse. The ground beneath them shook like it was alive, rolling in waves that traveled through the streets and open spaces. From above the residential district, Gaius and the others could feel it even while hovering. The stone buildings below creaked loudly. Roof tiles slid and shattered as they fell. Chimneys cracked and collapsed. The narrow cobblestone street split apart, thin lines at first, then wide enough to see darkness beneath. The quake grew stronger with every heartbeat. The sea reacted next. From the air, the group saw it clearly. The water beyond the buildings began to pull apart. It was not a gentle movement. It was violent, sudden, and unnatural. The ocean split open in long, jagged lines, as if something enormous had dragged invisible blades through it. The surface of the sea cracked like broken glass. Huge gaps opened, stretching far into the distance. The water on each side pulled away, exposing depths that should never have been seen. The world looked broken, cut into pieces. This was no natural disaster. Whatever was causing this had intent. Then the water came rushing back. From both sides of the split sea, massive walls of water began to rise. They climbed higher and higher, moving with terrifying speed. The waves were so tall they blocked the horizon. The air filled with the deep roar of moving water, a sound so loud it pressed against the chest. Tony's eyes widened as his mind caught up with what he was seeing. "Tsunami," he shouted. The word carried urgency. This was not a wave that buildings could survive. The residential district below would be erased in seconds. Naruto, who had remained calm through the quake, turned his head sharply toward the sea. His confidence faltered for the first time since arriving. His eyes widened as he took in the size of the wave. This was different. The ground shaking was something he could handle. He could stick to the earth, move with it, adjust. But this wave was something else entirely. It filled the sky. There was no time to think. Naruto formed hand signs quickly, his movements sharp and practiced. Shadow clones appeared around him in bursts of smoke. They appeared in midair, one after another, forming a rough path upward. Naruto leapt. He stepped on a clone, then another, using them as solid ground for just a moment before they vanished. He moved fast, jumping higher with each step, pushing himself toward Gaius. Gaius saw him coming and reacted instantly. Mindy, sensing the shift, climbed higher onto Gaius's shoulder, wrapping one arm around his neck for balance. That freed one of Gaius's hands. Naruto reached him just as the wave loomed closer. Gaius caught him without effort, securing him firmly in one arm. His other arm already held Saeko, who had gone quiet, focusing on staying calm as the world seemed to end beneath them. Mindy held on tightly, her excitement gone, replaced with sharp focus. Tony flew higher, pulling Diana with him as her lasso stayed wrapped around his arm. The group rose together, gaining distance from the rising water. Below them, the tsunami rushed forward, filling the broken sea, towering above Marine Ford. Then it stopped. The wave froze in place. Ice spread across the water instantly, racing from the base of the wave to its peak in less than a second. The sound of rushing water vanished, replaced by a deep, sharp crack as the sea turned solid. The frozen wave stood like a wall of glass and stone, stretching across the bay. The broken sea was now a frozen battlefield. For a moment, no one spoke. The group hovered in the air, staring at what should not have been possible. A disaster that could have destroyed the entire area had been ended as easily as turning off a light. Tony was the first to speak. "This world," he said slowly, his voice steady but filled with awe, "is quite unique. The frozen sea was proof. Someone here had power on a scale far beyond normal." As the shock faded, something else became clear. The sound. What had once been faint shouts carried on the wind now roared clearly through the air. Explosions echoed across the open space ahead. Gunfire cracked in sharp bursts. Orders were shouted. Pain, anger, and determination filled every sound. The source was obvious. Marine headquarters. They did not need to discuss it for long. Everyone understood that whatever was happening, it was centered there. Gaius adjusted his grip slightly, ensuring everyone was secure. They flew forward. As they approached, the view opened up fully. From above, the battlefield revealed itself. In front of the massive headquarters building stretched a huge open area. Thousands of soldiers filled it, standing in tight formations. Their uniforms were identical, their movements disciplined and practiced. Rows upon rows of Marines covered the ground. Among them stood giants. Not metaphorical giants. Real ones. Vice Admiral giants towered over the soldiers, their massive forms holding enormous weapons. Each step they took shook the ground beneath them. Their presence alone was enough to intimidate. On the opposite side of the frozen sea stood another force. Ships were embedded in the ice, their hulls cracked but steady. Pirates gathered on the frozen surface, rough and dangerous looking, their weapons drawn. Flags marked their allegiance clearly. Whitebeard's fleet. Two sides faced each other across the ice. A full war. Even though they were high above the battlefield, the group did not go unnoticed. Those with strong observation haki felt them immediately. Sengoku sensed it first. His awareness spread across the battlefield as it always did, a broad, steady skin that never truly turned off. Most presences felt familiar. Marines were disciplined and orderly. Pirates were loud, emotional, aggressive. Then his focus sharpened. One presence stood out. It was not loud. It was not large. It was dense. Sengoku did not stop moving, but his attention locked onto it instantly. The presence felt compressed, as if everything unnecessary had been burned away. There was no excess emotion, no wasted intent. He reached deeper, trying to read it. There was no fear. No excitement. No hatred. That absence struck him harder than any violent aura could have. Everyone leaked something. Even the most disciplined fighters gave off traces of anticipation or pride. This one did not. Its will felt fixed, already decided long before Sengoku sensed it. This isn't a civilian. And it wasn't anyone he recognized. It felt like CP0, but on a completely different level. Compared to it, CP0 would be like children, Sengoku thought. No. It was far more dangerous than that. Around the battlefield, others felt it too. Garp's eyes narrowed slightly. Tsuru paused in her steps. High-ranking pirates stiffened, their instincts screaming danger as they sensed something monstrous. Even the warlords noticed, their attention shifting upward. Whitebeard felt it next. The moment the presence came closer, it pressed against his awareness. It was tight, controlled, heavy. There was no rage riding on it, no thrill of battle. It felt like someone shaped by war as routine. Not battles. War. It was the kind of presence forged in a place where survival was expected and killing was routine. A world where emotion had long been stripped away. Whitebeard compared it without meaning to. Kaido's presence was loud and overwhelming, shaped by a life of constant war since childhood. But this was different. Whoever this was, their presence felt colder, more controlled, something even Kaido could not be measured against. This one was not. It was quiet. And heavy. Whitebeard understood one thing clearly. If that will turned outward, it would move without hesitation. Still, he did not feel fear. He was Whitebeard. The strongest men in the world. Akainu saw them clearly now. A figure in golden armor, floating above the battlefield. Others hovered near him, unfamiliar, out of place. Akainu did not recognize them. That was enough. Unknown figures appearing in the middle of Marineford during the most important execution in history could only mean one thing. Pirates. He stood from his seat, magma rolling beneath his skin. "How dare you unknown pirates intrude in Marineford?" he shouted, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Without waiting for answers, he formed a massive magma fist and hurled it upward, straight toward Gaius and the others. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, Outside Justice. Chapter 152, Outside Justice. The magma fist came fast. From the air, it looked like a piece of the earth itself had been torn free and thrown upward. The heat rolled ahead of it, bending the air, turning the space around it hazy and red. Marines below shielded their faces. Even from a distance, the heat was hard to ignore. Gaius felt it before it arrived. Not fear, calculation. His armor could tank the attack without issue. But he wasn't the problem. It was the people with him. Before he could move, Diana reacted. She released the lasso tied around Tony's waist. The golden rope snapped free, and gravity took her immediately. Her body dropped straight down, aimed directly at the incoming magma fist. Tony reached out instinctively. Diana. Too late. Diana fell without hesitation. No fear showed on her face. Her body turned slightly in the air, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest. The bracelets met. A shockwave burst outward. It was not loud in the way explosions were loud. There was no fireball, no flying debris. The air itself seemed to fold, pushed aside by raw force. The magma fist did not explode. It broke apart. The molten mass scattered, its shape lost in an instant. Pieces cooled midair, crumbling into useless fragments that fell harmlessly toward the ground. The attack ceased to exist. Diana continued falling. She did not slow down. She did not fly. She simply dropped, straight and clean, from a height that would have killed most people before they even hit the ground. Marines and pirates alike watched her descent. She landed lightly. Stone cracked beneath her boots, but she did not sink or stumble. She straightened and looked up toward the execution platform, her eyes locking onto the men who had attacked her. Akainu. We are not pirates, Diana said calmly. Her voice was calm. Not angry. Not proud. In her mind, things still made sense. These men wore uniforms. They stood in formation. They looked like the good guys. Across from them were pirates, rough, scarred, and wild, standing on the frozen sea with weapons drawn. She believed she was speaking to the right side. Akainu did not answer right away. He stared at her, his expression unreadable. Magma rolled slowly along his arms, dripping and reforming as if his body itself was alive. Pirate or not did not matter. Unknown fighters appearing in Marineford during the execution of Gold Roger's son were unacceptable. This was not a place for explanations. This was not a moment for doubt. Variables had no place here. Akainu raised his arms. Great eruption. Magma surged forward again, hotter and faster than before. Multiple fists formed, each one burning brighter than the last. Diana's eyes narrowed. She unsheathed her sword. Lightning danced along the blade, crawling from the hilt to the tip. She stepped forward once and swung. The blade cut cleanly through the magma. The attack split apart, the molten fists losing shape and falling uselessly to the ground, hissing as they cooled. Diana straightened. She slid the sword back into its sheath with a smooth motion. We are not the bad guys, she said. She meant it. If it had been Gaius, the answer would have been different, force meeting force, a counterstrike. She believed words could still matter. Akainu felt the strength in that swing. He understood it clearly. And he dismissed her words. Whether they called themselves heroes, warriors, or saviors meant nothing. They were unregistered combatants, interfering with marine justice at the most important moment in history. Justice could not afford uncertainty. The execution of the pirate king's blood was no place for misunderstanding or mercy. Any variable, any force capable of resisting an admiral, was a threat to order itself. If they were allowed to stand, doubt would spread. And doubt was poison. If they were not pirates, then they were something worse. Justice does not require understanding, Akainu said coldly. It requires certainty. He attacked again. This time, Marines followed his lead. Cannons fired. Rifles cracked. Orders were shouted as gunfire streaked upward toward the figures in the sky. The pirates did not move. Whitebeard's forces watched silently. If they were not on the side of the Marines, then they must be allies. Gaius felt the shift instantly. This was no longer a misunderstanding. This was open hostility. Mindy reacted first. A small interface shimmered before her, invisible to anyone else. The parcel system activated, and a sniper rifle materialized in her hands. She caught it smoothly, settling its weight against her shoulder, eyes narrowing as she took position on Gaius' neck. She did not fire yet. Saeko drew her sword. The blade gleamed a dull silver, smooth and heavy. Adamantium. A gift from Tony. She adjusted her position in Gaius' arms, ready to strike at a moment's notice, her focus razor-sharp. Tony's armor shifted. Panels opened along his shoulders. Micromissiles slid into position, their tips locking onto targets below. From below, Naruto saw Diana battling Akainu. Without hesitation, he leapt from Gaius' arms, creating shadow clones to slow his descent. Marines and pirates alike gawked, convinced he had some kind of devil fruit power that could multiply him. Gaius made his choice. With one arm free, he reached into his parcel system and pulled out 2 melta-bombs. He judged the distance quickly. Diana and Naruto were already on the ground. He adjusted the angle and threw. The bombs fell. Marines below saw them coming. Grenades. That was the thought shared by every trained soldier there. They moved away from the impact point, spreading out as they had been trained to do. Then the bombs detonated. There was no boom. No fireball. Just a brief flash of white light. A focused lance of heat punched into the ground. Stone did not shatter. It melted. Everything at the core vanished. One Marine caught in the center didn't even have time to scream before his body was erased, reduced to nothing but heat and light. Stone turned to glass. Steel flowed like water. This was absolute death. Heat radiated outward, claiming everything in its path. Marines within range burned instantly. Flesh sizzled, weapons warped, and the ground cracked, glowing red-hot and smoking. A crater formed, not massive like a conventional explosion, but all the more terrifying. The ground itself shimmered with glassy slag, still glowing long after the blast. To the Marines and pirates watching, it looked unreal. Like compressed sunlight punching into the earth. The shockwave was weak. The heat was not. Sengoku saw it. He watched Marines die instantly, their deaths clean and final in a way that left no room for heroics. "Damn bastards," he shouted. Kizaru stood. For once, his face was serious. He pointed upward, light gathering at his fingertip. A laser shot out, moving faster than sound. Gaius sensed it. He could take it. The others could not. The iron halo activated. A shimmering shield formed around them just as the laser struck. Light splashed across the barrier and dissipated harmlessly. Gaius did not hesitate. He descended, carrying Saeko and Mindy with him. They landed on the ground, encircled by Marines and pirates on all sides. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Ugly. Chapter 153, Ugly. The moment Gaius' boots touched the ground, the mood of the battlefield shifted. It was not loud. There was no single sound that marked the change. No signal horn. No shouted order. But everyone felt it. Marines who had been aiming toward the frozen sea now turned their weapons inward. Their lines adjusted without being told. Rifles lifted. Cannons realigned. To them, the picture was simple. Unknown fighters had arrived in the middle of Marine Ford. They had resisted an admiral. They had killed Marines. And the pirates, the enemy they had prepared days for, were standing back and watching. That alone was enough. Gaius stood still, his weight steady, the ground beneath him cracked from his weight. Saeko stepped down beside him, her sword held low but ready. Mindy slid off his shoulder and landed lightly, sniper rifle still in hand. Naruto crouched nearby, his clones fading one by one as he focused on the people around him. Tony hovered just above the ground, his armor humming softly. Diana stood farther ahead, closer to the Marines, facing Akainu directly. Her posture was calm, her sword once again sheathed at her side. They were surrounded. Rows of Marines formed a loose circle, weapons raised, faces tight with tension. Some were afraid. Some were angry. Many were confused. None of them lowered their guns. Then light flashed. It was sudden and sharp, a clean streak that cut across the air. The Marines closest to it straightened immediately. A man appeared in front of Gaius. He stood casually, hands in his pockets, yellow coat hanging loosely from his shoulders. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy, like someone who had wandered into the wrong place and decided to stay anyway. "Admiral Kizaru," someone shouted from the Marine lines. Relief spread through the soldiers like a wave. "He can handle them. He's got this." Kizaru stood directly in front of Gaius now. Up close, the difference between them was clear. They were nearly the same height. But Gaius was wider. Thicker. His armor made him look like a wall-made human, every piece built for war. Kizaru, by contrast, was slim, almost casual, his frame light and loose, like nothing weighed on him at all. Kizaru tilted his head slightly, eyes half-lidded as he looked up at Gaius' golden armor. "So tall," he said lazily. "And all dressed up too." His gaze lingered on the armor for a moment longer than necessary. Gold. He found it strange. Gold was soft. Decorative. Not something you used for real combat. He'd faced armored men before, big ones, loud ones, monsters that relied on size and spectacle. None of that mattered. Still. His observation hockey brushed against Gaius again. No edge. No aggression. No intent reaching back at him. Just mass. Not physical mass, presence. Like standing near a mountain and realizing it wasn't trying to intimidate you. It simply existed. Solid. Unmoving. Something you didn't test because testing it served no purpose. Kizaru had felt dangerous people before. Most of them leaked something: anger, hunger, ambition. This one didn't. The will here was compact, controlled, like pressure sealed behind reinforced walls. Not a fighter waiting to act. A weapon already at rest. He didn't think about it, his body reacted before his mind did. He shifted his stance automatically, preparing for a fight, alert to every movement around him. Though he still looked lazy on the surface, anyone who knew his stance would recognize how solid and ready he truly was. Then he raised a finger. Light began to gather at its tip, bending and flickering, the air around it shimmering like broken glass. He smiled crookedly. "You look kinda scary," he said. "I don't really want to fight you, you know." His tone suggested boredom, not fear. Mindy, standing slightly behind Gaius, tilted her head and frowned. "The ugly uncle is clearly lying," she said flatly. For a second, the battlefield froze. Saeko, focused and serious moments ago, let out a small, surprised smile before she could stop herself. Kizaru's mouth twitched. He turned his head just enough to look at Mindy. Ugly, he said, sounding wounded. That's harsh. I'm clearly handsome. The laser fired. It was instantaneous. A thin line of light shot forward, faster than sound, aimed straight at Gaius' chest. But Gaius had already moved. He raised his hand. The power fist activated with a low hum. Energy rippled across its surface, invisible but precise. When the laser struck, it did not explode. It did not bounce. It broke apart. The light scattered, destabilized, fading into nothing as if it had never existed. Kizaru's eyes opened a fraction wider. Oh, he said. Then he moved. His body dissolved into light, vanishing completely. In the same instant, he reappeared directly in front of Gaius, foot already raised, leg glowing bright as it swung forward. It was fast. Light fast. But not thought fast. One fighter unleashed magma, another moved as if made of light. This world had warriors who could control elements, and, even more surprisingly, could take on their form. That caught his attention. Most enemies he had faced could only manipulate their power, to become the element itself was something else entirely. But Gaius noticed something else. The fighter moved with extreme speed, but his reactions didn't match. The moment the light-based fighter solidified before him, Gaius struck. Even as a veteran Primaris Ultramarine, he had already outclassed most of his peers. Now, blessed by the Emperor, his strength rivaled that of a custodian. He was bulkier than a custodian, trading some speed for sheer mass, but his reactions matched theirs perfectly. The punch was short. Clean. Direct. His fist went straight through Kizaru's torso. There was a sound like air being punched out of a room. Kizaru froze. Oh my, he said. Marines stared. Pirates stared. For a heartbeat, the world held still. There was no blood. No spray. Just a hole where Kizaru's chest had been, light flickering around the edges. Then his body reformed. Light flowed back into shape, filling the gap as if rewinding time. Kizaru stepped back, brushing imaginary dust from his coat. That was close, he said lightly. You almost killed me, big guy. His tone was unchanged. Lazy. Almost amused. Inside, it was anything but. He had attacked by surprise. He had moved at light speed. He had only solidified for a fraction of a second. And still, he had been hit. He couldn't believe it. Across the battlefield, Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. A deep, booming sound that cut through the chaos. Well now, he said. Looks like we've got some help. He raised his weapon slightly. Help them, my sons. Marco nodded beside Whitebeard. He couldn't help but acknowledge it, these unknown fighters were holding their own against the admirals. The idea that two strangers could contend with them was astonishing. The war surged forward. Marines shouted orders. Pirates charged. Weapons clashed across the ice and stone. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, Then Don't Believe. Chapter 154, Then Don't Believe. Diana raised her sword. She did not shout. She did not glare. There was no anger in her face, no heat in her voice. She stood straight, calm even as the ground around her was cracked and burned, lightning faintly crawling along the edge of her blade. Since you won't believe, she said evenly, then don't believe. Akainu's eyes stayed locked on her. I also want to fight this world's warriors. She leveled the sword forward, the tip pointing straight at him. Akainu let out a short humph. That was all. Then he moved. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he launched forward. Magma burst from the stone like blood from an open wound, spraying outward in violent arcs. Heat rolled across the plaza, strong enough that nearby Marines flinched and stepped back without thinking. Akainu's fist came first. It was not just magma. It was compressed, dense, packed tight like molten stone forced into shape by pure will. It flew straight toward Diana's head, fast enough to blur, hot enough to make the air ripple. Diana met him halfway. She crossed her bracelets. The impact detonated the air between them. It was not an explosion in the normal sense. There was no fireball, no smoke. The air itself seemed to collapse, then burst outward. Magma splashed away in all directions, forced aside by the shockwave as if struck by an invisible wall. Diana slid back half a step. Her boots cut shallow lines into the stone, sparks jumping where metal scraped rock. She stopped herself instantly, shoulders steady, stance unbroken. She countered. Lightning surged along her blade, tight and controlled, not wild. She slashed upward in one clean motion. The sword cut through Akainu's arm. Not cleanly. The magma split apart, bubbling and tearing as the lightning bit into it. For a fraction of a second, Akainu's shape faltered. The molten mass that made up his arm stuttered, struggling to reform under the divine energy cutting through it. Akainu recoiled. It was small, barely visible, but it was there. Surprise crossed his face. Then he answered with force. A point-blank eruption burst outward from his chest. Magma slammed forward like a wave, heat roaring loud enough to drown out screams nearby. Diana brought her shield up. The magma crashed into it, splashing across its surface. The heat washed over her, sharp and heavy, pressing against her armor. The shield glowed faintly, lines of energy flaring across it. And held. Diana pushed forward. She stepped into the blast and slammed her shield into Akainu's torso. The impact sent him flying. He smashed into a stone barricade, magma spraying violently as his body tore through it. Stone shattered. He ripped himself free, molten form reforming with a low snarl as he landed, feet digging into scorched ground. The stone around him turned black. "So you can hit me," Akainu said, voice low. "Good." He did not sense haki. That bothered him. The damage was real. He had felt it. But it was not coated in the familiar willpower of this world. Instead, it was the lightning. The strange energy wrapped around her weapons disrupted his form, forcing his magma to lose cohesion. He raised both arms. The plaza turned red. Heat built instantly, heavy and suffocating. Magma formed in the air above, thick fists taking shape mid-fall, crashing downward toward Diana from multiple angles. Marines and pirates nearby broke away from their fights. They ran. Akainu's attacks did not care who stood nearby. Anyone who stayed would die. Diana did not retreat. She moved. Her lasso snapped free, glowing faintly with lightning as she spun once. The golden rope whipped outward, cracking through the air. It struck incoming magma fists, slicing through them like a blade through water, deflecting others aside. She stepped between impacts. Shield angled. Sword cutting precise lines. Magma smashed into the ground around her, blowing stone apart, heat roaring. One fist slipped through the gaps. It struck her side. The impact hurled her backward. She skidded across the stone, armor scraping hard, steam rising where heat met metal. She caught herself on one knee, hand braced against the ground. She stood immediately. No pause. Lightning flared brighter, crawling across her armor, reinforcing it. Her sword hummed as energy focused along its edge, sharp and steady. She charged. Akainu met her head-on. Sword and magma collided. Lightning detonated against heat, the clash loud and violent. Akainu swung wide, molten arm cutting through the air. Diana ducked under the arc and drove her shield into his ribs. The ground beneath them shattered. Akainu answered with a magma-coated knee. Diana caught it with her shield, twisted her body, and slashed across his torso. This time, the lightning burned deeper. Akainu hissed as his body destabilized again, magma splattering unevenly before pulling itself back together. "You're not using haki," he growled. Diana did not answer. She pressed forward. Her movements were efficient and direct. No wasted swings. No wild strikes. Every blow aimed to disrupt Akainu's balance, to break his rhythm. Lightning-enhanced strikes came faster now, forcing him to block instead of overwhelm. Akainu adapted. Heat intensified. The air thickened, heavy enough to feel like breathing through fire. The stone beneath them softened, edges blurring as the ground began to melt. He slammed both fists into the ground. A magma pillar erupted beneath Diana. She jumped. The blast chased her upward, heat snapping at her heels. She twisted midair. And something moved behind her. Heavy. Stone cracked under massive weight as a vice admiral giant swung a colossal halberd downward. The weapon carried enough force to crush buildings. Diana sensed it. She turned before the blow could land. The halberd smashed into the ground where she had been, pulverizing stone and sending debris flying. Diana slid past the impact zone, already inside the giant's reach. She did not hesitate. Her sword flashed. Lightning surged along the blade as she cut across the giant's torso in a clean, horizontal arc. The strike did not explode. It carved. The steel parted flesh and muscle in one smooth motion. The giant staggered, his halberd slipping from numb fingers as a massive wound opened across his chest. He took one step. Then fell. The impact shook the ground. Blood spread rapidly across the stone. Diana turned back at once. Akainu was already coming. She snapped her lasso downward, anchoring it to his arm. Lightning surged through the rope. Akainu felt it. His body convulsed, magma flickering violently as the energy tore through his form. Diana used the pull, reversing her momentum, and slammed both boots into his chest. He hit the ground hard. Cracks spread across the plaza like broken glass. For the first time, Akainu stayed down a fraction longer than intended. Diana landed lightly, sword raised, shield forward, lightning still flowing along her weapons. Around them, the Marines had stopped firing. Shock rippled through their ranks as they watched an admiral being held back, suppressed, by that woman. This wasn't about tricks or tactics. It was about force. Akainu rose again, slower this time. Magma boiled thickly around him, killing intent rolling off his presence like heat from a furnace. Good, he said, voice low. Then I'll reduce you to cinders. The fight was not over. Away from that clash, the war did not slow. Naruto, Saeko, and Mindy stood together amid broken stone and fallen bodies. Marines closed in from all sides. Vice admirals moved through the lines with clear intent. Doberman. Dalmatian. Danger pressed in. Saeko drew her knives, shoulders loose, eyes sharp. The smell of blood filled the air, and something dark stirred behind her smile. Mindy clicked her tongue and slung her sniper rifle across her back. 2 Heckler and Coke MP5s appeared in her hands. 1 in each. Her eyes sparkled as she checked angles, reading the fight. Naruto grinned, forming a clone beside him. Then. A whoosh. Marco the Phoenix landed in front of them, blue flames flaring around him, bird-like feet touching the ground lightly. It seems like you guys need some help, he said with a smile. It's Marco the Phoenix. Marines shouted. Before they could react, Marco kicked Doberman. The Vice Admiral flew back, crashing into Marines behind him. Mindy opened fire. The MP5s roared, bullets tearing through the encircling Marines with precise bursts. Continuous fire. Clean kills. Saeko moved like a dancer, dodging shots easily before slicing a Marine down, her smile widening. Dalmatian struck from behind. Saeko dodged, twisting aside, and slashed back in the same motion, her blade striking Dalmatian square in the torso. Clang. Steel rang against iron. Naruto reacted instantly. Rasengan. The spinning sphere slammed into Dalmatian, overwhelming even his hardened body. Marco watched them, then spoke calmly. Come with me. Giants are coming. Saeko nodded. She felt them too, the ground shaking under the weight of something massive approaching. Mindy hesitated, then saw it for herself. Giants were coming their way. Naruto wasn't afraid. If anything, he wanted to fight, but seeing his friends move, he followed without hesitation. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, Opportunity. Chapter 155, Opportunity. The battlefield did not quiet down. If anything, it grew louder. Smoke rolled low across Marine Ford, mixing with heat, dust, and the sharp smell of blood. Stone that had once been smooth and white was now cracked, broken, or melted into dark glass. Fires burned in places no one was tending. Shouts overlapped, orders, pain, rage, panic, until they blurred into a single, constant roar. Whitebeard stood at the mast of his ship, towering over the deck below. He did not rush. He did not shout yet. His massive frame remained steady as he watched the war unfold around him, eyes sharp despite his age. He saw more than chaos. He saw movement, pressure, balance. And he saw opportunity. Akainu was fully engaged. The Magma Admiral was no longer free. His power was driven forward, locked in a brutal clash with the woman who wielded lightning and steel. The ground around them burned and cracked with every exchange. Marines kept their distance. Pirates stayed even farther away. Kizaru, too, was occupied. The Light Admiral was fighting the armored giant, Gaius. Their battle had torn apart an entire section of the plaza. Craters overlapped. Stone had collapsed inward. Marine artillery was shattered, crews scattered or injured. Kizaru's light flashed constantly, but even he was being forced to react instead of dominate. 2 admirals. Held down. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his weapon. This moment would not last. Sengoku would adapt. Reinforcements would move. The admirals would adjust. If Whitebeard waited, the chance would close like a wound sealing itself. He raised his voice. Now, sons, he roared. His words cut through the battlefield like a wave. Go save Ace. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to freeze. Then the pirates exploded into motion. A roar rose from Whitebeard's forces, loud and wild, filled with hope and fury. Pirates abandoned their fights without hesitation. Blades turned. Feet pounded against broken stone and frozen sea. Whitebeard's commanders surged forward. Joza charged like a living wall. Vista drew his swords mid-run. Countless captains and crews followed, screaming Ace's name as they rushed toward the execution platform. Marine lines buckled. Officers shouted for reinforcements. Guns turned. Cannons tried to realign, but the pressure came too fast. The battlefield became even more chaotic as pirates and marines collided in uneven clashes across the plaza. At the same time, Marco descended from the air. Blue flames flickered around him as he landed near Whitebeard, his boots touching down lightly despite the destruction beneath them. Naruto, Saeko, and Mindy were with him, moving quickly to keep up. Whitebeard's gaze shifted to them. He recognized them instantly. These were the companions of the two fighters holding back the admirals. Outsiders, yes, but powerful ones. More importantly, they had not attacked his people. Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. It was deep, booming, full of life. Well, I'll be damned, he said. You brought friends, eh? Naruto looked up at him. His eyes widened. Whoa, Naruto said, genuine awe in his voice. You're also a giant. Whitebeard laughed even harder. The sound rolled across the battlefield, cutting through the noise like thunder. Marines flinched. Pirates grinned. I am, Whitebeard said proudly. And I thank you, boy. You and your friends fought well. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning. No problem, he said. Your guy helped us earlier. Marco blinked but said nothing. He hadn't really helped much, he could see they were capable of holding their own. He had only come to warn them about the vice-admiral-sized giants and cover their backs if needed. Saeko and Mindy stepped forward cautiously, keeping their eyes on the approaching threat. Seiko's posture was respectful, though her eyes stayed alert. Mindy gave a small nod, her weapons already brought inside the parcel system but ready to reappear if needed. Saeko spoke first. Can we ask, she said calmly, what exactly is happening here? And where we are? Marco turned toward them, surprised. You don't know, he asked. This is Marine Ford, he continued, gesturing around them. The headquarters of the Marines. Their main base. The center of their power. Mindy frowned. Then what is happening, she asked. Whitebeard answered this time. He leaned forward slightly, resting more weight on his weapon, eyes fixed toward the execution platform. They took my son, he said, voice steady. And they plan to kill him. His tone was simple. Clear. There was no doubt in it. We came to take him back. Naruto went quiet. He turned his head, following Whitebeard's gaze. Far away, high above the plaza, he saw it. The platform. Chains. A man sitting there, head lowered, surrounded by Marines and executioners. Naruto understood immediately. That's him, Naruto said softly. Whitebeard nodded once. Naruto clenched his fists. Then I'll help you, he said without hesitation. Old dash. Whitebeard, Marco snapped instantly. Call him Whitebeard. Naruto blinked. Whitebeard laughed again. It's fine, he said, waving it off. Let the boy speak. Marco clicked his tongue but said nothing more. Still, his eyes lingered on Naruto, thoughtful. Whitebeard had taken a liking to him. Marco could see it clearly. Elsewhere, the war continued to tear itself apart. Gaius stood across from Kizaru, his massive form unmoving despite the destruction around them. His helm turned slightly as he drew a bolter from his parcel system. Without warning, he fired. The weapon roared, each shot loud and heavy. The shells slammed into Kizaru's body, tearing through him in bursts of light. His upper torso vanished, then began reforming even as more rounds followed. Kizaru did not dodge. He watched. Even as his head was blown apart, his voice remained calm. That weapon, he said, tone curious, it's pretty strong. Can it be mass-produced? The shots passed through him. And kept going. Behind Kizaru, the shells struck stone and flesh. One detonated against the plaza, tearing open a crater. Marines were thrown aside. Pirates were ripped apart. Some never stood again. Kizaru noticed. He glanced back. That's a problem, he said plainly. Your shots don't stop. Gaius did not answer. Data streamed across his vision. Reaction time. Reform delay. Cohesion instability. Everything was measured. The bolter clicked empty. Gaius let it drop. It hit the ground, and exploded as a stray beam clipped it. The blast flung rubble outward, adding to the destruction. Kizaru had angled the beam upward, away from marine lines. Light vanished. Then streaked across the plaza. Kizaru moved fast, skipping between points of light, firing beams that carved lines through stone and steel. He adjusted angles mid-movement, avoiding dense marine clusters. Pirates were not as lucky. He reappeared above Gaius and drove his foot down. The kick landed. Stone collapsed inward as Gaius was driven into the plaza. Shock waves rippled outward, throwing nearby fighters off their feet. Gaius pushed himself up. His right gauntlet shifted. The power fist fully engaged. The air around it distorted, pressure building in a low hum that could be felt more than heard. Kizaru paused. "Oh," he said. "That explains it." He fired again. The beam struck Gaius square in the chest. The auramite held. Light washed over the armor and dispersed across layered plating. Gaius did not slow. He walked forward through the beam. He swung. Kizaru phased. And the field caught him. Light scattered violently instead of dispersing cleanly. Kizaru was forced solid and thrown backward, crashing through marine artillery. Cannons ruptured. Crews were injured but alive as Kizaru redirected the impact at the last moment. He landed on one knee. That was new. Kizaru stood slowly, coat scorched, expression calm but focused. "So that's it," he said. "Your weapon forces me to stay solid." They clashed again. Kizaru formed a blade of light, cutting down pirates rushing in before turning it toward Gaius. Gaius blocked with his forearm. The armor screamed but held. Gaius punched the ground. Marine Ford shook. Stone folded inward as a massive section collapsed. Marines and pirates alike fell into the rupture, scrambling for footing. Kizaru reappeared behind Gaius and fired again, angling away from marine clusters. The beam struck Gaius' side and hurled him across broken stone. Gaius seized Kizaru's arm. Light resisted. Then failed. The power fist locked. Gaius slammed him into the ground. Everything nearby flattened. Bodies and debris flew outward. Marines nearby were injured, but alive. Kizaru dispersed at the last moment and reformed at a distance. He stood still. Marine Ford around them burned. "This fight," Kizaru said evenly, "is tearing the base apart." He raised his hand. "And if we keep going, a lot more people die." Pirates surged past them, rushing toward the platform. Kizaru sighed. "I don't really want to keep fighting," he said. "What about a truce?" Gaius did not respond. He advanced. Inside, Kizaru cursed Akainu. None of this should have happened. If the magma men had not attacked first, if he had listened, this might never have become a war within a war. But now it was too late. The ground shook again. A massive figure charged through marine lines. "Oh, Ace!" Little Oars Jr. roared as he smashed through formations, tearing apart barricades with his bare hands. Doflamingo watched from afar, his eyes scanning the battlefield. A small fufufu escaped him. This war was proving far more interesting than he had expected, full of surprises. He glanced up at Sengoku and caught sight of the Marine Admiral's dark, angry expression. That drew a louder laugh from him, low and amused. "Fufufu," he murmured, shaking his head, watching the chaos unfold. Threads shot out. They pierced Oars' body, blood spilling from his mouth. Oars did not stop. On the platform, Ace saw it all. Tears streamed down his face. "Oars. Stop," he shouted. "Go back." Oars kept moving. The execution platform loomed closer. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, ACE. Chapter 156, Ace. Little Oars Jr. kept moving. Each step was slower than before, his massive legs dragging through blood and ice, but he did not stop. The ground trembled every time his foot came down, cracks spreading outward across the frozen surface of Marine Ford. Wounds covered his body, slashes, burns, holes punched clean through flesh, but none of it mattered to him. All that mattered was forward. Marines broke formation as he approached. Some shouted orders. Others froze in place, staring up at the giant looming over them. Barricades were crushed under his feet. Cannons were knocked aside like toys. The careful lines the Marines had built dissolved into panic and scattered resistance. Pirates shouted encouragement from every direction. Oars. Keep going. Ace is right there. The giant's name and Ace's name blended together, carried by desperation and hope. Little Oars Jr. heard them, but he did not look around. His eyes stayed locked on the execution platform ahead. Ace. The platform was close now. Close enough that Ace could see Oars clearly. Too clearly. Ace strained against his chains, shouting with everything he had. Oars. Stop. Ace yelled. Go back. Please, go back. His voice cracked. Fear twisted in his chest as he watched the giant stagger forward, blood pouring freely now. This wasn't a charge anymore. It was stubborn will forcing a broken body to keep moving. Ace's teeth clenched hard enough to hurt. This was his fault. Every wound Ors carried, every step that cost him strength, it was all because of him. Because Ace was sitting here, chained, waiting to die while others paid the price. Little Ors Jr. did not slow. Pain barely registered anymore. His body screamed for him to stop, to fall, to rest, but his mind ignored it. Ace was there. He could see him. Hear him. That was enough. From a distance, Gecko Moria watched. He stood far from the front lines, safely removed from the chaos, his round body still and his shadow stretching unnaturally along the broken ground. His eyes followed Little Ors Jr. with sharp interest, and a grin slowly crept across his face. Greed. Pure, unfiltered greed. A giant like that, he thought. A body like that. Moria licked his lips. In his mind, Little Ors Jr. was already dead. Already his. He imagined the corpse rising again under his control, powered by shadows, turned into a monster that would crush enemies without pain, without fear, without hesitation. The chaos of Marine Ford had created the perfect chance. No one was watching him. No one would stop him. Moria lifted his hand. The shadow beneath him twisted, stretching forward in an unnatural shape. It sharpened, thinning, and hardening until it resembled a spear made of darkness. The air around it felt wrong, heavy, and cold. Without warning, the shadow shot forward. It crossed the battlefield in an instant. Little Ors Jr. took one more step. The shadow spear slammed into Little Ors Jr.'s chest, black tendrils erupting through his massive frame and pinning him in place. He roared, staggering forward anyway, dragging the shadow with him as if sheer will could tear it free. His knees buckled. One hand slammed into the ice as he tried to push himself back up. He failed. The giant collapsed, the ground trembling beneath his weight. His breath came in ragged, shallow gasps, each one weaker than the last. The light in his eyes dimmed, not extinguished. Fading, stubbornly, as though he still refused to let go. From the platform, Ace screamed his name. Little Ors Jr. fell forward. The impact shook Marine Ford. His massive body hit the frozen ground with a sound like thunder, cracks racing outward as the ice split beneath him. Blood spread quickly, dark against the white surface. The battlefield went silent. Pirates stared in shock, mouths open, unable to move. Ace screamed. Ors. His voice tore through the air, raw and broken. Tears streamed down his face as he strained uselessly against the chains, watching the giant lie still. Marines froze, stunned by the sudden end of such a massive presence. Even those who had feared Ors moments before stood in silence, struck by the weight of what they had just witnessed. From the execution platform, Sengoku saw it all. Little Ors Jr. was no longer moving. For the first time since the war began, Sengoku's expression eased slightly. Just a little. The giant had been a direct threat to the platform. His death removed a dangerous variable. But the relief didn't last. Sengoku's eyes swept across the battlefield, sharp and calculating. The situation was still bad. Very bad. Akainu was fighting that woman and couldn't disengage. As long as the battle continued, he had no way to act on anything beyond it. Kizaru was still fighting the companion of that woman, the one clad in gold. Their clash was intense, neither giving ground. For now, he couldn't do anything else. He was fully occupied by the fight. Two admirals were effectively neutralized. Sengoku's jaw tightened. He searched for available forces. His gaze shifted toward Akiji. The Ice Admiral was locked in combat, holding back several of Whitebeard's commanders at once. Ice met steel again and again, attacks frozen mid-motion, only to shatter moments later. Akiji was holding the line. He was clearly suppressing them, but he couldn't break away. If he disengaged, that entire sector would collapse. Sengoku looked elsewhere. Tsuru. She was moving through pirates with calm efficiency, her devil fruit leaving enemies weakened and stripped of their will to fight. Bodies fell, folded, or lay motionless, their aggression washed away. Effective. But not enough. Marine forces were stretched thin. Too thin. Sengoku's eyes finally landed on Garp. The old hero stood nearby, fists clenched, his face serious and tense. Sengoku knew that look well. Garp was holding himself back. He could feel it. Ace was on that platform. Garp would not fight at full strength. He would not betray the Marines, but he would not be the reason his grandson was executed either. Sengoku felt the weight of command press down harder than ever. Then. A blade was drawn. Dracule Mihawk unsheathed Yura with calm, deliberate motion. The massive black blade caught the light as he raised it, eyes fixed on a distant figure. Whitebeard. Without hesitation, Mihawk swung. The air screamed. A massive flying slash tore forward, cutting through the battlefield in a straight line toward Whitebeard's ship. The ice beneath it split apart, the ground cracking purely from the pressure of the attack. On the mast, Whitebeard stood unmoving. Naruto saw it. His eyes widened in shock as the slash rushed toward them, enormous and unstoppable. This wasn't chakra. This wasn't a jutsu. This was just a sword. And it was terrifying. Naruto's mind raced. He was already forming hand signs, ready to use shadow clones to move everyone away. Saeko reacted instantly, muscles tensing, eyes sharp. Mindy's hand moved as well, prepared to pull weapons from the parcel system. Marco watched them all. It's the slash from the strongest swordsman in the world, he said calmly. Naruto stared. Whoa. Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed, full of confidence that his son would stop it. Before the slash could reach them, someone stepped forward. Jozu. The 3rd Division commander planted his feet and took the attack head-on. The impact shook the battlefield, the ground trembling violently as diamond met force. Jozu held. With a shout, he lifted and hurled the slash upward. The attack split the sky. Marines shouted in shock. It's Diamond Jozu. Pirates erupted in cheers. Elsewhere, Gaius and Kizaru continued their fight. Kizaru landed a heavy kick, sending Gaius sliding back across broken stone. The ice ground around them was barely holding together. Kizaru knew the truth. He couldn't go all out here. Marine Ford would not survive it. Neither would the Marines. Gaius also thought that fighting here was a waste of time and brought no real benefit. Still, their arrogance and ignorance in attacking them would not go unanswered. Continuing as before would be inefficient. The Emperor's lightning claw appeared on his right arm. Lightning crawled across its talons, the air screaming as reality itself seemed to recoil. Before Gaius could strike, Kizaru turned into light and fled. He reappeared beside Sengoku. I'm seriously injured, Kizaru said lightly, tilting his head. I don't think I can keep going. Clearly, he was lying through his teeth. Sengoku glared at him, noting he wasn't seriously hurt. A few bruises, dirty clothes, but nothing major. Don't think I don't know what you're doing, he said. Kizaru remained silent. He didn't want to fight Gaius, not with the aura of danger radiating from the claw now crackling in his hand. Gaius stopped. He looked up as a ship crashed from the sky, the frozen tsunami giving way and breaking apart, sending it plummeting downward. A young man was also in the air ahead of the ship, presumably another victim of its fall. His straw hat hung loosely behind his neck. ACE, he shouted, plummeting straight down alongside dozens of others toward the ground. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, The Straw Hat. Chapter 157, The Straw Hat. The moment Sengoku saw the straw hat, his blood pressure spiked. It wasn't the way the young man had fallen from the sky, nor the chaos around him, nor even the timing of it. It was the hat, and the face beneath it. He had seen that face before, printed clearly on wanted posters that circulated through Marine Ford and beyond. There was no mistaking it now. His old friend's grandson. Sengoku's eyes narrowed sharply. His jaw tightened. Then he snapped his head to the side. Your grandson again, GARP. The shout ripped from his throat, loud and furious. Spit flew as he yelled, years of frustration boiling over in a single moment. The war was already spiraling out of control, and now this. Garp stood nearby, his posture stiff. At first, his face was hard. Serious. His eyes followed the falling figure with sharp focus. Anyone watching closely could see the worry there, buried deep beneath years of discipline. Then Garp saw him clearly. The straw hat. The familiar shape of that reckless body, arms flailing as he dropped straight into the ground itself. And something inside Garp cracked. His serious expression broke apart as a loud, booming laugh burst from his chest. Ha ha ha. Tears welled up in his eyes as he laughed, shoulders shaking. He pointed toward the battlefield, voice full of emotion that refused to be contained. Look, Sengoku. Garp shouted proudly. It's my grandson. His laugh was loud, but his eyes shone wet with worry and pride all at once. He wasn't blind to the danger. He wasn't calm about it. But damn it, that was Luffy. And Garp couldn't help himself. Sengoku stared at him, stunned and furious all at once. Before he could say anything else, the air changed. Something dangerous was approaching the execution platform. It wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't crushing. But it was unmistakably dangerous. Observation Haki caught it first, a sharp warning that set nerves on edge. Sengoku felt it at once. So did Garp. Their bodies reacted before their minds did, instincts forged through decades of battle and command. Both of them stiffened, eyes lifting toward the source as the warning sharpened. Even Kizaru, lingering behind them, paused mid-motion. His head tilted slightly, the usual careless ease fading for just a moment as his gaze drifted upward, attention caught by the same presence. The presence was familiar. It belonged to one of the companions of the golden-armored giant Kizaru had fought earlier, the same group as the woman now fighting Akainu. But this one felt different. Weaker, at least in raw physical power, more like an ordinary civilian who hadn't trained or exercised. And yet, the danger it carried was undeniable. Sengoku felt the hairs on his arms rise, a quiet warning his instincts did not ignore. The presence descended smoothly. A figure in sleek, high-technology armor floated down and stopped on a separate platform near the execution stand. He hovered slightly above the ground, stabilizers humming softly beneath his boots. He didn't aim a weapon. He didn't take a stance. He just looked around casually. "Hey guys," the armored man said cheerfully. "How you doing?" The contrast was jarring. Sengoku and Garp both turned fully toward him now, expressions hardening. Marines nearby stiffened, unsure whether to attack or hold position. They didn't attack. Not yet. Because despite the relaxed tone, despite the lack of drawn weapons, both Sengoku and Garp could feel it clearly. The danger wasn't the men. It was the armor, or whatever he carried, that made this presence so dangerous, a threat they could not ignore. But they were indeed right to be cautious. "Alright, let's see what we're dealing with," Tony thought, keeping his usual casual posture. "After building the blueprintinator in my world, a machine capable of mass-producing almost anything, armors, weapons, even explosives. Some of those bombs have mini-arc reactors. Enough to level this place if I had to." He scanned the area, every detail registered instantly. Cognitive processing speed, time to put it to work. With his ability, he could pull weapons, tools, or devices from the parcel system and place them right in front of him almost instantly. "Whatever comes at me, I'm ready." The figure floated there easily, helmet tilted slightly as if studying them. Sengoku could tell, this wasn't arrogance. Sengoku could tell it wasn't arrogance, just curiosity. Or at least, that was how it seemed. Still, Sengoku didn't lower his guard. "What are you doing in front of me?" Sengoku demanded, teeth clenched. "Do you want me to capture you right now?" The armored man raised one hand slowly, palm open. "Come on now," he said lightly. "No need for that. I was just curious." He glanced at Sengoku, then at Garp. "Never seen someone so tall like you," he added. "Except for people from Gaius's world." That caught Sengoku's attention. So did Garp's. This wasn't a bluff. Sengoku could tell. The man wasn't trying to provoke them. He was genuinely interested. Kizaru, sitting nearby on the platform, leaned back casually and began clipping his nails, his movements relaxed despite the chaos around them. His clothes were dirty, his coat scuffed, but his posture was lazy as ever. He glanced sideways at the armored men, lips curling into a crooked smile. "What do you mean, Gaius's world?" Kizaru asked lightly. "You saying you're from another world or something?" The question sounded like a joke. The answer wasn't. "Yes," the armored man said, nodding easily. "We are." Garp froze. His jaw dropped. "For real?" he asked. Sengoku scoffed immediately. "Another world," he snapped. Don't think you can lie your way out of this. You will be captured and sent to Impel Down." The armored man tilted his head. "Impel Down," he repeated. "That the prison here?" There was no fear in his voice. Just curiosity. Garp answered before Sengoku could. "Yeah," Garp said. "That's where the worst criminals are locked up." The armored man nodded thoughtfully, as if filing the information away. Before Sengoku could continue the confrontation, a shout echoed from the battlefield below. "Ace!" All eyes turned forward. Down on the frozen ground, the young man with the straw hat had landed. Luffy hit the ice hard, boots skidding as he stumbled forward. He barely slowed before shouting again, voice raw with desperation. "Ace!" Behind him, figures began to emerge from the chaos, landing one by one after plummeting from great heights. By sheer luck, the battleship had come down in one of the few patches of ocean that remained unfrozen. The impact split the vessel in two, but those on board fell into the water unharmed. Jinbe dove beneath the surface, moving swiftly to rescue the devil fruit users struggling in the waves, while the others climbed onto the wreckage, steadying themselves as they regrouped. Emporio Ivankov, tall and dramatic, eyes sharp despite the madness. Inazuma, calm and alert. Crocodile, his expression unreadable beneath the scars and sand. Mr. 1, Daz Bones, solid and silent. Buggy the Clown, wide-eyed and pale. Mr. 3, nervously adjusting his glasses. Jinbe, steady and focused. And behind them all, Ivankov's Nukama followers, loud, colorful, and very real. They had come from Impel Down. The battlefield shifted again. Buggy took one look around Marineford and nearly fainted. Explosions. Giants. Admirals. Whitebeard. His legs shook violently. This is, Buggy stammered, eyes darting everywhere. But his followers didn't see fear. They saw trembling. One of them gasped dramatically. Captain Buggy is practically trembling from excitement at such a war. Another shouted, even louder. Captain Buggy is the next emperor. Buggy's face went white. No, no, you idiots he tried to say, but his voice was drowned out by cheers. Back on the platform, Garp let out a low chuckle, eyes still fixed on Luffy. He turned slightly toward the armored men. Why don't you sit with us? Garp said casually, patting a nearby chair. The armored man raised an eyebrow. His faceplate slid open, revealing a smirk. Don't mind if I do. He Saturday. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, Lines Drawn. Chapter 158, Lines Drawn. The ice cracked beneath Luffy's feet as he ran. Every step sent sharp pain through his legs, but he didn't slow. The cold bit through his sandals, through his skin, but it barely registered. All he could see was the execution platform in the distance. All he could hear was the echo of his own voice still ringing in the air. Ace. The battlefield around him was chaos. Cannon fire thundered. Explosions shook the frozen sea. Giants clashed, marines shouted orders, pirates screamed names and curses, and the air was thick with smoke and heat that felt wrong against the ice. And then he stopped. Someone stood in front of him. Luffy skidded slightly as he halted, boots scraping across the ice. He looked up. The man before him was tall. Very tall. His armor was unmistakably thick, heavier and more refined than anything Luffy had ever seen. Plates of auramite covered him from head to toe, polished. Behind his helm, a golden iron halo floated in place, steady and unmoving, framing his head like a symbol of authority rather than decoration. One arm ended in a massive power fist, its knuckles set with red gem inlays. On the other, a claw of contained energy rested at his side, faint lightning tracing along its talons. He stood completely still, yet to Luffy's senses, his presence alone felt dangerous. Gaius. Luffy didn't know his name. But he understood what the man was. Danger. Behind Luffy, the others arrived one by one. Ivankov landed with a heavy thud, cape fluttering as he straightened, eyes sharp and alert. Inazuma appeared beside him, calm and ready. Crocodile stepped forward slowly, coat dragging across the ice, eyes narrowed beneath his scars. Mr. 1 stood solid as a wall. Mr. 3 fumbled behind them, breathing hard. Buggy stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet as he looked around in horror. Jinbe moved to the front, placing himself slightly to Luffy's side, his large frame steady and protective. They all felt it. The pressure. Gaius didn't move. He didn't raise a weapon. He didn't take a stance. But the air around him felt heavy, like the space itself didn't want anyone to step closer. Marines nearby slowed, sensing the tension. Pirates hesitated, instinct screaming at them to be careful. This was the man who had fought an admiral. This was the man who had made Kizaru pull back. At the far end of the battlefield, Boa Hancock watched. She stood among the other warlords, her back straight, her face calm on the surface. But inside, her heart was racing. Luffy. He was here. He had escaped impel down. Her chest tightened at the sight of him standing there, small compared to the armored giant blocking his way. Pride welled up inside her, fierce and bright. He did it. But that pride was tangled with fear. Because Luffy was standing in front of someone terrifying. Someone who had fought Kizaru and walked away. Hancock clenched her fists. She didn't hesitate. Her body moved before thought caught up. She launched herself forward, heels barely touching the ice as she accelerated, cloak snapping behind her. Luffy didn't hesitate. He could sense the danger coming from Gaius, but Ace was right there, on the execution platform, one order away from death. There was no time to stop. No time to think. He shouted, breath rough, and charged forward. Luffy leapt, twisting his body midair, and swung his leg with all his strength, aiming straight for Gaius's head. The kick was fast and powerful, driven by urgency, fear, and everything he had left to give. Gaius sensed it. Not with sight alone. Something in the movement, in the shift of air, caught his awareness. He turned his head slightly, already adjusting. At the same time, his gaze flicked past Luffy. He saw her. Boa Hancock. She was closing in fast, faster than most fighters he'd seen in this world so far. Her presence was sharp, focused. He noticed her beauty. And dismissed it. It didn't move him. Didn't distract him. It was just another detail. Gaius stepped aside. Luffy's kick missed by inches, slicing through empty air. Before Luffy could land, Gaius's left arm moved. The power fist activated. Energy hummed as he fired a punch straight forward, not at Luffy, but past him. Straight toward Hancock's face. The punch was clean. Direct. Dangerous. Hancock felt it the moment it was thrown. Her observation haki screamed a warning. She twisted, bending her body just enough. The punch passed where her head had been a heartbeat earlier, the force tearing through the air beside her. Even dodging, she felt the pressure brush her cheek. If that had landed. She moved past Gaius in one smooth motion, boots touching down lightly as she slid to a stop. Gaius watched her. He had seen this kind of movement before, too many times, most clearly in Kizaru. Attacks that should have landed. Targets that shifted just enough to avoid them. Perfect timing. He filed it away. This world had something, an ability that warned them before danger arrived. Something that let them dodge what should be unavoidable. Hancock stepped forward and placed herself directly in front of Luffy. She didn't look back at Gaius. She looked at Luffy. Move on, she said firmly. I will continue it here. Luffy blinked. Then he smiled. His eyes lit up like the battlefield wasn't on fire around them. Thank you, Hancock, he said, bright and sincere. And then he ran. He didn't argue. Didn't hesitate. He trusted her completely. Gaius watched him go. He didn't reach out. Didn't block him. Didn't care. Hancock froze for half a second. He thanked me. Her cheeks burned. She shook her head sharply, forcing the feeling down. Her face hardened as she turned back toward Gaius. But Gaius wasn't there anymore. He had already turned away. Without another word, he stepped back and lifted off the ground, armor humming as he rose into the air. Hancock stared after him, confused and tense. He wasn't attacking. He wasn't chasing. He was leaving. Gaius flew toward the execution platform. As he moved, his eyes scanned the battlefield below. Marines and pirates blurred past beneath him, flashes of color and motion. His gaze shifted. Saeko. Mindy. Naruto. They were on the ship near Whitebeard. Alive. Unhurt. Whitebeard stood like a mountain behind them, massive and unmoving, a presence that bent the battle around him. As he continued forward, the Emperor's lightning claw on his right arm faded. Energy receded, the crackling talons dissolving back into the simpler shape of his power fist. He wasn't here to fight. But he stayed aware. Tony. Naruto. Saeko. Mindy. Part of his attention remained on them at all times, even while he fought Kizaru with intensity. On the execution platform, Sengoku was issuing orders through a den mushi, his voice sharp and controlled despite the chaos below. Reinforce the right flank. Hold the line. Do not let them advance. Then. He felt it. His observation haki tightened. Gaius was coming straight toward them. Sengoku ended the call immediately and turned. Tony sat nearby, relaxed, legs crossed, hands resting casually. Garp stood beside Sengoku, arms folded, eyes sharp. Kizaru leaned against the railing, shoulders slumped, expression tired. Sengoku glanced at Tony. Tony raised both hands with a shrug. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't call him. Garp's posture stiffened. Kizaru sighed. I really don't want to fight him again, Kizaru muttered. Sengoku stepped forward. His body began to grow. He didn't intend to strike, but he would not be caught unprepared. Golden light spread across his frame as his form expanded, muscles swelling, skin glowing. The Buddha emerged, towering and radiant, power pressing outward. He didn't attack. Not yet. Tony sat right there. And Tony was dangerous. Sengoku knew it. Garp knew it. Attacking Gaius could mean Tony would respond. And that could end dangerously. You, Sengoku called, voice booming across the platform. Where are you going? Gaius slowed midair. He descended smoothly, boots touching stone without a sound. He didn't raise his fists. He didn't reach for a weapon. He looked at Sengoku, noticing the sudden transformation in his body, mass and strength expanding, and energy radiating from him. Then Garp. Then Kizaru. I'm not here for you, Gaius said calmly. If I was, you'd already know. The air grew heavier. Sengoku's golden eyes narrowed. You expect us to believe that, he said, after everything you've done today. Gaius tilted his head slightly. I fought the one who attacked me, he replied. His gaze flicked to Kizaru. He disengaged. So did I. Kizaru rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that's true, he said with a tired smile. Scary guy. I'd rather not do that again. Tony leaned back in his chair. See. Told you. Garp snorted softly, but his eyes never left Gaius. You're awfully calm for someone walking into the middle of Marine Ford. I'm retrieving my companion, Gaius said, looking at Tony. Then I'm leaving. No threat. No demand. Sengoku studied him closely. No killing intent. No surge. Just pressure. You will go no further, Sengoku said. And you will not interfere with the execution. Gaius met his gaze. I won't, he said. Not unless I'm forced to. Tony stood and clapped his hands once. Well. That's about as peaceful as today's been. No one laughed. But no one attacked. Chapter 160, Chapter 159, Departure. Chapter 159, Departure. Gaius turned his back on the execution platform. The wind brushed against his armor as he lifted slowly into the air. The heavy auramite plates hummed softly, the jetpack adjusting without any visible strain. He did not rush. He did not hesitate. He simply rose and moved away, as if the battlefield behind him had already lost its importance. Tony followed a second later, small repulsor bursts glowing beneath his boots as he ascended beside him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Below them, Marine Ford continued to burn in chaos. Explosions rolled across the frozen sea. Cannon fire echoed like distant thunder. The clash between pirates and Marines shook the battlefield over and over again, but Gaius did not look down for long. He had already made his decision. Sengoku watched them leave. He did not lower his guard at first. His Buddha form still towered above the platform, golden light spreading faintly across the stone. His muscles remained tense, ready to react if either of them turned back. But they didn't. They kept moving forward. Garp stood beside him, arms folded across his chest. His expression stayed hard, though the sharp edge in his eyes slowly eased as he followed their retreating figures. They're really leaving. Garp muttered quietly. Sengoku did not answer immediately. His observation haki stretched outward, tracking their movement. He felt no hidden aggression. No sudden spike in killing intent. Just steady motion as they headed toward the battlefield where Whitebeard's forces gathered. After several seconds, Sengoku exhaled slowly. The tension in his shoulders loosened just a little. Not enough to call it safe, but enough to breathe. He allowed the Buddha glow around his body to dim slightly, though he did not fully return to normal. They are unpredictable, Sengoku said. But it seems, they were telling the truth. Garp snorted softly. Still don't like them, he said. But they ain't lying. Behind them, leaning against the railing, Kizaru finally straightened. He had been quiet the entire time, his half-lidded eyes following Gaius as he disappeared into the smoke-filled sky. When he was sure the armored warrior was truly leaving, his shoulders dropped in visible relief. Good thing. Kizaru muttered lazily, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't have to fight that monster again. Sengoku glanced at him. Kizaru continued, voice calm but honest. He clearly doesn't have haki, he said. I didn't feel it once. Not armament. Not observation. Nothing. He paused, remembering the fight. But his reaction speed. Kizaru sighed quietly. Fastest I've ever seen. Garp raised an eyebrow. Kizaru shrugged lightly. I attack at the speed of light, he said. And he still answered every move. That's not normal. Sengoku remained silent, his gaze still locked on the horizon where the two figures had disappeared. He did not like variables he could not understand. Gaius and Tony moved across the battlefield sky, flying toward the massive ship where Whitebeard stood like an unmoving mountain. Below them, Marines and pirates clashed without pause. Swords struck armor. Gunfire flashed across the ice. Giants roared as they charged through broken lines. The frozen sea had become cracked and uneven, filled with burning wreckage and shattered stone. Tony glanced down briefly, his visor flickering with scanning lights. Still insane down there, he said casually. I've seen worse, though. Your world still wins that contest, but this place is trying. Gaius did not reply. His eyes scanned ahead. Saeko. Mindy. Naruto. And behind them. Whitebeard. The massive emperor stood on the ship's mast, unmoving despite the chaos. His presence alone bent the battlefield around him. Even from the air, Gaius could feel the pressure that surrounded the old pirate. As they approached, Marco noticed them first. The Phoenix commander stood near the mast, blue flames flickering across his shoulders. The moment he saw Gaius flying toward them, his expression sharpened instantly. His posture straightened, wings spreading slightly as his body prepared to move. He did not attack. But he was ready. After all, this was the man who had fought an admiral evenly. Whitebeard remained silent. His sharp eyes followed their approach without a word. Gaius and Tony landed heavily on the deck. The ship creaked slightly under the added weight of Gaius's armor, though it held strong. The air smelled of salt, blood, and smoke. Around them, pirates moved quickly, preparing weapons and shouting orders, but many slowed when they saw the two newcomers land. Naruto spotted them first. His face lit up immediately. "Hey! Gaius!" "Tony," he shouted, running toward them with wide excitement. Mindy followed behind him, looking around with bright curiosity. Saeko walked beside her, calm and composed as always. Mindy crossed her arms and grinned. "This world is very interesting," she said, eyes scanning the battlefield beyond the ship. "There are so many giant people, and everyone is huge." Saeko nodded slowly. "It almost feels like a magical world," she added. "People capable of cutting the air itself, projecting sword strikes across entire battlefields." Her eyes briefly shifted toward the distant horizon. "That swordsman earlier," she said quietly. "The strongest swordsman, right? That slash he released, it didn't feel real." Tony gave a low whistle. "Yeah, guy's got style," he said. He had seen it too. From above, he had a clear view of everything happening below. Gaius listened to them but remained silent for a moment, observing the battlefield again. His mind replayed everything he had seen since arriving in this world. The swordsmen capable of unleashing attacks that cut across entire landscapes. The three admirals, each commanding elements with impossible control. Light. Magma. Ice. The sheer scale of combat here. He finally spoke. "We will leave this place," Gaius said calmly. "We are here to learn as much as possible about this world." The others turned toward him. Gaius continued, his voice steady. "What we have seen today confirms this world holds power beyond simple warfare. Observation, abilities, and forces that bend nature itself. Remaining here would not increase our understanding. It would only trap us in their conflict." Tony nodded immediately. "I'm with him," he said. "I'm curious as hell about this place. The tech possibilities alone." He gestured toward the battlefield. "Element control, that guy turning into a giant golden statue, actual giants walking around." "Yeah. I want data." Saeko gave a small nod. "I agree," she said. Mindy shrugged lightly. "I'm fine with that too." But Naruto frowned slightly. "What about Big Sister Diana?" he asked. They all turned. In the distance, across the shattered battlefield, lightning clashed violently against molten magma. The explosion of heat and thunder could be seen even from the ship. Shockwaves rippled across the frozen sea as two figures collided again and again. Diana moved like a living storm. Her shield shone with crackling lightning as she pushed forward with fearless energy. Every strike she delivered shattered ice and forced magma backward, but the admiral she faced answered with equal destruction. Akainu. The magma around him erupted constantly, pouring across the battlefield in rivers of burning rock. His attacks spread across wide areas, forcing Diana to block again and again. Even when she deflected his blows, heat still rolled outward like a living wave. She was clearly working hard to hold him back. But she was smiling. Even from this distance, her expression carried excitement and battle joy. Gaius watched for several seconds before speaking inside the multiversal chat. "Gaius at Diana, we are leaving this place. Are you coming with us, or continuing your fight?" At that exact moment, Akainu drove forward with a massive magma fist. Diana raised her shield, lightning erupting across its surface as the magma slammed into it. The impact exploded outward, molten rock scattering in every direction. The heat wave surged across her armor, but she stood firm. Then a notification blinked before her eyes. She glanced at it mid-battle and smirked. "Diana, no need to wait for me. Continue on. I want to keep fighting." Gaius responded immediately. "Gaius, then contact us if anything changes." She did not reply. She had already charged forward again, shield first, lightning tearing across the battlefield as she clashed with Akainu once more. Gaius closed the chat without a word, his gaze shifting back to Naruto. Naruto turned back toward Whitebeard, determination filling his face. "I want to help this old man rescue his son," Naruto said seriously. Marco heard him. A vein appeared briefly on Marco's forehead. He exhaled slowly, forcing the irritation down. He could tell Naruto meant no disrespect. Whitebeard, however, heard everything. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Gururara. The deep laugh rolled across the battlefield like thunder. He turned his gaze toward Naruto, his eyes sharp but calm. "There is no need for your help, Naruto," Whitebeard said. "Your companions have already helped me enough." It was true. Even though Gaius had stopped fighting Kizaru, the impact of his battle had already shifted the flow of marine forward. And Diana was still clashing with Akainu, keeping one of the strongest marine forces fully occupied. Whitebeard nodded once, firmly. That is more than enough. Naruto hesitated. His fists clenched once. Then he nodded slowly, trusting the old pirate's words. Gaius stepped forward slightly, facing Whitebeard directly. Then we will leave this battlefield, he said. Whitebeard studied him carefully. Then he nodded once. Do as you wish, the Sea Emperor said. Tony clapped his hands lightly. Perfect timing, he said. He pulled a package from the Multiversal Chat parcel system, and a soft light appeared before them. Within seconds, a sleek flight vehicle had taken shape. It was large enough to carry them all, built with reinforced alloy plating and multiple propulsion thrusters glowing faint blue beneath its frame. The cockpit canopy opened automatically as internal systems powered on by the arc reactor. I built this for situations exactly like this, Tony said proudly. World exploration. Emergency extraction. Also, it fits Gaius. The vehicle's interior was spacious, clearly designed to accommodate Gaius's massive armored frame. Saeko, Mindy, and Naruto climbed aboard first. Gaius stepped inside next, the vehicle adjusting weight distribution smoothly. Tony entered last, sealing the cockpit as systems locked into place. The thrusters ignited softly. The vehicle lifted into the air. Marco stared as the machine rose above the battlefield. They are a strange group of people, Marco said quietly. Whitebeard laughed again, louder than before. Indeed, he said. Then his expression shifted, becoming serious. He turned his gaze toward the execution platform. Ace. He muttered. Whitebeard raised his bicento tightly. Move forward, he roared. The entire battlefield froze for a moment as Whitebeard leapt from the mast, crashing down onto the frozen sea below with enormous force. The ice shattered beneath him as shockwaves rippled outward in every direction. The pirates erupted into cheers. Their morale surged instantly. Pops is moving. Forward. The Whitebeard pirates roared as they charged again, following their captain into the storm of battle. Above them, Tony's vehicle accelerated, rising higher into the smoke-filled sky before turning toward the distant horizon. Toward Sabaody Archipelago. Behind them, Marineford continued to burn. But for now. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, A Quiet Bar. Chapter 160, A Quiet Bar. The flight vehicle slowed as it approached Sabaody Archipelago. Below them, the island spread out in a strange and almost dreamlike way. Massive mangrove trees rose from the ground like pillars, their roots thick and twisted, forming natural arches and paths. Transparent bubbles drifted lazily through the air, reflecting light in soft colors. Some floated freely, others clung to buildings or pathways, wobbling gently as people moved past them. It was peaceful, at least, it seemed so. Tony guided the vehicle down with practiced ease, hands relaxed on the controls. He didn't aim for the docks, where ships were clustered and people gathered. Instead, he angled the vehicle toward an open patch of land near the shoreline, where the ground was firm and clear of foot traffic. No need to announce ourselves more than we already have, Tony muttered. The vehicle touched down smoothly on solid ground, the thrusters humming once before powering down completely. A soft hiss escaped as the canopy opened. Gaius stepped out first. His boots sank slightly into the soil, heavy armor catching the light. The auramite plates reflected gold under the sun, polished and solid. At nearly 3 meters tall, he stood out immediately, his broad frame impossible to ignore. Tony followed, landing lightly beside him. Saeko stepped out next, calm and observant, eyes already scanning the area. Mindy followed with an excited look, turning her head slowly as she took everything in. Naruto jumped out last, stretching his arms and looking around with open curiosity. At first, no one screamed. People nearby stopped walking. They stared. A group of civilians froze mid-step. A man carrying a crate lowered it slowly, hands shaking. A woman holding a child pulled them closer to her chest without realizing it. Conversations died out one by one. The silence lasted only a heartbeat. Then someone screamed. Another followed. Then another. The calm shattered. People turned and ran in all directions. Some dropped bags. Others stumbled as they fled. Cries echoed across the open area, panic spreading faster than fire. What dash? Mindy blinked, startled. Why are they screaming? Tony turned his head, confused. We didn't even say hi yet. He genuinely didn't understand why they were screaming. From his point of view, everything looked normal enough. Not the civilians around them. The people reacting so strongly. Sure, they were unusual. Gaius stood nearly 3 meters tall, massive and broad, wrapped in armor that looked like it was made of gold. But Tony had already seen that this world had taller, stranger, worse. In a place where giants walked openly, that alone didn't feel worth screaming over. They looked fine. Rich, maybe. Powerful looking, sure. But that was all. Saeko frowned slightly, watching people scatter. We're not doing anything. Gaius remained still, arms at his sides, posture neutral. He did not step forward. He did not raise his head to loom over anyone. He simply stood there. The panic grew louder. They're here. It's them. Tony looked around, trying to understand, until one voice cut through the noise clearly. It's the pirate that was capable of contending an admiral. Tony froze. Another voice shouted in fear, why are they here? Someone else screamed as they ran past, the broadcast hasn't ended yet. Tony's eyes widened slightly. Oh, he said quietly. He turned his head and looked around more carefully. That's when he noticed it, large screens built into buildings, projection snails perched on poles, images flickering across them. Marine Ford. The battlefield. Smoke. Ice. Giants. Whitebeard. They're watching the war, Tony said, understanding clicking into place. Live. Mindy's eyes widened. Oh. So they recognize us, Saeko said softly. Tony nodded. Yeah. That explains a lot. They didn't chase anyone. They didn't shout. They didn't threaten. They simply began walking. Calmly. Away from the landing area and toward the deeper part of the island. At first, people kept running. Then some slowed. They glanced back. They saw that the group wasn't following. That no explosions were happening. That the giant in golden armor wasn't charging forward. Gradually, panic softened into cautious fear. People stopped hiding and watched from a distance. Some whispered. Others pointed quietly. A few returned to their stalls, though they kept their eyes locked on the strangers. The group continued forward without incident. After a short distance, Saeko noticed a man standing near the edge of the road. He looked unsure whether to run or stay. His clothes were simple, his hands trembling slightly. Saeko slowed her pace. I'll ask, she said quietly. She stepped away from the others and approached him slowly, making sure her hands were visible, her movements gentle. We're new here, she said calmly. Is there a place nearby to sit and rest? She pulled out a piece of gold from the Multiversal Chat parcel system. She had plenty, after all, she came from an apocalyptic world where jewelry and valuables were abundant, salvaged from the dead or from banks. She held the gold out to the man. He flinched at first, unsure, then realized it was just a nugget. He swallowed slowly and took it from her hands, carefully. Then he looked at her more closely, curiosity and caution in his eyes. No weapon in her hands. No anger in her eyes. Behind her, the others stood still. The tall armored man wasn't moving closer. He wasn't looming. The men swallowed. There's a bar, he said hesitantly. His voice shook. Run by a woman. He pointed vaguely down one of the paths between the mangroves. It's usually empty during the day, he added quickly. Marines don't like going there. Saeko nodded. Thank you. She turned to leave, but the man hesitated. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. They also sell information there, he whispered. Saeko paused for half a second, then nodded again. I appreciate it. She returned to the group and relayed everything calmly. A quiet bar, Tony repeated. Marines avoid it, and they sell info. He smiled slightly. Sounds perfect. Gaius gave a slow nod. We go there first. Walking or flying? Mindy asked. Tony glanced around. Many of the residents still watched them cautiously, some even clearly afraid. He shook his head. Let's not do another public march. They turned back toward the vehicle. People watched, tense, as the strange group returned to their machine. When the thrusters ignited and the vehicle lifted smoothly into the air, many sighed in relief. The vehicle flew low and fast, weaving through the mangroves until it reached a quiet corner of the island. Tony set it down out of sight, behind thick roots and foliage. They stepped out once more. The bar stood nearby. It looked ordinary. Wooden walls, slightly worn. A small sign hung above the door, faded with age. No bright lights. No crowds. Just quiet. Tony opened the door. A small bell rang. The sound echoed softly inside. The bar was dim and calm. A few stools sat empty at the counter. The air smelled faintly of alcohol and wood. Behind the counter stood a woman with long hair, calm eyes, and a relaxed posture. Shaki. She looked up. Her eyes moved to Tony. Then Saeko. Then Mindy. then Naruto. Finally. They settled on Gaius. She did not gasp. She did not smile. She did not reach for anything. She simply watched. In the corner, a man sat quietly, a bottle of rum in his hand. Silver's Rayleigh lifted his eyes slowly, observing without a word. The bell stopped ringing. Enjoying the story? Want to support future chapters and help this world grow? Every bit of support keeps me writing, thank you. Chapter 162, Chapter 161, Trust It. Chapter 161, Trust It. The bell above the door had already stopped ringing. A small screen was mounted on the far wall, its glow soft but constant. Images shifted across it in slow, brutal clarity. Marine Ford. Ice cracked across the sea. Smoke rolled thick and dark. Giants moved like mountains given life. Cannons fired. Ships burned. The sound was muted, but everyone inside knew what they were seeing. The war was still happening. Shaki stood behind the counter, her posture relaxed, one hand resting lightly on the wood. Her eyes moved once, just once, over the group that had entered. Tony. Saeko. Mindy. Naruto. And then Gaius. She didn't flinch. She didn't stiffen. She simply watched him, her gaze steady, thoughtful. Not the way someone looked at a threat, and not the way someone looked at a guest. She was measuring. In the corner of the bar, a man sat with a bottle of rum in one hand. Silver hair. Calm face. Old scars worn without pride or shame. Silver's Rayleigh lifted the bottle, took a slow drink, and let his eyes drift, casual on the surface, sharp beneath it. His observation hockey was already active. He felt the room before he looked at it. The way the air shifted. The subtle pressure that didn't press down but outward. The way footsteps had entered without sound, without hesitation. Most of all, he felt him. Gaius stood near the door, his massive frame unmoving, armor catching only the faint glow from the screen. The floor creaked under his weight, but the sturdy wooden boards held firm. Rayleigh didn't stare. He didn't need to. Gaius felt it almost immediately. It wasn't sight. It wasn't sound. It was the same sensation he had felt at Marine Ford, like a hand brushing across his presence without ever touching him. He turned his head slowly. His eyes settled on the man in the corner. They met eyes for a brief moment. Gaius did not tense. His hands remained at his sides. His breathing stayed slow and even. Whatever this man was doing, it wasn't an attack. And they were here for information. Then Shaki spoke. Drinks, she asked casually. Or information. Her voice was light, almost bored, as if this were an ordinary afternoon and not the meeting of forces that had shaken Marine Ford only hours ago. Tony blinked once, then smiled politely. Information, he said. But we'll take drinks too. Saeko had already taken a seat at the counter, Mindy beside her, eyes bright with curiosity. Naruto hopped onto a stool, leaning forward, clearly interested in everything, the bar, the screen, the bottles lined neatly behind Shaki. We want to try them, Naruto added cheerfully. Your drinks. Shaki smiled then, small but genuine. All right, she said, already moving. Glasses were set down. Bottles opened. The soft sound of liquid pouring filled the space, easing the weight in the room just a little. Saeko accepted her glass calmly. Mindy lifted hers, sniffing it carefully before taking a small sip, eyes widening in surprise. Naruto drank with enthusiasm, then coughed once, laughing it off. Rayleigh watched all of it. Only after the drinks were served did he speak. You're quite the unexpected guest, he said, not standing, not raising his voice. Gaius turned his head slightly, giving the men his full attention. You were just at Marine Ford, Rayleigh continued evenly. And now you're here. A faint pause. You arrived far too quickly. Indeed. They hadn't traveled the normal way. The vehicle they used flew on the same principles as Tony's armor, powered by an arc reactor at its core. It didn't rely on sails or currents or wind. It was simply fast. Tony glanced at Gaius, then back to Rayleigh. Rayleigh took another sip of rum. You fought an admiral, he said simply. And you didn't use hockey. Tony didn't answer right away. He looked at Gaius. Gaius gave a small nod. Barely noticeable. We don't use it, Tony said. Rayleigh smiled. Not wide. Not amused. Interested. No armament, he said thoughtfully. No observation. No conquerors. He tilted his head slightly. And yet, the room still feels you. The words settled slowly. That kind of pressure usually comes from conquerors' hockey, Rayleigh continued. But yours doesn't behave like it. His eyes sharpened now, the casual tone fading. It's structured, he said. Controlled. Like something forged, not born. Then his voice dropped, deeper. You, he said to Gaius, what have you lived through? Rayleigh watched Gaius carefully, his eyes tracing the lines of the massive armored figure. His will, this shouldn't be possible here, he thought. It shouldn't exist in this world. Every movement, every pause, radiated the kind of determination that could only be honed through unimaginable experience. The room felt tighter. Gaius didn't answer. Before Rayleigh could continue, Tony cleared his throat. Ahem, he said lightly. We actually wanted to know what hockey is. All three kinds. Rayleigh opened his mouth, ready to answer. Shaki coughed softly behind him. Rayleigh paused, then slowly closed his mouth. Tony raised an eyebrow, then nodded in understanding. He reached out, hand moving to empty air. A solid block of gold appeared and fell to the floor with a dull, heavy sound. It was massive. Dense. About 15 kilos. Rayleigh doesn't look at the gold. Shaki does. Shaki bent down, lifted it with one hand, and squeezed. Her fingers left clear marks in the metal. She nodded once. Continue, she said. Rayleigh coughed once, then leaned back slightly. Hockey, he said, is will made visible. Tony's eyes sharpened. It's self-belief, Rayleigh continued. Pushed outward. Identity, when pressure stops breaking it and starts revealing it. Tony felt something click in his mind. This description, people with strong will, fit perfectly with Gaius's world. Those who lived there were naturally strong-willed. Hockey like this, it would work well for Diana too. Rayleigh looked directly at Gaius. Your will behaves like conquerors, he said. But it isn't this world's will. He gestured lightly around the bar. Most people dominate because they want to stand above others. You don't. Your pressure comes from discipline. Purpose. From knowing exactly who you are. He paused. That's why civilians feel uneasy around you, Rayleigh said, and why even strong men measure their steps, but also why people don't collapse just by standing near you. He leaned forward slightly. Hockey isn't something you learn like sword forms, Rayleigh said. It awakens through understanding. Through pressure. He looked Gaius in the eye. If you wait for it to appear on its own, it might never come. But if you force it the wrong way. He shook his head. It will reject you. Gaius listened. Fully. Not interrupting. Not questioning. Hockey responds to clarity of self, Rayleigh said. Not effort alone. Then he nodded once. You can learn it, he said plainly. Gaius did not react outwardly. You already know who you are, Rayleigh continued. You don't doubt your purpose. And you stay in control even when everything around you breaks. He gave a faint smile. Most men lack will, he said. You have too much of it. The smile faded. The problem isn't absence. It's alignment. He leaned back. Hockey won't replace your will, Rayleigh said. It has to move with it. Rayleigh's gaze softened slightly. Observation hockey first, he said. It suits you. He closed his eyes briefly. Close your eyes, he said, but don't blind yourself. Gaius followed the instruction. Listen without listening, Rayleigh continued. Intent speaks before action. The point isn't prediction, Rayleigh said. It's awareness. Without judgment. Gaius felt it then. The subtle shift of Rayleigh's attention. The movement of Shaki's hand before the glass touched the counter. The way Mindy leaned back a second before she realized she would. He opened his eyes slowly. Rayleigh nodded. Stop filtering it through strategy, he said. Trust it. Then Rayleigh moved on. Armament, he said. Is not hardening. He tapped his knuckles lightly on the table. Hardening is the result, he said. Not the method. Armament is trust, Rayleigh continued. Trusting your body to carry your will. You don't coat yourself, he said. You stop doubting that you are enough. Gaius felt his armor settle heavier on his shoulders. Not physically, but felt. The space around his fists seemed thicker. Denser. Rayleigh watched closely. He wasn't surprised. The man had too much will for it to go any other way. Once he understood what he was reaching for, hockey would naturally answer him. With that kind of presence, it wasn't a matter of if it would manifest, only how fast. Conquerors, he said at last, voice firm. Is not domination. He met Gaius's gaze. It is refusal, Rayleigh said. Refusal to kneel. Refusal to break. Refusal to accept another will as greater. Gaius nodded once. Awakening this wouldn't be possible while serving the Emperor of mankind, but he understood it. You already live like this, Rayleigh said. That's why people react to you. He leaned back again. Whether it manifests or not, he said calmly, is up to the world. Chapter 163, Chapter 162, What the Sea Gives. Chapter 162, What the Sea Gives. The bar stayed quiet after Rayleigh finished speaking. Gaius stood where he was, massive frame unmoving near the door. His helm hid his expression, but he was listening. Fully. Every word Rayleigh had spoken about hockey had landed somewhere deep. He didn't need to respond to show that he understood. Tony leaned back slightly on his stool, one hand resting on the counter, eyes unfocused as his mind worked. He wasn't thinking emotionally. He was organizing information. Systems. Rules. Costs. Hockey wasn't energy. It wasn't technology. It wasn't even something you could measure easily. But it followed logic. That mattered. Naruto sat forward, elbows on the counter, chin resting in his hands. He looked thoughtful in a way that was rare for him. Not confused. Just taking it in. Saeko held her glass loosely, calm as ever, eyes sharp. Mindy was quieter, already replaying everything Rayleigh had said, picking apart each sentence. Tony exhaled through his nose, then glanced up. There's something else, he said casually. Rayleigh lifted his eyes. Tony gestured lightly with his fingers as he spoke, as if pointing at images only he could see. Those 3 admirals, he said. The ones at Marine Ford. Each of them controls an element. Rayleigh didn't interrupt. They weren't just throwing attacks, Tony continued. They turned into it. Light. Ice. Magma. Their bodies weren't solid anymore. Naruto nodded quickly. Yeah. That guy turned into light and just disappeared. Tony tilted his head slightly. And Sengoku, he added. He was different. Bigger. His whole body turned gold. The words hung in the air. Rayleigh didn't answer right away. Instead, he raised his gaze and really looked at them. Not just at Tony. At all of them. Tony, with his relaxed posture that didn't match how alert he truly was. Naruto, overflowing with energy but grounded in sincerity. Saeko and Mindy, composed, observant, clearly dangerous in ways that weren't loud. And Gaius, standing there like a monument, his presence filling space without effort. Rayleigh's eyes lingered there a second longer. These weren't people who misunderstood strength. They were people learning a new system. A faint crease appeared on Rayleigh's brow. A quiet realization. Still, he spoke. Those powers, he said evenly, come from devil fruits. Tony's attention snapped fully back. They're treasures of the sea, Rayleigh continued. Scattered all across the world. Each one grants a supernatural ability to whoever eats it. Naruto blinked. You eat them. Rayleigh nodded. Once eaten, the power becomes part of you. Permanently. Saeko raised an eyebrow slightly. All powers come from these fruits. No, Rayleigh said. But many of the strongest do. He lifted his bottle and took a slow drink before continuing. There are 3 categories. Tony leaned forward just a little. The first, Rayleigh said, is Logia. The rarest. The most powerful. He looked toward the screen on the wall where Marine Ford still burned in silence. They allow the user to become a natural element. Fire. Ice. Light. Magma. Wind. Smoke. More. Naruto's eyes widened. So they're basically untouchable. Against most people, Rayleigh said. Yes. Mindy spoke for the first time. Unless there's a counter. Rayleigh's mouth curved slightly. Unless there's a counter. He went on. The second type is paramecia. The most common. They grant a wide range of abilities. No single rule. Some affect the body. Some affect the world. Some defy explanation. Tony's mind raced. Too many variables. Dangerous, but flexible. And the third, Rayleigh said, is Zoan. He paused briefly. They allow the user to transform into animals. Or hybrids. Saeko nodded slowly. And Sengoku. Rayleigh glanced back at Tony. He has a mythical Zoan, he said. The Buddha fruit. Naruto sucked in a breath. Mythical. Extremely rare, Rayleigh replied. The group absorbed that. Tony didn't miss the way Rayleigh's eyes stayed sharp, watching their reactions. Not confusion. Not disbelief. Calculation. Interest. Rayleigh set his bottle down. Are you all, he asked calmly, not from this world? The question landed cleanly. For a split second, Tony, Naruto, Saeko, and Mindy all froze. Just a fraction of surprise. Nothing dramatic. Nothing panicked. Tony blinked once. Then he smiled faintly and nodded. Is it that obvious? He asked. Rayleigh laughed. Not loud. Not mocking. Just genuine amusement. If you were weak, he said, I'd assume you were just ignorant. Maybe a little foolish. He took another drink. But you're strong, he continued. And you don't know the basics. His eyes met Tony's. That's far more suspicious. Saeko tilted her head. You're not surprised? Rayleigh leaned back in his chair, relaxed. I sailed the world with my captain, he said. We traveled to many islands, met all kinds of people, and in the end, we reached it, the One Piece. You went to the end of the world? Naruto asked, eyes sparkling. Rayleigh chuckled. Something like that. That means you've had tons of adventures. Naruto said. Rayleigh's gaze softened. Nostalgia flickered there. We did, he said quietly. He stood then, movement smooth despite his age. One more thing, he added. Everyone listened. Devil fruits are cursed by the sea, Rayleigh said. Once you eat one, you can't swim. The sea drains your strength. Tony's smile faded slightly. And you can only eat one, Rayleigh continued. Any more than that, and your body can't handle it. Naruto swallowed. Rayleigh nodded to them all. I think you've learned what you came for. He turned and walked out. The door closed behind him, the bell ringing softly. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Tony exhaled slowly. This world, he said, has a lot to offer. Saeko nodded. Too much to leave right away. Mindy added quietly, her voice measured, and we may not get another chance. Gaius finally spoke. His posture hadn't changed, but there was a new seriousness in his tone. Hockey alone was worth coming, he said. But devil fruits. He paused. They changed the balance. Tony's lips curved into a grin. With Marineford in chaos, he said, why don't we take advantage? Naruto tilted his head. You mean? Take control of this island, Tony finished. Gaius nodded. We won't stay long. But we'll take what matters, Tony said. They stood up to leave. Shaki watched them from behind the counter, cigarette between her fingers. Good luck, she said. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up. Saeko and Mindy nodded politely. Tony waved without turning. Gaius didn't look back at all. The door closed. Chapter 164, Chapter 163, Sabaody Siege. Chapter 163, Sabaody Siege. Tony, Naruto, Saeko, Mindy, and Gaius moved through the streets of Sabaody Archipelago with a calm confidence. Their plan had been made. Their purpose was clear. They would take advantage of the distraction that the chaos of Marineford had created. Tony glanced around, the mischievous glint in his eyes reflecting his thoughts. The plan was simple. They would take everything on the island that was worth taking, then leave. The auction hall. Normally, it would be crowded with buyers and brokers, Marines on patrol, and the constant noise of a bustling market. Today, it was almost empty. Only a few buyers lingered, whispering quietly. The auction cages stood ready, collars clinking softly, but the usual energy of Sabaody was absent. Inside, the auctioneer prepared to start. His voice was high and confident, as he introduced the first lot, a human male, strong-built, standing within a cage as it rolled forward. Guards lined the walls, alert but not aggressive. The doors to the hall opened, and 3 intruders entered. At first, few noticed them. Their steps were confident but not loud, their presence noticeable but not theatrical. The guards reacted almost instinctively. This area is closed, one said, trying to assert authority. Mindy acted first. Her submachine gun raised, a precise shot fired. The guard collapsed silently, no screams. Saeko followed, her sword drawn, cutting a clear path. Naruto stayed close, ready to react instantly. Mindy shouted, her voice commanding, echoing off the walls, everyone. Don't move. We will be taking over this place. The auctioneer froze at the podium, seeing his guards fall and realizing the intruders were serious. His face drained of color. Why you? How dare you? This auction is owned by the Don Quixote pirates. Mindy's eyes narrowed slightly at the word Don Quixote. She tilted her head. The auctioneer, perhaps encouraged by the mention of the warlord, repeated, that's right, the warlord Doflamingo. Mindy's finger tightened on the trigger. I don't know him, she said flatly. The auctioneer slumped forward as the shot echoed through the hall. Someone gasped. A chair scraped against the floor, then stopped. The buyers, mostly nobles and brokers, froze. Mindy trained her guns on them. You all don't move, she commanded. Immediately, everyone sank into their seats, sitting as if they had been told by a teacher rather than threatened by deadly weapons. The room was unnervingly quiet. Naruto immediately moved to the cages where the human lots were held. "I'm freeing them," he called. One of the slaves spoke up, cautious but urgent. "The collars, they explode. You need the keys." They pointed toward the auctioneer's body. Naruto nodded quickly, rushing to the corpse. He retrieved the keys and unlocked 9 cages. The slave stepped out cautiously, eyes wide but relieved. Around them, the team quickly gathered valuables, berries, small treasures, swords, and placed them in the parcel system. Once the first auction was cleared, the team prepared to move to the next one. Tony lingered in a room inside the auction house, watching the den mushy communications. His eyes narrowed as the scanner in his armor picked up faint pulses of information being transmitted to other auctions. At his command, JARVIS began analyzing the signals. Within moments, the AI had reprogrammed the blocker Tony had pulled from the parcel system. The den mushy network went silent. Across Sabaody, no one could send alerts. Tony rejoined the others, satisfied. Saeko had gathered information from the slaves. Most of the valuable treasures they knew of were held in the various auction houses. To move efficiently, the team split up. Tony went alone, heading to the auction houses by himself. Saeko, Mindy, and Naruto moved together. Gaius stayed above, perched strategically, scanning for threats with his newly awakened observation haki. With each passing minute, Gaius's haki grew stronger. His haki felt sharper, more attuned to movement and intent. From above, the range of his observation expanded. His will and senses were already formidable, the haki just needed time and practice to reach its full potential. Even scattered marines were neutralized efficiently. Naruto's shadow clones intercepted some, while Mindy and Saeko took care of others. Tony stepped in when necessary. No information escaped. No alarms were raised. Meanwhile, Marineford burned in chaos. Whitebeard had landed on the ground, massive as ever. Kizaru engaged him directly, while Kazan freed himself from the division commanders and handed them off to the vice-admirals to continue the fight. He then joined Kizaru in facing Whitebeard. Explosions and beams of light tore across the battlefield, turning the sea into a scene of destruction. The ground shook violently beneath the clash of powers. Akainu and Diana continued their duel. Diana's smile was wide, almost playful, as she dodged magma and light attacks. She seemed to be enjoying the battle, her movements fluid, confident, and graceful. At the same time, Luffy pushed toward Ace. Garp intercepted, blocking the path. "I've been fighting pirates since before you were born," Garp declared. "You'll have to get past me if you want to reach Ace." Luffy didn't hesitate. He activated Gear 2 and rushed forward. At the last second, Garp faltered, knocked aside by Luffy's momentum. He plummeted into the concrete below. Sengoku observed, scoffing at Garp's sudden frailty. Luffy reached for the key Hancock had given him, ready to free Ace. But Sengoku had transformed. His Hito no Mi model, Daibutsu, glimmered as his enormous golden form loomed over the key, blocking it. Before Luffy could act, Kizaru, observing everything even while fighting Whitebeard, fired a beam of light. The key shattered in two before it could reach Luffy's hands. From the side, one of the fallen guards revealed himself as Mr. 3, stepping in to protect Ace using his wax powers. Luffy held Sengoku back with the Goma Goma no Gigantfusen. Sengoku's enormous punch struck, collapsing the scaffold beneath them. Ace, Luffy, and Mr. 3 fell with it. Mr. 3 quickly formed a new key from wax. Gotta get him out, no matter what. He thought of Bentham's sacrifice. Would Luffy laugh if I tried to avenge a fallen friend? Luffy shook his head. No. I wouldn't. Just then, Marines fired, aiming to kill all three. Watch out. Mr. 3 shouted. Through the tunnel of flames, Ace appeared, clinging to Luffy. Idiot. What were you thinking? Ace yelled. Luffy grinned, holding tight. I'm fine. Ace huffed, frustrated, but pulled Luffy to safety. Reckless as ever. Back on ground, Akainu's fury was visible. The son of Roger had survived and escaped. Akainu's eyes glowed with rage as he launched a massive magma attack toward Diana. The range was enormous, threatening anyone in its path. Diana saw the massive wave of magma approaching, screaming in the distance. Pirates and Marines were frozen in fear, unable to move. She clenched her bracelets, releasing a shockwave infused with divine lightning. The combined force neutralized the magma, throwing everyone to the ground but leaving them alive. Diana shouted, "Sorry," and quickly rushed back toward Akainu, ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, the auction raids continued. Tony, Saeko, Mindy, and Naruto swept through the remaining halls efficiently. Slaves were freed, treasures collected, and all communication blocked. Gaius's observation haki allowed him to anticipate threats before they appeared. Every marine encountered was neutralized silently or quickly. Time passed as the team gathered their loot into the parcel system. Each auction brought piles of berries, rare swords, small treasures, exotic fabrics, and finely crafted watches, all carefully packed. Among them were several devil fruits, their strange shapes and unnatural colors standing out even in the crowded room. Meanwhile, on the other side of the archipelago, a luxurious ship was docked, guarded by Vice Admiral Momosaji and several other marines. Of all times. The marine muttered, glancing toward the ship. Why now? Another marine immediately reprimanded him. Don't say things like that here. Guion approached, silent. The two marines instantly straightened and saluted. Vice Admiral, they called. Guion heard them, but she said nothing. She had the same thoughts herself and understood their concern.